The author has maintained that polygamy is necessarily and in its own nature bad. He has wrote a chapter expressly againft it, and afterwards has examined in a philofophical manner in what countries, in what climates, or in what circumftances it is leaft pernicious. He has compared climates with climates, and countries with countries, and has found that there are countries where its effects are lefs pernicious than in others ; becaufe, according to the accounts that have been given of them, the number of men and women not being every where equal, it is evident that if there are places where there are more women than men, polygamy, bad as it is in itfelf, is there lefs pernicious than in others. But as the title of this chapter contains thefe words, that the law of polygamy is an affair of calculation, they have feized this title as an excellent fubjeft for declamation. Having repeated the chapter itfelf, againft which no objection is made, he proceeds to juftify the title, and adds, polygamy is an affair of calculation, when we would know, if it is more or lefs pernicious in certain climates, in certain countries, in certain circumftances, than in others. It is not an affair of calculation, when we would decide whether it be a good or bad in itfelf. It is not an affair of calculation, when we reafon on its nature. It may be an affair of calculation when we combine its effects. In short, it is never an affair of calculation when we enquire into the end of marriage, and it is even lefs fo when we enquire into marriage as a law eftablifhed and confirmed by Jesus Chrift. Again, the author having faid that polygamy is more conformable to nature in fome countries than in others, the critic has feized the words more conformable to nature, to make him fay that he approved polygamy. To which he anfwers, if I fay that I fhould like better to have a fever than the fcurvy, does this fignify that I fhould like to have a fever, or only that the fcurvy is more difagreeable to me than a fever? Having finifhed his reply to what has been objected to on the fubjeft of polygamy, he vindicates that excellent part of his work which treats of the climates. When fpeaking of the influence thefe have upon religion, he fays, I am very fenfible that religion is in its own nature independent of all phyfical caufes whatfoever ; that the religion which is good in one country is good in another ; and that it cannot be pernicious in one country without being fo in all. But yet I fay that as it is praftifed by men, and has a relation to thofe who do not praftice it, any religion whatfoever will find a greater facility in being praftifed, either in the whole or in part, in certain circumftances than in others ; and that whoever fays the contrary muft renounce all pretenfions to fenfe and underftanding. But the critic has been greatly offended by our author's faying, that when a ftate is at liberty to receive or to reject a new religion, it ought to be rejected ; when it is received, it ought to be tolerated. From hence he objeds, that the author has advifed idolatrous princes not to admit the Chriftian religion into their dominions. To this he anfwers, firft by referring to a paffage in which he fays, that the beft civil and political laws are next to Chriftianity, the greateft bleffings that man can give or receive ; and adds, if then Chriftianity is the firft and greateft bleffing, and the political and civil laws the fecond, there are no political or civil laws in any ftate that can or ought to hinder the entrance of the Chriftian religion. His fecond anfwer is, that the religion of heaven is not eftablifhed by the fame methods as the religions of the earth. Read the hiftory of the church, and you will fee the wonders performed by the Chriftian religion. Was fhe to enter a country, fhe knew how to open its gates. Every inftrument was able to effeft it. At one time God makes ufe of a few fifhermen ; at another he fets an emperor on the throne, and makes him bow down his head under the yoke of the gofpel. Does Chriftianity hide herfelf in fubterranean caverns? Stay a moment, and you will fee an advocate fpeaking from the imperial throne on her behalf. She traverfes wherever fhe pleafes, feas, rivers, and mountains. No obftacles here below can ftop her progrefs. Implant averfion in the mind, fhe will conquer this averfion. Eftablifh cuftoms, form habits, publifh edicts, enable laws. She will triumph over the climate, over the laws which refult from it, and over the legiflators who have made them. God acting according to decrees which are unknown to us, extends or contracts the limits of his religion. By Thomas Nugent. End of the Translator to the Reader. Preface of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Preface. If amidst the infinite number of subjects contained in this book, there is anything which, contrary to my expectation, may possibly offend, I can at least assure the public that it was not inferted with an ill intention ; for I am not naturally of a capacious temper. Plato thanked the gods that he was born in the fame age with Socrates ; and for my part, I give thanks to the Supreme, that I was born a fubjeft of that government under which I live, and that it is his pleafure I fhould obey thofe whom he has made me love. I beg one favour of my readers, which I fear will not be granted me. This is, that they will not judge by a few hours reading of the labour of 20 years, that they will approve or condemn the book entire, and not a few particular phrafes. If they fhould fearch into the defign of the author, they can do it in no other way fo completely as by fearching into the defign of the work. I have firft of all confidered mankind, and the refult of my thoughts has been, that amidft fuch an infinite diverfity of laws and manners, they were not folely conducted by the caprice of fancy. I have laid down the firft principles, and have found that the particular cafes follow naturally from them, that the hiftories of all nations are only confequences of them, and that every particular law is connected with another law, or depends on fome other of a more general extent. When I have been obliged to look back into antiquity, I have endeavoured to affume the spirit of the ancients, left I fhould confider thofe things as alike which are really different, and left I fhould mifs the differences of thofe which appear to be alike. I have not drawn my principles from my prejudices, but from the nature of things. Here a great many truths will not appear till we have feen the chain which connects them with others. The more we enter into particulars, the more we fhall perceive the certainty of the principles on which they are founded. I have not even given all thefe particulars, for who could mention them all without a moft infupportable fatigue? The reader will not here meet with any of thofe bold flights which feem to characterize the works of the prefent age. When things are examined with never fo fmall a degree of extent, the fallies of imagination muft vanifh. Thefe generally arife from the mind's collecting all its powers to view only one fide of the fubjeft, while it leaves the other unobferved. I write not to cenfure any thing eftablifhed in any country whatfoever. Every nation will here find the reafons on which its maxims are founded, and this will be the natural inference. That to propofe alterations belongs only to thofe who are fo happy as to be born with a genius capable of penetrating the entire conftitution of a ftate. It is not a matter of indifference that the minds of the people be enlightened. The prejudices of magiftrates have arifen from national prejudice. In a time of ignorance they have committed even the greateft evils without the leaft fcruple. But in an enlightened age they even tremble while conferring the greateft bleffings. They perceive the ancient abufes, they fee how they muft be reformed, but they are fenfible alfo of the abufes of a reformation. They let the evil continue, if they fear a worfe. They are content with a leffer good, if they doubt a greater. They examine into the parts, to judge of them in connexion, and they examine all the caufes, to difcover their different effedts. Could I but fucceed fo as to afford new reafons to every man to love his prince, his country, his laws ; new reafons to render him more fenfible in every nation and every government of the bleffing he enjoys, I fhould think myfelf the moft happy of mortals. Could I but fucceed fo as to perfuade thofe who command to increafe their knowledge in what they ought to prefcribe, and thofe who obey to find a new pleafure refulting from obedience, the moft happy of mortals fhould I think myfelf, could I contribute to make mankind recover from their prejudices. By prejudices I here mean, not that which renders men ignorant of fome particular things, but whatever renders them ignorant of themfelves. It is in endeavouring to inftruft mankind that we are beft able to praftife that general virtue which comprehends the love of all. Man, that flexible being, conforming in fociety to the thoughts and impreffions of others, is equally capable of knowing his own nature, whenever it is laid open to his view, and of lofing the very fenfe of it, when this idea is banifhed from his mind. Often have I begun, and as often have I laid afide this undertaking. Often I have begun, and as often I have laid afide this undertaking. I have 1,000 times given the leaves I have written to the winds. I every day felt my paternal hands fall. I have followed my object without any fixed plan. I have known neither rules nor exceptions. I have found the truth only to lofe it again. But when I once difcovered my firft principles, every thing I fought for appeared, and in the courfe of 20 years I have feen my work begun, growing up, advanced to maturity, and finifhed. If this work meets with fuccefs, I fhall owe it chiefly to the grandeur and majefty of the fubjeft. However, I do not think that I have been totally deficient in point of genius. When I have feen what fo many great men both in France, England, and Germany have faid before me, I have been loft in admiration. But I have not loft my courage. I have faid with Correggio, and I alfo am a painter. End of Preface. Advertifement of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Brède and Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Advertifement. 1. For the better underftanding of the firft 4 books of this work, it is to be obferved, that what I diftinguifh by the nature of virtue in a republic, is the love of one's country, that is, the love of equality. It is not a moral nor a Chriftian, but a political virtue, and it is the fpring which fets the republican government in motion, as honor is the fpring which gives motion to monarchy. Hence it is that I have diftinguifhed the love of one's country and of equality by the appellation of political virtue. My ideas are new, and therefore I have been obliged to find new words, or to give new acceptations to old terms, in order to convey my meaning. They who unacquainted with this particular have made me fay fome moft ftrangeft abfurdities, fuch as would be fhocking in any part of the world, becaufe in all countries and governments morality is a requifite. 2. The reader is alfo to notice, that there is a vaft difference between faying, that a certain quality, modification of the mind, or virtue, is not the fpring by which government is actuated, and affirming that it is not to be found in that government. Were I to fay fuch a will or fuch a pinion is not the fpring which fets the watch going, can you infer thence that they are not to be found in the watch? So far is it from being true, that the moral and Chriftian virtues are excluded from monarchy, that even political virtue is not excluded. In a word, honor is found in a republic, though its fpring be political virtue ; and political virtue is found in a monarchical government, though it be actuated by honor. To conclude, the honeft man, whom we treat in the 3d book, chap. 5, is not the Chriftian, but the political honeft man, who is poffeffed of the political virtue there mentioned. He is the man who loves the laws of his countries, and who is actuated by the love of thofe laws. I have fet thefe matters in a clearer light in the prefent edition, by giving a more precife meaning to my expreffion. And in moft places where I have made ufe of the word virtue, I have taken care to add the term political. End of advertifement. Book 1 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 1 of Laws in General. Chapter 1 of the Relation of Laws to different Beings. Laws, in their moft general signification, are the neceffary relations arifing from the nature of things. In this fenfe, all beings have their laws, the Deity his laws, the material world its laws, the intelligences fuperior to man their laws, the beaft their laws, and man his laws. They who aflert that a blind fatality produced the various effedts we behold in this world, talk very abfurdly. For can any thing be more unreafonable than to pretend that a blind fatality could be produftive of intelligent beings? There is then a prime reafon, and laws of the relations fubfifting between it and different beings, and the relation of thofe to one another. God is related to the univerfe, as creator and preferver. The laws by which he created all things are thofe by which he preferves them. He acts according to thefe rules, becaufe he knows them. He knows them becaufe he made them, and he made them becaufe they are in relation to his wifdom and power. Since we obferve that the world, though formed by the motion of matter, and void of underftanding, fubfifts fo long a fucceffion of ages, its motions muft certainly be direded by invariable laws. And could we imagine another world, it muft alfo have conftant rules, or it would inevitably perifh. Thus the creation, which feems an arbitrary aft, fuppofes laws as invariable as thofe of the fatality of the atheifts. It would be abfurd to fay that the Creator might govern the world without thofe rules, fince without them it could not fubfift. Thefe rules are a fixed and invariable relation. In bodies moved, the motion is received, increafed, diminifhed, or loft, according to the relations of the quantity of matter and velocity. Each diversity is uniformity, each change is constancy. Particular intelligent beings may have laws of their own making, but they had fome likewife which they never made. Before there were intelligent beings, they were poffible ; they had therefore poffible relations, and confequently poffible laws. Before laws were made, there were relations of poffible juftice. To fay that there is nothing juft or unjuft but what is commanded or forbidden by pofitive laws, is the fame as faying that before the defcribing of a circle, all the radii were not equal. We muft therefore acknowledge relations of juftice antecedent to the pofitive law by which they are eftablifhed. As for inftance, if human focieties exifted, it would be right to conform to their laws. If there were intelligent beings that had received a benefit of another being, they ought to (hew their gratitude. If one intelligent being had created another intelligent being, the latter ought to continue in its original ftate of dependence. If one intelligent being injures another, it deferves a retaliation, and fo on. But the intelligent world is far from being fo well governed as the phyfical. For though the former has alfo its laws, which are of their own nature and are invariable, it does not conform to them fo exactly as the phyfical world. This is becaufe, on the one hand, particular intelligent beings are of a finite nature, and confequently liable to error ; and on the other hand, their nature requires them to be free agents. Hence they do not fteadily conform to their primitive laws, and even thofe of their own inftituting they frequently infringe. Whether brutes be governed by the general laws of motion, or by a particular movement, we cannot determine. Be that as it may, they have not a more intimate relation to God than the reft of the material world, and fenfation is of no other ufe to them in the relation they have either to other particular beings or to themfelves. By the allurement of pleafure, they preferve the individual, and by the fame allurement they preferve their fpecies. They have natural laws, becaufe they are united by fenfation ; pofitive laws they have none, becaufe they are not connected by knowledge. And yet they do not invariably conform to their natural laws. Thefe are better obferved by vegetables, that have neither underftanding nor fenfe. Brutes are deprived of the high advantages which we have, but they have fome which we have not. They have not our hopes, but they are without our fears. They are fubjeft like us to death, but without knowing it. Even moft of them are more attentive than we to felf*prefervation, and do not make fo bad a ufe of their paflions. Man, as a phyfical being, is like other bodies governed by invariable laws. As an intelligent being, he inceffantly tranfgreffes the laws eftablifhed by God, and changes thofe of his own inftituting. He is left to his private diredtion. Though a limited being, and fubjeft, like all finite intelligences, to ignorance and error, even his imperfeft knowledge he lofes ; and as a fenfible creature, he is hurried away by 1,000 impetuous paflions. Such a being might every inftant forget his Creator. God has therefore reminded him of his duty by the laws of religion. Such a being is liable every moment to forget himfelf. Philofophy has provided againft this by the laws of morality. Formed to live in fociety, he might forget his fellow creatures. Legiflators have therefore by political and civil laws confined him to his duty. CHAP. II. Of the Laws of Nature. Antecedent to the above mentioned laws are thofe of nature, fo called becaufe they derive their force entirely from our frame and exiftence. In order to have a perfeft knowledge of thefe laws, we muft confider man before the eftablifhment of fociety. The laws received in fuch a ftate would be thofe of nature. The law which, impreffing on our mind the idea of a creator, inclines us towards him, is the firft in importance, though not in order, of natural laws. Man in a ftate of nature would have the faculty of knowing, before he had acquired any knowledge. Plain it is, that his firft ideas would not be of a fpeculative nature. He would think of the prefervation of his being, before he would inveftigate its origin. Such a man would feel nothing in himfelf at firft but impotency and weaknefs. His fears and apprehenfions would be exceffive, as appears from inftances, were there any neceffity of proving it, of favages found in forefts, trembling at the motion of a leaf, and flying from every fhadow. In this ftate every man, inftead of being fenfible of his equality, would fancy himfelf inferior. There would therefore be no danger of their attacking one another. Peace would be the firft law of nature. The natural impulfe or defire which Hobbes attributes to mankind of fubduing one another, is far from being well founded. The idea of empire and dominion is fo complex, and depends on fo many other notions, that it could never be the firft which occurred to the human underftanding. Hobbes enquires, for what reafon go men armed, and have locks and keys to faften their doors, if they be not naturally in a ftate of war? But is it not obvious that he attributes to mankind before the eftablifhment of fociety, what can happen but in confequence of this eftablifhment, which furnifhes them with motives for hoftile attacks and felf*defence? Next, to a fenfe of his weaknefs, man would foon find that of his wants. Hence another law of nature would prompt him to feek for nourifhment. Fear, I have obferved, would induce men to fhun one another ; but the marks of this fear being reciprocal, would foon engage them to affociate. Befides, this affociation would quickly follow from the pleafure one animal feels at the approach of another of the fame fpecies. Again, the attraction arifing from the difference of fexes would enhance this pleafure, and the natural inclination they have for each other would form a third law. Befides the fenfe or inftinft which man poffefles in common with brutes, he has the advantage of acquired knowledge, and thence arifes a fecond tie which brutes have not. Mankind have therefore a new motive of uniting, and a fourth law of nature refults from the defire of living in fociety. CHAPTER III. Of Positive Laws. As foon as man enters into a ftate of fociety, he lofes the fenfe of his weaknefs, equality ceafes, and then commences the ftate of war. Each particular fociety begins to feel its ftrength, whence arifes a ftate of war between different nations. The individual likewife of each fociety becomes fenfible of their force ; hence the principal advantages of this fociety they endeavour to convert to their own emolument, which conftitutes a ftate of war between individuals. Thefe two different kinds of ftates give rife to human laws. Confidered as inhabitants of fo great a planet, which neceffarily contains a variety of nations, they have laws relating to their mutual intercourfe, which is what we call the law of nations. As members of a fociety that muft be properly fupported, they have laws relating to the governors and the governed ; and this we diftinguifh by the name of politic law. They have alfo another fort of law, as they ftand in relation to each other, by which is underftood the civil law. The law of nations is naturally founded on this principle, that different nations ought in time of peace to do one another all the good they can, and in time of war as little injury as poffible, without prejudicing their real interefts. The object of war is victory, that of victory is conqueft, and that of conqueft prefervation. From this and the preceding principle, all thofe rules are derived which conftitute the law of nations. All countries have a law of nations, not excepting the Iroquois themfelves, though they devour their prifoners ; for they fend and receive ambafladors, and underftand the rights of war and peace. The mifchief is that their law of nations is not founded on true principles. Befides the law of nations relating to all focieties, there is a polity or civil conftitution for each particularly concerned. No fociety can fubfift without a form of government. The united ftrength of individuals, as Gravina well obferves, conftitutes what we call the body politic. The general ftrength may be in the hands of a fingle perfon or of many. Some think that nature having eftablifhed paternal authority, the moft natural government was that of a fingle perfon. But the example of paternal authority proves nothing. For if the power of a father relates to a fingle government, that of brothers after the death of a father, and that of coufins, german after the deceafe of brothers, refer to a government of many, the political power neceffarily comprehends the union of feveral families. Better is it to fay, that the government moft conformable to nature is that which beft agrees with the humour and difpofition of the people in whofe favour it is eftablifhed. The ftrength of individuals cannot be united without a conjunction of all their wills. The conjunction of thofe wills, as Gravina again very juftly obferves, is what we call the civil ftate. Law in general is human reafon, inafmuch as it governs all the inhabitants of the earth. The political and civil laws of each nation ought to be only the particular cafes in which human reafon is applied. They fhould be adapted in fuch a manner to the people for whom they are framed, that it fhould be a great chance if thofe of one nation fuit another. They fhould be in relation to the nature and principle of each government, whether they form it, as may be faid of politic laws, or whether they fupport it, as in the cafe of civil inftitutions. They fhould be in relation to the climate of each country, to the quality of its foils, to its fituation and extent, to the principal occupation of the natives, whether hufbandmen, huntsmen, or fhepherds. They fhould have relation to the degree of liberty which the conftitution will bear, to the religion of the inhabitants, to their inclinations, riches, numbers, commerce, manners, and cuftoms. In fine, they have relations to each other, as alfo to their origin, to the intent of the legiflator, and to the order of things on which they are eftablifhed ; in all of which different lights they ought to be confidered. This is what I have undertaken to perform in the following work. Thefe relations I fhall examine, fince all thefe together conftitute what I call the spirit of laws. I have not feparated the political from the civil inftitutions, as I do not pretend to treat of laws, but of their spirit. And as this spirit confifts in the various relation which the laws may bear to different objects, it is not fo much my bufinefs to follow the natural order of laws, as that of thefe relations and objects. I fhall firft examine the relations which laws bear to the nature and principle of each government ; and as this principle has a ftrong influence on laws, I fhall make it my ftudy to underftand it thoroughly ; and if I can but once eftablifh it, the laws will foon appear to flow thence as from their fources. I fhall proceed afterwards to other and more particular relations. End of Chapter 3, and end of Book 1 of the Spirit of Laws. Book 2 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 2 of Laws directly derived from the nature of government. Chapter 1. Of the nature of the 3 different governments. There are 3 fpecies of government, republican, monarchical, and defpotic. In order to difcover their nature, it is fufficient to recollect the common notion, which fuppofes 3 definitions, or rather 3 facts. That a republican government is that in which the body, or only a part of the people, is poffeffed of the fupreme power. Monarchy, that in which a fingle perfon governs by a fixed and eftablifhed laws. A defpotic government, that in which a fingle perfon diredts every thing by his own will and caprice. That is what I call the nature of each government. We muft now enquire into thefe laws, which directly conform to this nature, and confequently are the fundamental inftitutions. CHAP. 2. Of the Republican Government, and the Laws in relation to Democracy. When the body of the people is poffeffed of the fupreme power, it is called a democracy. When the fupreme power is lodged in the hands of a part of the people, it is then an ariftocracy. In a democracy, the people are in fome refpedts the fovereign, and in others the fubjeft. There can be no exercife of fovereignty but by the fuffrages, which are their own will. Now the fovereign's will is the fovereign himfelf. The law therefore which eftablifhes the right of fuffrage are fundamental to this government. And indeed it is as important to regulate in a republic, in what manner, by whom, to whom, and concerning what, fuffrages are to be given, as it is in a monarchy to know who is the prince, and after what manner he ought to govern. Libanius fays that at Athens a ftranger who intermeddled in the affemblies of the people was punifhed with death. This is becaufe fuch a man ufurped the rights of fovereignty. It is an effential point to fix the number of citizens who are to form the public affemblies. Otherwife it would be uncertain whether the whole or only a part of the people had given their votes. At Sparta the number was fixed at 10,000. But Rome, defigned by Providence to rife from the weakeft beginnings to the higheft pitch of grandeur, Rome, doomed to experience all the viciflitudes of fortune. Rome, who had fometimes all her inhabitants without her walls, and fometimes all Italy, and a confiderable part of the world within them, Rome, I fay, never fixed the number, and this was one of the principal caufes of her ruin. The people, in whom the fupreme power refides, ought to have the management of every thing within their reach. That which exceeds their abilities muft be conducted by their minifters. But they cannot properly be faid to have their minifters without the power of nominating them. It is therefore a fundamental maxim in this government, that the people fhould chufe their minifters, that is, their magiftrates. They have occafion, as well as monarchs, and even more fo, to be direded by a council or fenate. But to have a proper confidence in thefe, they fhould have the chufing of the members, whether the election be made by themselves, as at Athens, or by some magistrate deputed for that purpofe, as on certain occafions was cuftomary at Rome. The people are extremely well qualified for chufing thofe whom they are to entruft with part of their authority. They have only to be determined by things to which they cannot be ftrangers, and by facts that are obvious to fenfe. They can tell when a perfon has fought many battles, and been crowned with fuccefs. They are therefore capable of eledling a general. They can tell when a judge is affiduous in office, gives general fatisfadion, and has never been charged with bribery. This is fufficient for chufing a praetor. They are ftruck with the magnificence or riches of a fellow citizen. No more is requifite for eledling an aedile. Thefe are facts of which they can have better information in a public forum than a monarch in his palace. But are they capable of conducting an intricate affair, of feizing and improving the opportunity and critical moment of action? No, this furpaffes their ability. Should we doubt the people's natural capacity in refpeft to the difcernment of merit, we need only caft an eye on the feries of furprizing eledlions made by the Athenians and Romans, which no one furely will attribute to hazard. We know that though the people of Rome affumed the right of raifing plebeians to public offices, yet they never would exert this power. And though at Athens the magiftrates were allowed, by the law of Aristides, to be eledled from all the different clafles of inhabitants, there never was a cafe, fays Xenophon, when the common people petitioned for employments, which could endanger either their fecurity or their glory. As moft citizens have fufficient ability to chufe, though unqualified to be chofen, fo the people, though capable of calling others to an account for their adminiftration, are incapable of conducting the adminiftration themfelves. The public bufinefs muft be carried on with a certain motion, neither too quick nor too flow. But the motion of the people is always either too remifs or too violent. Sometimes with 100,000 arms they overturn all before them, and fometimes with 100,000 feet they creep like infedts. In a populous ftate, the inhabitants are divided into certain clafles. It is in the manner of making this divifion that great legiflators have fignalized themfelves, and it is on this the duration and profperity of democracy have ever depended. Servius Tullius followed the spirit of ariftocracy in the diftribution of his clafles. We find in Livy and in Dionyfius Halicarnassus in what manner he lodged the right of fuffrage in the hands of the principal citizens. He had divided the people of Rome into 193 centuries, which formed 6 clafles, and ranking the rich, who were in fmall numbers in the firft centuries, and thofe in the middling circumftances, who were more numerous in the next, he flung the indigent multitude into the laft. And as each century had but one vote, it was property rather than numbers that decided the election. Solon divided the people of Athens into 4 clafles. In this he was direded by the spirit of democracy, his intention not being to fix thofe who were to chufe, but fuch as were eligible. Therefore, leaving to every citizen the right of election, he made the judges eligible from each of thofe 4 clafles, but the magiftrates he ordered to be chofen only out of the firft 3, confifting of perfons of eafy fortunes. As the divifion of thofe who have a right of fuffrage is a fundamental law in republics, fo the manner of giving this fuffrage is another fundamental. The fuffrage by lot is natural to democracy, as that by choice is to ariftocracy. The fuffrage by lot is a method of eleding that offends no one, but animates each citizen with the pleafing hope of ferving his country. Yet as this method is in itfelf defeftive, it has been the endeavour of the moft eminent legiflators to regulate and amend it. Solon made a law at Athens, that military employment fhould be conferred by choice, but that fenators and judges fhould be eleded by lot. The fame legiflator ordained that civil magiftracies, attended with great expence, fhould be given by choice, and the others by lot. In order, however, to amend the fuffrage by lot, he made a rule that none but thofe who prefented themfelves fhould be eleded, and that the perfon eleded fhould be examined by judges, and that every one should have a right to accufe him if he were unworthy of the office. This participated at the fame time of the fuffrage by lot, and that of by choice. When the time of their magiftracy had expired, they were obliged to fubmit to another judgment in regard to their conduct. Perfons utterly unqualified muft have been extremely backward in giving their names to be drawn by lot. The law which determines the manner of giving fuffrage is likewife fundamental in a democracy. It is a queftion of fome importance whether the fuffrages ought to be public or fecret. Cicero obferves that the laws which rendered them fecret towards the clofe of the republic were the caufe of its decline. But as this is differently praftifed in different republics, I fhall offer here my thoughts concerning this fubjeft. The people's fuffrages ought doubtlefs to be public, and this fhould be confidered as a fundamental law of democracy. The lower clafs ought to be direded by thofe of a higher rank, and reftrained within bounds by the gravity of eminent personages. Hence, by rendering the fuffrages fecret in the Roman republic, all was loft. It was no longer poffible to direft a populace that fought its own deftrudion. But when the body of the nobles are to vote in ariftocracy, or in a democracy the fenate, as the bufinefs is then only to prevent intrigues, the fuffrage cannot be too fecret. Intriguing in a fenate is dangerous. It is dangerous alfo in a body of nobles, but not fo among the people, whofe nature is to aft through paffion. In countries where they have no fhare in the government, we often fee them as much inflamed on account of an aftor, as ever they could be for the welfare of the ftate. The misfortune of a republic is when intrigues are at an end, which happens when the people are gained by bribery and corruption. In this cafe they grow indifferent to public affairs, and avarice becomes their predominant paffion. Unconcerned about the government and every thing belonging to it, they quietly wait for their hire. It is likewife a fundamental law in democracies, that the people fhould have the fole power to enaft laws ; and yet there are 1,000 occafions on which it is neceffary the fenate fhould have the power of decreeing, nay, it is frequently proper to make fome trial of a law before it is eftablifhed. The conftitutions of Rome and Athens were excellent. The decrees of the fenate had the force of laws for the fpace of a year, but did not become perpetual till they were ratified by the confent of the people. CHAP. III. Of the Laws in relation to the Nature of Ariftocracy. In an ariftocracy, the fupreme power is lodged in the hands of a certain number of perfons. Thefe are invefted both with the legiflative and executive authority, and the reft of the people are, in refpeft to them, the fame as the fubjects of a monarchy in regard to the fovereign. They do not vote here by lot, for this would be productive of inconveniencies only. And indeed, in a government where the moft mortifying diftinctions are already eftablifhed, though they were to be chofen by lot, ftill they would not ceafe to be odious. It is the nobleman they envy, and not the magiftrate. When the nobility are numerous, there muft be a fenate to regulate the affairs which the body of the nobles are incapable of deciding, and to prepare others for their decifion. In this cafe it may be faid, that the ariftocracy is in fome meafure in the fenate, the democracy in the body of the nobles, and the people are a cypher. It would be a very happy thing in an ariftocracy, if the people, in fome meafure, could be raifed from this ftate of annihilation. Thus at Genoa, the Bank of St. George being adminiftered by the people, gives them a certain influence in the government, whence their whole profperity is derived. The fenators ought by no means to have the right of naming their own members, for this would be the only way to perpetuate abufes. At Rome, which in its early years was a kind of ariftocracy, the fenate did not fill up the vacant places in their own body. The new members were nominated by the cenfors. In a republic, the fudden rife of a private citizen to the exorbitant power produces monarchy, or fomething more than monarchy. In the latter, the laws have been provided for, or in fome meafure adapted themfelves to, the conftitution, and the principle of government checks the monarch. But in a republic, where a private citizen has obtained an exorbitant power, the abufe of this power is much greater, becaufe the laws forfaw it not, and confequently made no provifion againft it. There is an exception to this rule, when the conftitution is fuch as to have immediate need of a magiftrate invefted with extraordinary power. Such was Rome with her dictators, fuch is Venice with her ftate inquifitors. Thefe are formidable magiftrates, who reftore, as it were by violence, the ftate to its liberty. But how comes it that thefe magiftracies are fo very different in thefe two republics? It is becaufe Rome fupported the remains of her ariftocracy againft the people, whereas Venice employs her ftate inquifitors to maintain her ariftocracy againft the nobles. The confequence was that at Rome the dictatorship could be only of fhort duration, as the people acted through paffion, and not with defign. It was neceffary that a magiftracy of this kind fhould be exercifed with luftre and pomp, the bufinefs being to intimidate and not to punifh the multitude. It was alfo proper that the dictator fhould be created only for fome particular affair, and for this only fhould have an unlimited authority, as he was always created upon fome fudden emergency. On the contrary, at Venice they have occafion for a permanent magiftracy, for here it is that fchemes may be fet on foot, continued, fufpended, and refumed ; that the ambition of a fingle perfon becomes that of a family, and the ambition of one family that of many. They have occafion for a fecret magiftracy, the crimes they punifh being hatched in fecrecy and filence. This magiftracy muft have a general inquifition, for their bufinefs is not to remedy known diforders, but to prevent the unknown. In a word, the latter is defigned to punifh fufpeded crimes, where the former ufed rather menaces than punifhment even for crimes that were openly avowed. In all magiftracies the greatnefs of the power muft be compenfated by the brevity of the duration. This moft legiflators have fixed to a year ; a longer fpace would be dangerous, and a fhorter would be contrary to the nature of government. For who is it that in the management even of his domeftic affairs would be thus confined? At Ragufa the chief magiftrate of the republic is changed every month, the other officers every week, and the governor of the caftle every day. But this can take place only in a fmall republic environed by formidable powers, who might eafily corrupt fuch petty and infignificant magiftrates. The beft ariftocracy is that in which thofe who have no fhare in the legiflature are fo few and inconfiderable, that the governing party have no intereft in oppreffing them. Thus when Antipater made a law at Athens, that whofoever was not worth 2000 drachmas fhould have no power to vote, he formed by this method the beft ariftocracy poffible, becaufe this was fo fmall a fum as to exclude very few, and not one of any rank or confideration in the city. Ariftocratic families ought therefore, as much as poffible, to level themfelves in appearance with the people. The more an ariftocracy borders on democracy, the nearer it approaches perfedion ; and in proportion as it draws towards monarchy, the more it is imperfect. But the moft imperfect of all is that in which the part of the people that obeys is in a ftate of civil fervitude to thofe who command ; as the ariftocracy of Poland, where the peafants are flaves to the nobility. CHAP. IV. Of the Relation of Laws to the Nature of Monarchical Government. The intermediate, fubordinate, and dependent powers conftitute the nature of monarchical government. I mean of that in which a fingle perfon governs by fundamental laws. I faid the intermediate, fubordinate, and dependent powers. And indeed in monarchies the prince is the fource of all power, political and civil. Thefe fundamental laws neceffarily fuppofe the intermediate channels through which the power flows. For if there be only the momentary and capricious will of a fingle perfon to govern the ftate, nothing can be fixed, and of courfe there is no fundamental law. The moft natural, intermediate, and fubordinate power is that of the nobility. This in fome meafure feems to be effential to a monarchy, whofe fundamental maxim is, no monarch, no nobility, no nobility, no monarch. But there may be a defpotic prince. There are men who have endeavoured in fome countries in Europe to fupprefs the jurifdidtion of the nobility, not perceiving that they were driving at the very thing that was done by the parliament of England. Abolifh the privileges of the lords, the clergy, and cities in a monarchy, and you will foon have a popular ftate, or elfe a defpotic government. The courts of a confiderable kingdom in Europe have, for many ages, been ftriking at the patrimonial jurifdidtion of the lords and clergy. We do not pretend to cenfure thefe fage magiftrates, but we leave it to the public to judge how far this may alter the conftitution. Far am I from being prejudiced in the favour of the privileges of the clergy. However, I fhould be glad if their jurifdidtion were once fixed. The queftion is not whether their jurifdidtion was juftly eftablifhed, but whether it be really eftablifhed ; whether it conftitutes a part of the laws of the country, and is in every refpeft in relation to thofe laws ; whether between two powers acknowledged independent, the conditions ought not to be reciprocal ; and whether it be not equally the duty of a good fubjeft to defend the prerogative of the prince, and to maintain the limits which from time immemorial have been prefcribed to his authority. Though the ecclefiaftic power be fo dangerous in a republic, yet it is extremely popular in a monarchy, efpecially of the abfolute kind. What would become of Spain and Portugal, fince the fubverfion of their laws, were it not for this only barrier againft the incurfions of arbitrary power? A barrier ever ufeful when there is no other ; for fince a defpotic government is produftive of the moft dreadful calamities to human nature, the very evil that reftrains it is beneficial to the fubjeft. In the fame manner as the ocean, threatening to overflow the whole earth, is flopped by weeds and pebbles that lie fcattered along the fhore ; fo monarchs, whofe power feems unbounded, are reftrained by the fmalleft obftacles, and fuffer their natural pride to be fubdued by fupplication and prayer. The Englifh, to favour their liberty, have abolifhed all the intermediate powers of which their monarchy was compofed. They have a great deal of reafon to be jealous of this liberty. Were they ever to be fo unhappy as to lofe it, they would be one of the moft fervile nations upon earth. Mr. Law, through ignorance both of a republican and monarchical conftitution, was one of the greateft promoters of abfolute power ever known in Europe. Befides the violent and extraordinary changes owing to his diredion, he would fain fupprefs all the intermediate ranks, and abolifh the political communities. He was diflolving the monarchy by his chimerical reimburfements, and feemed as if he even wanted to redeem the conftitution. It is not enough to have intermediate powers in a monarchy ; there muft be alfo a depoftary of the laws. This depoftary can only be the judges of the fupreme courts of juftice, who promulgate the new laws, and revive the obfolete. The natural ignorance of the nobility, their indolence and contempt of civil government, require that there fhould be a body invefted with the power of reviving and executing the laws, which would be otherwife buried in oblivion. The prince's council are not a proper depoftary. They are naturally the depoftary of the momentary will of the prince, and not of the fundamental laws. Befides, the prince's council is continually changing ; it is neither permanent nor numerous, neither has it fufficient fhare of the confidence of the people. Confequently it is capable of fetting them right in difficult conjunftures, or of reducing them to proper obedience. Defpotic governments, where there are no fundamental laws, have no fuch kind of depoftary. Hence it is that religion has generally fo much influence in thefe countries, becaufe it forms a kind of permanent depoftary. And if this cannot be faid of religion, it may of the cuftoms that are refpeded inftead of laws. CHAP. V. Of the Laws in relation to the Nature of a defpotic Government. From the nature of defpotic power, it follows that the fingle perfon, invefted with this power, commits the execution of it alfo to a fingle perfon. A man whom his fenfes continually inform that he himfelf is every thing, and that his fubjedls are nothing, is naturally lazy, voluptuous, and ignorant. In confequence of this, he negledts the management of public affairs. But were he to commit the adminiftration to many, there would be continual difputes among them ; each would form intrigues to be his firft flave, and he would be obliged to take the reins into his own hands. It is therefore more natural for him to refign it to a vizier, and to inveft him with the fame power as himfelf. For creation of a vizier is a fundamental law of this government. It is related of a pope, that he had ftarted an infinite number of difficulties againft his election, from a thorough conviction of his incapacity. At length he was prevailed on to accept of the pontificate, and refigned the adminiftration entirely to his nephew. He was foon ftruck with furprize, and faid, I fhould never have thought that thefe things were fo eafy. The fame may be faid of the princes of the Eaft, who being educated in a prifon where eunuchs corrupt their hearts and debafe their underftandings, and where they are frequently kept ignorant even of their high rank, when drawn forth in order to be placed on the throne, are at firft confounded, but as foon as they have chofen a vizir, and abandoned themfelves in the feraglio to the moft brutal paflions, purfuing in the midft of a proftituted courfe every capricious extravagance, they would never have dreamed that they could find matters fo eafy. The more extenfive the empire, the larger the feraglio, and confequently the more voluptuous the prince. Hence the more nations fuch a fovereign has to rule, the lefs he attends to the cares of government ; the more important his affairs, the lefs he makes them the fubjeft of his deliberations. End of Chapter 4. End of Book 2 of Spirit of Laws. Book 3 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 3 of the Principles of the three kinds of Government. Chapter 1. Difference between the Nature and Principle of Government. Having examined the laws in relation to the nature of each government, we muft inveftigate thofe which relate to its principle. There is this difference between the nature and principle of government, that the former is that by which it is conftituted, the latter that by which it is made to aft. One is its particular ftructure, and the other the human paflions which fet it in motion. Now laws ought no lefs to relate to the principle than to the nature of each government. We muft therefore inquire into this principle, which fhall be the fubjeft of this third book. CHAPTER II. Of the Principle of different Governments. I have already obferved that it is the nature of a republican government, that either the collective body of the people, or particular families, should be poflefled of the fupreme power ; of a monarchy, that the prince should have this power, but in the execution of it should be direded by eftablifhed laws ; of a defpotic government, that a fingle perfon should rule according to his own will and caprice. This enables me to difcover their three principles, which are thence naturally derived. I fhall begin with a republican government, and in particular with that of democracy. CHAPTER III. Of the Principle of Democracy. There is no great fhare of probity neceffary to fupport a monarchical or defpotic government. The force of laws in one, and the prince's arm in the other, are fufficient to direft and maintain the whole. But in a popular ftate, one fpring more is neceffary, namely virtue. What I have here advanced is confirmed by the unanimous teftimony of hiftorians, and is extremely agreeable to the nature of things. For it is clear that in a monarchy, where he who commands the execution of the laws generally thinks himfelf above them, there is lefs need of virtue than in a popular government, where the perfon entrufted with the execution of the laws is fenfible of his being fubjeft to their diredtion. Clear is it alfo that a monarch, who through bad advice or indolence ceafes to enforce the execution of the laws, may eafily repair the evil. He has only to follow other advice, or to fhake off this indolence. But when in a popular government there is a fufpenfion of the laws, as this can proceed only from the corruption of a republic, the ftate is certainly undone. A very droll fpedtacle it was in the laft century to behold the impotent efforts of the Englifh towards the eftablifhment of a democracy, as they who had a fhare in the diredtion of public affairs were void of virtue, as their ambition was inflamed by the fuccefs of the moft daring of their members, as the prevailing parties were fuccefsfully animated by the fpirit of faction, the government was continually changing. The people, amazed at fo many revolutions, in vain attempted to erect a commonwealth. At length, when the country had undergone the moft violent fhocks, they were obliged to have recourfe to the very government which they had fo wantonly profcribed. When Cilia thought of reftoring Rome to her liberty, this unhappy city was incapable of receiving that bleffing. She had only the feeble remains of virtue, which were continually diminifhing. Inftead of being roufed from her lethargy by Caefar, Tiberius, Caius Claudius, Nero, and Domitian, fhe riveted every day her chains. If fhe ftruck fome blows, her aim was at the tyrant, not at the tyranny. The politic Greeks, who lived under a popular government, knew no other fupport than virtue. The modern inhabitants of that country are entirely taken up with manufacture, commerce, finances, opulence, and luxury. When virtue is banifhed, ambition invades the minds of thofe who are difpofed to receive it, and avarice poffefles the whole community. The objeds of their defires are changed. What they were fond of before has become indifferent. They were free while under the reftraint of laws, but they would fain now be free to aft againft law. And as each citizen is like a flave who has run away from his mafter, that which was a maxim of equity he calls rigour, that which was a rule of aftion he ftyles conftraint, and to precaution he gives the name of fear. Frugality, and not the thirft of gain, now pafles for avarice. Formerly the wealth of individuals conftituted the public treafure, but now this has become the patrimony of private perfons. The members of the commonwealth riot on the public fpoils, and its ftrength is only the power of a few, and the licence of many. Athens was poffeffed of the fame number of forces when fhe triumphed fo glorioufly, as when with fuch infamy fhe was enflaved. She had 20,000 citizens when fhe defended the Greeks againft the Perfians, when fhe contended for empire with Sparta, and invaded Sicily. She had 20,000 when Demetrius Phalereus numbered them as flaves, are told by the head in the market place. When Philip attempted to lord it over Greece, and appeared at the gates of Athens, fhe had even then loft nothing but time. We may fee in Demofthenes how difficult it was to awaken her. She dreaded Philip, not as the enemy of her liberty, but of her pleafures. This famous city, which had withftood fo many defeats, and having been fo often deftroyed, had as often rifen out of her afhes, was overthrown at Chaeronea, and at one blow deprived of all hopes of refource. What did it avail her that Philip fends back her prifoners, if he does not return her men? It was ever after as eafy to triumph over the forces of Athens, as it had been difficult to fubdue her virtue. How was it poffible for Carthage to maintain her ground, when Hannibal, upon his being made praetor, endeavoured to hinder the magiftrates from plundering the republic? Did not they complain of him to the Romans? Wretches, who would fain be citizens without a city, and be beholden for their riches to their very deftroyers. Rome foon infifted upon having 300 of their principal citizens as hoftages. She obliged them next to furrender their arms and fhips, and then fhe declared war. From the defperate efforts of this defencelefs city, one may judge of what fhe might have performed in her full vigour, and affifted by virtue. CHAP. 4. Of the Principle of Ariftocracy. As virtue is neceffary in a popular government, it is a requifite alfo in an ariftocracy. True it is that in the latter it is not fo abfolute requifite. The people, who in refpeft to the nobility are the fame as the fubjeds with regard to a monarch, are reftrained by their laws. They have therefore less occafion for virtue than the people in a democracy. But how are the nobility to be reftrained? They who are to execute the laws againft their colleagues will immediately perceive that they are acting againft themfelves. Virtue is therefore neceffary in this body from the very nature of the conftitution. An ariftocratic government has an inherent vigour unknown to democracy. The nobles form a body, who by their prerogative and for their own particular intereft reftrain the people. It is fufficient that there are laws in being to fee them executed. But eafy as it may be for the body of the nobles to reftrain the people, it is difficult to reftrain themfelves. Such is the nature of this conftitution, that it feems to fubjeft the very fame perfons to the power of the laws, and at the fame time to exempt them. Now fuch a body as this can reftrain itfelf only in two ways : either by a very eminent virtue, which puts the nobility in fome meafure on a level with the people, and may be the means of forming a great republic ; or by an inferior virtue, which puts them at leaft upon a level with one another, and upon this their prefervation depends. Moderation is therefore the very foul of this government, a moderation I mean founded on virtue, not that which proceeds from indolence and pusillanimity. CHAP. V. That Virtue is not the Principle of a Monarchical Government. In monarchies, policy effeds great things with as little virtue as poffible. Thus in the niceft machines, art has reduced the number of movements, fprings, and wheels. The ftate fubfifts independently of the love of our country, of the thirft of true glory, of felf*denial, of the facrifice of our deareft interefts, and of all thofe heroic virtues which we admire in the ancients, and to us are known only by tradition. The laws fupply here the place of thofe virtues ; they are by no means wanted, and the ftate difpenfes with them. An action performed here in fecret is in fome meafure of no confequence. Though all crimes be in their own nature public, yet there is a diftinction between crimes really public, and thofe that are private, which are fo called becaufe they are more injurious to individuals than to the community. Now in republics, private crimes are more public, that is, they attack the conftitution more than they do individuals ; and in monarchies, public crimes are more private, that is, they are more prejudicial to private people than to the conftitution. I beg that no one will be offended with what I have been faying. My obfervations are founded on the unanimous teftimony of hiftorians. I am not ignorant that virtuous princes are fo very rare ; but I venture to affirm that in a monarchy it is extremely difficult for the people to be virtuous. Let us compare what the hiftorians of all ages have afferted concerning the courts of monarchs. Let us recollect the converfations and fentiments of people of all countries, in refpeft to the wretched characters of courtiers, and we fhall find thefe are not airy fpeculations, but truths confirmed by a fad and melancholy experience. Ambition in idlenefs, meannefs mixt with pride, a defire of riches without induftry, averfion to truth, flattery, perfidy, violation of engagements, contempt of civil duties, fear of the prince's virtue, hope from his weaknefs, but above all, a perpetual ridicule caft upon virtue, are, I think, the characteriftics by which moft courtiers in all ages and countries have been conftantly diftinguifhed. Now it is exceedingly difficult for the leading men of nations to be knaves, and the inferior fort to be honeft ; for the former to be cheats, and the latter to reft fatisfied with being only dupes. But if there fhould chance to be fome unlucky honeft man among the people, Cardinal Richelieu in his political teflament feems to hint that a prince fhould take care not to employ him. So true is it, that virtue is not the fpring of this government. It is not indeed excluded, but it is not the fpring of this government. CHAP. VI. In what manner Virtue is fupplied in a monarchical government. But it is high time for me to have done with this fubjeft, left I fhould be fufpeded of writing a fatire againft monarchical government. Far be it from me, if monarchy wants one fpring, it is provided with another. Honor, that is, the prejudice of every perfon and rank, fupplies the place of the political virtue of which I have been fpeaking, and is every where her reprefentative. Here it is capable of infpiring the moft glorious actions, and joined with the force of laws, may lead us to the end of government as well as virtue itfelf. Hence in well regulated monarchies, they are almoft all good fubjeds, and very few good men. For to be a good man, a good intention is neceffary, and we fhould love our country, not fo much on our own account, as out of regard to the community. CHAP. VII. Of the Principle of Monarchy. A monarchical government fuppofes, as we have already obferved, preeminences and ranks, as likewife a noble defcent. Now fince it is the nature of honor to afpire to preferment and titles, it is properly placed in this government. Ambition is pernicious in a republic, but in a monarchy it has fome good effedts. It gives life to the government, and is attended with this advantage, that it is in no way dangerous, becaufe it may be continually checked. It is with this kind of government as with the fyftem of the univerfe, in which there is a power that conftantly repels all bodies from the center, and a power of gravitation that attracts them to it. Honor fets all the parts of the body politic in motion, and by its very aftion connects them. Thus each individual advances the public good, while he only thinks of promoting his own intereft. True it is that, philofophically fpeaking, it is a falfe honor which moves all the parts of the government ; but even this falfe honor is as ufeful to the public, as true honor could poflibly be to private perfons. Is it not very exacting to oblige men to perform the moft difficult actions, fuch as require an extraordinary exertion of fortitude and refolution, without other recompence than that of glory and applaufe? CHAP. VIII. That honor is not the principle of defpotic government. Honor is far from being the principle of defpotic government. Mankind being here all upon a level, no one perfon can prefer himfelf to another ; and as on the other hand they are all flaves, they can give themfelves no fort of preference. Befides, as honor has its laws and rules, as it knows not how to fubmit, as it depends in a great meafure on a man's own caprice, and not on that of another perfon, it can be found only in countries in which the conftitution is fixed, and where they are governed by fettled laws. How can defpotism abide with honor? The one glories in the contempt of life, and the other is founded on the power of taking it away. How can honor, on the other hand, bear with defpotism? The former has its fixed rules and peculiar caprices, but the latter is direded by no rule, and its own caprices are fubverfive of all others. Honor, therefore a thing unknown in arbitrary governments, fome of which have not even a proper word to exprefs it, is the prevailing principle in monarchies. Here it gives life to the whole body politic, to the laws, and even to the virtues themfelves. CHAP. IX. Of the Principle of defpotic Government. As virtue is neceffary in a republic, and in a monarchy honor, fo fear is neceffary in a defpotic government. With regard to virtue, there is no occafion for it, and honor would be extremely dangerous. Here the immenfe power of the prince devolves entirely upon thofe whom he is pleafed to entruft with the adminiftration. Perfons capable of fetting a value upon themfelves would be likely to create difturbances. Fear muft therefore deprefs their fpirits, and extinguifh even the leaft fenfe of ambition. A moderate government may, whenever it pleafes, and without the leaft danger, relax its fprings. It fupports itfelf by the laws, and by its own internal ftrength. But when a defpotic prince ceafes for one fingle moment to uplift his arm, when he cannot inftantly demolifh thofe whom he has entrufted with the firft employments, all is over ; for as fear, the fpring of this government, no longer fubfifts, the people are left without a protector. It is probably in this fenfe the Cadists maintain that the Grand Signior was not obliged to keep his word or oath, when he limited thereby his authority. It is necessary that the people should be judged by laws, and the great men by the caprice of the prince, that the lives of the loweft fubjeds should be fafe, and the Pafha's head ever in danger. We cannot mention thefe monftrous governments without horror. The Sophy of Perfia, dethroned in our days by Mahomet, the fon of Miraves, faw the conftitution fubverted before this refolution, becaufe he had been too fparing of blood. Hiftory informs us that the horrid cruelties of Domitian ftruck fuch a terror into the governors, that the people recovered themfelves a little during his reign. Thus a torrent overflows one fide of a country, and on the other leaves fields untouched, where the eye is refrefhed by the profpeft of fine meadows. CHAP. 10. Difference of Obedience in moderate and defpotic Governments. In defpotic ftates, the nature of government requires the moft paffive obedience, and when once the prince's will is made known, it ought infallibly to produce its effect. Here they have no limitations or reftriftions, no mediums, terms, equivalents, or remonftrances, no change to propofe. Man is a creature that blindly fubmits to the abfolute will of the fovereign. In a country like this, they are no more allowed to reprefent their apprehenfions of a future danger, than to impute their mifcarriages to the capricioufnefs of fortune. Man's portion here, like that of the beafts, is inftinft, compliance, and punifhment. Little does it then avail to plead the fentiments of nature, filial refpeft, conjugal or parental tendernefs, the laws of honor, or want of health. The order is given, and that is fufficient. In Perfia, when the king has condemned a perfon, it is no longer lawful to mention his name, or to intercede in his favour. Even if the prince were intoxicated or non compos, the decree muft be executed ; otherwife he would contradict himfelf, and the law admits of no contradiction. This has been the way of thinking in that country in all ages. As the order which Ahasuerus gave to exterminate the Jews could not be revoked, they were allowed the liberty of defending themfelves. One thing, however, may be fometimes oppofed to the prince's will, namely religion. They will abandon, nay they will flay a parent, if the prince fo commands, but he cannot oblige them to drink wine. The laws of religion are of a fuperior nature, becaufe they bind the fovereign as well as the fubjeft. But with refpeft to the law of nature, it is otherwife. The prince is no longer fuppofed to be a man. In monarchical and moderate ftates, the power is limited by its very fpring, I mean by honor, which, like a monarch, reigns over the prince and his people. They will not allege to their fovereign the laws of religion. A courtier would be apprehenfive of rendering himfelf ridiculous. But the laws of honor will be appealed to on all occafions. Hence arife the reftriftions neceffary to obedience. Honor is naturally fubjeft to whims, by which the fubjed's fubmiffion will be ever direded. Though the manner of obeying be different in thefe two kinds of government, the power is the fame. On which fide foever the monarch turns, he inclines the fcale and is obeyed. The whole difference is, that in a monarchy the prince receives inftrudions, at the fame time that his minifters have greater abilities, and are more verfed in public affairs, than the minifters of a defpotic government. CHAP. 11. Refledtions on the preceding Chapters. Such are the principles of the three forts of government, which does not imply that in a particular republic they actually are, but they ought to be virtuous. Nor does it prove that in a particular monarchy that they are actuated by honor, or in a particular defpotic government by fear ; but that they ought to be direded by thefe principles, otherwife the government is imperfect. End of Chap. 11. End of Book 3 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 4 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 4. That the Laws of Education ought to be in relation to the Principles of Government. Chapter 1. Of the Laws of Education. The laws of education are the first impreffions we receive, and as they prepare us for civil life, every private family ought to be governed by the plan of that great houfhold which comprehends them all. If the people in general have a principle, the conftituent parts, that is, the feveral families, will have one alfo. The laws of education will be therefore different in each fpecies of government. In monarchies they will have honor for their object, in republics virtue, in defpotic governments fear. CHAPTER II. Of Education in Monarchies. In monarchies, the principal branch of education is not taught in colleges or academies. It commences in fome meafure at our fetting out in the world, for this is the fchool of what we call honor, that univerfal preceptor which ought everywhere to be our guide. Here it is that we conftantly hear three rules or maxims, viz. That we fhould have a certain noblenefs in our virtues, a kind of franknefs in our morals, and a particular politenefs in our behaviour. The virtues we are here taught are lefs what we owe to others than to ourfelves. They are not fo much what draws us towards fociety, as what diftinguifhes us from our fellow citizens. Here the actions of men are judged, not as virtuous, but as fhining; not as juft, but as great; not as reafonable, but as extraordinary. When honor here meets with any thing noble in our actions, it is either a judge that approves them, or fophifts by whom they are excufed. It allows of gallantry when united with the idea of fenfible affection, or with that of conqueft. This is the reafon why we never meet with fo ftrid a purity of morals in monarchies as in republican governments. It allows of cunning and craft, when joined with the notion of greatnefs of foul or importance of affairs, as for inftance in politics, with finefles of which it is far from being offended. It does not forbid adulation, fave when feparated from the idea of a large fortune, and connected only with the fenfe of our mean condition. With regard to morals, I have obferved that the education of monarchies ought to admit of a certain franknefs and open carriage. Truth, therefore, in converfation here is a neceffary point. But is it for the fake of truth? By no means. Truth is a requifite only becaufe a perfon habituated to veracity has an air of boldnefs and freedom ; and indeed a man of this ftamp feems to lay a ftrefs only on the things themfelves, not on the manner in which they are received. Hence it is that in proportion as this kind of franknefs is commended, that of the common people is defpifed, which has nothing but truth and fimplicity for its object. In fine, the education of monarchies requires a certain politenefs of behaviour. Man, a focial animal, is formed to pleafe in fociety, and a perfon that would break through the rules of decency, fo as to fhock thofe he converfed with, would lofe the public efteem, and become incapable of doing any good. But politenefs, generally fpeaking, does not derive its origin from fo pure a fource. It arifes from a defire of diftinguifhing ourfelves. It is pride that renders us polite. We are flattered with being taken notice of for behaviour that fhews we are not of mean condition, and that we have not been bred with thofe who in all ages are confidered the fcum of the people. Politenefs in monarchies is naturalized at court. One man exceffively great renders every body elfe little. Hence that regard which is paid to our fellow fubjeds. Hence that politenefs, equally pleafing to thofe by whom, as to thofe towards whom it is praftifed, becaufe it gives people to underftand that a perfon actually belongs, or at leaft deferves to belong, to the court. A courtly air confifts in quitting a real for a borrowed greatnefs. The latter pleafes the courtier more than the former. It infpires him with a certain difdainful modefty, which fhews itfelf externally, but whofe pride infenfibly diminifhes in proportion to its diftance from the fource of this greatnefs. At court we find a delicacy of tafte in every thing, a delicacy arifing from the conftant ufe of the fuperfluities of life, from the variety and efpecially the fatiety of pleafures, from the multiplicity and even confufion of fancies, which if they are but agreeable, are fure of being well received. Thefe are the things which properly fall within the province of education, in order to form what we call a man of honor, a man poffeffed of all the qualities and virtues requifite in this kind of government. Here it is that honor interferes with every thing, mixing even with the people's manner of thinking, and direding their very principles. To this whimfical honor it is owing that the virtues are only juft what it pleafes. It adds rules of its own invention to every thing prefcribed to us. It extends or limits our duties according to its own fancy, whether they proceed from religion, politics, or morality. There is nothing fo ftrongly inculcated in monarchies by the laws, by religion and honor, as fubmiffion to the prince's will. But this very honor tells us, that the prince never ought to command a difhonourable action, becaufe this would render us incapable of ferving him. Crillon refufed to affaffinate the Duke of Guife, but offered to fight him. After the maffacre of St. Bartholomew, Charles IV, having fent orders to the governors in the feveral provinces for the Huguenots to be murdered, Viscount Dort, who commanded at Bayonne, wrote thus to the king: Sire, among the inhabitants of this town and your Majesty's troops, I could not find fo much as one executioner. They are honeft citizens and brave foldiers. We jointly, therefore, befeech your Majefty to command our arms and lives in things that are practicable. This great and generous foul looked upon a bafe action as a thing impoffible. There is nothing that honor more ftrongly recommends to the nobility, than to ferve their prince in military capacity. And indeed this is their favourite profeffion, becaufe its dangers, its fuccefs, and even its miscarriages are the road to grandeur. Yet this very law of its own making, honor chufes to explain, and in cafe of any affront, it requires or permits us to retire. It infifts alfo that we fhould be at liberty either to feek or to reject employments, a liberty which it prefers even to ample fortune. Honor therefore has its fupreme laws, to which education is obliged to conform. The chief of thefe are, that we are permitted to fet a value upon our fortune, but are abfolutely forbidden to fet any upon our lives. The fecond is, that when we are raifed to a poft or preferment, we fhould never do or permit any thing which may feem to imply that we look upon ourfelves as inferior to the rank we hold. The third is, thofe things which honor forbids are more rigoroufly forbidden when the laws do not concur in the prohibition, and thofe it commands are more ftrongly infifted upon when they happen not to be commanded by law. CHAP. III. Of Education in a defpotic Government. As education in monarchies tends to raife and ennoble the mind, in defpotic governments its only aim is to debafe it. Here it muft neceffarily be fervile. Even in power, fuch an education will be an advantage, becaufe every tyrant is at the fame time a flave. Exceffive obedience fuppofes ignorance in the perfon that obeys. The fame it fuppofes in him that commands ; for he has no occafion to deliberate, to doubt, to reafon ; he has only to will. In defpotic ftates, each houfe is a feparate government. As education therefore confifts chiefly in focial converfe, it muft be here very much limited. All it does is to ftrike the heart with fear, and to imprint on the underftanding a very fimple notion of a few principles of religion. Learning here proves dangerous, emulation fatal. And as to virtue, Aristotle cannot think that there is any one virtue belonging to flaves. If fo, education in defpotic countries is confined within a very narrow compafs. Here therefore education is in fome meafure needlefs. To give fomething, one muft take away every thing, and begin with making a bad fubjeft in order to make a good flave. For why fhould education take pains in forming a good citizen, only to make him fhare in the public mifery? If he loves his country, he will ftrive to relax the fprings of government. If he miscarries, he will be undone. If he succeeds, he must expose himself, the prince, and his country to ruin. CHAPTER IV. Difference between the effects of ancient and modern education. Most of the ancients lived under governments that had virtue for their principle, and when this was in full vigour, they performed actions unusual in our times, and at which our narrow minds are astonished. Another advantage their education possessed over ours was that it never could be effaced by contrary impressions. Epaminondas, the last year of his life, said, heard, beheld, and performed the very fame things as at an age in which he received the firft principles of his education. In our days we receive 3 different or contrary educations, namely, of our parents, of our mafters, and of the world. What we learn in the latter effaces all the ideas of the former. This, in some measure, arifes from the contraft we experience between our religious and worldly engagements, a thing unknown to the ancients. CHAPTER V. Of Education in a Republican Government. It is in a republican government that the whole power of education is required. The fear of despotic governments naturally arifes of itself amidft threats and punishments. The honour of monarchies is favoured by the passions, and favours them in its turn. But virtue is a self-renunciation, which is ever arduous and painful. This virtue may be defined as the love of the laws and of our country. As such, love requires a constant preference of public to private interest. It is the fource of all private virtues, for they are nothing more than this very preference itself. This love is peculiar to democracies. In thefe alone the government is entrusted to private citizens. Now a government is like every thing elfe. To preferve it, we muft love it. Has it ever been known that kings were not fond of a monarchy, or that despotic princes hated arbitrary power? Every thing, therefore, depends on establishing this love in a republic, and to inspire it ought to be the principal business of education. But the sureft way of inftilling it into children is for parents to set them an example. People have it generally in their power to communicate their ideas to their children, but they are ftill better able to transfufe their passions. If it happens otherwife, it is becaufe the impreffions made at home are effaced by thofe they have received abroad. It is not the young people that degenerate. They are not fpoiled till thofe of maturer age are already funk into corruption. CHAPTER VI. Of fome Inftitutions among the Greeks. The ancient Greeks, convinced of the neceffity that people who live under a popular government should be trained up to virtue, made very fingular inftitutions in order to infpire it. Upon feeing in the life of Lycurgus the laws that legislator gave to the Lacedaemonians, I imagine I am reading the hiftory of the Severams. The law of Crete were the model of thofe of Sparta, and thofe of Plato reformed them. Let us reflect here a little on the extenfive genius with which thofe legiflators muft have been endowed, to perceive that by ftriking at received cuftoms, and by confounding all manner of virtues, they fhould difplay their wifdom to the univerfe. Lycurgus, by blending theft with the spirit of juftice, the hardeft fervitude with excefs of liberty, the moft rigid fentiments with the greateft moderation, gave ftability to his city. He feemed to deprive her of all refources, fuch as arts, commerce, money, and walls. Ambition prevailed among the citizens without hopes of improving their fortune. They had natural fentiments without the tie of a fon, hufband, or father, and chastity was stripped even of modefty and fhame. This was the road that led Sparta to grandeur and glory. And fo infallible were thefe inftitutions, that it fignified nothing to gain a victory over that republic, without fubverting her polity. By thefe laws Crete and Laconia were governed. Sparta was the laft that fell a prey to the Macedonians, and Crete to the Romans. The Samnites had the fame inftitutions, which furnifhed thofe very Romans with the fubjeft of 24 triumphs. A character fo extraordinary in the inftitutions of Greece has fhewn itfelf lately in the dregs and corruptions of modern times. A very honeft legiflator has formed a people to whom probity seems as natural as bravery to the Spartans. Mr. Penn is a real Lycurgus ; and though the former made peace his principal aim, as the latter did war, yet they refemble one another in the fingular way of living to which they reduced their people, in the afcendant they had over free men, in the prejudices they overcame, and in the paflions which they fubdued. Another example we have from Paraguay. This has been the fubjeft of an invidious charge againft a fociety that confiders the pleafure of commanding as the only happinefs in life ; but it will be ever a glorious undertaking to render a government fubfervient to human happinefs. It is glorious indeed for this fociety to have been the firft in pointing out to thofe countries the idea of religion joined with that of humanity. By repairing the devaftations of the Spaniards, fhe has begun to heal one of the moft dangerous wounds that the human fpecies ever received. An exquifite fenfibility to whatever fhe diftinguifhes by the name of honor, joined to her zeal for a religion which is far more humbling in refpeft to thofe who receive than to thofe who preach its doctrines, has fet her upon vaft undertakings, which fhe has accomplifhed with fuccefs. She has drawn wild people from their woods, fecured them a maintenance, and clothed their nakednefs ; and had fhe only by this ftep improved the induftry of mankind, it would have been fufficient to eternize her fame. They who fhall attempt hereafter to introduce like inftitutions, muft eftablifh the community of goods as prefcribed in Plato's Republic ; that high refpeft he required for the gods, that feparation from ftrangers for the prefervation of morals, and an extenfive commerce carried on by the community, and not by private citizens. They muft give our arts without our luxury, and our wants without our defires. They muft prefcribe money, the effects of which are to fwell people's fortunes beyond the bounds prefcribed by nature ; to learn to preferve for no purpofe what has been idly hoarded up ; to multiply without end our defires ; and to fupply the fterility of nature, from whom we have received very fcanty means of inflaming our paflions, and of corrupting each other. The Epidamnians, perceiving their morals depraved by converfing with barbarians, chofe a magiftrate for making all contrafts and fales in the name and behalf of the city. Commerce then does not corrupt the conftitution, and the conftitution does not deprive fociety of the advantages of commerce. CHAP. VII. In what Cafes thefe fingular Inftitutions may be of Service. Inftitutions of this kind may be proper in republics, becaufe they have virtue for their principle ; but to excite men to honor in monarchies, or to infpire fear in defpotic governments, lefs trouble is neceffary. Befides, they can take place but in a fmall ftate, in which there is poffibility of general education, and of training up the body of the people like a fingle family. The laws of Minos, of Lycurgus, and of Plato, fuppofe a particular attention and care, which the citizens ought to have over one another's conduft. But an attention of this kind cannot be expeded in the confufion and multitude of affairs in which a large nation is entangled. In inftitutions of this kind, money, as we have obferved, muft be banifhed. But in great focieties, the multiplicity, variety, embarraffment, and importance of affairs, as well as the facility of purchafing and the flownefs of exchange, require a common meafure. In order to fupport or extend our power, we muft be poffeffed of the means to which, by the unanimous confent of mankind, this power is annexed. CHAP. VIII. Explanation of a Paradox of the Ancients in refpeft to Manners. That judicious writer, Polybius, informs us that mufic was neceffary to foften the manners of the Arcadians, who lived in a cold gloomy country ; that the inhabitants of Sinai, who flighted mufic, were the cruelleft of all the Greeks, and that no other town was fo immerfed in luxury and debauchery. Plato is not afraid to affirm that there is no poffibility of making a change in mufic without altering the frame of government. Ariftotile, who feems to have written his Politics only in order to contradift Plato, agrees with him, notwithftanding, in regard to the power and influence of mufic over the manners of the people. This was alfo the opinion of Theophraftus of Plutarch, and of all the ancients, an opinion grounded on mature reflection, being one of the principles of their polity. Thus it was they enacted laws, and thus they required that cities should be governed. This, I fancy, muft be explained in the following manner. It is obfervable, that in the cities of Greece, efpecially thofe whofe principal object was war, all lucrative arts and profeffions were confidered unworthy of a free man. Moft arts, fays Xenophon, corrupt and enervate the bodies of thofe that exercife them. They oblige them to fit in the fhade or near the fire. They can find no leifure either for their friends or for the republic. It was only by the corruption of fome democracies that artizans became free men. This we learn from Aristotle, who maintains that a well-regulated republic will never give them the right and freedom of the city. Agriculture was likewife a fervile profeffion, and generally praftifed by the inhabitants of conquered countries, fuch as the Helots among the Lacedaemonians, the Parisins among the Cretans, Penastus among the Thessalians, and other conquered people in other republics. In fine, every kind of low commerce was infamous among the Greeks, as it obliged a citizen to ferve and wait on a flave, on a lodger or a ftranger. This was a notion that clashed with the very spirit of Greek liberty. Hence Plato in his Laws ordered a citizen to be punifhed if he attempts to concern himfelf with trade. Thus in the Greek republics the magiftrates were extremely embarraffed. They would not have the citizens apply themfelves to trade, to agriculture, or to the arts, and yet they would not have them idle. They found therefore employment for them in gymnic and military exercifes, and none elfe were allowed by their inftitution. Hence the Greeks muft be confidered as a fociety of wreftlers and boxers. Now thefe exercifes having a natural tendency to render people hardy and fierce, there was a neceffity for tempering them with others that might foften their manners. For this purpofe, mufic, which influences the mind by means of the corporeal organs, was extremely proper. It is a kind of medium between manly exercifes, which harden the body, and fpeculative fciences, which are apt to render us unfociable and four. It cannot be faid that mufic infpired virtue, for this would be inconceivable, but it prevented the effects of a favage inftitution, and enabled the foul to have fuch a fhare in the education as it could never have had without the affiftance of harmony. Let us fuppofe among ourfelves a fociety of men fo paflionately fond of hunting as to make it their fole employment. They would doubtlefs contract thereby a kind of rufticity and fiercenefs. But if they happened to imbibe a tafte for mufic, we fhould quickly perceive a fenfible difference in their cuftoms and manners. In fhort, the exercifes ufed by the Greeks could raife but one kind of paflions, viz. Fiercenefs, indignation, and cruelty. But mufic excites all thefe, and is likewife able to infpire the foul with a fenfe of pity, lenity, tendernefs, and love. Our moral writers, who declaim fo vehemently againft the ftage, fufficiently demonftrate the power of mufic over the mind. If the fociety above mentioned were to have no other mufic than that of drums and the found of the trumpet, would it not be more difficult to accomplifh this end than by the more melting tones of a fofter harmony? The ancients were therefore in the right, when, under particular circumftances, they preferred one mode to another in regard to manners. But fome will ask, why fhould mufic be pitched upon as the preferable to any other entertainment? It is becaufe of all fenfible pleafures there is none that lefs corrupts the foul. We blufh to read in Plutarch, that the Thebans, in order to foften the manners of their youth, authorized by law a paffion which ought to be profcribed by all nations. End of Chapter 8. End of Book 4 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Chapters 1 to 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book V. That the laws given by the legislator ought to be in relation to the principle of government. CHAPTER I. Idea of this Book. That the laws of education should relate to the principle of each government has been fhewn in the preceding book. Now the fame may be faid of thofe which the legiflator gives to the whole fociety. The relation of laws to this principle ftrengthens the feveral fprings of government, and this principle derives thence in its turn a new degree of vigour. And thus it is in mechanics that action is always followed by reaction. Our defign is to examine this relation in each government, beginning with the republican ftate, the principle of which is virtue. CHAP. II. What is meant by virtue in a political ftate. Virtue in a republic is a moft fimple thing. It is a love of the republic. It is a fenfation, and not a confequence of acquired knowledge. A fenfation that may be felt by the meaneft as well as by the higheft perfon in the ftate. When the common people adopt good maxims, they adhere to them more fteadily than thofe whom we call gentlemen. It is very rarely that corruption commences with the former. Nay, they frequently derive from their imperfect light a ftronger attachment to the eftablifhed laws and cuftoms. The love of our country is conducive to a purity of morals, and the latter is again conducive to the former. The lefs we are able to fatisfy our private paffions, the more we abandon ourfelves to thofe of a general nature. How comes it that monks are fo fond of their order? It is owing to the very caufe that renders the order infupportable. Their rule debars them from all thofe things by which the ordinary paffions are fed. There remains therefore only this paffion for the very rule that torments them. The more auftere it is, that is, the more it curbs their inclinations, the more force it gives to the only paffion left them. CHAP. III. What is meant by a love of the republic in a democracy. A love of the republic in a democracy is a love of the democracy, as the latter is that of equality. A love of the democracy is likewife that of frugality. Since every individual ought here to enjoy the fame happinefs and the fame advantages, they fhould confequently tafte the fame pleafures, and form the fame hopes, which cannot be expected but from a general frugality. The love of equality in a democracy limits ambition to the fole defire, to the fole happinefs of doing greater fervices to our country than the reft of our fellow citizens. They cannot all render her equal fervices, but they all ought to ferve her with equal alacrity. At our coming into the world, we contraft an immenfe debt to our country, which we can never difcharge. Hence diftinftions here arife from the principle of equality, even when it feems to be removed by fignal fervices or fuperior abilities. The love of frugality limits the defire of having to the ftudy of procuring neceffaries to our family, and fuperfluities to our country. Riches give a power which a citizen cannot ufe for himfelf, for then he would be no longer equal. They likewife procure pleafures which he ought not to enjoy, becaufe thefe would alfo be repugnant to the equality. Thus well regulated democracies, by eftablifhing domeftic frugality, made way at the fame time for public expences, as was the cafe at Rome and Athens, where magnificence and profufion arofe from the very fund of frugality. And as religion commands us to have pure and unfpotted hands when we make our offerings to the gods, the laws required a frugality of life to enable them to be liberal to our country. The good fenfe and happinefs of individuals depends greatly upon the mediocrity of their abilities and fortunes. Therefore, as a republic where the laws have placed many in a middling ftation, is compofed of wife men, it will be wifely governed ; as it is compofed of happy men, it will be extremely happy. CHAP. IV. In what manner the love of equality and frugality is infpired. The love of equality and of a frugal economy is greatly excited by equality and frugality themfelves, in focieties where both thefe virtues are eftablifhed by law. In monarchies and defpotic governments, nobody aims at equality. This does not fo much as enter their thoughts. They all afpire to fuperiority. People of the very loweft condition defire to emerge from their obfcurity, only to lord it over their fellow fubjeds. It is the fame with refpeft to frugality. To love it, we muft praftice and enjoy it. It is not thofe who are enervated by pleafures that are fonder of a frugal life. Were this natural and common, Alcibiades would never have been the admiration of the univerfe. Neither is it thofe who envy or admire the luxury of the great. People that have prefent to their view none but rich men, or men miferable like themfelves, deteft their wretched condition, without loving or knowing the real term or point of mifery. A true maxim it is, therefore, that in order to love equality and frugality in a republic, thefe virtues muft have been previoufly eftablifhed by law. CHAP. V. In what manner the Laws eftablifh Equality in a Democracy. Some ancient legiflators, as Lycurgus and Romulus, made an equal divifion of lands. A fettlement of this kind can never take place except upon the foundation of a new republic, or when the old one is fo corrupt, and the minds of the people are fo difpofed, that the poor think themfelves obliged to demand, and the rich obliged to confent to a remedy of this nature. If the legiflator, in making a divifion of this kind, does not enaft laws at the fame time to fupport it, he forms only a temporary conftitution. Inequality will break in where the laws have not precluded it, and the republic will be utterly undone. Hence, for the prefervation of this equality, it is abfolutely neceffary there fhould be fome regulation in refpeft to women's dowries, donations, fucceffions, teftamentary fettlements, and all other forms of contrafting. For were we once allowed to difpofe of our property to whom and how we pleafed, the will of each individual would difturb the order of the fundamental law. Solon, by permitting the Athenians, upon failure of iffue, to leave their eftates to whom they pleafed, acted contrary to the ancient laws, by which the eftates were ordered to continue in the family of the teftator, and even contrary to his own laws, for by abolifhing debts he had aimed at equality. The law which prohibited people having two inheritances was extremely well adapted for a democracy. It derived its origin from the equal diftribution of lands and portions made to each citizen. The law would not permit a fingle man to poffefs more than a fingle portion. From the fame fource arofe thofe laws by which the next relative was ordered to marry the heirefs. This law was given to the Jews after the like diftribution. Plato, who grounds his laws on this divifion, made the fame regulation which had been received as a law by the Athenians. At Athens there was a law, whofe fpirit, in my opinion, has not been hitherto rightly underftood. It was lawful to marry a fifter only by the father's fide, but it was not permitted to efpoufe a fifter by the fame venter. This cuftom was originally owing to republics, whofe fpirit would not permit that two portions of land, and confequently two inheritances, fhould devolve on the fame perfon. A man who married his fifter only by the father's fide could inherit but one eftate, namely that of his father. But by efpoufing his fifter by the fame venter, it might happen that this fifter's father, having no male iffue, might leave her his eftate, and confequently the brother who married her might be poffeffed of two. little will it avail to object to what Philo says, that although the Athenians were allowed to marry a fifter by the father's fide, and not by the mother's, yet the contrary practice prevailed among the Lacedaemonians, who were permitted to efpouse a fifter by the mother's fide, and not by the father's. For I find in Strabo, that at Sparta, whenever a woman was married to her brother, fhe had half his portion for her dowry. Plain is it that this fecond law was made in order to prevent the bad confequences of the former, that the eftate belonging to the fifter's family might not devolve on the brothers, they gave half the brother's eftate to the fifter for her dowry. Seneca, fpeaking of Silanus, who had married his fifter, fays that the permiffion was limited at Athens, but general at Alexandria. In a monarchical government there was very little concern about any fuch thing as a divifion of eftates. Excellent was that law, which, in order to maintain this divifion of lands in a democracy, ordained that a father who had feveral children fhould pitch upon one of them to inherit his portion, and leave the others to be adopted, to the end that the numbers of citizens might always be kept upon an equality with that of the divifions. Phaleas of Chalcedon contrived a very extraordinary method of rendering all fortunes equal, in a republic where there was the greateft inequality. This was, that the rich fhould give fortunes with their daughters to the poor, but receive none themfelves ; and that the poor fhould receive money for their daughters, inftead of giving them fortunes. But I do not remember that a regulation of this kind ever took place in any republic. It lays the citizens under fuch hard and oppreffive conditions, as would make them deteft the very equality which they defign to eftablifh. It is proper fometimes that the laws fhould not feem to tend fo diredly to the end they propofe. Though real equality be the very foul of a democracy, it is fo difficult to eftablifh, that an extreme exactnefs in this refpeft would not be always convenient. Sufficient is it to eftablifh a cenfus, which fhall render or fix the differences to a certain point. It is afterwards the bufinefs of particular laws to level, as it were, the inequalities, by the duties laid upon the rich, and by the eafe afforded to the poor. It is moderate riches alone that can give or fuffer this fort of compcnfation ; for as to men of overgrown eftates, every thing which does not contribute to advance their power and honor, is confidered by them as an injury. All inequality in democracies ought to be derived from the nature of the government, and even from the principle of equality. For example, it may be apprehended that people who are obliged to live by their labour would be too much impoverifhed by a public employment, or negleft the duties attending it, that artizans would grow infolent, and that too great a number of freemen would overpower the ancient citizens. In this cafe the equality in a democracy may be fuppreffed for the good of the ftate ; but this is only an apparent equality, for a man ruined by a public employment would be in a worfe condition than his fellow citizens ; and this fame man, being obliged to negleft his duty, would reduce the reft to a worfe condition than himfelf, and fo on. CHAP. VI. In what manner the Laws ought to maintain Frugality in a Democracy. It is not fufficient in a well regulated democracy that the divifions of lands be equal ; they ought alfo to be fmall, as was cuftomary among the Romans. God forbid, faid Curius to his foldiers, that a citizen fhould look upon that as a fmall piece of land which is fufficient to maintain him. As equality of fortunes fupports frugality, fo the latter maintains the former. Thefe things, though in themfelves different, are of fuch a nature as to be unable to fubfift feparately. They reciprocally aft upon each other. If one withdraws itfelf from a democracy, the other furely follows it. True is it, that when a democracy is founded on commerce, private people may acquire vaft riches without a corruption of morals. This is becaufe the spirit of commerce is naturally attended with that of frugality, economy, moderation, labour, prudence, tranquillity, order, and rule. So long as this fpirit fubfifts, the riches it produces have no bad effect. The mischief is, when exceffive wealth deftroys the fpirit of commerce, then it is that the inconveniencies of inequality begin to be felt. In order to fupport this fpirit, commerce fhould be carried on by the principal citizens. This fhould be their fole aim and ftudy, this the chief object of the laws, and thefe very laws, by dividing the eftates of individuals in proportion to the increafe of commerce, fhould fet every poor citizen fo far at his eafe as to be able to work like the reft, and every wealthy citizen in fuch a mediocrity as to be obliged to take fome pains either in preferving or acquiring a fortune. It is an excellent law in a trading republic to make an equal divifion of the paternal eftate among the children. The confequence of this is, that how great foever a fortune the father has made, his children being not fo rich as he, are induced to avoid luxury, and to work as he has done. I fpeak here only of trading republics ; as to thofe that have no commerce, the legiflator muft purfue quite different meafures. In Greece there were two forts of republics, the one military, like Sparta, the other commercial, as Athens. In the former, the citizens were obliged to be idle ; in the latter, endeavours were ufed to infpire them with the love of induftry and labour. Solon made idlenefs a crime, and infifted that each citizen fhould give an account of his manner of getting a livelihood. And indeed, in a well regulated democracy, where people's expences fhould extend only to what is neceffary, every one ought to have it ; for how fhould their wants be otherwife fupplied ? CHAP. VII. Other Methods of favouring the Principle of Democracy. An equal divifion of lands cannot be eftablifhed in all democracies. There are fome circumftances in which a regulation of this nature would be imprafticable, dangerous, and even fubverfive of the conftitution. We are not always obliged to proceed to extremes. If it appears that this divifion of lands, which was defigned to preferve the people's morals, does not fuit the democracy, recourfe muft be had to other methods. If a permanent body be eftablifhed to ferve as a rule and pattern of manners, a fenate, to which years, virtue, gravity, and eminent fervices procure admittance, the fenators, by being expofed to public view like the ftatues of the gods, muft naturally infpire every family with fentiments of virtue. Above all, this fenate muft fteadily adhere to the ancient inftitutions, and mind that the people and the magiftrates never fwerve from them. The prefervation of the ancient cuftoms is a very confiderable point in refpeft to manners. Since a corrupt people feldom perform any memorable actions, feldom eftablifh societies, build cities, or enaft laws ; on the contrary, fince moft inftitutions are derived from people whofe manners are plain and fimple, to keep up the ancient cuftoms is the way to preferve the original purity of morals. Befides, if by fome revolution the ftate has happened to affume a new form, this feldom can be effeded without infinite pains and labour, and hardly ever by idle and debauched perfons. Even thofe who had been the inftruments of the revolution were defirous it fhould be relifhed, which is difficult to compafs without good laws. Hence it is that ancient inftitutions generally tend to reform the people's manners, and thofe of modern date to corrupt them. In the courfe of a long adminiftration, the defcent to vice is infenfible, but there is no reafcending to virtue without making the moft generous efforts. It has been queftioned whether the members of the fenate we are fpeaking of ought to be for life, or only chofen for a time. Doubtlefs they ought to be for life, as was the cuftom at Rome, at Sparta, and even at Athens. For we muft not confound the Senate at Athens, which was a body that changed every 3 months, with the Areopagus, whofe members as ftanding patterns were eftablifhed for life. Let this be therefore a general maxim, that in a Senate defigned to be a rule, and the depofitary, as it were, of manners, the members ought to be chofen for life. In a Senate intended for the adminiftration of affairs, the members may be changed. The fpirit, fays Aristotle, waxes old as well as the body. This reflection holds good only in regard to a fingle magiftrate, but cannot be applied to a fenatorial affembly. At Athens, befides the Areopagus, there were guardians of the public morals, as well as of the laws. At Sparta, all the old men were censors. At Rome, the censorship was committed to 2 particular magiftrates. As the Senate watched over the people, the censors were to have an eye over the people and the Senate. Their office was to reform the corruptions of the republic, to ftigmatize indolence, to censure negledts, and to correct miftakes. As to flagrant crimes, thefe were left to the punifhment of the laws. That Roman law, which required the accufations in cafe of adultery to be public, was admirably well calculated for preferving the purity of morals. It intimidated married women, as well as thofe who were to watch over their conduct. Nothing contributes more to the prefervation of morals, than an extreme fubordination of the young to the old. Thus they are both reftrained, the former by their refpeft for thofe of advanced age, and the latter by their regard for themfelves. Nothing gives a greater force to the law than a perfeft fubordination between the citizens and the magiftrate. The great difference which Lycurgus eftablifhed between Sparta and the other cities, fays Xenophon, confifts chiefly in the obedience the citizens (hew to their laws. They run when the magiftrate calls them. But at Athens a rich man would be highly difpleafed to be thought dependent on the magiftrate. Paternal authority is likewife of great ufe towards the prefervation of morals. We have already obferved, that in a republic there is not fo coercive a force as in other governments. The laws muft therefore endeavour to fupply this defeft by fome means or other, and this is done by paternal authority. Fathers at Rome had the power of life and death over their children. At Sparta, every father had a right to correct another man's child. Paternal authority ended at Rome together with the republic. In monarchies, where fuch a purity of morals is not required, they are controlled by no other authority than that of the magiftrates. The Roman laws, which accuftom young people to dependence, eftablifhed a long minority. Perhaps we are miftaken in conforming to this cuftom. There is no neceffity for fo much conftraint in monarchies. This very fubordination in a republic might make it neceffary for the father to continue in the poffeffion of his children's fortune during life, as was the cuftom at Rome ; but this is not agreeable to the fpirit of monarchy. CHAP. 8. In what manner the Laws fhould relate to the Principle of Government in an Ariftocracy. If the people are virtuous in an ariftocracy, they enjoy very nearly the fame happinefs as in a popular government, and the ftate grows powerful. But as a great fhare of virtue is very rare where men's fortunes are fo unequal, the laws muft tend as much as poffible to infufe a fpirit of moderation, and endeavour to re^ftablifh that equality which was neceffarily removed by the conftitution. The fpirit of moderation is what we call virtue in an ariftocracy. It fupplies the place of fpirit of equality in a popular ftate. As the pomp and fplendor with which kings are furrounded form a part of their power, fo modefty and fimplicity of manners conftitute the ftrength of an ariftocratic nobility. When they affeft no diftinction, when they mix with the people, drefs like them, and with them fhare all their pleafures, the people are apt to forget their fubjedion and weaknefs. Every government has its nature and principle. An ariftocracy muft not therefore affume the nature and principle of monarchy, which would be the cafe were the nobles to be invefted with perfonal privileges diftinft from thofe of their body. Privileges ought to be for the fenate, and fimple refpeft for the fenators. In ariftocratic governments there are two principal fources of diforder: exceffive inequality between the governors and the governed, and the fame inequality between the different members of the body that govern. From thefe two inequalities hatreds and jealoufies arife, which the laws ought ever to prevent or reprefs. The firft inequality is chiefly when the privileges of the nobility are honourable only as they are ignominious to the people. Such was the law at Rome, by which the patricians were forbidden to marry plebeians ; a law that had no other effeft than to render the patricians on the one fide more haughty, and on the other more odious. The reader may fee what advantages the tribunes derived thence in their harangue. This inequality occurs likewife when the condition of the citizens differs with regard to taxes, which may happen in 4 different ways: when the nobles affume the privilege of paying none ; when they commit frauds to exempt themfelves ; when they engrofs the public money under pretence of rewards or appointments for their refpeftive employments ; in fine, when they render the common people tributary, and divide among their own body the profits arifing from the feveral fubfidies. This laft cafe is very rare. An ariftocracy fo inftituted would be the moft intolerable of all governments. While Rome inclined towards ariftocracy, fhe avoided all thefe inconveniencies. The magiftrates never received any emoluments from their office. The chief men of the republic were taxed like the reft, nay more heavily, and fometimes the taxes fell upon them alone. In fine, far from fharing among themfelves the revenues of the ftate, all they could draw from the public treafure, and all the wealth that fortune flung into their laps, they beftowed freely on the people, to be excufed from accepting public honours. It is a fundamental maxim, that largesses are pernicious to the people in a democracy, but falutary in ariftocratic government. The former make them forget they are citizens, the latter bring them to a fenfe of it. If the revenues of the ftate are not diftributed among the people, they muft be convinced at leaft of their being well adminiftered. To feaft their eyes with the public treafure is with them the fame thing almoft as enjoying it. The golden chain difplayed at Venice, the riches exhibited at Rome in public triumphs, the treafures preferved in the temple of Saturn, were in reality the wealth of the people. It is a very effential point in an ariftocracy, that the nobles themfelves fhould not levy the taxes. The firft order of the ftate in Rome never concerned themfelves with it. The levying of the taxes was committed to the fecond, and even this in procefs of time was attended with great inconveniencies. In an ariftocracy of this kind, where the nobles levied the taxes, the private people would be all at the difcretion of perfons in public employments, and there would be no fuch thing as a fuperior tribunal to check their power. The members appointed to remove the abufes would rather enjoy them. The nobles would be like the princes of defpotic governments, who confifcate whatever eftate they pleafe. Soon would the profits hence arifing be confidered as a patrimony, which avarice would enlarge at pleafure. The farms would be lowered, and the public revenue reduced to nothing. This is the reafon that fome governments, without having ever received any remarkable fhock, have dwindled away to fuch a degree, as not only their neighbours, but even their own fubjeds have been furprifed at it. The laws fhould likewife forbid the nobles all kind of commerce. Merchants of fuch unbounded credit would monopolize all to themselves. Commerce is a profeffion of people who are upon an equality. Hence among defpotic ftates the moft miferable are thofe in which the prince applies himfelf to trade. The laws of Venice debar the nobles from commerce, by which they might even innocently acquire exorbitant wealth. The laws ought to employ the moft effedtual means for making the nobles do juftice to the people. If they have not eftablifhed a tribune, they ought to be a tribune themfelves. Every fort of afylum in oppofition to the execution of the laws deftroys ariftocracy, and is foon fucceeded by tyranny. They ought always to mortify the luft of dominion. There fhould be either a temporary or perpetual magiftrate to keep the nobles in awe, as the Ephori at Sparta, and the ftate inquifitors at Venice, magiftrates fubjeft to no formalities. This fort of government ftands in need of the ftrongeft fprings. Thus a mouth of ftone is open to every informer at Venice, a mouth to which one would be apt to give the appellation of tyranny. Thefe arbitrary magiftrates in an ariftocracy bear fome analogy to the cenforfhip in democracies, which of its own nature is equally independent. And indeed the censors ought to be fubjeft to no enquiry in relation to their conduct during their office. They fhould meet with a thorough confidence, and never be difcouraged. In this refpeft the practice of the Romans deferves admiration. Magiftrates of all denominations were accountable for their adminiftration, except the censors. There are two very pernicious things in an ariftocracy, excefs either of poverty or of wealth in the nobility. To prevent their poverty, it is neceffary above all things to oblige them to pay their debts in time. To moderate the excefs of wealth, prudent and gradual regulations fhould be made, but no confifcations, no agrarian laws, no expunging of debts. Thefe are produftive of infinite mifchief. The laws ought to abolifh the right of primogeniture among the nobles, to the end that by a continual divifion of the inheritances, their fortunes may be always upon a level. There fhould be no fubftitutions, no power of redemption, no rights of majoresco or adoption. The contrivances for perpetuating the grandeur of families in monarchical governments ought never to be employed in ariftocracies. When the laws have compafled the equality of families, the next thing is to preferve a proper harmony and union among them. The quarrels of the nobility ought to be quickly decided, otherwife the contefts of individuals become thofe of families. Arbiters may terminate or even prevent the rife of difputes. In fine, the laws muft not favour the diftinftions raifed by vanity among families, under pretence that they are more noble or ancient than others. Pretences of this nature ought to be ranked among the weaknefles of private perfons. We have only to caft an eye upon Sparta. There we may fee how the Ephori contrived to check the foibles of the kings, as well as thofe of the nobility and common people. CHAP. 9. In what manner the Laws are in relation to their Principle in Monarchies. As honor is the principle of a monarchical government, the laws ought to be in relation to this principle. They fhould endeavour to fupport the nobility, in refpeft to whom honor may be, in fome meafure, deemed both child and parent. They fhould render the nobility hereditary, not as a boundary between the power of the prince and the weaknefs of the people, but as the link which connects them both. In this government, fubftitutions which preferve the eftates of families undivided are extremely ufeful, though in others not fo proper. Here the power of redemption is of fervice, as it reftores to noble family the lands that had been alienated by the prodigality of a parent. The land of the nobility ought to have privileges as well as their perfons. The monarch's dignity is inseparable from that of his kingdom, and the dignity of the nobleman from that of his fief. All thefe privileges muft be peculiar to the nobility, and incommunicable to the people, unlefs we intend to aft contrary to the principle of government, and to diminifh the power of the nobles together with that of the people. Subftitutions are a reftraint to commerce. The power of redemption produces an infinite number of procefles. Every eftate in land that is fold throughout the kingdom is in fome meafure without an owner for the fpace of a year. Privileges annexed to fiefs give a power very burthenfome to thofe governments which tolerate them. Thefe are the inconveniences of nobility; inconveniences, however, that vanifh when confronted with its general utility. But when thefe privileges are communicated to the people, every principle of government is wantonly violated. In monarchies a perfon may leave the bulk of his eftate to one of his children, a permiffion improper in any other government. The laws ought to favour all kinds of commerce confiftent with the conftitution, to the end that the fubjeds may, without ruining themfelves, be able to fatisfy the continual cravings of the prince and his court. They fhould eftablifh fome regulation, that the manner of collecting the taxes may not be more burthenfome than the taxes themfelves. The weight of duties produces labour, labour weariness, and weariness the fpirit of indolence. CHAP. X. Of the Expedition peculiar to the Executive Power in Monarchies. Great is the advantage which a monarchical government has over a republic. As the ftate is conducted by a fingle perfon, the executive power is thereby enabled to aft with greater expedition. But as this expedition may degenerate into rapidity, the laws fhould ufe fome contrivance to flacken it. They ought not only to favour the nature of each conftitution, but likewife to remedy the abufes that might refult from this very nature. Cardinal Richelieu advifes monarchs to permit no fuch things as focieties or communities that raife difficulties upon every trifle. If this man's heart had not been bewitched with the love of defpotic power, ftill thefe arbitrary notions would have filled his head. The bodies entrufted with the depofition of the laws are never more obedient than when they proceed flowly, and ufe that reflection in the prince's affairs, which can fcarcely be expected from the ignorance of a court, or from the precipitation of its councils. What would have become of the fineft monarchy in the world, if the magiftrates, by their delays, their complaints, and entreaties, had not checked the rapidity even of their princes' virtues, when thefe monarchs, confulting only the generous impulfe of their minds, would fain have given a boundlefs reward to fervices performed with an unlimited courage and fidelity. CHAP. XI. Of the Excellence of a Monarchical Government. Monarchy has a great advantage over a defpotic government, as it naturally requires there fhould be feveral orders or ranks of fubjeds, the ftate is more permanent, the conftitution more fteady, and the perfon of him who governs more fecure. Cicero is of opinion, that the eftablifhing of the tribunes preferved the republic ; and indeed, fays he, the violence of a headlefs people is more terrible. A chief or head is fenfible that the affair depends upon himfelf, and therefore he thinks. But the people in their impetuosity are ignorant of the danger into which they hurry themfelves. This reflection may be applied to a defpotic government, which is a people without tribunes, and to a monarchy where the people have fome fort of tribunes. Accordingly, it is obfervable, that in the commotions of a defpotic government, the people, hurried away by their paflions, are apt to pufh things as far as they can go. The diforders they commit are all extreme ; whereas in monarchies matters are feldom carried to excefs. The chiefs are apprehenfive on their own account ; they are afraid of being abandoned ; and the intermediate dependent powers do not chufe that the populace fhould have too much the upper hand. It rarely happens that the ftates of the kingdom are entirely corrupted. The prince adheres to thefe ; and the feditious, who have neither will nor hopes to fubvert the government, have neither power nor will to dethrone the prince. In thefe circumftances men of prudence and authority interfere. Moderate meafures are firft propofed, then complied with, and things at length are redreffed ; the laws refume their vigour, and command fubmiffion. Thus all our hiftories are full of civil wars without revolutions ; while the hiftories of defpotic governments abound with revolutions without civil wars. The writers of the hiftory of the civil wars of fome countries, even thofe who fomented them, fufficiently demonftrate the little foundation princes have to fufpeft the authority with which they inveft particular bodies of men ; fince, even under the unhappy circumftance of their errors, they fide only after the laws and their duty, and reftrained more than they were capable of inflaming the impetuosity of the revolted. Cardinal Richelieu, refleding perhaps that he had too much reduced the ftates of the kingdom, has recourfe to the virtues of the prince and of his minifters for the fupport of government. But he requires fo many things, that indeed there is none but an angel capable of fuch attention, fuch refolution and knowledge ; and fcarcely can we flatter ourfelves that we fhall ever fee fuch a prince and minifters while monarchy fubfifts. As people who live under a good government are happier than thofe who without rule or leaders wander about the forefts ; fo monarchs who live under the fundamental laws of their country are far happier than defpotic princes, who have nothing to regulate neither their own paflions nor thofe of their fubjeds. CHAP. 12. The fame Subjeft continued. Let us not look for magnanimity in defpotic governments. The prince cannot impart a greatnefs which he has not himfelf. With him there is no fuch thing as glory. It is in monarchies that we behold the fubjeds encircling the throne, and cheered by the irradiancy of the fovereign. There it is that each perfon filling, as it were, a larger fpace, is capable of exercifing thofe virtues which adorn the foul, not with independence, but with true dignity and greatnefs. CHAP. 13. An Idea of defpotic Power. When the favages of Louifiana are defirous of fruit, they cut the tree to the root, and gather the fruit. This is an emblem of defpotic government. End of Chapters 1 to 13 of Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Chapters 14 to 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 5. That the laws given by the legislator ought to be in relation to the principle of government. CHAP. 14. In what manner the laws are in relation to the principles of defpotic government. The principle of defpotic government is fear. But a timid, ignorant, and faint fpirit people have no occafion for a great number of laws. Every thing ought to depend here on 2 or 3 ideas. Hence there is no neceffity that any new notions fhould be added. When we want to break a horfe, we take care not to let him change his mafter, his leflon, or his pace. Thus an impreffion is made on his brain by 2 or 3 motions, and no more. If a prince is fhut up in Seraglio, he cannot leave his voluptuous abode without alarming thofe who keep him confined. They will not bear that his perfon and power fhould pafs into other hands. He feldom therefore wages war in perfon, and hardly ventures to entruft the command to his generals. A prince of this ftamp, unaccuftomed to refiftance in his palace, is enraged to fee his will oppofed by armed force. Hence he is generally governed by wrath or vengeance. Befides, he can have no notion of true glory. War therefore is carried on under fuch a government in its full natural fury, and lefs extent is given to the law of nations than in other ftates. Such a prince has fo many imperfedions, that they are afraid to expofe his natural ftupidity to public view. He is concealed in his palace, and the people are ignorant of his fituation. It is lucky for him that the inhabitants of thofe countries need only the name of a prince to govern them. When Charles VII. Was at Bender, he met with fome oppofition from the fenate of Sweden ; upon which he wrote word home that he would fend one of his boots to command them. This boot would have governed like a defpotic prince. If the prince is a prifoner, he is fuppofed to be dead, and another mounts the throne. The treaties made by the prifoner are void ; his fucceflor will not ratify them. And indeed, as he is the law, the ftate, and the prince, when he is no longer a prince, he is nothing. Were he not therefore deemed to be deceafed, the ftate would be fubverted. One thing which chiefly determined the Turks to conclude a feparate peace with Peter I. was the Mufcovites telling the Vizir, that in Sweden another prince had been placed upon the throne. The prefervation of the ftate is only the prefervation of the prince, or rather of the palace where he is confined. Whatever does not diredly menace this palace, or the capital, makes no impreffion on ignorant, proud, and prejudiced minds. And as for the concatenation of events, they are unable to trace, to forefee, or even to conceive it. Politics, with its feveral fprings and laws, muft here be very much limited. The political government is as fimple as the civil. The whole is reduced to reconciling the political and civil adminiftration to the domeftic government, the offices of ftate to thofe of the Seraglio. Such a ftate is happieft, when it can look upon itfelf as the only one in the world, when it is environed with defarts, and feparated from thofe people whom they call barbarians. Since it cannot depend on the militia, it is proper it fhould deftroy a part of itfelf. As fear is the principle of defpotic government, its end is tranquillity ; but this tranquillity cannot be called a peace. No, it is only the filence of thofe towns which the enemy is ready to invade. Since the ftrength does not lie in the ftate, but in the army that founded it, in order to defend the ftate, the army muft be preferved, how formidable foever to the prince. How then can we reconcile the fecurity of the government to that of the prince's perfon? Obferve how induftrioufly the Ruffian government endeavours to temper its arbitrary power, which it finds more burthenfome than the people themfelves. They have broken their numerous guards, mitigated criminal punifhments, eredled tribunals, entered into a knowledge of the laws, and inftructed the people. But there are particular caufes that will probably once more involve them in the very mifery which they now endeavour to avoid. In thofe ftates religion has more influence than any where elfe. It is fear added to fear. In Mahometan countries, it is partly from their religion that the people derive the furprizing veneration they have for their prince. It is religion that amends in fome meafure the Turkifh conftitution. The fubjeds, who have no attachment of honor to the glory and grandeur of the ftate, are connected with it by the force and principle of religion. Of all defpotic governments, there is none that labours more under its own weight than that wherein the prince declares himfelf proprietor of all the lands, and heir to all his fubjeds. Hence the neglect of agriculture arifes, and if the prince intermeddles likewife in trade, all manner of induftry is ruined. Under this fort of government nothing is repaired or improved. Houfes are built only for the neceffity of habitation. There is no digging of ditches or planting of trees. Every thing is drawn from, but nothing reftored to the earth. The ground lies untilled, and the whole country becomes a defart. Is it to be imagined that the laws which abolifh the property of land, and the fucceffion of eftates, will diminifh the avarice and cupidity of the great? By no means. They will rather ftimulate this cupidity and avarice. The great men will be prompted to ufe 1,000 oppreffive methods, imagining they have no other property than the gold and filver which they are able to feize upon by violence or to conceal. To prevent therefore the utter ruin of the ftate, the avidity of the prince ought to be moderated by fome eftablifhed cuftom. Thus in Turky the fovereign is fatisfied with the right of 3% of the value of inheritances. But as he gives the greateft part of the lands to his foldiery, and difpofes of them as he pleafes ; as he feizes on all the inheritances of the officers of the empire at their deceafe ; as he has the property of the poffeffions of thofe who die without iffue, and the daughters have only the ufufruft ; it thence follows that the greateft part of the eftates of the country are held in a precarious manner. By the laws of Bantam, the king feizes on the whole inheritance, even wife, children, and habitation. In order to elude the cruelleft part of this law, they are obliged to marry their children at 8, 9, or 10 years of age, and fometimes younger, to the end that they may not be a wretched part of the father's fucceffion. In countries where there are no fundamental laws, the fucceffion to the empire cannot be fixed. The crown is then eledtive, and the right of eledling is in the prince, who names a fucceflbr either of his own or of fome other family. In vain would it be to eftablifh here the fucceffion of the eldeft fon ; the prince might always chufe another. The fucceflbr is declared by the prince himfelf, or by a civil war. Hence a defpotic ftate is, upon another account, more liable than a monarchical government to diflblution. As every prince of the royal family is held equally capable of being chofen, hence it follows that the prince who afcends the throne immediately ftranglcs his brothers, as in Turky, or puts out their eyes, as in Perfia, or bereaves them of their underftanding, as in the Mogul's country. Or if thefe precautions are not ufed, as in Morocco, the vacancy of the throne is always attended with the horrors of a civil war. By the conftitution of Ruflia, the Caefar may chufe whom he has a mind for his fucceflor, whether of his own or of a ftrange family. Such a fettlement produces 1,000 revolutions, and renders the throne as tottering as the fucceffion is arbitrary. The right of fucceffion being one of thofe things which are of moft importance to the people to know, the beft is that which moft fenfibly ftrikes them, fuch as certain order of birth. A fettlement of this kind puts a ftop to intrigues, and ftifles ambition. The mind of a weak prince is no longer enflaved, nor is he made to fpeak his will as he is juft expiring. When the fucceffion is eftablifhed by a fundamental law, only one prince is the fucceflor, and his brothers have neither a real nor apparent right to difpute the crown with him. They can neither pretend to nor take any advantage of the will of a father. there is then no more occasion to confine or kill the king's brother than any other subject. But in defpotic governments, where the prince's brothers are equally his flaves and his rivals, prudence requires that their perfons be fecured, efpecially in Mahometan countries, where religion confiders victory or fuccefs as a divine decifion in their favour, fo that they fhould have no fuch thing as a monarch de jure, but only de facto. There is a far greater incentive to ambition in countries where the princes of the blood are fenfible that if they do not afcend the throne, they muft be either imprifoned or put to death, than among us, where they are placed in fuch a ftation as may fatisfy, if not their ambition, at leaft their moderate defires. The princes of defpotic governments have ever perverted the ufe of marriage. They generally take a great many wives, efpecially in that part of the world where abfolute power is in fome meafure naturalized, namely Afia. Hence they come to have fuch a multitude of children, that they can hardly have any great affedion for them, nor the children for one another. The reigning family refembles the ftate. It is too weak itfelf, and its head too powerful. It feems very numerous and extenfive, and yet is fuddenly extinct. Artaxerxes put all his children to death for confpiring againft him. It is not at all probable that 50 children would confpire againft their father, and much lefs that this confpiracy would be owing to his having refufed to refign his concubine to his eldeft fon. It is more natural to believe that the whole was an intrigue of thofe oriental ferigalios, where fraud, treachery, and deceit reign in filence and darknefs, and where an old prince, grown every day more infirm, is the firft prifoner of the palace. After what has been faid, one would imagine that human nature fhould perpetually rife up againft defpotifm ; but notwithftanding the love of liberty, fo natural to mankind, notwithftanding their innate deteftation of force and violence, moft nations are fubjeft to this very government. This is eafily accounted for. To form a moderate government, it is neceffary to combine the feveral powers, to regulate, temper, and fet them in motion, to give, as it were, ballaft to one, in order to enable it to counterpoife the other. This is a mafter piece of legiflation, rarely produced by hazard, and feldom attained by prudence. On the contrary, a defpotic government offers itfelf, as it were, at firft fight. It is uniform throughout, and as paflions are only requifite to eftablifh it, this is what every capacity may reach. CHAP. 15. The fame Subjeft continued. In warm climates, where defpotic power generally prevails, the paflions difclofe themfelves earlier, and are foon extinguifhed. The underftanding is foon ripened. They are lefs in danger of fquandering their fortunes. There is lefs facility of diftinguifhing themfelves in the world, lefs communication between young people who are confined at home. They marry much earlier, and confequently may be fooner of age than in our European climates. In Turky they are of age at 15. They have no fuch thing as a ceffion of goods. In a government where there is no fixed property, people depend rather on the perfon than on his eftate. The ceffion of goods is naturally admitted in moderate governments, but efpecially in republics, becaufe of the greater confidence ufually placed in the probity of the citizens, and the lenity and moderation arifing from a form of government, which every fubjeft feems to nave preferred to all others. Had the legiflators of the Roman republic eftablifhed the ceffion of goods, they never would have been expofed to fo many feditions and civil difcords. Neither would they have experienced the danger of the evils, nor the inconvenience of the remedies. Poverty and the precarioufnefs of property in a defpotic ftate render ufury natural. each perfon raifing the value of his money in proportion to the danger he fees in lending it. Mifery therefore pours from all parts into thofe unhappy countries. They are bereft of every thing, even of the refource of borrowing. Hence it is that a merchant under this government is unable to carry on an extenfive commerce. He lives from hand to mouth ; and were he to encumber himfelf with a large quantity of merchandize, he would lofe more by the exorbitant intereft he muft give for the money, than he could poflibly get by the goods. Hence they have no laws here relating to commerce. They are all reduced to what is called the bare police. A government cannot be unjuft without having hands to exercife its injuftice. Now it is impoffible but that thefe hands will be grafping for themfelves. The embezzling of the public money is therefore natural in defpotic ftates. As this is a common crime under fuch a government, confifcations are very ufeful. By thefe the people are eafed, the money drawn by this method being a confiderable tribute, which could hardly be raifed on the exhaufted fubjeft. Neither is there in thofe countries any one family which the prince would be glad to preferve. In moderate governments it is quite a different thing. Confifcations would render property uncertain, would ftrip innocent children, would deftroy a whole family, inftead of punifhing a fingle criminal. In republics they would be attended with the mifchief of fubverting equality, which is the very foul of this government, by depriving a citizen of his neceffary fubfiftence. There is a Roman law againft confifcations, except in the cafe of crimen majeftatis, or high treafon of the moft heinous nature. It would be a prudent thing to follow the fpirit of this law, and to limit confifcations to particular crimes. In countries where a local cuftom has rendered real eftate alienable, Bodin very juftly obferves, that confifcations fhould extend only to fuch as are purchafed or acquired. CHAP. XVI. Of the Communication of Power. In a defpotic government the power is communicated entire to the perfon entrufted with it. The vizir himfelf is the defpotic prince, and each particular officer is the vizir. In monarchies the power is lefs immediately applied, being tempered by the monarch as he gives it. He makes fuch a diftribution of his authority, as never to communicate a part of it without referving a greater fhare to himfelf. Hence in monarchies the governors of towns are not fo dependent on the governor of the province, as not to be ftill more fo on the prince ; and the private officers or military bodies are not fo far fubjeft to their general, as not to owe ftill a greater fubjeftion to their fovereign. In moft monarchies it has been wifely regulated, that thofe who have an extenfive command fhould not belong to any military corps ; fo that as they have no authority but through the prince's pleafure, and as they may be employed or not, they are in fome meafure in the fervice, and in fome meafure out of it. This is incompatible with a defpotic government. For if thofe who are not actually employed were ftill invefted with privileges and titles, the confequence muft be, that there would be men in the ftate who might be faid to be great of themfelves, a thing diredly oppofite to the nature of this government. Were the governor of a town independent of the Pafha, expedients would be daily neceffary to make them agree, which is highly abfurd in a defpotic ftate. Befides, if a particular governor fhould refufe to obey, how could the other anfwer for his province with his head ? In this kind of government authority muft ever be wavering, nor is that of the loweft magiftrate more fteady than that of the defpotic prince. Under moderate governments the law is prudent in all its parts, and perfedtly well known, fo that even the pettieft magiftrates are capable of following it. But in a defpotic ftate, where the prince's will is the law, though the prince were wife, yet how could the magiftrate follow a will he does not know he muft certainly follow his own. Again, as the law is only the prince's will, and as the prince can only will what he knows, the confequence is, that there are an infinite number of people who muft will for him, and make their wills keep pace with his. In fine, as the law is the momentary will of the prince, it is neceffary that thofe who will for him fhould follow his fudden manner of willing. CHAP. 17. Of Prefents. It is a received cuftom in defpotic countries never to addrefs any fuperior whomfoever, not excepting their kings, without making them a prefent. The Mogul never receives the petitions of his fubjeds, if they come with empty hands. Thefe princes fpoil even their own favours. But this it muft ever be in a government where no man is a citizen, where they have all a notion that a fuperior is under no obligation to an inferior, where men imagine themfelves bound by no other tie than the chaftifements inflided by one party upon another, where, in fine, there is very little to do, and where the people have feldom an occafion of prefenting themfelves before the great, of offering their petitions, and much lefs their complaints. In a republic, prefents are odious, becaufe virtue ftands in no need of them. In monarchies, honor is a much ftronger incentive than prefents. But in a defpotic government, where there is neither honor nor virtue, people cannot be determined to aft but through hope of the conveniencies of life. It is in conformity with republican ideas that Plato ordered thofe who received prefents for doing their duty to be punifhed with death. They muft not take prefents, fays he, neither for good nor for evil actions. A very bad law was that among the Romans, which gave the magiftrates leave to accept fmall prefents, provided they did not exceed 100 crowns in the whole year. They who receive nothing, expeft nothing. They who receive a little, foon covet more, till at length their defires fwell to an exorbitant height. Befides, it is much eafier to convift a man who knows himfelf obliged to accept no prefent at all, and yet will accept fomething, than a perfon who takes more when he ought to take lefs, and who always finds pretexts, excufes, and plaufible reafons in juftification of his conduct. CHAP. 18. Of Rewards conferred by the Sovereign. In defpotic governments, where, as we have already obferved, the principal motive of action is the hope of the conveniencies of life, the prince who confers rewards has nothing to beftow but money. In monarchies, where honor alone predominates, the prince's rewards would confift only of marks of diftinction. If the diftinctions eftablifhed by honor were not attended with luxury, which neceffarily brings on its own wants, the prince therefore is obliged to confer fuch honors as lead to wealth. But in a republic where virtue reigns, a motive felf*fufficient, and which excludes all others, the recompenfes of the ftate confift only of public atteftations of this virtue. It is a general rule, that great rewards in monarchies and republics are a fign of their decline, becaufe they are a proof of their principles being corrupted, and that the idea of honor has no longer the fame force in a monarchy, nor the title of citizen the fame weight in a republic. The very worft Roman emperors were thofe who were the moft profufe in their largefles. For example, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Commodus, Heliogabalus, and Caracalla. The beft, as Augustus, Vefpafian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Pertinax, were economifts. Under good emperors the ftate refumed its principles ; all other treafures were fupplied by that of honor. CHAP. 19. New Confequences of the Principles of the three Governments. I cannot conclude this book without making fome applications of my three principles. Firft Queftion. It is a queftion whether the laws ought to oblige a fubjeft to accept a public employment. My opinion is, that they ought in a republic, but not in a monarchical government. In the former, public employments are atteftations of virtue, depofitions with which a citizen is entrufted by his country, for whofe fake alone he ought to live, to aft, and to think, confequently cannot refufe them. In the latter, public offices are teftimonials of honor. Now fuch is the capricioufnefs of honor, that it chufes to accept none of thefe teftimonies but when and in what manner it pleafes. The late king of Sardinia inflided punifhments on his fubjefts who refufed the dignities and public offices of the ftate. In this he unknowingly followed republican ideas ; but his method of governing in other refpedts fufficiently proves that this was not his intention. Second Queftion. Secondly, it is queftioned whether a fubjeft fhould be obliged to accept a poft in the army inferior to that which he held before. Among the Romans it was ufual to fee a captain ferve the next year under his lieutenant. This is becaufe virtue in republics requires a continual facrifice of our perfons, and of our repugnances for the good of the ftate. But in monarchies, honor, true or falfe, will never bear with what it calls degrading itfelf. In defpotic governments, where honor, pofts, and ranks are equally abufed, they indifcriminately make a prince a fcullion, and a fcullion a prince. Third Queftion. Thirdly, it may be enquired, whether civil and military employments fhould be conferred on the fame perfon. In republics I think they fhould be joined, but in monarchies feparated. In the former, it would be extremely dangerous to make the profeffion of arms a particular ftate diftinft from that of civil functions ; and in the latter, no lefs dangerous would it be to confer thefe two employments on the fame perfon. In republics, a perfon takes up arms only with a view to defend his country and its laws. It is becaufe he is a citizen he makes himfelf for a while a foldier. Were thefe two diftinft ftates, the perfon who under arms thinks himfelf a citizen, would foon be made fenfible he is only a foldier. In monarchies, they whofe condition engages them in the profeffion of arms, have nothing but glory, or at leaft honor or fortune in view. To men therefore like thefe, the prince fhould never give any civil employments ; on the contrary, they ought to be checked by the civil magiftrate, that the fame perfons may not have at the fame time the confidence of the people, and the power to abufe it. We have only to caft an eye on a nation that may be juftly called a republic, difguifed under the form of monarchy, and we fhall fee how jealous they are of making a feparate order of the profeffion of arms, and how the military ftate is conftantly allied with that of the citizen, and even fometimes of the magiftrate, to the end that thefe qualities may be a pledge for their country, which fhould never be forgotten. The divifion of civil and military employments, made by the Romans after the extinftion of the republic, was not an arbitrary thing. It was a confequence of the change which happened in the conftitution of Rome. It was natural to a monarchical government ; and what was only commenced under Auguftus, fucceeding emperors were obliged to finifh, in order to temper the military government. Procopius therefore, the competitor of Valens the emperor, was very much to blame, when conferring the proconfular dignity upon Hormisdas, a prince of blood royal of Perfia, he reftored to this magiftracy the military command of which it had been formerly poffeffed, unlefs indeed he had very particular reafons for doing fo. A perfon that afpires to the fovereignty concerns himfelf lefs about what is ferviceable to the ftate, than what is likely to promote his own intereft. Fourth Question. Fourthly, it is a queftion whether public employments fhould be fold. They ought not, I think, in defpotic governments, where the fubjeds muft be inftantaneoufly placed or difplaced by the prince. But in monarchies this cuftom is not at all improper, by reafon it is an inducement to engage in that as a family employment which would not be undertaken through a motive of virtue. It fixes likewife every one in his duty, and renders the feveral orders of the kingdom more permanent. Suidas very juftly obferves, that Anaftatius had changed the empire into a kind of ariftocracy by felling all public employments. Plato cannot bear with this proftitution. This is exactly, fays he, as if a perfon were to be made a mariner or pilot of a fhip for his money. Is it poffible that this rule fhould be bad in every other employment of life, and hold good only in the adminiftration of a republic? But Plato fpeaks of a republic founded on virtue, and we of a monarchy. Now in monarchies, though there were no fuch thing as a regular fale of public offices, ftill the indigence and avidity of the courtier would equally prompt him to expofe them to fale. Chance will furnifh better fubjeds than the prince's choice. In fhort, the method of attaining to honours through riches infpires and cherifhes induftry, a thing extremely wanting in this kind of government. Fifth Question. The fifth queftion is, in what kind of government cenfus are neceffary? My anfwer is, that they are neceffary in a republic, where the principle of government is virtue. We muft not imagine that criminal actions are only deftrudive of virtue. It is deftroyed alfo by omiffions, by negledts, by a certain coolnefs in the love of our country, by bad examples, and by the feeds of corruption. We muft not imagine that criminal actions only are deftrudive of virtue. Whatever does not openly violate but elude the laws, does not fubvert but weaken them, ought to fall under the enquiry and correction of the cenfors. We are furprifed at the punifhment of the Areopagite for killing a fparrow, which, to efcape the purfuit of a hawk, had taken fhelter in his bofom. Surprifed we are alfo that an Areopagite fhould put his fon to death for putting out the eyes of a little bird. But let us refleft that the queftion here does not relate to a criminal fentence, but to a judgment concerning manners in a republic founded on manners. In monarchies there fhould be no cenfors. The former are founded on honor, and the nature of honor is to have the whole world for its censor. Every man who fails in this article is fubjeft to the reproaches even of thofe who are void of honor. Here the censors would be fpoiled by the very people whom they ought to correct. They could not prevail againft the corruption of a monarchy ; the corruption rather would be too ftrong againft them. Hence it is obvious that there ought to be no censors in defpotic governments. The example of China feems to derogate from this rule ; but we fhall fee in the courfe of this work the particular reafons of that inftitution. End of Chapter 19. End of Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 6, Chapters 1 to 26 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. BOOK VI. Consequences of the Principles of different Governments with refpeft to the Simplicity of Civil and Criminal Laws, the Form of Judgments, and the infliding of Punifhments. CHAP. I. Of the Simplicity of Civil Laws in different Governments. Monarchies do not permit of fo great a fimplicity of laws as defpotic governments. For in monarchies there muft be courts of judicature ; thefe muft give their decifions ; the decifions muft be preferved and learned, that we may judge in the fame manner to day as yefterday, and that the lives and property of the citizens may be as certain and fixed as the very conftitution of the ftate. In monarchies, the adminiftration of juftice, which decides not only in whatever belongs to life and property, but likewife to honor, demands very fcrupulous enquiries. The delicacy of the judge increafes in proportion to the increafe of his truft, and of the importance of the interefts on which he determines. We muft not therefore be furprized to find fo many rules, reftriftions, and extenfions in the laws of thofe countries ; rules that multiply the particular cafes, and feem to make of reafon itfelf an art. The difference of rank, birth, and condition eftablifhed in monarchical governments, is frequently attended with diftinftions in the nature of property ; and the laws relating to the conftitution of this government may augment the number of thefe diftinftions. Hence among us goods are divided into real eftates, purchafes, dowries, paraphernalia, paternal and maternal inheritances, movables of different kinds, eftates held in fee fimple or entail, acquired by defcent or conveyance, allodial or held by foccage, ground rents or annuities. Each fort of goods is fubjeft to particular rules, which muft be compiled within the difpofal of them. Thefe things muft needs diminifh the fimplicity of the laws. In our governments the fiefs have become hereditary. It was neceffary that the nobility fhould have a fixed property, that is, the fief fhould have a certain confiftency, to the end that the proprietor might be always in a capacity of ferving the prince. This muft have been produftive of great varieties. For inftance, there are countries where fiefs could not be divided among the brothers ; in others, the younger brothers may be allowed a more generous fubfiftence. The monarch who knows each of his provinces may eftablifh different laws, or tolerate different cuftoms ; but as the defpotic prince knows nothing, and can attend to nothing, he muft take general meafures, and govern by a rigid and inflexible will, which throughout his whole dominions produces the fame effcft. In fhort, every thing bends under his feet. In proportion as the decifions of the courts of judicature are multiplied in monarchies, the law is loaded with decrees that fometimes contradift one another, either becaufe fucceeding judges are of different way of thinking, or becaufe the fame caufes are fometimes well, and at other times ill defended ; or in fine, by reafon of an infinite number of abufes, to which all human regulations are liable. This is a neceffary evil, which the legiflator redreffes from time to time, as contrary even to the fpirit of moderate governments. For when people are obliged to have recourfe to courts of judicature, this fhould come from the nature of the conftitution, and not from the contradiftion or uncertainty of the law. In governments where there are neceffary diftinftions of perfons, there muft likewife be privileges. This alfo diminifhes the fimplicity, and creates 1,000 exceptions. One of the privileges leaft burthenfome to fociety, and efpecially to him who confers it, is that of pleading in one court in preference to another. Here new difficulties arife, when it becomes a queftion before which court we fhall plead. Far different is the cafe of the people under defpotic governments. In thofe countries I can fee nothing that the legiflator is able to decree, or the magiftrate to judge. As the land belongs to the prince, it follows that there are fcarcely any civil laws in regard to landed property. From the right the fovereign has to fucceffions, it follows likewife that there are none relating to inheritances. The monopolies eftablifhed by the prince for himfelf in fome countries render all forts of commercial laws quite ufelefs. The marriages which they ufually contract with female flaves are the caufe that there are fcarcely any civil laws relating to dowries, or to the particular advantage of married women. From the prodigious multitude of flaves it follows likewife, that there are very few who have any fuch thing as a will of their own, and of courfe are anfwerable for their conduft before a judge. Moft moral actions that are only in confequence of a father's, a husband's, or a mafter's will, are regulated by them, and not by the magiftrates. I forgot to obferve, that as what we call honor is a thing hardly known in thefe countries, the feveral difficulties relating to this article, though of fuch importance with us, are with them quite out of the queftion. Defpotic power is felf*fufficient. Round it there is an abfolute vacuum. Hence it is that when travellers favour us with the defcription of countries where arbitrary fway prevails, they feldom make mention of civil laws. All occafions therefore of wrangling and law fuits are here removed ; and to this in part is it owing that litigious people in thofe countries are fo roughly handled. As the injuftice of their demand is neither fcreened, palliated, nor proteded by an infinite number of laws, of courfe it is immediately difcovered. CHAP. II. Of the Simplicity of Criminal Laws in different Governments. We hear it generally faid, that juftice ought to be adminiftered with us as in Turky. Is it poffible then, that the moft ignorant of all nations fhould be the moft clear fighted on a point which it moft behoves mankind to know? If we examine the fet forms of juftice with refpeft to the trouble the fubjeft undergoes in recovering his property, or in obtaining fatisfadion for an injury or affront, we fhall find them doubtlefs too numerous. But if we confider them in the relation they bear to the liberty and fecurity of every individual, we fhall often find them too few, and be convinced that the trouble, expence, delays, and even the very dangers of our judiciary proceedings, are the price that each fubjeft pays for his liberty. In Turky, where little regard is fhewn to the honor, life, or eftate of the fubjeft, all caufes are fpeedily decided. The method of determining them is a matter of indifference, provided they be determined. The Pafha, after a quick hearing, orders which party he pleafes to be baftinaded, and then fends them about their bufinefs. Here it would be dangerous to be of a litigious difpofition. This fuppofes a ftrong defire of obtaining juftice, a fettled averfion, an adtive mind, and a fteadinefs in purfuing one's point. All this fhould be avoided in a government where fear ought to be the only prevailing fentiment, and in which popular difturbances are frequently attended with fudden and unforefeen revolutions. Here every man ought to know that the magiftrate muft not hear his name mentioned, and that his fecurity depends entirely on his being reduced to a kind of annihilation. But in moderate governments, where the life of the meaneft fubjeft is deemed precious, no man is ftripped of his honor or property until after a long enquiry, and no man is bereft of life till his very country has attacked him, an attack that is never made without leaving him all poffible means of making his defence. Hence it is that when a perfon renders himfelf abfolute, he immediately thinks of reducing the number of laws. In a government thus conftituted, they are more affedted with particular inconveniencies than with the liberty of the fubjeft, which is very little minded. In republics it is plain that as many formalities at leaft are neceffary as in monarchies. In both governments they increafe in proportion to the value which is fet on the honor, fortune, liberty, and life of the fubjeft. In republican governments men are all equal. Equal they are alfo in defpotic governments, in the former becaufe they are every thing, and in the latter becaufe they are nothing. CHAP. III. In what governments and in what Cafes the Judges ought to determine according to the exprefs letter of the law. The nearer a government approaches towards a republic, the more the manner of judging becomes fettled and fixed. Hence it was a fault in the republic of Sparta for the Ephori to pafs fuch arbitrary judgments without having any laws to direft them. The firft confuls at Rome pronounced fentence in the fame manner as the Ephori ; but the inconvenience of this proceeding was foon felt, and they were obliged to have recourfe to exprefs and determinate laws. In defpotic governments there are no laws. The judge himfelf is his own rule. There are laws in monarchies, and where thefe are explicit, the judge conforms to them ; where they are otherwife, he endeavours to inveftigate their fpirit. In republics, the very nature of the conftitution requires the judges to follow the letter of the law ; otherwife the law might be explained to the prejudice of every citizen, in cafe where their honor, property, or life is concerned. At Rome the judges had no more to do than to declare that the perfons accufed were guilty of a particular crime, and then the punifhment was found in the laws, as may be feen in divers laws ftill extant. In England the jury give their verdict whether the faft brought under their cognizance be proved or not. If it be proved, the judge pronounces the punifhment inflided by the law, and for this he needs only to open his eyes. CHAP. IV. Of the manner of pafling Judgment. Hence arife the different modes of pafling judgment. In monarchies the judges chufe the method of arbitration ; they deliberate together ; they communicate their fentiments for the fake of unanimity ; they moderate their opinions, in order to render them conformable to thofe of others, and the leffer number are obliged to give way to the majority. But this is not agreeable to the nature of a republic. At Rome and in the cities of Greece, the judges never entered into a consultation. Each gave his opinion in one of thefe three ways: I absolve, I condemn, it does not appear clear to me. This was becaufe the people judged, or were fuppofed to judge ; but the people are far from being civilians. All thefe reftriftions and methods of arbitration are above their reach. They muft have only one object and one fingle faft fet before them, and then they have only to fee whether they ought to condemn, to acquit, or to fufpend their judgment. The Romans introduced fet forms of actions after the example of the Greeks, and eftablifhed a rule that each caufe fhould be direded by its proper action. This was neceffary in their manner of judging. It was neceffary to fix the ftate of the queftion, that the people might have it always before their eyes. Otherwife, in a long procefs, this ftate of the queftion would continually change, and be no longer diftinguifhed. Hence it followed that the Roman judges granted only the fimple demand, without making any addition, dedudlion, or limitation. But the praetors devifed other forms of actions, which were called ex bona fide, in which the method of pronouncing fentence was left to the difpofition of the judge. This was more agreeable to the fpirit of monarchy. Hence it is a faying among the French lawyers, that in France all aftions are ex bona fide. CHAP. V. In what Governments the Sovereign may be Judge. Machiavel attributes the lofs of the liberty of Florence to the people's not judging in a body in cafes of high treafon againft themfelves, as was cuftomary at Rome. For this purpofe they had 8 judges ; but the few, fays Machiavel, are corrupted by a few. I fhould willingly adopt the maxim of this great man. But as in thofe cafes the political intereft prevails in fome meafure over the civil, for it is always an inconvenience that the people fhould be judges in their own caufe, in order to remedy this evil, The laws muft provide as much as poffible for the fecurity of individuals. With this view the Roman legiflators did two things. They gave the perfons accufed permiffion to banifh themfelves before fentence was pronounced, and they ordained that the goods of thofe who were condemned fhould be facred, to prevent their being confifcated to the people. We fhall fee in Book XI. the other limitations that were fet to the judicatory power refiding in the people. Solon knew how to prevent the abufe which the people might make of their power in criminal judgments. He ordained that the court of Areopagus fhould re*examine the affair ; that if they believed the party accufed was unjuftly acquitted, they fhould impeach him again before the people ; that if they believed him unjuftly condemned, they fhould prevent the execution of the fentence, and make them rejudge the proceeding. An admirable law, that fubjefted the people to the cenfure of the magiftracy which they moft revered, and even to their own. In affairs of this kind it is always proper to throw in fome delays, efpecially when the party accufed is under confinement, to the end that the people may grow calm, and give their judgment coolly. In defpotic governments the prince himfelf may be judge, but in monarchies this cannot be. The conftitution by fuch means would be fubverted, and the dependent intermediate powers annihilated. All fet forms of judgment would ceafe. Fear would take poffeffion of the people's minds, and palenefs fpread itfelf over every countenance. The more confidence, honor, affedion, and fecurity in the fubjeft, the more extended is the power of the monarch. We fhall give here a few more refledions on this point. In monarchies, the prince is the party that profecutes the perfon accufed, and caufes him to be punifhed or acquitted. Now were he himfelf to fit upon the trial, he would be both judge and party. In this government the prince has frequently the benefit of confifcation, fo that here again, by determining criminal caufes, he would be both judge and party. Further, by this method he would deprive himfelf of the moft glorious attribute of fovereignty, namely, that of granting pardon ; for it would be quite ridiculous of him to make and unmake his decifions. Surely he would not chufe to contradift himfelf. Befides, this would be confounding all ideas. It would be impoffible to tell whether a man was acquitted or received his pardon. Louis XIII. Being defirous to fit in judgment upon the trial of the Duke de la Valette, fent for fome members of the parliament and of the privy council to debate the matter. Upon their being ordered by their king to give their opinion concerning the warrant for his arreft, the president de Bellievre faid, that he found it very ftrange that a prince fhould pafs fentence upon a fubjeft ; that kings had referved to themfelves the power of pardoning, and left that of condemning to their officers ; that his Majefty wanted to fee before him at the bar a perfon who, by his decifion, was to be hurried away into the other world ; that the prince's countenance fhould infpire with hopes, and not confound with fears ; that his prefence alone removed ecclefiaftic censures ; and that fubjeds ought not to go away difsatisfied from the fovereign. When fentence was pafled, the fame magiftrate declared, This is an unprecedented judgment to fee, contrary to the example of paft ages, a king of France, in the quality of a judge, condemning a gentleman to death. Again, fentences pafled by the prince would be an inexhauftible fource of injuftice and abufe. The courtiers, by their importunity, would always be able to extort his decifions. Some Roman emperors were fo mad as to fit as judges themfelves. The confequence was that no reigns ever fo furprifed the world with oppreffion and injuftice. Claudius, fays Tacitus, having appropriated to himfelf the determination of law fuits, and the function of magiftrates, gave occafion to all manner of rapine. But Nero, upon coming to the empire after Claudius, endeavoured to conciliate the minds of the people by declaring, that he would take care not to be judge himfelf in private caufes, that the parties might not be expofed within the walls of a palace to the iniquitous influence of a few freedmen. Under the reign of Arcadius, fays Zosimus, a fwarm of calumniators fpread themfelves on every fide, and infefted the court. Upon a person's deceafe, it was immediately fuppofed that he had left no children, and in confequence of this, his property was given away by refcript. For as the prince was furprizingly ftupid, and their emprefs exceffively enterprizing, fhe was a flave to the infatiable avarice of her domeftics and confidants, infomuch that to an honeft man nothing could be more defirable than death. Formerly, fays Procopius, there ufed to be very few people at court ; but in Juftinian's reign, as the judges had no longer the liberty of adminiftring juftice, their tribunals were deferted, while the prince's palace refounded with the litigious clamours of the feveral parties. Every body knows what a proftitution there was of public judgments, and even of the very laws themfelves, at that emperor's court. The laws are the eye of the prince. By them he fees what would otherwife efcape his obfervation. Should he attempt the function of a judge, he would not then labour for himfelf, but for impoftors, whofe aim is to deceive him. CHAP. VI. That in Monarchies Minifters ought not to fit as Judges. It is likewife a very great inconvenience in monarchies for the minifters of the prince to fit as judges. We have ftill inftances of ftates where there are a great number of judges to decide exchequer caufes, and where the minifters nethelefs, a thing moft incredible, would fain determine them. Many are the refledtions that here arife, but this fingle one will fuffice for my purpofe. There is in the very nature of things a kind of contraft between a prince's council and his courts of judicature. The king's council ought to be compofed of a few perfons, and the courts of judicature of a great many. The reafon is, in the former, things fhould be undertaken and conducted with a kind of warmth and paffion, which can hardly be expeded but from 4 or 5 men who make it their fole bufinefs. On the contrary, in courts of judicature a certain coolnefs is requifite, and an indifference in fome meafure to all manner of affairs. CHAP. VII. Of a fingle Magiftrate. A magiftracy of this kind cannot take place but in a defpotic government. We have an inftance in the Roman hiftory, how far a fingle magiftrate may abufe his power. Might it not be very well expeded that Appius on his tribunal fhould contemn all laws, after having violated that of his own enacting? Livy has given us the iniquitous diftinction of the decemvir. He had fuborned a man to reclaim Virginia in his prefence as his flave. Virginia's relatives infifted that by virtue of his own law fhe fhould be configned to them, till the definitive judgment was pafled. Upon which he declared that his law had been enacted only in favour of the father, and that as Virginius was abfent, no application could be made of it in the prefent cafe. CHAP. VIII. Of Accufation in different Governments. At Rome it was lawful for one citizen to accufe another. This was agreeable to the fpirit of a republic, where each citizen ought to have an unlimited zeal for the public good, and is fuppofed to hold all the rights of his country in his own hands. Under the emperors, the republican maxims were ftill purfued, and inftantly appeared a pernicious tribe, a fwarm of informers. Crafty, wicked men, who could ftoop to any indignity to ferve the purpofes of their ambition, were fure to bufy themfelves in the fearch of criminals, whofe condemnation might be agreeable to the prince. This was the road to honor and preferment, but luckily we are ftrangers to it in our country. We have at prefent an admirable law, namely, that by which the prince, who is eftablifhed for the execution of the laws, appoints an officer in each court of judicature to profecute all forts of crimes in his name. Hence the profeffion of informers is a thing unknown to us ; for if this public avenger was fufpedted to abufe his office, he would foon be obliged to mention his author. By Plato's laws, thofe who negleft to inform, or to affift the magiftrates, are liable to punifhment. This would not be fo proper in our days. The public profecutor watches for the fafety of the citizens ; he proceeds in his office while they enjoy their quiet and eafe. CHAP. IX. Of the Severity of Punifhments in different Governments. The feverity of punifhments is fitter for defpotic governments, whofe principle is terror, than for a monarchy or a republic, whofe fpring is honor and virtue. In moderate governments, the love of one's country, fhame, and the fear of blame, are reftraining motives, capable of preventing a multitude of crimes. Here the greateft punifhment of a bad action is convidion. The civil laws have therefore a fofter way of correding, and do not require fo much force and feverity. In thofe ftates a good legiflator is lefs bent upon punifhing than preventing crimes. He is more attentive to infpire good morals than to inflict penalties. It is a conftant remark of the Chinefe authors, that the more the penal laws were increafed in their empire, the nearer they drew towards a revolution. This is becaufe punifhments were augmented in proportion as the public morals were corrupted. It would be an eafy matter to prove that in all, or almoft all, the governments of Europe, penalties have increafed or diminifhed in proportion as thofe governments have favoured or difcouraged liberty. In defpotic governments, people are fo unhappy as to have a greater dread of death than regret for the lofs of life. Confequently their punifhments ought to be more fevere. In moderate ftates they are more afraid of lofing their lives than apprehenfion of the pain of dying. Thofe punifhments therefore which deprive them fimply of life are fufficient. Men in excefs of happinefs or mifery are equally inclinable to feverity. Witnefs conquerors and monks. It is mediocrity alone, and a mixture of profperous and adverfe fortune, that infpires us with lenity and pity. What we fee praftifed by individuals is equally obfervable in regard to nations. In countries inhabited by favages who lead a very hard life, and in defpotic governments, where there is only one perfon on whom fortune lavifhes her favours, while the miferable fubjeds lie expofed to her infults, people are equally cruel. Lenity reigns in moderate governments. When in reading hiftory we obferve the cruelty of the sultans in adminiftration of juftice, we fhudder at the very thought of the miferies of human nature. In moderate governments, a good legiflator may make ufe of every thing by way of punifhment. Is it not very extraordinary that one of the chief penalties at Sparta was to deprive a perfon of the power of lending out his wife, or of receiving the wife of another man, and to oblige him to have no company at home but virgins? In fhort, whatever the law calls a punifhment is fuch effectively. CHAP. X. Of the ancient French Laws. In the ancient French laws we find the true fpirit of monarchy. In cafes relating to pecuniary mulcts, the common people are lefs feverely punifhed than the nobility. But in criminal cafes it is quite the reverfe. The nobleman lofes his honor and his voice in court, while the peafant, who has no honor to lofe, undergoes a corporal punifhment. CHAP. 11. That when people are virtuous, few punifhments are neceffary. The people of Rome had fome fhare of probity. Such was the force of this probity, that the legiflator had frequently no further occafion than to point out the right road, and they were fure to follow it. One would imagine that inftead of precepts, it was fufficient to give them counsels. The punifhments of the regal laws, and thofe of the 12 tables, were almoft all abolifhed in the time of the republic, in confequence either of the Valerian or of the Porcian law. It was never obferved that this ftep did any manner of prejudice to the civil adminiftration. This Valerian law, which reftrained the magiftrates from ufing violent methods againft a citizen that had appealed to the people, inflided no other punifhment on the perfon who infringed it, than that of being reputed a difhoneft man. CHAP. 12. Of the Power of Punifhments. Experience fhews that in countries remarkable for the lenity of their laws, the fpirit of the inhabitants is as much affeded by flight penalties, as in other countries by feverer punifhments. If an inconvenience or abufe arifes in the ftate, a violent government endeavours fuddenly to redrefs it, and inftead of putting the old laws in execution, it eftablifhes fome cruel punifhment, which inftantly puts a ftop to the evil. But the fpring of government hereby lofes its elasticity. The imagination grows accuftomed to the fevere as well as the milder punifhment ; and as the fear of the latter diminifhes, they are foon obliged in every cafe to have recourfe to the former. Robberies on the highway became common in fome countries. In order to remedy this evil, they invented the punifhment of breaking upon the wheel, the terror of which put a ftop for a while to this mifchievous practice. But foon after, robberies on the highways became as common as ever. Defertion in our days has grown to a very great height, in confequence of which it was judged proper to punifh thofe delinquents with death ; and yet their number did not diminifh. The reafon is very natural. A foldier accuftomed to venture his life, defpifes or affects to defpife the danger of lofing it. He is habituated to the fear of fhame. It would have been therefore much better to have continued a punifhment which branded him with infamy for life, the penalty which was pretended to be increafed, while it really diminifhed. Mankind muft not be governed with too much feverity. We ought to make a prudent ufe of the means which nature has given us to conduft them. If we inquire into the caufe of all human corruptions, we fhall find that they proceed from the impunity of criminals, and not from the moderation of punifhments. Let us follow nature, who has given fhame to man for his fcourge, and let the heavieft part of the punifhment be the infamy attending it. But if there be fome countries where fhame is not a confequence of punifhment, this muft be owing to tyranny, which has inflided the fame penalties on villains and honeft men. And if there are others where men are deterred only by cruel punifhments, we may be fure that this muft, in a great meafure, arife from the violence of the government, which has ufed fuch penalties for flight transgreffions. It often happens that a legiflator, defirous of remedying an abufe, thinks of nothing elfe. His eyes are open only to this objeft, and fhut to its inconveniencies. When the abufe is redreffed, you fee only the feverity of the legiflator ; yet there remains an evil in the ftate that has fprung from this feverity. the minds of the people are corrupted, and become habituated to defpotism. Lysander having obtained a victory over the Athenians, the prifoners were ordered to be tried, in confequence of an accufation brought againft that nation of having thrown all the captives of 2 galleys down a precipice, and of having refolved in full affembly to cut off the hands of thofe whom they fhould chance to make prifoners. The Athenians were therefore all maffacred, except Adeimantes, who had oppofed this decree. Lyfander reproached Philocles, before he was put to death, with having depraved the people's minds, and giving leffons of cruelty to all Greece. The Argives, fays Plutarch, having put 1500 of their citizens to death, the Athenians ordered facrifices of expiation, that it might pleafe the gods to turn the hearts of the Athenians from fo cruel a thought. There are 2 forts of corruptions : one when the people do not obferve the laws ; the other when they are corrupted by the laws ; an incurable evil, becaufe it is in the very remedy itfelf. CHAP. XIII. Insufficiency of the Laws of Japan. Exceffive punifhments may even corrupt a defpotic government. Of this we have an inftance in Japan. Here almoft all crimes are punifhed with death, becaufe difobedience to fo great an emperor as that of Japan is reckoned an enormous crime. The queftion is not fo much to correct the delinquent, as to vindicate the authority of the prince. Thefe notions are derived from fervitude, and are owing efpecially to this, that as the emperor is univerfal proprietor, almoft all crimes are diredly againft his interefts. They punifh with death lies fpoken before the magiftrate, a proceeding contrary to natural defence. Even things which have not the appearance of a crime are feverely punifhed. For inftance, a man that ventures his money at play is put to death. True it is, that the charafter of this people, fo amazingly obftinate, capricious, and refolute as to defy all dangers and calamities, feems to absolve their legiflators from the imputation of cruelty, notwithftanding the feverity of their laws. But are men who have a natural contempt for death, and who rip open their bellies for the leaft fancy, are fuch men, I fay, mended or deterred, or rather are they not hardened by the continual profpedts of punifhments? The relations of travellers inform us, with refpeft to the education of the Japanefes, that children muft be treated there with mildnefs, becaufe they become hardened to punifhment ; that their flaves muft not be too roughly ufed, becaufe they immediately ftand upon their defence. Would not one imagine that they might eafily have judged of the fpirit which ought to reign in their political and civil government, from that which fhould prevail in their domeftic concerns? A wife legiflator would have endeavoured to reclaim people by a juft temperature of punifhments and rewards, by maxims of philofophy, morality, and religion adapted to thofe characters, by a proper application of the rules of honor, and by the enjoyment of eafe and tranquillity of life. And fhould he have entertained any apprehenfion that their minds, being inured to the cruelty of punifhments, would no longer be reftrained by thofe of a milder nature, he would have conducted himfelf in another manner, and gained his point by degrees. In particular cafes that admitted of any indulgence, he would have mitigated the punifhment, till he fhould have been able to extend this mitigation to all cafes. But thefe are fprings to which defpotic power is a ftranger. It may abufe itfelf, and that is all it can do. In Japan it has made its utmoft effort, and has furpafled even itfelf in cruelty. As the minds of the people grew wild and intractable, they were obliged to have recourfe to the moft horrid feverity. This is the origin, this the spirit of the laws of Japan. They had more fury, however, than force. They fucceeded the extirpation of Christianity, but fuch unaccountable efforts are a proof of their infufficiency. They wanted to eftablifh a good policy, and they have fhewn greater marks of their weaknefs. We have only to read the relation of the interview between the emperor and the Dairo at Meco. The number of thofe who were fuffocated or murdered in that city by ruffians is incredible. Young maids and boys were carried off by force, and found afterwards expofed in public places, at unfeafonable hours, quite naked, and fewn in linen bags, to prevent their knowing which way they had pafled. Robberies were committed in all parts. The bellies of horfes were ripped open to bring their riders to the ground, and coaches were overturned in order to ftrip the ladies. The Dutch, who were told they could not pafs the night on the fcaffold without expofing themfelves to the danger of being affaffinated, came down, &c. I fhall here give one inftance more from the fame nation. The emperor, having abandoned himfelf to infamous pleafures, lived unmarried, and was confequently in danger of dying without iflue. The Deiri fent him 2 beautiful damzels ; one he married out of refpeft, but would not meddle with her. His nurfe caufed the fineft women of the empire to be fent for, but all to no purpofe. At length an armourer's daughter having pleafed his fancy, he determined to efpoufe her, and had a fon. The ladies belonging to the court, enraged to fee a perfon of fuch mean extraction preferred to themfelves, ftifled the child. The crime was concealed from the emperor, for he would have deluged the land with blood. The exceffive feverity of the laws hinders therefore their execution. When the punifhment furpaffes all meafure, they are frequently obliged to prefer impunity to it. CHAP. XIV. Of the Spirit of the Roman Senate. Under the consulate of Acilius, Glabrio, and Piso, the Acilian law was made to prevent the intriguing for places. Dio fays that the senate engaged the confuls to propofe it, by reafon that C. Cornelius, the tribune, had refolved to caufe more fevere punifhments to be eftablifhed againft this crime, to which the people feemed greatly inclined. The senate rightly judged that immoderate punifhments would ftrike, indeed, a terror into people's minds, but muft have alfo this effect, that there would be nobody afterwards to accufe or condemn ; whereas by propofing moderate penalties, there would always be judges and accufers. CHAP. XV. Of the Roman Laws in refpeft to Punifhments. I am ftrongly confirmed in my fentiments upon finding the Romans on my fide ; and I think that punifhments are connected with the nature of governments, when I behold this great people changing in this refpeft their civil laws, in proportion as they altered their form of government. The regal laws made for fugitives, flaves, and vagabonds, were very fevere. The fpirit of a republic would have required that the decemvirs fhould not have inferted thofe laws in their 12 tables. But men who aimed at tyranny were far from conforming to a republican fpirit. Livy fays, in relation to the punifhment of Metius Savitius, diftator of Alba, who was condemned by Tullius Hostilius to be faftened to 2 chariots drawn by horfes, and torn afunder, that this was the firft and laft punifhment in which the remembrance of humanity feemed to have been loft. He is miftaken. The 12 tables are full of very cruel laws. The defign of the decemvirs appears more confpicuous in the capital punifhment pronounced againft libellers and poets. This is not agreeable to the genius of a republic, where the public like to fee the great men humbled. But perfons who aimed at the fubverfion of liberty were afraid of writings that might revive its fpirit. After the expulfion of the decemvirs, almoft all the penal laws were abolifhed. It is true they were not exprefsly repealed ; but as the Porcian law had ordained that no citizen of Rome fhould be put to death, they were of no further ufe. This is exactly the time to which we may refer what Livy fays of the Romans, that no people were ever fonder of moderation in punifhments. But if to the lenity of penal laws we add the right which the party accufed had of withdrawing before judgment was pronounced, we fhall find that the Romans followed the fpirit which I had obferved to be natural to a republic. Sulla, who confounded tyranny, anarchy, and liberty, made the Cornelian laws. He feemed to have contrived regulations merely with a view to create new crimes. Thus diftinguifhing an infinite number of actions by the name of murder, he found murderers in all parts ; and by a practice too much followed, he laid fnares, fowed thorns, and opened precipices, wherever the citizens fet their feet. Almoft all Sulla's laws contained only the interdidtion of fire and water. To this Caefar added the confifcation of goods, becaufe the rich, by preferving their eftates in exile, became bolder in the perpetration of crimes. The emperors having eftablifhed a military government, foon found that it was as terrible to the prince as to the fubjeft. They endeavoured therefore to temper it, and with this view had recourfe to dignities, and to the refpeft with which thofe dignities were attended. The government thus drew nearer a little to monarchy, and punifhments were divided into three clafles : thofe which related to the principal perfons in the ftate, which were very mild ; thofe which were inflided on perfons of an inferior rank, and were more fevere ; and in fine fuch as concerned only perfons of the loweft condition, which were the moft rigorous. Maximinus, that fierce and ftupid prince, increafed the rigour of the military government, which he ought to have foftened. The fenate were informed, fays Capitolinus, that fome had been crucified, others expofed to wild beafts, or fewn up in the fkins of beafts lately killed, without any manner of regard to their dignity. It feemed as if he wanted to exercife the military difcipline, on the model of which he pretended to regulate the civil adminiftration. In the confideration on the rife and declenfion of the Roman grandeur, we find in what manner Conftantine changed the military defpotifm into a military and civil government, and drew nearer to monarchy. There we may trace the different revolutions of this ftate, and fee how they fell from rigour to indolence, and from indolence to impunity. CHAP. XVI. Of the juft Proportion between Punifhments and Crimes. It is an effential point that there fhould be a certain proportion in punifhments ; becaufe it is effential that a great crime fhould be avoided rather than a fmaller, and that which is more pernicious to fociety rather than that which is lefs. An impoftor, who called himfelf Conftantine Ducas, raifed a great infurrection at Conftantinople. He was taken and condemned to be whipped ; but upon informing againft feveral perfons of diftindion, he was fentenced to be burned as a calumniator. It is very extraordinary that they fhould thus proportion the punifhments between the crime of high treafon and that of calumny. This puts me in mind of a faying of Charles II, King of Great Britain. He faw a man one day ftanding in the pillory, upon which he asked what crime the man had committed. He was anfwered, Pleafe your Majefty, he has written a libel againft your minifters. The fool, faid the king, why did he not write againft me ? They would have done nothing to him. 70 perfons having confpired againft the Emperor Basil, he ordered them to be whipped, and the hair of their heads and beards to be burned. A ftag one day having taken hold of him by the girdle with his horn, one of his retinue drew his fword, cut the girdle, and faved him ; upon which he ordered that perfons' head be cut off for having, faid he, drawn his fword againft his fovereign. Who could imagine that the fame prince could have ever paffed two fuch different judgments It is a great abufe amongft us to condemn to the fame punifhment a perfon that only robs on the highway, and another who robs and murders. Surely for the public fecurity fome difference fhould be made in the punifhment. In China, thofe who add murder to robbery are cut in pieces, but not fo the others. To this difference it is owing, that though they rob in that country, they never murder. In Ruflia, where the punifhment of robbery and murder is the fame, they always murder. The dead, fay they, tell no tales. Where there is no difference in the penalty, there fhould be fome in the expectation of pardon. In England they never murder on the highway, becaufe robbers have fome hopes of tranfportation, which is not the cafe in refpeft to thofe that commit murder. Letters of grace are of excellent ufe in moderate governments. This power which the prince has of pardoning, exercifed with prudence, is capable of producing admirable effedts. The principle of defpotic government, which neither grants nor receives any pardon, deprives it of thefe advantages. CHAP. 17. Of the Rack. The wickednefs of mankind makes it neceffary for the law to fuppofe them better than they really are. Hence the depofition of 2 witneffes is fufficient in the punifhment of all crimes. The law believes them, as if they fpoke by the mouth of truth. Thus we judge that every child conceived in wedlock is legitimate ; the law having a confidence in the mother, as if fhe were chaftity itfelf. But the ufe of the rack againft criminals cannot be defended on a like plea of neceffity. We have before us the example of a nation bleffed with an excellent civil government, the Englifh, where without any inconvenience the praftice of racking criminals is rejected. It is not therefore in its own nature neceffary. So many men of learning and genius have written againft the cuftom of torturing criminals, that after them I dare not prefume to meddle with the fubjeft. I was going to fay that it might fuit defpotic ftates, where whatever infpires fear is the fitteft fpring of governments. I was going to fay that the flaves among the Greeks and Romans, but nature cries out aloud, and afferts her rights. CHAP. 18. Of pecuniary and corporal punifhments. Our anceftors, the Germans, admitted of none but pecuniary punifhments. Thofe free and warlike people were of opinion that their blood ought not to be fpilled but with fword in hand. On the contrary, thefe punifhments are rejected by the Japanese, under pretence that the rich might elude them. But are not the rich afraid of being ftripped of their property? And might not pecuniary penalties be proportioned to people's fortunes? And in fine, might not infamy be added to thofe punifhments? A good legiflator takes a juft medium. He ordains neither always pecuniary, nor always corporal punifhments. CHAP. 19. Of the Law of Retaliation. The ufe of the law of retaliation is very frequent in defpotic countries, where they are fond of fimple laws. Moderate governments admit of it fometimes, but with this difference, that the former exercife it in full rigour, whereas among the latter it ever receives fome kind of limitation. The law of the 12 tables admitted 2. Firft, it never condemned to retaliation, but when the plaintiff could not be fatisfied in any other manner. Secondly, after condemnation they might pay damages in intereft, and then the corporal was changed into a pecuniary punifhment. CHAP. 20. Of the punifhment of fathers for the crimes of their children. In China, fathers are punifhed for the crimes of their children. This was likewife the cuftom of Peru, a cuftom derived from the notion of defpotic power. Little does it fignify to fay that in China the father is punifhed for not having exerted that paternal authority with which nature has eftablifhed, and the laws themfelves have improved. This still supposes that there is no honour among the Chinese. Amongst us, parents whose children are condemned by the laws of their country, and children whose parents have undergone the like fate, are as feverely punifhed by fhame, as they would be in China by the lofs of their lives. CHAP. 21. Of the Clemency of the Prince. Clemency is the characterific of monarchs. In republics, whofe principle is virtue, it is not fo neceffary. In defpotic governments, where fear predominates, it is lefs cuftomary, becaufe the great men are to be reftrained by examples of feverity. It is more neceffary in monarchies, where they are governed by honor, which frequently requires what the very law forbids. Difgrace is here equivalent to chaftifement, and even the forms of juftice are punifhments. This is becaufe particular kinds of penalty are formed by fhame, which on every fide invades the delinquent. The great men in monarchies are fo heavily punifhed by difgrace, by the lofs, though often imaginary, of their fortune, credit, acquaintances, and pleafures, that rigour in refpeft to them is needlefs. It can tend only to diveft the fubjeft of the affection he has for the perfon of his prince, and of the refpeft he ought to have for public pofts and employments. As the inftability of the great is natural to a defpotic government, fo their fecurity is interwoven with the nature of monarchy. So many are the advantages which monarchs gain by clemency, fo greatly does it raife their fame, and endear them to their fubjeds, that it is generally happy for them to have an opportunity of difplaying it, which in this part of the world is feldom wanting. Some branch perhaps of their authority, but never hardly the whole, will be difputed ; and if they fometimes fight for their crown, they do not fight for their life. But fome may ask, when it is proper to punifh, and when to pardon? This is a point more eafily felt than prefcribed. When there is a danger in the exercife of clemency, it is vifible. Nothing fo eafy as to diftinguifh it from that imbecility which expofes princes to contempt, and to the very incapacity of punifhing. The emperor Maurice made a refolution never to fpill the blood of his fubjeds. Anaftasius punifhed no crimes at all. Isaac Angelus took an oath that no one fhould be put to death during his reign. Thofe Greek emperors forgot that it was not for nothing that they were entrufted with the fword. End of CHAP. 21. End of Book 6 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 7, chapters 1 to 17 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 7. Confequences of the different Principles of the three Governments with refpeft to fumptuary laws, luxury, and the condition of women. CHAP. 1. Of Luxury. Luxury is ever in proportion to the inequality of fortunes. If the riches of a ftate are equally divided, there will be no luxury ; for it is founded merely on the conveniencies acquired by the labour of others. In order to have this equal diftribution of riches, the law ought to give to each man only what is neceffary for nature. If they exceed thefe bounds, fome will fpend, and others will acquire, by which means an inequality will be eftablifhed. Suppofing what is neceffary for the fupport of nature to be equal to a given fum, The luxury of thofe who have only what is barely neceffary will be equal to a cypher. If a perfon happens to have double that fum, his luxury will be equal to one. He that has double the latter's fubftance will have a luxury equal to 3. If this be ftill doubled, there will be a luxury equal to 7. So that the property of the fubfequent individual being always fuppofed double to that of the preceding, the luxury will increafe double, and a unit be always added in this progreffion. 0, 1, 3, 7, 15, 31, 63, 127. In Plato's Republic, luxury might have been exactly calculated. There were 4 forts of cenfuses or rates of eftates. The firft was exactly the term beyond poverty, the fecond was double, the third triple, the fourth quadruple to the firft. In the firft cenfus, luxury was equal to a cypher, in the fecond to 1, in the third to 2, in the fourth to 3, and thus it followed in an arithmetical proportion. Considering the luxury of different nations with refpeft to one another, it is in each ftate a compound proportion to the inequality of fortunes among the fubjeds, and to the inequality of wealth in different ftates. In Poland, for example, there is an extreme inequality of fortunes, but the poverty of the whole hinders them from having fo much luxury as in a more opulent government. Luxury is alfo in proportion to the populoufnefs of the towns, and efpecially of the capital ; fo that it is in a compound proportion to the riches of the ftate, to the inequality of private fortunes, and to the number of people fettled in particular places. In proportion to the populoufnefs of towns, the inhabitants are filled with notions of vanity, and actuated by an ambition of diftinguifhing themfelves by trifles. If they are very numerous, and moft of them ftrangers to one another, their vanity redoubles, becaufe there are greater hopes of fuccefs. As luxury infpires thefe hopes, each man affumes the marks of a fuperior condition ; but by endeavouring thus at diftinction, every one becomes equal, and diftinction ceafes. As all are defirous of refpeft, nobody is regarded. Hence arifes a general inconvenience. Thofe who excel in a profeffion fet what value they pleafe on their labour. This example is followed by people of inferior abilities, and then there is an end of all proportion between our wants, and the means of fatisfying them. When I am forced to go to law, I muft be able to fee council ; when I am fick, I muft have it in my power to fee a phyfician. It is the opinion of feveral, that the affemblage of fo great a multitude of people in capital cities is an obftrudion to commerce, becaufe the inhabitants are no longer at a proper diftance from each other. But I cannot think fo ; for men have more defires, more wants, more fancies, when they live together. CHAP. II. Of fumptuary Laws in a Democracy. We have obferved that in a republic, where riches are equally divided, there can be no fuch thing as luxury ; and as we have fhewn in the 5th book, that this equal diftribution conftitutes the excellence of republic government. Hence it follows, that the lefs luxury there is in a republic, the more it is perfect. There was none among the old Romans, none among the Lacedaemonians ; and in republics where this equality is not quite loft, the fpirit of commerce, induftry, and virtue renders every man able and willing to live on his own property, and confequently prevents the growth of luxury. The laws concerning the new divifion of lands, infifted upon fo eagerly in fome republics, were of the moft falutary nature. They are dangerous only as they are fudden. By reducing inftantly the wealth of fome, and increafing that of others, they form a revolution in each family, and muft produce a general one in the ftate. In proportion as luxury gains ground in a republic, the minds of the people are turned towards their particular interefts. Thofe who are allowed only what is neceffary have nothing but their own reputation and the country's glory in view. But a foul depraved by luxury has many other defires, and foon becomes an enemy to the laws that confine it. The luxury in which the garrifon of Rhegium began to live was the caufe of their maffacring the inhabitants. No fooner were the Romans corrupted, than their defires became boundlefs and immenfe. Of this we may judge by the price they fet on things. A pitcher of Falernian wine was fold for 100 Roman denarii. A barrel of fait meat from the kingdom of Pontus coft 400. A good cook 4 talents, and for boys no price was reckoned too great. When the whole world, impelled by the force of corruption, is immerfed in voluptuoufnefs, what muft then become of virtue? CHAP. III. Of fumptuary Laws in an Ariftocracy. There is this inconvenience in an ill conftituted ariftocracy, that the wealth centres in the nobility, and yet they are not allowed to fpend ; for as luxury is contrary to the fpirit of moderation, it muft be banifhed thence. This government comprehends therefore only people who are extremely poor and cannot acquire, and people who are vaftly rich and cannot fpend. In Venice they are compelled by the laws to moderation. They are fo habituated to parfimony, that none but courtezans can make them part with their money. Such is the method made ufe of for the fupport of induftry. The moft contemptible of women may be profufe without danger, whilft thofe who contribute to their extravagance confume their days in the greateft obfcurity. Admirable in this refpeft were the inftitutions of the principal republics of Greece. The rich employed their money in feftivals, mufical chorufes, chariots, horfe races, and chargeable offices. Wealth was, therefore, as burthenfome there as poverty. CHAP. IV. Of fumptuary Laws in a Monarchy. Tacitus fays that the Swedes, a German nation, has a particular refpeft for riches, for which reafon they live under the government of one perfon. This fhews that luxury is extremely proper for monarchies, and that under this government there muft be no fumptuary laws. As riches, by the very conftitution of monarchies, are unequally divided, there is an abfolute neceffity for luxury. Were the rich not to be lavifh, the poor would ftarve. It is even neceffary here that the expences of the opulent fhould be in proportion to the inequality of fortunes, and that luxury, as we have already obferved, fhould increafe in this proportion. The augmentation of private wealth is owing to its having deprived one part of the citizens of their neceffary fupport. This muft therefore be reftored to them. Hence it is that for the prefervation of a monarchical ftate, luxury ought continually to increafe, and to grow more extenfive, as it rifes from the labourer to the artificer, to the merchant, to the magiftrate, to the nobility, to the great officers of the ftate, up to the very prince; otherwife the nation will be undone. In the reign of Auguftus a propofal was made in the Roman Senate, which was compofed of grave magiftrates, learned civilians, and of men whofe heads were filled with the notion of the primitive times, to reform the manners and luxury of women. It is curious to fee in Dio with what art this prince eluded the importunate folicitations of thefe fenators. This was becaufe he was founding a monarchy, and diflolving a republic. Under Tiberius, the aediles proposed in the senate the re-establishment of the ancient fumptuary laws. This prince, who did not want sense, oppofed it. The ftate, he faid, could not poflibly fubfift in the prefent fituation of things. How could Rome, how could the provinces live? We were frugal, while we were only matters of one city. Now we confume the riches of the whole globe, and employ both the matters and their flaves in our fervice. He plainly faw that fumptuary laws would not fuit the prefent form of government. When a propofal was made under the fame emperor to the senate, to prohibit the governors from carrying their wives with them into the provinces, becaufe of the diflolutenefs and irregularity which followed thofe ladies, the propofal was rejected. It was faid that the examples of ancient austerity had been changed into a more agreeable method of living. They found there was a neceffity for different manners. Luxury is therefore abfolutely neceffary in monarchies, as it is alfo in defpotic ftates. In the former it is the ufe of liberty, in the latter it is the abufe of fervitude. A flave appointed by his mafter to tyrannize over other wretches of the fame condition, uncertain of enjoying to morrow the bleffings of to day, has no other felicity than that of glutting the pride, the paflions, and voluptuoufnefs of the prefent moment. Hence arifes a very natural reflection: republics end with luxury, monarchies with poverty. CHAP. V. In what Cafes fumptuary Laws are ufeful in a Monarchy. Whether it was from a republican fpirit, or from fome other particular circumftance, fumptuary laws were made in Aragon in the middle of the 13th century. James I. ordained that neither the king nor any of his fubjeds fhould have above 2 forts of difhes at a meal, and that each difh fhould be dreffed only one way, except if it were game of their own killing. In our days, fumptuary laws have alfo been enacted in Sweden, but with a different view from thofe of Aragon. A government may make fumptuary laws with a view to abfolute frugality. This is the fpirit of fumptuary laws in republics, and the very nature of the thing fhews that fuch was the defign of thofe in Aragon. Sumptuary laws may likewife be eftablifhed with a defign to promote a relative frugality. When a government, perceiving that foreign merchandize, being at too high a price, will require fuch an exportation of home manufactures, as to deprive them of more advantages by the lofs of the latter than they can receive from the poffeffion of the former, they will forbid their being introduced. And this is the fpirit of the laws which in our days have been pafled in Sweden. Such are the fumptuary laws proper for monarchies. In general, the poorer a ftate, the more it is ruined by its relative luxury, and confequently the more occafion it has for relative fumptuary laws. The richer a ftate, the more it thrives by its relative luxury, for which reafon it muft take particular care not to make any relative fumptuary laws. This we fhall better explain in the book on Commerce. Here we treat only of abfolute luxury. CHAP. VI. Of the Luxury of China. Sumptuary laws may, in fome governments, be neceffary for particular reafons. The people, by the influence of the climate, may grow fo numerous, and the means of fubfifting may be fo uncertain, as to render a univerfal application to agriculture extremely neceffary. As luxury in thofe countries is dangerous, their fumptuary laws fhould be very fevere. In order, therefore, to be able to judge whether luxury ought to be encouraged or profcribed, we fhould examine firft what relation there is between the number of people and the facility they have of procuring fubftance. In England, the foil produces more grain than is neceffary for the maintenance of fuch as cultivate the land, and of thofe who are employed in the woollen manufactures. This country may be therefore allowed to have fome trifling arts, and confequently luxury. In France likewife there is corn enough for the fupport of the hufbandman and of the manufacturer. Befides, a foreign trade may bring in fo many neceffaries in return for toys, that there is no danger to be apprehended from luxury. On the contrary, in China, the women are fo prolific, and the human fpecies multiplies fo faft, that the lands, though never fo much cultivated, are fcarcely fufficient to fupport the inhabitants. Here therefore luxury is pernicious, and the fpirit of induftry and economy is as requifite as in any republic. They are obliged to purfue the neceffary arts, and to fhun thofe of luxury and pleafure. This is the spirit of the excellent decrees of the Chinefe emperors. Our anceftors, fays an emperor of the family of the Tangs, held it as a maxim, that if there was a man who did not work, or a woman that was idle, fomebody muft fuffer cold or hunger in the empire. And on this principle he ordered a vaft number of the monafteries of bonds to be deftroyed. The third emperor of the 21th dynafty, to whom fome precious ftones were brought that had been found in a mine, ordered it to be fhut up, not chufing to fatigue his people with working for a thing that could neither feed nor clothe them. So great is our luxury, fays Chiaventi, that people adorn with embroidery the fhoes of boys and girls, whom they are obliged to fell. Is employing fo many people in making clothes for one perfon, the way to prevent a great many from wanting clothes? There are 10 men who eat the fruits of the earth to one employed in agriculture. And is this the means of preferving numbers from wanting nourifhment? CHAP. VII. Fatal Confequence of Luxury in China. In the hiftory of China we find it has 22 fucceffive dynafties, that is, it has experienced 22 general, without mentioning a prodigious number of particular, revolutions. The firft 3 dynafties lafted a long time, becaufe they were wifely adminiftered, and the empire had not fo great an extent as it afterwards obtained. But we may obferve in general, that all thofe dynafties began very well. Virtue, attention, and vigilance are neceffary in China. Thefe prevailed in the commencement of the dynafties, and failed in the end. It was natural that emperors trained up in military toil, who had compaffed the dethroning of a family immerfed in pleafure, fhould adhere to virtue, which they had found fo advantageous, and be afraid of voluptuoufnefs, which they knew had proved fo fatal to the family dethroned. But after the 3 or 4 firft princes, corruption, luxury, indolence, and pleafure poflefled their fucceffors. They fhut themfelves up in a palace, their underftanding was impaired, their life was fhortened, the family declined, the grandees rofe up, the eunuchs gained credit, none but children were fet on the throne, the palace was at variance with the empire, a lazy fet of people that dwelt there ruined the induftrious part of the nation. The emperor was killed or deftroyed by a ufurper, who founded a family, the 3rd or 4th fucceflor of which went and fhut himfelf up in the very fame palace. CHAP. VIII. Of public Continency. So many are the imperfections that attend the lofs of virtue in women, and fo greatly are their minds depraved when this principal guard is removed, that in a popular ftate public incontinency may be confidered as the laft of miferies, and as a. certain forerunner of a change in the conftitution. 1 The 1 Epiftle of St. Paul, chap. 4. 4 The 1 Epiftle of St. Paul, chap. 4. 4 The 1 Epiftle of St. Paul, chap. 4. 4 The 1 Epiftle of St. Paul, chap. 4. 4 The 1 Epiftle of St. Paul, chap. 4. 4 Hence it is that the fage legiflators of republican ftates have ever required of women a particular gravity of manners. They have profcribed not only vice, but the very appearance of it. They have banifhed even all commerce of gallantry, a commerce that produces idlenefs, that renders the women corrupters even before they are corrupted, that gives a value to trifles, and debafes things of importance ; a commerce, in fine, that makes people aft entirely by maxims of ridicule, in which the women are fo perfedtly skilled. CHAP. IX. Of the Condition or State of Women in different Governments. In monarchies women are fubjeft to very little reftraint, becaufe as the diftinftion of rank calls them to court, there they affume a fpirit of liberty, which is almoft the only one tolerated in that place. Each courtier avails himfelf of their charms and paflions, in order to advance his fortune ; and as their weaknefs admits not of pride, but of vanity, luxury conftantly attends them. In defpotic governments, women do not introduce, but are themfelves an objeft of luxury. They muft be in a ftate of the moft rigorous fervitude. Every one follows the fpirit of the government, and adopts in his own family the cuftoms he fees elfewhere eftablifhed. As the laws are very fevere, and executed on the fpot, they are afraid left the liberty of women fhould expofe them to danger. Their quarrels, indifcretions, repugnancies, jealoufies, piques, and that art, in fine, which little fouls have of interefting great ones, would be attended there with fatal confequences. Befides, as princes in thofe countries make a fport of human nature, they allow themfelves a multitude of women, and 1,000 confiderations oblige them to keep thofe women in clofe confinement. In republics, women are free by the laws, and reftrained by manners. Luxury is banifhed thence, and with it corruption and vice. In the cities of Greece, where they were not under the reftraint of a religion which declares that even amongft men regularity of manners is a part of virtue, where a blind paflion triumphed with a boundlefs infolence, and love appeared only in a fhape which we dare not mention, while marriage was confidered as nothing more than fimple friendfhip ; fuch was the virtue, fimplicity, and chaftity of women in thofe cities, that in this refpeft hardly any people were ever known to have a better and wifer polity. CHAP. X. Of the domeftic Tribunal among the Romans. The Romans had no particular magiftrates, like the Greeks, to infpeft the conduft of women. The cenfors had not an eye over them, as over the reft of the republic. The inftitution of the domeftic tribunal fupplied the magiftracy eftablifhed among the Greeks. The hufband fummoned the wife's relatives, and tried her in their prefence. This tribunal preferved the manners of the republic, and at the fame time thofe very manners maintained this tribunal. For it decided not only in refpeft to the violation of the laws, but alfo of manners. Now, in order to judge of the violation of the latter, manners are requifite. The penalties inflided by this tribunal ought to be, and actually were, arbitrary ; for all that relates to manners, and to the rules of modefty, can hardly be comprized under one code of laws. It is eafy indeed to regulate by laws what we owe to others, but it is very difficult to comprize all we owe to ourfelves. The domeftic tribunal infpeded the general conduft of women ; but there was one crime which, befide the animadverfion of this tribunal, was likewife fubjeft to a public accufation. This was adultery. Whether that in a republic fo great a depravation of manners interefted the government, or whether the wife's immorality might render the hufband fufpeded, or whether in fine, they were afraid left even honeft people might chufe that this crime fhould rather be concealed than punifhed. CHAP. 11. In what manner the Inftitutions changed at Rome together with the Government. As manners were fupported by the domeftic tribunal, they were alfo fupported by the public accufation ; and hence it is that thefe two things fell together with the public manners, and ended with the republic. The eftablifhing of perpetual queftions, that is, the divifion of jurifdidtion among the praetors, and the cuftom gradually introduced of the praetors determining all caufes themfelves, weakened the ufe of the domeftic tribunal. This appears by the furprize of hiftorians, who look upon the decifions which Tiberius caufed to be given by this tribunal as fingular fadts, and as a renewal of the ancient courfe of pleading. The eftablifhment of monarchy, and the change of manners, put likewife an end to public accufations. It might be apprehended left a difhoneft man, affronted at the flight fhewn him by a woman, vexed at her refufal, and irritated even by her virtue, fhould form a defign to deftroy her. The Julian law ordained, that a woman fhould not be accufed of adultery till after her hufband had been charged with favouring her irregularities, which limited greatly, and annihilated, as it were, this fort of accufation. Sextus Quintus feems to have been defirous of reviving the public accufation ; but there needs very little reflection to fee that this law would be more improper in fuch a monarchy as his than in any other. CHAP. 12. Of the Guardianship of Women among the Romans. The Roman laws fubjefted women to a perpetual guardianship, except they were under cover and fubjeft to the authority of a hufband. This guardianship was given to the neareft of the male relatives, and by a vulgar expreffion, it appears they were very much confined. This was proper for a republic, but not at all neceffary in a monarchy. That the women among the ancient Germans were likewife under a perpetual tutelage, appears from the different codes of the laws of the barbarians. This cuftom was communicated to the monarchies founded by thefe people, but was not of long duration. CHAP. 13. Of the punifhments decreed by the emperors against the incontinence of women. The Julian law ordained a punifhment againft adultery. But fo far was this law, any more than thofe afterwards made on the fame account, from being a mark of regularity of manners, that on the contrary it was a proof of their depravity. The whole political fyftem in refpeft to women received a change in the monarchical ftate. The queftion was no longer to oblige them to a regularity of manners, but to punifh their crimes. That new laws were made to punifh their crimes, was owing to their leaving thofe transgreffions unpunifhed, which were not of fo criminal a nature. The frightful diffolution of manners obliged indeed the emperors to enaft laws in order to put fome ftop to lewdnefs ; but it was not their intention to eftablifh a general reformation. Of this the pofitive fadts related by hiftorians are a much ftronger proof than all thefe laws can be of the contrary. We may fee in Dio the conduft of Auguftus on this occafion, and in what manner he eluded, both in his praetorian and censorian office, the repeated inftances that were made him for that purpofe. It is true that we find in hiftorians very rigid fentences, pafled in the reigns of Auguftus and Tiberius, againft the lewdnefs of fome Roman ladies. But by fhewing us the fpirit of thofe reigns, at the fame time they demonftrate the fpirit of thofe decifions. The principal defign of Auguftus and Tiberius was to punifh the diflblutenefs of their relatives. It was not their immorality they punifhed, but a particular crime of impiety or high treafon of their own invention, which ferved to promote a refpeft for majefty, and anfwered their private revenge. Hence it is that the Roman hiftorians inveigh fo bitterly againft this tyranny. The penalty of the Julian law was fmall. The emperors infifted that in paffing fentence, the judges fhould increafe the penalty of the law. This was the fubjeft of the invectives of hiftorians. They did not examine whether the women were deferving of punifhment, but whether they had violated the law in order to punifh them. One of the moft tyrannical proceedings of Tiberius was the abufe he made of the ancient laws. When he wanted to extend the punifhment of a Roman lady beyond that inflided by the Julian law, he revived the domeftic tribunal. Thefe regulations in refpeft to women concerned only fenatorial families, not the common people. Pretences were wanted to accufe the great, which were conftantly furnifhed by the diflolute behaviour of the ladies. In fine, what I have obferved, namely, that regularity of manners is not the principle of monarchy, was never better verified than under thofe firft emperors ; and whoever doubts it, need only read Tacitus, Suetonius, Juvenal, or Martial. CHAP. 14. Sumptuary Laws among the Romans. We have fpoken of public incontinence, becaufe it is the infeparable companion of luxury. If we leave the motions of the heart at liberty, how fhall we be able to reftrain the weaknefles of the mind ? At Rome, befides the general inftitutions, the cenfors prevailed on the magiftrates to enaft feveral particular laws for maintaining the frugality of women. This was the defign of the Fanian, Licinian, and Oppian laws. We may fee in Livy the great ferment the fenate was in, when the women infifted upon the revocation of the Oppian law. The abrogation of this law is fixed upon by Valerius Maximus as the period whence we may date the luxury of the Romans. CHAP. 15. Of Dowries and nuptial Advantages in different Conftitutions. Dowries ought to be confiderable in monarchies, in order to enable hufbands to fupport their rank, and the eftablifhed luxury. In republics, where luxury fhould never reign, they ought to be moderate ; but they fhould be hardly at all in defpotic governments, where women are in fome meafure flaves. The community of goods introduced by the French laws between man and wife is extremely well adapted to a monarchical government, becaufe the women are thereby interefted in domeftic affairs, and compelled, as it were, to take care of their family. It is lefs fo in a republic, where women are poffeffed of more virtue. But it would be quite abfurd in defpotic governments, where the women themfelves generally conftitute a part of the mafter's property. As women are in a ftate that furnifhes fufficient inducements to marriage, the advantages which the law gives them over the hufband's property are of no fervice to fociety. But in a republic they would be extremely prejudicial, becaufe riches are produftive of luxury. In defpotic governments, the profits accruing from marriage ought to be mere fubfiftence, and no more. CHAP. 16. An excellent cuftom of the Samnites. The Samnites had a cuftom, which in fo fmall a republic, and efpecially in their fituation, muft have been productive of admirable effeds. The young people were all convened in one place, and their conduft was examined. He that was declared the beft of the whole affembly, had leave given him to take which girl he pleafed for his wife ; the fecond beft chofe after him, and fo on. Admirable inftitution The only recommendation that young men could have on this occafion was their virtue and the fervices done their country. He who had the greateft fhare of thefe endowments chofe which girl he liked out of the whole nation. Love, beauty, chaftity, virtue, birth, and even wealth itfelf, were all, in fome meafure, the dowry of virtue. A nobler and grander recompenfe, lefs chargeable to a petty ftate, and more capable of influencing both fexes, could fcarcely be imagined. The Samnites were defcended from the Lacedaemonians, and Plato, whofe inftitutions are only an improvement of thofe of Lycurgus, enacted nearly the fame law. CHAP. 17. Of female Adminiftration. It is contrary to reafon and nature, that women fhould reign in families, as was cuftomary among the Egyptians, but not that they fhould govern an empire. In the former cafe, the ftate of their natural weaknefs does not permit them to have the pre eminence. In the latter, their very weaknefs generally gives them more lenity and moderation, qualifications fitter for a good adminiftration than roughnefs and feverity. In the Indies they are very eafy under a female government ; and it is fettled, that if the male iffue be not of a mother of the fame blood, the females born of a mother of the blood royal muft fucceed. And then they have a certain number of perfons who affift them to bear the weight of the government. According to Mr. Smith, they are very eafy in Africa under female adminiftration. If to this we add the example of England and Ruflia, we fhall find that they fucceed alike both in moderate and defpotic governments. End of Chapter 17. End of Book 7 of Spirit of the Laws.
Book 8, Chapters 1 to 21 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 8. Of the corruption of the principles of the three governments. Chapter 1. General idea of this book. The corruption of every government generally begins with that of its principles. Chapter 2. Of the corruption of the principles of democracy. The principle of democracy is corrupted not only when the spirit of equality is extinct, but likewife when they fall into a spirit of extreme equality, and when each citizen would fain be upon a level with thofe whom he has chofen to command him. Then the people, incapable of bearing the very power they have delegated, want to manage every thing themfelves, to debate for the senate, to execute for the magiftrate, and to decide for the judges. When this is the cafe, virtue can no longer fubfift in the republic. The people are defirous of exercifing the functions of the magiftrates, who ceafe to be revered. The deliberations of the senate are flighted. All refpect is then laid afide for the fenators, and confequently for old age. If there is no more refpect for old age, there will be none prefently for parents. Deference to husbands will be likewife thrown off, and fubmiffion to mafters. This licence will foon become general, and the trouble of command be as fatiguing as that of obedience. Wives, children, flaves will fhake off all fubjedion. No longer will there be any fuch thing as manners, order, or virtue. We find in Xenophon's Banquet a very lively defcription of a republic in which the people abufed their equality. Each gueft gives in his turn the reafon why he is fatisfied. Content I am, fays Charmides, Because of my poverty. When I was rich, I was obliged to pay my court to informers, knowing I was more liable to be hurt by them than capable of doing them harm. The republic constantly demanded some new tax of me, and I could not decline paying. Since I have grown poor, I have acquired authority. Nobody threatens me. I rather threaten others. I can go or stay where I please. The rich already rise from their seats and give me the way. I am a king. I was before a slave. I paid taxes to the republic. Now it maintains me. I am no longer afraid of losing, but I hope to acquire. The people fall into this misfortune when those in whom they confide, desirous of concealing their own corruption, endeavour to corrupt them. To disguise their own ambition, they speak to them only of the grandeur of the state. To conceal their own avarice, they incessantly flatter theirs. The corruption will increase among the corrupters, and likewise among those who are already corrupted. The people will divide the public money among themselves, and having added the administration of affairs to their indolence, will be for blending their poverty with the amusements of luxury. But with their indolence and luxury, nothing but the public treasure will be able to satisfy their demands. We must not be surprised to see their suffrages given for money. It is impossible to make great largesses to the people without great extortion, and to compass this, the state must be subverted. The greater the advantages they seem to derive from their liberty, the nearer they approach towards the critical moment of losing it. Petty tyrants arise who have all the vices of a single tyrant. The small remains of liberty soon become insupportable. A single tyrant starts up, and the people are stripped of everything, even of the profits of their corruption. Democracy has, therefore, two excesses to avoid: the spirit of inequality, which leads to aristocracy or monarchy, and the spirit of extreme equality, which leads to despotic power, as the latter is completed by conquest. True it is, that those who corrupted the Greek republics did not always become tyrants. This was because they had a greater passion for eloquence than for the military art. Besides, there reigned an implacable hatred in the breasts of the Greeks against those who subverted a republican government, and for this reason anarchy degenerated into annihilation, instead of being changed into tyranny. But Syracuse, being situated in the midst of a great number of petty ftates, whofe government had been changed from oligarchy to tyranny, and being governed by a senate fcarcely ever mentioned in history, underwent fuch miferies as are the confequence of a more than ordinary corruption. This city, ever a prey to licentiousness or oppression, equally labouring under the fudden and alternate fucceffion of liberty and fervitude, and notwithstanding her external ftrength, conftantly determined to a revolution by the leaft foreign power, this city, I say, had in her bofom an immenfe multitude of people, whofe fate it was to have always this cruel alternative, either of chufing a tyrant to govern them, or of acting the tyrant themfelves. CHAPTER III. Of the Spirit of extreme Equality. As distant as heaven is from earth, so is the true spirit of equality from that of extreme equality. The former does not imply that everybody should command, or that no one should be commanded, but that we obey or command our equals. It endeavours not to fhake off the authority of a mafter, but that its mafters should be none but its equals. In the ftate of nature, indeed, all men are born equal, but they cannot continue in this equality. Society makes them lofe it, and they recover it only by the protection of the laws. Such is the difference between a well*regulated democracy and one that is not fo, that in the former men are equal only as citizens, but in the latter they are equal alfo as magiftrates, as fenators, as judges, as fathers, as husbands, or as matters. The natural place of virtue is near to liberty, but it is not nearer to exceffive liberty than to fervitude. CHAPTER IV. Particular caufe of the corruption of the people. Great fuccefs, efpecially when chiefly owing to the people, intoxicates them to fuch a degree, that it is impoffible to contain them within bounds. Jealous of their magiftrates, they foon become jealous likewife of the magiftracy. Enemies to thofe who govern, they foon prove enemies alfo to the conftitution. Thus it was that the victory over the Perfians in the Straits of Salamis corrupted the republic of Athens, and thus the defeat of the Athenians ruined the republic of Syracuse. Marseilles never experienced thofe great tranfitions from lowness to grandeur. This was owing to the prudent conduct of that republic, which always preferved her principles. CHAPTER V. Of the corruption of the principle of Ariftocracy. Ariftocracy is corrupted if the power of the nobles becomes arbitrary. When this is the cafe, there can no longer be any virtue either in the governors or the governed. If the reigning families obferve the laws, it is a monarchy with feveral monarchs, and in its own nature one of the moft excellent ; for almoft all thefe monarchs are tied down by the laws. But when they do not obferve them, it is a defpotic ftate, fwayed by a great many defpotic princes. In the latter cafe, the republic confifts only in the nobles. The body governing is the republic, and the body governed is the defpotic ftate, which forms two of the moft heterogeneous bodies in the world. The extremity of corruption is when the power of the nobles becomes hereditary, for then they can hardly have any moderation. If there are only a few, their power is greater, but their fecurity lefs. If they are a larger number, their power is lefs, and their fecurity greater, infomuch that power goes on in increafing, and fecurity diminifhing, up to the very defpotic prince, who is encircled with excefs of power and danger. The great number, therefore, of nobles in an hereditary ariftocracy renders the government lefs violent ; but as there is lefs virtue, they fall into a spirit of fupinenefs and negligence, by which the ftate lofes all its ftrength and activity. An ariftocracy may maintain the full vigour of its conftitution, if the laws be fuch as are apt to render the nobles more fenfible of the perils and fatigues than of the pleafure of command ; and if the government be in fuch a fituation as to have fomething to dread, while fecurity fhelters under its protection, and uncertainty threatens from abroad. As a certain kind of confidence forms the glory and ftability of monarchies, republics, on the contrary, muft have fomething to apprehend. A fear of the Perfians fupported the laws of Greece. Carthage and Rome were alarmed and ftrengthened by each other. Strange, that the greater fecurity thofe ftates enjoyed, the more, like ftagnated waters, they were fubjeft to corruption. CHAPTER VI. Of the corruption of the principle of Monarchy. As democracies are fubverted when the people defpoil the fenate, the magiftrates, the judges of their functions, fo monarchies are corrupted when the prince infenfibly deprives societies or cities of their privileges. In the former cafe, the multitude ufurp the power ; in the latter, it is ufurped by a fingle perfon. The deftrudion of the dynafties of Sin and Sui, fays a Chinefe author, was owing to this: the princes, inftead of confining themfelves, like their anceftors, to a general infpedion, the only one worthy of a fovereign, wanted to govern every thing immediately by themfelves. The Chinefe author gives us in this inftance the caufe of the corruption of almoft all monarchies. Monarchy is deftroyed when a prince thinks he shews a greater exertion of power in changing than in conforming to the order of things; when he deprives some of his subjects of their hereditary employments, to bestow them arbitrarily upon others; and when he is fonder of being guided by fancy than judgment. Again, it is destroyed when the prince, directing every thing entirely to himself, calls to the ftate his capital, the capital to his court, and the court to his own perfon. It is destroyed, in fine, when the prince mistakes his authority, his fituation, and the love of his people, and when he is not fully perfuaded that a monarch ought to think himfelf fecure, as a defpotic prince ought to think himfelf in danger. CHAP. VII. The fame Subjeft continued. The principle of monarchy is corrupted, when the firft dignities are marks of the firft fervitude, when the great men are deprived of public refpeft, and rendered the low tools of arbitrary power. It is ftill more corrupted, when honor is fet up in contradiftion to honors, and when men are capable of being loaded at the very fame time with infamy and with dignities. It is corrupted, when the prince changes his juftice into feverity, when he puts, like the Roman emperors, a Medufa's head on his breaft, and when he affumes that menacing and terrible air which Commodus ordered to be given to his ftatues. Again, it is corrupted, when mean and abjeft fouls grow vain of the pomp attending their fervitude, and imagine that the motive which induces them to be entirely devoted to their prince exempts them from all duty to their country. But if it be true, and indeed the experience of all ages has shewn it, that in proportion as the power of the monarch becomes boundlefs and immenfe, that his fecurity diminifhes, is the corrupting of this power, and the altering of its very nature, a lefs crime than that of high treafon against the prince? CHAP. VIII. Danger of the corruption of the principle of monarchical government. The danger is not when the ftate pafles from one moderate to another moderate government, as from a republic to a monarchy, or from a monarchy to a republic, but when it is precipitated from a moderate to a defpotic government. Most of the European nations are ftill governed by the principles of morality. But if from a long abufe of power, or the fury of conqueft, defpotic fway fhould prevail to a certain degree, neither morals nor climate would be able to withftand its baleful influence ; and then human nature would be expofed, for fome time at leaft, even in this beautiful part of the world, to the infults with which fhe has been abufed in the other three. CHAP. IX. How ready the nobility are to defend the throne. The English nobility buried themfelves with Charles I. under the ruins of the throne ; and before that time, when Philip II. endeavoured to tempt the French with the allurement of liberty, the crown was conftantly fupported by a nobility who think it an honor to obey a king, but confider it as the loweft difgrace to fhare the power with the people. The houfe of Auftria has ever ufed her endeavours to opprefs the Hungarian nobility, little thinking how ferviceable that very nobility would be one day to her. She would fain have drained their country of money, of which they had no plenty, but took no notice of the men with whom it abounded. When princes combined to difmember her dominions, the feveral parts of that monarchy fell motionlefs, as it were one upon another. No life was then to be feen but in thofe very nobles who, refenting the affronts offered to the fovereign, and forgetting the injuries done to themfelves, took up arms to avenge her caufe, and confidered it the higheft glory bravely to die and to forgive. CHAP. X. Of the corruption of the principle of defpotic government. The principle of defpotic government is fubjeft to continual corruption, becaufe it is even in its nature corrupt. Other governments are destroyed by particular accidents, which do violence to the principles of each constitution. This is ruined by its own intrinsic imperfections, when some accidental causes do not prevent the corrupting of its principles. It maintains itself, therefore, only when circumstances, drawn from the climate, religion, situation, or genius of the people, oblige it to conform to order, and to admit of some rule. By these things its nature is forced without being changed, its ferocity remains, and it is made tame and tractable only for a time. Chapter 11. Natural effects of the goodness and corruption of the principles of government. When once the principles of government are corrupted, the very best laws become bad, and turn against the state. But when the principles are sound, even bad laws have the same effect as good. The force of the principle draws everything to it. The inhabitants of Crete used a very singular method to keep the principal magistrates dependent on the laws, which was that of insurrection. Part of the citizens rose up in arms, put the magistrates to flight, and obliged them to return to a private life. This was supposed to be done in consequence of the law. One would have imagined that an institution of this nature, which established sedition to hinder the abuse of power, would have subverted any republic whatsoever, and yet it did not subvert that of Crete. The reason is this: when the ancients would cite a people that had the strongest affection for their country, they were sure to mention the inhabitants of Crete. Our country, said Plato, a name so dear to the Cretans. They called it by a name which signifies the love of a mother for her children. Now the love of our country sets everything right. The laws of Poland have likewise their insurrection, but the inconveniences thence arising plainly shew that the people of Crete alone were capable of using such a remedy with success. The gymnic exercises established among the Greeks had the fame dependence on the goodness of the principles of government. It was the Lacedaemonians and Cretans, said Plato, that opened thofe celebrated academies which gave them fo eminent a rank in the world. Modesty at firft was alarmed, but it yielded to the public utility. In Plato's time, thefe institutions were admirable, as they bore a relation to the very important object, which was the military art. But when virtue fled from Greece, the military art was destroyed by thefe institutions. People appeared then on the arena, not for improvement, but for debauch. Plutarch informs us that the Romans in his time were of opinion that thofe games had been the principal caufe of flavery into which the Greeks had fallen. On the contrary, it was the flavery of the Greeks that corrupted thofe exercifes. In Plutarch's time, their fighting naked in the parks, and their wrestling, infected the young people with a spirit of cowardice, inclined them to infamous passions, and made them mere dancers. But under Epaminondas, the exercise of wrestling made the Thebans win the famous battle of Leuctra. There are very few laws which are not good, while the ftate retains its principles. Here I may apply what Epicurus said of riches: it is not the liquor, but the vessel that is corrupted. CHAPTER XII. The fame subject continued. In Rome, the judges were chofen at firft from the order of senators. This privilege the Gracchi transferred to the knights. Drusus gave it to the senators and knights. Sylla to the senators only. Cotta to the senators, knights, and public treasurers. Caesar excluded the latter. Antony made decuries of senators, knights, and centurions. When once a republic is corrupted, there is no possibility of remedying any of the growing evils, but by removing the corruption and reftoring its lost principles. Every other correction is either useless or a new evil. While Rome preserved her principles entire, the judicial power might without any abuse be lodged in the hands of senators. But as soon as this city became corrupt, to whatsoever body that power was transferred, whether to the senate, to the knights, to the treasurers, to two of those bodies, to all three together, or to any other, matters still went wrong. The knights had no more virtue than the senate, the treasurers no more than the knights, and these as little as the centurions. After the people of Rome had obtained the privilege of sharing the magistracy with the patricians, it was natural to think that their flatterers would immediately become arbiters of the government. But no such thing ever happened. It was observable that the very people who had rendered the plebeians capable of public offices ever fixed their choice upon the patricians. Because they were virtuous, they were magnanimous, and because they were free, they had a contempt of power. But when their morals were corrupted, the more power they were possessed of, the less prudent was their conduct, till at length, upon becoming their own tyrants and slaves, they lost the strength of liberty to fall into the weakness and impotency of licentiousness. Chapter 13. The effect of an oath among virtuous people. There is no nation, says Livy, that has been longer uncorrupted than the Romans, no nation where moderation and poverty have been longer respected. Such was the influence of an oath among those people, that nothing bound them more strongly to the laws. They often did more for the observance of an oath than they would ever have performed for the thirst of glory or for the love of their country. When Quintus Cincinnatus, the consul, wanted to raise an army in the city against the Aequi and the Volsci, the tribunes opposed him. Well, said he, let all those who have taken an oath to the consul of the preceding year march under my banner. In vain did the tribunes cry out that this oath was no longer binding, and that when they took it, Quintus was but a private person. The people were more religious than those who pretended to direct them. They would not listen to the distinctions or equivocations of the tribunes. When the same people thought of retiring to the sacred mount, they felt some remorse from the oath that they had taken to the consuls, that they would follow them into the field. They entered then into a design of killing the consuls, but dropped it when they were given to understand that their oath would still be binding. Now it is easy to judge of the notion they entertained of the violation of an oath from the crime they intended to commit. After the battle of Cannae, the people was seized with such a panic that they would fain have retired to Sicily. But Scipio having prevailed upon them to swear they would not stir from Rome, the fear of violating this oath surpassed all other apprehensions. Rome was a ship held by two anchors, religion and morality, in the midst of a furious tempest. Chapter 14. How the smallest change of the constitution is attended with the ruin of its principles. Aristotle mentions the city of Carthage as a well-regulated republic. Polybius tells us that there was this inconvenience at Carthage in the second Punic war, that the Senate had lost almost all its authority. We are informed by Livy that when Hannibal returned to Carthage, he found that the magistrates and the principal citizens had abused their power and converted the public revenues to their private emolument. The virtue, therefore, of the magistrates and the authority of the Senate both fell at the same time, and all was owing to the same cause. Every one knows the wonderful effects of the censorship among the Romans. There was a time when it grew burdensome, but still it was supported because there was more luxury than corruption. Claudius weakened its authority, by which means the corruption became greater than the luxury, and the censorship dwindled away of itself. After various interruptions and resumptions, it was entirely laid aside till it became altogether useless, that is, till the reigns of Augustus and Claudius. CHAPTER 15. Sure methods of preferving the three principles. I shall not be able to make myself rightly understood till the reader has pursued the 4 following chapters. CHAPTER 16. Distinctive properties of a republic. It is natural for a republic to have only a small territory, otherwise it cannot long subsist. In an extensive republic there are men of large fortunes, and consequently of less moderation. There are trufts too considerable to be placed in any single subject. He has interefts of his own. He soon begins to think that he may be happy and glorious by oppressing his fellow citizens, and that he may raise himself to grandeur on the ruins of his country. In an extensive republic, the public good is sacrificed to 1,000 private views. It is subordinate to exceptions, and depends on accidents. In a small one, the interefts of the public is more obvious, better understood, and more within the reach of every citizen. Abuses have less extent, and of course are less protected. The long duration of the republic of Sparta was owing to her having continued in the same extent of territory after all her wars. The sole aim of Sparta was liberty, and the sole advantage of her liberty, glory. It was the spirit of the Greek republics to be as contented with their territories as with their laws. Athens was first fired with ambition, and gave it to Lacedaemon. But it was an ambition rather of commanding a free people than of governing slaves, rather of directing than of breaking the union. All was lost upon the starting up of monarchy, a government whofe spirit is more turned to increafe of dominion. Excepting particular circumftances, it is difficult for any other than a republican government to subfift longer in a single town. A prince of fo petty a ftate would naturally endeavour to opprefs his fubjects, becaufe his power would be great, while the means of enjoying it, or of caufing it to be refpeded, would be inconfiderable. The confequence is, he would trample upon his people. On the other hand, fuch a prince might be eafily crufhed by a foreign or even a domeftic force. The people might any inftant unite and rife up against him. Now as foon as the fovereign of a single town is expelled, the quarrel is over, but if he has many towns, it only begins. CHAPTER 17. Distinctive properties of a monarchy. A monarchical ftate ought to be of moderate extent. Were it small, it would form itself into a republic. Were it very large, the nobility, poffeffed of great eftates, far from the eye of the prince, with a private court of their own, and fecure moreover from fudden executions by the laws and manners of the country, fuch a nobility, I say, might throw off their allegiance, having nothing to fear from too flow and too diftant a punifhment. Thus Charlemagne had fcarcely founded his empire, when he was obliged to divide it. Whether the governors of the provinces refufed to obey, or whether, in order to keep them more under fubjedion, there was a neceffity of parcelling the empire into feveral kingdoms. After the deceafe of Alexander, his empire was divided. How was it poffible for thofe Greek and Macedonian chiefs, who were each of them free and independent, or commanders at leaft of the victorious bands difperfed throughout that vaft extent of conquered land, how was it poffible, I fay, for them to obey? Attila's empire was diflolved foon after his death. Such a number of kings, who were no longer under reftraint, could not refume their fetters. The fudden eftablifhment of unlimited power is a remedy which in thofe cafes may prevent a diflolution. But how dreadful the remedy, which after the enlargement of dominion opens a new fcene of mifery. The rivers haften to mingle their waters with the fea, and monarchies lofe themfelves in defpotic power. CHAPTER 18. Particular cafe of the Spanifh monarchy. Let not the example of Spain be produced against me. It rather proves what I affirm. To preferve America, she did what even despotic power itself does not attempt. She destroyed the inhabitants. To preserve her colony, she was obliged to keep it dependent even for its subsistence. In the Netherlands, she essayed to render herself arbitrary, and as soon as she abandoned the attempt, her perplexity increased. On the one hand, the Walloons would not be governed by Spaniards, and on the other, the Spanish soldiers refused to submit to Walloon officers. In Italy she maintained her ground merely by exhausting herself and by enriching that country. For those who would have been pleased to have got rid of the King of Spain were not in a humour to refuse his gold. CHAPTER XIX. Distinctive properties of a despotic government. A large empire supposes a despotic authority in the person who governs. It is necessary that the quickness of the prince's resolutions should supply the distance of the places they are sent to. That fear should prevent the remissness of the distant governor or magistrate. That the law should be derived from a single person, and should shift continually according to the accidents which incessantly multiply in a state in proportion to its extent. CHAPTER XX. Consequence of the preceding chapters. If it be, therefore, the natural property of small ftates to be governed as a republic, of middling ones to be subject to a monarch, and of large empires to be swayed by a despotic prince, the confequence is, that in order to preferve the principles of the eftablifhed government, the ftate muft be fupported in the extent it has acquired, and that the spirit of this ftate will alter in proportion as it contracts or extends its limits. CHAPTER XXI. Of the Empire of China. Before I conclude this book, I fhall anfwer an objection that may be made to the foregoing doctrine. Our miflionaries inform us that the government of the vaft empire of China is admirable, and that it has a proper mixture of fear, honor, and virtue. Confequently, I muft have given an idle diftinction in eftablifhing the principles of the three governments. But I cannot conceive what this honor can be among a people who aft only through fear of being bastinadoed. Again, our merchants are far from giving us any fuch accounts of the virtues fo much talked of by the miflionaries. We need only confult them in relation to the robberies and extortions of the Mandarins. I likewife appeal to another unexceptionable witness, the great Lord Anfon. Befides, Father Perrinen's letters concerning the emperor's proceedings against fome of the princes of the blood, who had incurred his difpleafure by their converfation, plainly shew us a fettled plan of tyranny and barbarities committed by rule, that is, in cold blood. We have likewife Monsieur de Méran's and the fame Father Perrinen's letters on the government of China. I find therefore that after a few proper queftions and anfwers, the whole myftery is unfolded. Might not our miflionaries have been deceived by an appearance of order? Might not they have been ftruck with that conftant exercife of a fingle person's will, an exercife by which they themfelves are governed, and which they are fo pleafed to find in the courts of the Indian princes, becaufe as they go thither only in order to introduce great changes, it is much eafier to perfuade thofe princes that there are no bounds to their power, than to convince the people that there are none to their fubmiffion. In fine, there is frequently fome kind of truth even in errors themfelves. It may be owing to particular and perhaps very extraordinary circumftances, that the Chinefe government is not fo corrupt as one might naturally expect. The climate and fome other phyfical caufes may in that country have had fo ftrong an influence on their morals, as in fome meafure to produce wonders. The climate of China is furprizingly favourable to the propagation of the human fpecies. The women are the most prolific in the whole world. The most barbarous tyranny can put no stop to the progress of propagation. The prince cannot say there, like Pharaoh, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. He would be rather reduced to Nero's wish, that mankind had all but one head. In spite of tyranny, China, by the force of its climate, will be ever populous and triumph over the tyrannical oppressor. China, like all other countries that live chiefly upon rice, is subject to frequent famines. When the people are ready to starve, they disperse in order to seek for nourishment, in consequence of which gangs of robbers are formed on every side. Most of them are extirpated in their very infancy. Others swell and are likewise suppressed. And yet, in so great a number of such distant provinces, some band or other may happen to meet with success. In that cafe they maintain their ground, strengthen their party, form themselves into a military body, march up to the capital, and place their leader on the throne. From the very nature of things, a bad administration is here immediately punished. The want of subsistence in so populous a country produces sudden disorders. The reason why the redress of abuses in other countries is attended with such difficulty is, because their efforts are not immediately felt. The prince is not informed in so sudden and sensible a manner as in China. The emperor of China is not taught like our princes, that if he governs ill, he will be less happy in the other life, less powerful and less opulent in this. He knows that if his government be not just, he will be stripped both of empire and life. As China grows every day more populous, notwithstanding the exposing of children, the inhabitants are incessantly employed in tilling the lands for their subsistence. This requires a very extraordinary attention in the government. It is their perpetual concern that every man should have it in his power to work without the apprehension of being deprived of the fruits of his labour. Consequently, this is not so much a civil as a domestic government. Such has been the origin of those regulations which have been so greatly extolled. They wanted to make the laws reign in conjunction with despotic power, but whatever is joined to the latter loses all its force. In vain did this arbitrary sway, labouring under its own inconveniences, desired to be fettered. It armed itself with its chains, and has become still more terrible. China is, therefore, a despotic state, whose principle is fear. Perhaps in the earliest dynasties, when the empire had not so large an extent, the government might have deviated a little from this spirit, but the cafe is otherwife at present. End of chapter 21. End of book 8 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 9, chapters 1 to 10 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 9. Of laws in the relation they bear to a defensive force. Chapters 1 to 10. Chapter 1. In what manner republics provide for their safety. If a republic be small, it is destroyed by a foreign force. If it be large, it is ruined by an internal imperfection. To this twofold inconvenience, democracies and aristocracies are equally liable, whether they be good or bad. The evil is in the very thing itself, and no form can redress it. It is therefore very probable that mankind would have been, at length, obliged to live constantly under the government of a single person, had they not contrived a kind of constitution that has all the internal advantages of a republican, together with the external force of a monarchical government. I mean a confederate republic. This form of government is a convention by which several petty states agree to become members of a larger one which they intend to establish. It is a kind of assemblage of societies that constitute a new one, capable of increasing by means of further associations, till they arrive at such a degree of power as to be able to provide for the security of the whole body. It was these associations that so long contributed to the prosperity of Greece. By these the Romans attacked the whole globe, and by these alone the whole globe withstood them. For when Rome had arrived at her highest pitch of grandeur, it was the associations beyond the Danube and the Rhine, associations formed by the terror of her arms, that enabled the barbarians to resist her. Hence it proceeds that Holland, Germany, and the Swiss cantons are considered in Europe as perpetual republics. The association of cities were formerly more necessary than in our times. A weak, defenceless town was exposed to greater danger. By conquest it was deprived not only of the executive and legislative power, as at present, but moreover of all human property. A republic of this kind, able to withstand an external force, may support itself without any internal corruption. The form of this society prevents all manner of inconveniences. If a single member should attempt to usurp the supreme power, he could not be supposed to have an equal authority and credit in all the confederate states. Were he to have too great an influence over one, this would alarm the rest. Were he to subdue a part, that which would still remain free might oppose him with forces independent of those which he had usurped, and overpower him before he could be settled in his usurpation. Should a popular insurrection happen in one of the confederate states, the others are able to quell it. Should abuses creep into one part, they are reformed by those that remain sound. The state may be destroyed on one side, and not on the other. The confederacy may be dissolved, and the confederates preserve their sovereignty. As this government is composed of petty republics, it enjoys the internal happiness of each, and with regards to its external situation, by means of the association, it possesses all the advantages of large monarchies. CHAPTER II. That a confederate government ought to be composed of states of the same nature, especially of the republican kind. The Canaanites were destroyed by reafon that they were petty monarchies that had no union or confederacy for their common defence. And indeed, a confederacy is not agreeable to the nature of petty monarchies. As the confederate republic of Germany confifts of free cities and of petty states fubject to different princes, experience shews us that it is much more imperfect than that of Holland and Switzerland. The spirit of monarchy is war and enlargement of dominion. Peace and moderation are the spirit of a republic. These two kinds of governments cannot naturally subfift in a confederate republic. Thus we obferve in the Roman history, that when the Veients had chofen a king, they were immediately abandoned by all the other petty republics of Tuscany. Greece was undone as soon as the kings of Macedon obtained a feat among the Amphictyons. The confederate republic of Germany, compofed of princes and free towns, subfifts by means of a chief, who is, in fome refpedts, the magiftrate of the union, in others the monarch. CHAPTER III. Other requifites in a confederate republic. In the republic of Holland, one province cannot conclude an alliance without the confent of the others. This law, which is an excellent one, and even neceffary in a confederate republic, is wanting in the Germanic conftitution, where it would prevent the misfortunes that may happen to the whole confederacy through the imprudence, ambition, or avarice of a single member. A republic united by a political confederacy has given itself up, and has nothing more to resign. It is difficult for the United States to be all of equal power and extent. The Lycian republic has an association of 23 towns. The large ones had 3 votes in the common council, the middling ones 2, and the fmall towns 1. The Dutch Republic consists of 7 provinces of different extent of territory, which have each one voice. The cities of Lycia contributed to the expenses of the state according to the proportion of suffrages. The provinces of the United Netherlands cannot follow this proportion. They must be directed by that of their power. In Lycia, the judges and town magistrates were elected by the common council, and according to the proportion already mentioned. In the Republic of Holland, they are not chosen by the common council, but each town names its magistrates. Were I to give a model of the excellent confederate republic, I should pitch upon that of Lycia. CHAPTER IV. In what manner despotic governments provide for their security. As republics provide for their security by uniting, despotic governments do it by separating, and by keeping themselves, as it were, single. They sacrifice a part of the country, and by ravaging and desolating the frontiers, they render the heart of the empire inaccessible. It is a received axiom in geometry, that the greater the extent of bodies, the more their circumference is relatively small. This practice, therefore, of laying the frontiers waste is more tolerable in large than in middling states. A despotic government does all the mischief to itself that could be committed by a cruel enemy, whose arms it were unable to resist. It preserves itself likewise by another kind of separation, which is by putting the most distant provinces into the hands of a great vassal. The Mogul, the king of Persia, and the emperors of China have their feudatories, and the Turks have found their account in putting the Tartars, the Moldavans, the Walchians, and formerly the Transylvanians between themselves and their enemies. CHAPTER V. In what manner a monarchical government provides for its security. A monarchy never destroys itself like a despotic government, but a kingdom of a moderate extent is liable to sudden invasions. It must, therefore, have great fortresses to defend its frontiers, and troops to garrison thofe fortresses. The least spot of ground is difputed with military skill and resolution. Despotic ftates make incurfions against one another. It is monarchies only that wage war. Fortresses are proper for monarchies. Despotic governments are afraid of them. They dare not entrust their officers with fuch a command, as none of them have any affection for the prince or his government. CHAPTER VI. Of the defensive force of States in general. To preferve a ftate in its due force, it muft have fuch an extent as to admit of a proportion between the celerity with which it may be invaded, and that with which it may defeat the invasion. As an invader may appear on every fide, it is a requifite that the ftate should be able to make on every fide its defence. Confequently, it should be of a moderate extent, proportioned to the degree of velocity that nature has given to man to enable him to move from one place to another. France and Spain are exactly of a proper extent. They have fo eafy a communication for their forces, as to be able to convey them immediately to what part they have a mind. The armies unite and pafs with rapidity from one frontier to another, without any apprehension of fuch difficulties as require time to remove. It is extremely happy for France, that the capital ftands near to the different frontiers in proportion to their weakness, and that the prince has a better view of each part of his country, according as it is more expofed. But when a vaft empire, like Persia, is attacked, it is feveral months before the troops are affembled in a body, and then they are not able to make fuch forced marches for that fpace of time as they could for 15 days. Should the army on the frontiers be defeated, it is foon difpersed, becaufe there is no neighbouring place of retreat. The victor, meeting with no refiftance, advances with all expedition, fits down before the capital, and lays fiege to it, when there is fcarcely time fufficient to fummon the governors of the provinces to its relief. Thofe who forefee an approaching revolution haften it by their difobedience. For men, whofe fidelity is entirely owing to the danger of punifhment, are easily corrupted as soon as it becomes distant. Their aim is their own private interest. The empire is subverted, the capital taken, and the conqueror disputes the several provinces with the governors. The real power of a prince does not consist so much in the facility he meets with in making conquests, as in the difficulty an enemy finds in attacking him, and, if I may so speak, in the immutability of his condition. But the increase of territory obliges a government to lay itself more open to an enemy. As monarchs, therefore, ought to be endued with wisdom in order to increase their power, they ought likewise to have an equal share of prudence to confine it within bounds. Upon removing the inconveniences of too small a territory, they should have their eye constantly on the inconveniences which attend its extent. Chapter 7. A Reflection. The enemies of a great prince, whose reign was protracted to an unusual length, have very often accused him, rather, I believe, from their own fears than upon any solid foundation, of having formed and carried on a project of universal monarchy. Had he attained his aim, nothing would have been more fatal to his subjects, to himself, to his family, and to all Europe. Heaven, that knows our true interests, favoured him more by preventing the success of his arms than it could have done by crowning him with victories. Instead of raising him to be the only sovereign in Europe, it made him happier by rendering him the most powerful. The subjects of this prince, who in travelling abroad are never affected but with what they have left at home, who on quitting their own habitations look upon glory as their chief object, and in distant countries as an obstacle to their return, who disgust you even by their good qualities, because they are tainted with so much vanity, who are capable of supporting wounds, perils, and fatigues, but not of foregoing their pleasures, who are supremely fond of gaiety, and comfort themselves for the loss of a battle by a song upon the general, those subjects, I say, would never have the solidity requisite for an enterprize of this kind, which if defeated in one country would be unsuccessful everywhere else, and if once unsuccessful would be so for ever. Chapter 8. A particular case in which the defensive force of a state is inferior to the offensive. It was a saying of the Lord of Coucy to King Charles V, that the English are never weaker nor more easily overcome than in their own country. The same was observed of the Romans, the same of the Carthaginians, and the same will happen to every power that sends armies to distant countries, in order to reunite by discipline and military force those who are divided among themselves by political or civil interests. The state finds itself weakened by the disorder that still continues, and more so by the remedy. The Lord of Coucy's maxim is an exception to the general rule, which disapproves of wars against distant countries. And this exception confirms likewise the rule, because it takes place only with regard to those by whom such wars are undertaken. Chapter 9. Of the relative force of States. All grandeur, force, and power are relative. Care, therefore, must be taken that endeavouring to increase the real grandeur, the relative be not diminished. During the reign of Louis XIV, France was at its highest pitch of relative grandeur. Germany had not yet produced such powerful princes as has since appeared in that country. Italy was in the same case. England and Scotland were not yet formed into one united kingdom. Aragon was not joined to Castile. The distant branches of the Spanish monarchy were weakened by it, and weakened it in their turn, and Muscovy was as little known in Europe as Crim Tartary. Chapter 10. Of the weakness of neighbouring states. Whensoever a state lies contiguous to another that happens to be in its decline, the former ought to take particular care not to precipitate the ruin of the latter, because this is the happiest situation imaginable. Nothing being so convenient as for one prince to be near another, who receives for him all the rebuffs and insults of fortune. And it seldom happens that by subduing such a state, the real power of the conqueror is as much increased as the relative is diminished. End of chapter 10. End of book 9 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 10, chapters 1 to 17 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 10. Of laws in the relation they bear to an offensive force. Chapter 1. Of offensive force. Offensive force is regulated by the law of nations, which is the political law of each country considered in relation to every other. Chapter 2. Of war. The life of governments is like that of man. The latter has a right to kill in the case of natural defence, the former have a right to wage war for their own preservation. In the case of natural defence, I have a right to kill, because my life is in respect to me what the life of my antagonist is to him. In the same manner, a state wages war, because its preservation is like that of any other being. With individuals, the right of natural defence does not imply a necessity of attacking. Instead of attacking, they need only have recourse to proper tribunals. They cannot, therefore, exercise this right of defence but in sudden cases, when immediate death would be the consequence of waiting for the assistance of the law. But with states, the right of natural defence carries along with it sometimes the necessity of attacking, as for instance, when one nation sees that a continuance of peace will enable another to destroy her, and that to attack that nation instantly is the only way to prevent her own destruction. Thence it follows that petty states have oftener a right to declare war than great ones, because they are oftener in the case of being afraid of destruction. The right, therefore, of war is derived from necessity and strict justice. If those who direct the conscience or counsels of princes do not abide by this maxim, the consequence is dreadful. When they proceed on arbitrary principles of glory, convenience, and utility, torrents of blood must overspread the earth. But above all, let them not plead such an idle pretext as the glory of the prince. His glorying is nothing but pride. It is a passion, and not a legitimate right. It is true that the fame of his power might increase the strength of his government, but it might be equally increased by the reputation of his justice. Chapter 3. Of the right of conquest. From the right of war comes that of conquest, which is the consequence of that right, and ought therefore to follow its spirit. The right the conqueror has over a conquered people is directed by 4 sorts of laws. The law of nature, which makes everything tend to the preservation of the species. The law of natural reason, which teaches us to do to others what we would have done to ourselves. The law that forms political societies, whose duration nature has not limited. And in fine, the law derived from the nature of the thing itself. Conquest is an acquisition, and carries with it the spirit of preservation and use, not of destruction. The inhabitants of a conquered country are treated by the conqueror in one of the 4 following ways. Either he continues to rule them according to their own laws, and assumes to himself only the exercise of the political and civil government, or he gives them new political and civil government, or he destroys and disperses the society, or in fine, he exterminates the people. The first way is conformable to the law of nations now followed. The fourth is more agreeable to the law of nations followed by the Romans, in respect to which I leave the reader to judge how far we have improved upon the ancients. We must give due commendations to our modern refinements in reason, religion, philosophy, and manners. The authors of our public law, guided by ancient histories, without confining themselves to cases of strict necessity, have fallen into very great errors. They have adopted tyrannical and arbitrary principles by suppofing the conquerors to be invested with I know not what right to kill. Thence they have drawn confequences as terrible as the very principle, and established maxims which the conquerors themselves, when possessed of the least grain of sense, never presumed to follow. It is a plain case, that when the conquest is completed, the conqueror has no longer a right to kill, because he has no longer the plea of natural defence and self-preservation. What has led them into this mistake is, that they imagined a conqueror had a right to destroy the state, whence they inferred that he had a right to destroy the men that compose it. A wrong consequence from a false principle. For from the destruction of the state, it does not at all follow that the people who comprise it ought to be also destroyed. The state is the association of men, and not the men themselves. The citizen may perish, and the man remain. From the right of killing in the case of conquest, politicians have drawn that of reducing to slavery, a consequence as ill-grounded as the principle. There is no such thing as a right of reducing people to slavery, save when it becomes necessary for the preservation of the conquest. Preservation, and not servitude, is the end of conquest, though servitude may happen sometimes to be a necessary means of preservation. Even in that case, it is contrary to the nature of things that the slavery should be perpetual. The people enslaved ought to be rendered capable of becoming subjects. Slavery in conquests is an accidental thing. When after the expiration of a certain space of time, all the parts of the conquering state are connected with the conquered nation by custom, marriages, laws, associations, and by a certain conformity of disposition, there ought to be an end of the slavery. For the rights of the conqueror are founded entirely on the opposition between the two nations in those very articles, whence prejudices arise and the want of mutual confidence. A conqueror, therefore, who reduces the conquered people to slavery, ought always to reserve to himself the means, for means there are without number, of restoring them to their liberty. These are far from being vague and uncertain notions. Thus our ancestors acted, those ancestors who conquered the Roman Empire. The laws they made in the heat and transport of passion, and in the insolence of victory, were gradually softened. Those laws were at first severe, but were afterwards rendered impartial. The Burgundians, Goths, and Lombards would have the Romans continue a conquered people, but the laws of Euric, Gundobald, and Rotherus made the Romans and barbarians fellow citizens. Charlemagne, to tame the Saxons, deprived them of their liberty and property. Louis the Debonair made them a free people, and this was one of the most prudent regulations during his whole reign. Time and servitude had softened their manners, and they ever after adhered to him with the greatest fidelity. Chapter 4. Some advantages of a conquered people. Instead of inferring such destructive consequences from the right of conquest, much better would it have been for politicians to mention the advantages which this very right may sometimes give to a conquered people. Advantages which would be more sensibly and more universally experienced, were our law of nations exactly followed, and established in every part of the globe. Conquered countries are, generally speaking, Degenerated from their original institution, corruption has crept in, the execution of the laws has been neglected, and the government has grown oppressive. Who can question but such a ftate would be a gainer, and derive fome advantages from the very conqueft itself, if it did not prove deftructive? When a government has arrived at the degree of corruption as to be incapable of reforming itself, it would not lofe much by being newly moulded. A conqueror who enters triumphant into a country where the moneyed men have, by a variety of artifices, infenfibly arrived at innumerable ways of encroaching on the public, where the miferable people, who fee abufes grown into laws, are ready to fink under the weight of oppreffion, yet think they have no right to apply for redrefs, a conqueror, I fay, may make a total change, and then the tyranny of thofe wretches will be the firft thing expofed to his refentment. We have beheld, for inftance, countries oppreffed by the farmers of the revenues, and eafed afterwards by the conqueror, who had neither the engagements nor wants of the legitimate prince. Even the abufes have been often redreffed without any interpofition of the conqueror. Sometimes the frugality of a conquering nation has enabled them to allow the conquered thofe neceffaries of which they have been deprived under a lawful prince. A conqueft may deftroy pernicious prejudices, and lay, if I may prefume to ufe the expreffion, the nation under a better genius. What good might not the Spaniards have done to the Mexicans? They had a milder religion to impart to them, but they filled their heads with a frantic superftition. They might have set the flaves at liberty, they made freemen flaves. They might have undeceived them with regard to the abufe of human facrifices, inftead of that they deftroyed them. Never should I have finifhed, were I to recount all the good they might have done, and all the mifchief they committed. It is a conqueror's bufinefs to repair a part of the mifchief he has occafioned. The right therefore of conqueft I define thus: a neceffary, lawful, but unhappy power, which leaves the conqueror under a heavy obligation of repairing the injuries done to humanity. CHAP. 5. Gelon, King of Syracuse. The nobleft treaty of peace ever mentioned in hiftory is, in my opinion, that which Gelon made with the Carthaginians. He infifted upon their abolishing the cuftom of facrificing their children. Glorious indeed! After having defeated 300,000 Carthaginians, he required a condition that was advantageous only to themfelves, or rather he ftipulated it in favour of human nature. The Bactrians expofed their aged fathers to be devoured by large maftiffs, a cuftom fuppreffed by Alexander, whereby he obtained a fignal triumph over superftition. CHAP. 6. Of Conqueft made by a Republic. It is contrary to the nature of things, that in a confederate government one ftate should make any conqueft over another, as in our days we have feen in Switzerland. In mixed confederate republics, where the affociation is between petty republics and monarchies of a fmall extent, this is not fo abfurd. Contrary is it alfo to the nature of things, that a democratic republic should conquer towns which cannot enter into the fphere of its democracy. It is neceffary that the conquered people should be capable of enjoying the privileges of fovereignty, as was fettled in the very beginning among the Romans. The conqueft ought to be limited to the number of citizens fixed for the democracy. If a democratic republic fubdues a nation in order to govern them as fubjects, it expofes its own liberty, becaufe it entrufts too great a power to thofe who are appointed to the command of the conquered provinces. How dangerous would have been the fituation of the republic of Carthage, had Hannibal made himfelf mafter of Rome? What would he have not done in his own country, had he been victorious, he who caufed fo many revolutions in it after his defeat? Hanno could never have diffuaded the senate from fending fuccour to Hannibal, had he ufed no other argument than his own jealoufy. The Carthaginian senate, whose wisdom is so highly extolled by Aristotle, and which has been evidently proved by the prosperity of that republic, could never have been determined by other than solid reasons. They must have been stupid not to see that an army at the distance of 300 leagues would necessarily be exposed to losses which required reparation. Hanno's party insisted that Hannibal should be delivered up to the Romans. They could not at that time be afraid of the Romans. They were, therefore, apprehensive of Hannibal. It was impossible, some will say, for them to imagine that Hannibal had been so successful. But how was it possible for them to doubt it? Could the Carthaginians, a people spread over all the earth, be ignorant of what was transacting in Italy? No, they were sufficiently acquainted with it, and for that reason they did not care to send supplies to Hannibal. Hanno became more resolute after the battle of Trebia, after the battle of Thrasymene, after that of Cannae. It was not his incredulity that increased, but his fear. Chapter 7. The same subject continued. There is still another inconvenience in conquests made by democracies. Their government is ever odious to the conquered states. It is apparently monarchical, but in reality it is much more oppressive than monarchy, as the experience of all ages and countries evince. The conquered people are in a melancholy situation. They neither enjoy the advantages of a republic, nor those of a monarchy. What has been here said of a populous state is applicable to aristocracy. Chapter 8. The same subject continued. When a republic, therefore, keeps another nation in subjection, it should endeavour to repair the inconveniences arising from the nature of its situation, by giving it good laws, both for the political and civil government of the people. We have an instance of an island in the Mediterranean, subject to an Italian republic, whose political and civil laws with regard to the inhabitants of that island were extremely defective. The act of indemnity, by which it ordained that no one should be condemned to bodily punishment in consequence of the private knowledge of the governor, ex informata conscientia, is still recent in everybody's memory. There have been frequent instances of the people's petitioning for privileges. Here the sovereign grants only the common right of all nations. Chapter 9. Of conquests made by a monarchy. If a monarchy can long subsist before it is weakened by its increase, it will become formidable, and its strength will remain entire while pent up by the neighbouring monarchies. It ought not, therefore, to aim at conquests beyond the natural limits of its government. So soon as it has passed these limits, it is prudence to stop. In this kind of conquest, things must be left as they were found. The same courts of judicature, the same laws, the same customs, the same privileges. There ought to be no other alteration than that of the army and of the name of the sovereign. When a monarchy has extended its limits by the conquest of neighbouring provinces, it should treat those provinces with great lenity. If a monarchy has been long endeavouring at conquest, the provinces of its ancient demesne are generally ill used. They are obliged to submit both to the new and to the ancient abuses, and to be depopulated by a vast metropolis that swallows up the whole. Now if, after having made conquests round this domain, the conquered people were treated like the ancient subjects, the state would be undone. The taxes sent by the conquered provinces to the capital would never return. The inhabitants of the frontiers would be ruined, and consequently the frontiers would be weaker. The people would be disaffected, and the subsistence of the armies designed to act and remain there would become more precarious. Such is the necessary state of a conquering monarchy. A shocking luxury in the capital, misery in the provinces somewhat distant, and plenty in the most remote. It is the same with such a monarchy as with our planet. Fire at the centre, verdure on the surface, and between both a dry, cold, and barren earth. CHAPTER X. Of one monarchy that subdues another. Sometimes one monarchy subdues another. The fmaller the latter, the better it is overawed by fortrefles, and the larger it is, the better will it be preferved by colonies. CHAPTER XI. Of the manners of a conquered people. It is not fufficient in thofe conquefts to let the conquered nation enjoy their own laws. It is perhaps more neceffary to leave them alfo their manners, becaufe people in general have a ftronger attachment to thefe than to their laws. The French have been driven 9 times out of Italy, becaufe, as hiftorians fay, of their infolent familiarities with the fair fex. It is too much for a nation to be obliged to bear not only with the pride of conquerors, but with their incontinence and indifcretion. Thefe are, without doubt, moft grievous and intolerable, as they are the fource of infinite outrages. CHAPTER XII. Of a Law of Cyrus. Far am I from thinking that a good law which Cyrus made to oblige the Lydians to practife none but mean or infamous profeffions. It is true he directed his attention to an object of the greateft importance. He thought of guarding againft revolts, and not invafions. But invafions will foon come, when the Perfians and Lydians unite and corrupt each other. I would therefore much rather fupport by laws the fimplicity and rudenefs of the conquering nation, than the effeminacy of the conquered. Aristodemus, tyrant of Cumae, ufed all his endeavours to banifh courage, and to enervate the minds of youth. He ordered that boys fhould let their hair grow in the fame manner as girls, that they fhould deck it with flowers, and wear long robes of different colours down to their heels, that when they went to their matters of mufic and dancing, they fhould have women with them to carry their umbrellas, perfumes, and fans, and to prefent them with combs and looking glafles whenever they bathed. This education lafted to the age of 20, an education that could be agreeable to none but a petty tyrant, who expofes his fovereignty to defend his life. CHAPTER XIII. Charles XII. This prince, who depended entirely on his own ftrength, haftened his ruin by forming defigns that could never be executed but by a long war, a thing which his kingdom was unable to fupport. It was not a declining ftate he undertook to fubvert, but a rifing empire. The Ruffians made ufe of the war he waged againft them as of a military fchool. Every defeat brought them nearer to victory, and lofing abroad, they learned to defend themfelves at home. Charles, in the deferts of Poland, imagined himfelf fovereign of the whole world. Here he wandered, and with him in fome meafure wandered Sweden. While his capital enemy acquired new ftrength againft him, locked him up, made fettlements along the Baltic, deftroyed or fubdued Livonia. Sweden was like a river whofe waters are cut off at the fountain head in order to change its courfe. It was not the affair of Pultowa that ruined Charles. Had he not been deftroyed at that place, he would have been in another. The casualties of fortune are eafily repaired. But who can be guarded againft events that inceffantly arife from the nature of things? But neither nature nor fortune were ever fo much againft him as he himfelf. He was not directed by the prefent fituation of things, but by a kind of plan of his forming, and even this he followed very ill. He was not an Alexander, but he would have made an excellent foldier under that monarch. Alexander's project fucceeded becaufe it was prudently concerted. The bad fuccefs of the Perfians in their feveral invafions of Greece, the conquefts of Agesilaus, and the retreat of the 10,000, had fhewn to demonftration the fuperiority of the Greeks in their manner of fighting and in their arms. And it was well known that the Perfians were too proud to be correded. It was no longer poffible for them to weaken Greece by divifions. Greece was then united under one head, which could not pitch upon a better method of rendering her insensible to her servitude, than by flattering her vanity with the deftrudion of her hereditary enemy, and with the hopes of the conqueft of Asia. An empire cultivated by the most induftrious nation in the world, that followed agriculture from a principle of religion, an empire abounding with every convenience of life, furnifhed the enemy with all neceffary means of subfifting. It was eafy to judge by the pride of thofe kings, who in vain were mortified by their numerous defeats, that they would precipitate their ruin by their forwardnefs in venturing battles, and that the flattery of their courtiers would never permit them to doubt of their grandeur. The project was not only wife, but wifely executed. Alexander, in the rapidity of his conquefts, even in the impetuosity of his passion, had, if I may fo exprefs myfelf, a flafh of reafon by which he was directed, and which thofe who would fain have made a romance of his history, and whofe minds were more corrupt than his, could not conceal from our view. Let us defcend more minutely into his history. CHAP. 14. Alexander. He did not fet upon his expedition till he had fecured Macedonia againft the neighbouring barbarians, and completed the reduction of Greece. He availed himfelf of this conqueft for no other end than for the execution of his grand enterprize. He rendered the jealousy of the Lacedaemonians of no effect. He attacked the maritime provinces. He caufed his land forces to keep clofe to the sea coaft, that they might not be separated from his fleet. He made an admirable ufe of discipline againft numbers. He never wanted provifions, and if it be true that victory gave him every thing, he in his turn did every thing to obtain it. In the beginning of his enterprize, a time when the leaft check might have proved his deftrudion, he trufted very little to fortune. But when his reputation was eftablifhed by a feries of profperous events, he fometimes had recourfe to temerity. When before his departure for Asia, he marched againft the Trebellians and the Illyrians, you find he waged war against thofe people in the very fame manner as Caefar afterwards conducted that against the Gauls. Upon his return to Greece, it was in fome meafure against his will that he took and deftroyed Thebes. When he invefted that city, he wanted the inhabitants to come into terms of peace, but they haftened their own ruin. When it was debated whether he should attack the Persian fleet, it is Parmenio who fhews his prefumption, Alexander his wifdom. His aim was to draw the Perfians from the fea coaft, and to lay them under a neceffity of abandoning their marine, in which they had a manifeft fuperiority. Tyre being from principle attached to the Perfians, who could not fubfift without the commerce and navigation of that city, Alexander deftroyed it. He fubdued Egypt, which Darius had left bare of troops, while he was affembling immenfe armies in another world. To the passage of the Granicus, Alexander owed the conqueft of the Greek colonies; to the battle of Issus, the reduction of Tyre and Egypt; to the battle of Arbela, the empire of the world. After the battle of Issus, he fuffered Darius to efcape, and employed his time in fecuring and regulating his conquefts. After the battle of Arbela, he purfued him fo clofe as to leave him no place of refuge in his empire. Darius enters his towns, his provinces, to quit them the next moment; and Alexander marches with fuch rapidity, that the empire of the world feems to be rather the prize of an Olympian race, than the fruit of a great victory. In this manner he carried on his conquefts. Let us now fee how he preferved them. He oppofed thofe who would have him treat the Greeks as matters, and the Perfians as flaves. He thought only of uniting the two nations, and of abolishing the diftinftions of a conquering and a conquered people. After he had completed his victories, he relinquished all thofe prejudices that had helped him to obtain them. He affumed the manners of the Perfians, that he might not chagrin them too much by obliging them to conform to thofe of the Greeks. It was this humanity which made him shew fo great a refpect for the wife and mother of Darius, and this that made him fo continent. What a conqueror! He is lamented by all nations he has fubdued. What a ufurper! At his death the very family he has cast from the throne is all in tears. These were the most glorious passages in his life, and such as history cannot produce an instance of in any other conqueror. Nothing consolidates a conquest more than the union formed between the two nations by marriages. Alexander chose his wives from the nations he had subdued. He insisted on his courtiers doing the same, and the rest of the Macedonians followed the example. The Franks and Burgundians permitted those marriages. The Visigoths forbade them in Spain, and afterwards allowed them. By the Lombards they were not only allowed, but encouraged. When the Romans wanted to weaken Macedonia, they ordered that there should be no intermarriages between the people of different provinces. Alexander, whose aim was to unite the two nations, thought fit to establish in Persia a great number of Greek colonies. He built, therefore, a multitude of towns, and so strongly were all parts of this new empire cemented, that after his decease, amidst the disturbances and confusion of the most frightful civil wars, when the Greeks had reduced themselves, as it were, to a state of annihilation, not a single province of Persia revolted. To prevent Greece and Macedon from being too much exhausted, he sent a colony of Jews to Alexandria. The manners of those people signified nothing to him, provided he could be sure of their fidelity. He not only suffered the conquered nations to retain their own customs and manners, but likewise their civil laws, and frequently the very kings and governors to whom they had been subject. The Macedonians he placed at the head of the troops, and the natives of the country at the head of government, rather choosing to run the hazard of a particular disloyalty, which sometimes happened, than of a general revolt. He paid great respect to the ancient traditions, and to all the public monuments of the glory or vanity of nations. The Persian monarchs having destroyed the temples of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Egyptians, Alexander rebuilt them. Few nations submitted to his yoke to whose religion he did not conform, and his conquests seem to have been intended only to make him that particular monarch of each nation, and the first inhabitant of each city. The aim of the Romans in conquest was to destroy, his to preserve. And wherever he directed his victorious arms, his chief view was to achieve something, whence that country might derive an increase of prosperity and power. To attain this end, he was enabled first of all by the greatness of his genius, secondly by his frugality and private economy, thirdly by his profusion in matters of importance. He was close and reserved in his private expences, but generous to the highest degree in those of a public nature. In regulating his household, he was the private Macedonian, but in paying the troops, in sharing his conquest with the Greeks, and in his largesses to every soldier in his army, he was Alexander. He committed two very bad actions in setting Persepolis on fire and slaying Clytus, but he rendered them famous by his repentance. Hence it is that his crimes are forgotten, while his regard for virtue was recorded. They were considered rather as unlucky accidents than as his own deliberate acts. Posterity, struck with the beauty of his mind, even in the midst of his irregular passion, can view him only with pity, but never with an eye of hatred. Let us draw a comparison between him and Caesar. The Roman general, by attempting to imitate the Asiatic monarch, flung his fellow citizens into a state of despair for a matter of mere ostentation. The Macedonian prince, by the same imitation, did a thing which was quite agreeable to his original scheme of conquest. Chapter 15. New methods of preserving a conquest. When a monarch has subdued a large country, he may make use of an admirable method, equally proper for moderating despotic power and for preserving the conquest. It is a method practised by the conquerors of China. In order to prevent the vanquished nation from falling into despair, the victors from growing insolent and proud, the government from becoming military, and to contain the two nations within their duty, the Tartar family, now on the throne of China, has ordained that every military corps in the provinces should be composed half of Chinese and half Tartars, to the end that jealousy between the two nations may keep them within bounds. The courts of judicature are likewise half Chinese and half Tartars. This is productive of several good effects. 1. The two nations are a check to one another. 2. They both preserve the civil and military power, and one is not destroyed by the other. 3. The conquering nation may spread itself without being weakened and lost. It is likewise enabled to withstand civil and foreign wars. The want of so wise an institution as this has been the ruin of almost all the conquerors that ever existed. Chapter 16. Of conquests made by a despotic prince. When a conquest happens to be vastly large, it supposes a despotic power, and then the army dispersed in the provinces is not sufficient. There should be always a body of faithful troops near the prince, ready to fall instantly upon any part of the empire that may chance to waver. This military corps ought to awe the rest, and to strike terror into those who through necessity have been instructed with any authority in the empire. The Emperor of China has always a large body of Tartars near his person, ready upon all occasions. In India, in Turkey, in Japan, the prince has always a bodyguard independent of the other regular forces. This particular corps keeps the dispersed troops in awe. Chapter 17. The same subject continued. We have observed that the countries subdued by a despotic monarch ought to be held by a vassal. Historians are very lavish of their praises of the generosity of those conquerors who restored the princes to the throne whom they had vanquished. Extremely generous, then, were the Romans, who made such a number of kings in order to have instruments of slavery. A proceeding of that kind is absolutely necessary. To preserve the country which he has subdued, neither the governors he sends will be able to contain the subjects within duty, nor he himself the governors. He will be obliged to strip his ancient patrimony of troops in order to secure his new dominions. The miseries of each nation will be common to both. Civil broils will spread themselves from one to the other. On the contrary, if the conqueror restores the legitimate prince to the throne, he will of course have an ally, by the junction of whose forces his own power will be augmented. We have a recent instance of this in Shah Nadir, who conquered the Mogul, seized his treasures, and left him in possession of Hindustan. End of chapter 7. End of book 10 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 11, chapters 1 to 9 out of 20 of Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 11. Of the laws which establish political liberty with regard to the Constitution. Chapter 1. A general idea. I make a distinction between the laws that establish political liberty as it relates to the Constitution, and those by which it is established as it relates to the citizen. The former shall be the subject of this book, the latter I shall examine in the next. Chapter 2. Different significations of the word liberty. There is no word that admits of more various significations, and has made more varied impressions on the human mind, than that of liberty. Some have taken it as a means of deposing a person on whom they have conferred a tyrannical authority; others for the power of choosing a superior whom they are obliged to obey; others for the right of bearing arms, and of being thereby enabled to use violence; others, in fine, for the privilege of being governed by a native of their own country, or by their own laws. A certain nation for a long time thought liberty consisted in the privilege of wearing a long beard. Subnote: the Russians could not bear that Caesar Peter should make them cut it off. Some have annexed this name to one form of government exclusive of others. Those who had a republican taste applied it to this species of polity. Those who liked a monarchical state gave it to monarchy. Thus they have all applied the name of liberty to the government most suitable to their own customs and inclinations. And as in republics, the people have not so constant and so present a view of the causes of their misery, and as the magistrates seem to act only in conformity to the laws, hence liberty is generally said to reside in republics, and to be banished from monarchies. In fine, as in democracies the people seem to act almost as they please, this sort of government has been deemed the most free, and the power of the people has been confounded with their liberty. Chapter 3. In what liberty consists. It is true that in democracies the people seem to act as they please, but political liberty does not consist in an unlimited freedom. In governments, that is, in societies directed by laws, liberty can consist only in the power of doing what we ought to will, and in not being constrained to do what we ought not to will. We must have continually present to our minds the difference between independence and liberty. Liberty is a right of doing whatever the laws permit, and if a citizen could do what they forbid, he would be no longer possessed of liberty, because all his fellow citizens would have the same power. Chapter 4. The same subject continued. Democratic and aristocratic states are not in their own nature free. Political liberty is to be found only in moderate governments, and even in these it is not always found. It is there only when there is no abuse of power. But constant experience shows us that every man invested with power is apt to abuse it, and to carry his authority as far as it will go. Is it not strange, though true, to say that virtue itself has need of limits? To prevent this abuse, it is necessary from the very nature of things that power should be a check to power. A government may be so constituted as no man shall be compelled to do things to which the law does not oblige him, nor forced to abstain from things which the law permits. Chapter 5. Of the end or view of different governments. Though all governments have the same general end, which is that of preservation, yet each has another particular object. Increase of dominion was the object of Rome, war that of Sparta, religion that of the Jewish laws, commerce that of Marseilles, public tranquillity that of the laws of China, navigation that of the laws of Rhodes, natural liberty that of the policy of the savages, in general the pleasures of the prince that of despotic states, that of monarchies the princes and the kingdom's glory. The independence of individuals is the end aimed by the laws of Poland. Thence results the oppression of the whole. Footnote: inconvenience of the liberum veto. One nation there is also in the world that has for the direct end of its constitution political liberty. We shall presently examine the principles on which this liberty is founded. If they are sound, liberty will appear in its highest perfection. To discover political liberty in a constitution, no great labour is a requisite. If we are capable of seeing it where it exists, it is soon found, and we need not go far in search of it. Chapter 6. Of the Constitution of England. In every government there are three sorts of power: the legislative, the executive in respect to things dependent on the law of nations, and the executive in regards to matters that depend on the civil law. By virtue of the first, the prince or magistrate enacts temporary or perpetual laws, and amends or abrogates those that had already been enacted. By the second, he makes peace or war, sends or receives embassies, establishes the public security, and provides against invasions. By the third, he punishes criminals or determines the disputes that arise between individuals. The latter we shall call the judiciary power, and the other simply the executive power of the state. The political liberty of the subject is a tranquillity of mind arising from the opinion each person has of his safety. In order to have this liberty, it is a requisite the government be so constituted as one man need not be afraid of another. When the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person, or in the same body of magistrates, there can be no liberty, because apprehensions may arise lest the same monarch or senate should enact tyrannical laws to execute them in a tyrannical manner. Again, there is no liberty if the judiciary power be not separated from the legislative and executive. Were it joined with the legislative, the life and liberty of the subject would be exposed to arbitrary control, for the judge would be then the legislator. Were it joined to the executive power, the judge might behave with violence and oppression. There would be an end of everything, were the same man or the same body, whether of the nobles or of the people, to exercise those three powers, that of enacting laws, that of executing the public resolutions, and of trying the causes of individuals. Most kingdoms in Europe enjoy a moderate government, because the prince, who is invested with the two first powers, leaves the third to his subjects. In Turkey, where these three powers are united in the Sultan's person, the subjects groan under the most dreadful oppression. In the republics of Italy, where these three powers are united, there is less liberty than in our monarchies. Hence their government is obliged to have recourse to as violent methods for its support as even that of the Turks. Witness the state inquisitors, and the lion's mouth into which every informer may at all hours throw his written accusations. In what a situation must the poor subject be in those republics? The same body of magistrates are possessed, as executors of the laws, of the whole power they have given themselves in quality of legislators. They may plunder the state by their general determinations, and as they have likewise the judiciary power in their hands, every private citizen may be ruined by their particular decisions. The whole power is here united in one body, and though there is no external pomp that indicates a despotic sway, yet the people feel the effects of it every moment. Hence it is that many of the princes of Europe, whose aim has been levelled at arbitrary power, have constantly set out with uniting in their own persons all the branches of magistracy and all the great offices of state. I allow indeed that the mere hereditary aristocracy of the Italian republics does not exactly answer to the despotic power of the Eastern princes. The number of magistrates sometimes moderate the power of the magistracy. The whole body of the nobles do not always concur in the same design, and different tribunals are erected that temper each other. Thus, at Venice, the legislative power is in the council, the executive in the Brigadi, and the judiciary in the Quarantia. But the mischief is that these different tribunals are composed of magistrates all belonging to the same body, which constitutes almost one and the same power. The judiciary power ought not to be given to a standing senate. It should be exercised by persons taken from the body of the people at certain times of the year, and consistently with a form and manner prescribed by law, in order to erect a tribunal that should last only so long as necessity requires. By this method the judicial power, so terrible to mankind, not being annexed to any particular state or profession, becomes, as it were, invisible. People have not then the judges continually present to their view. They fear the office, but not the magistrate. In accusations of a deep and criminal nature, it is proper that the person accused should have the privilege of choosing, in some measure, his judges in concurrence with the law, or at least he should have a right to except against so great a number that the remaining part may be deemed his own choice. The other two powers may be given rather to magistrates or permanent bodies, because they are not exercised on any private subject, one being no more than the general will of the state, and the other the execution of that general will. But though the tribunals ought not to be fixed, the judgments ought, and to such a degree as to be ever conformable to the letter of the law. Were they to be the private opinion of the judge, people would then live in society without exactly knowing the nature of their obligations. The judges ought likewise to be of the same rank as the accused, or, in other words, his peers, to the end that he may not imagine he has fallen into the hands of persons inclined to treat him with rigour. If the legislature leaves the executive power in possession of a right to imprison those subjects who can give security for their good behaviour, there is an end of liberty, unless they are taken up in order to answer without delay to a capital crime, in which case they are really free, being subject only to the power of the law. But should the legislature think itself in danger by some secret conspiracy against the state, or by a correspondence with a foreign enemy, it might authorize the executive power for a short and limited time to imprison suspected persons, who in that case would lose their liberty only for a while, to preserve it forever. And this is the only reasonable method that can be substituted to the tyrannical magistracy of the Ephori, and to the state inquisitors of Venice, who are also despotic. As in a country of liberty, every man who is supposed a free agent ought to be his own governor. The legislative power should reside in the whole body of the people. But since this is impossible in large states, and in small ones is subject to many inconveniences, it is fit that the people should transact by their representatives what they cannot transact by themselves. The inhabitants of a particular town are much better acquainted with its wants and interests than with those of other places, and are better judges of the capacity of their neighbours than of that of the rest of their countrymen. The members, therefore, of the legislature should not be chosen from the general body of the nation, but it is proper that in every considerable place a representative should be elected by the inhabitants. The great advantage of representatives is their capacity of discussing public affairs. For this the people collectively are extremely unfit, which is one of the chief inconveniences of a democracy. It is not at all necessary that the representatives who have received a general instruction from their constituents should wait to be directed on each particular affair, as is practised in the diets of Germany. True, it is that by this way of proceeding the speeches of the deputies might with greater propriety be called the voice of the nation. But, on the other hand, this would occasion infinite delays, would give each deputy a power of controlling the assembly, and, on the most urgent and pressing occasions, the wheels of government might be stopped by the caprice of a single person. When the deputies, as Mr. Sidney well observes, represent a body of people, as in Holland, they ought to be accountable to their constituents, but it is a different thing in England, where they are deputed by boroughs. All the inhabitants of several districts ought to have a right of voting at the election of a representative, except such as are in so mean a situation as to be deemed to have no will of their own. One great fault there was in most of the ancient republics, that the people had a right to active resolutions, such as require some execution, a thing of which they are absolutely incapable. They ought to have no share in the government but for the choosing of representatives, which is within their reach. For though few can tell the exact degree of men's capacities, yet there are none but are capable of knowing in general whether the person they choose is better qualified than most of his neighbours. Neither ought the representative body be chosen for the executive part of government, for which it is not so fit, but for enacting of laws, or to see whether the laws in being are duly executed, are things suited to their abilities, and which none indeed but themselves can properly perform. In such a state there are always persons distinguished by their birth, riches, or honours. But were they to be confounded with the common people, and to have only the weight of a single vote like the rest, the common liberty would be their slavery, and they would have no interest in supporting it, as most of the popular resolutions would be against them. The share they have, therefore, in the legislature ought to be proportioned to their other advantages in the state, which happens only when they form a body that has a right to check the licentiousness of the people, as the people have a right to oppose any encroachment of theirs. The legislative power is therefore committed to the body of the nobles, and to that which represents the people, each having their assemblies and deliberations apart, each their separate views and interests. Of the three powers above mentioned, the judiciary is in some measure next to nothing. There remain, therefore, only two, and as these have need of a regulating power to moderate them, the part of the legislative body composed of the nobility is extremely proper for this purpose. The body of the nobility ought to be hereditary. In the first place, it is so in its own nature, and in the next, there must be a considerable interest to preserve its privileges, privileges that in themselves are obnoxious to popular envy, and of course in a free state are always in danger. But as a hereditary power might be tempted to pursue its own particular interests, and forget those of the people, it is proper that where a singular advantage may be gained by corrupting the nobility, as in laws relating to the supplies, they should have no other share in the legislation than the power of rejecting, and not that of resolving. By the power of resolving, I mean the right of ordaining by their own authority, or of amending what has been ordained by others. By the power of rejecting, I would be understood to mean the right of annulling a resolution taken by another, which was the power of the tribunes at Rome. And though the person possessed of the privilege of rejecting may likewise have the right of approving, yet this approbation passes for no more than a declaration, that he intends to make no use of his privilege of rejecting, and is derived from that very privilege. The executive power ought to be in the hands of a monarch, because this branch of government, having need of dispatch, is better administered by one than by many. On the other hand, whatever depends on the legislative power is oftentimes better regulated by many than by a single person. But if there were no monarch, and the executive power should be committed to a certain number of persons selected from the legislative body, there would be an end then of liberty, by reason that the two powers would be united, as the same persons would sometimes possess, and would be always able to possess, a share in both. Were the legislative body to be a considerable time without meeting, this would likewise put an end to liberty. For of two things one would naturally follow: either that there would be no longer any legislative resolutions, and then the state would fall into anarchy, or that these resolutions would be taken by the executive power, which would render it absolute. It would be needless for the legislative body to continue always assembled. This would be troublesome to the representatives, and, moreover, would cut out too much work for the executive power, so as to take off its attention to its office, and oblige it to think only of defending its own prerogatives, and the right it has to execute. Again, were the legislative body to be always assembled, it might happen to be kept up only by filling the places of the deceased members with new representatives. And in that case, if the legislative body were once corrupted, the evil would be past all remedy. When different legislative bodies succeed one another, the people who have a bad opinion of that which is actually sitting may reasonably entertain some hopes of the next, But were it to be always the same body, the people upon seeing it once corrupted would no longer expect any good from its laws, and of course they would either become desperate or fall into a state of indolence. The legislative body should not meet of itself, for a body is supposed to have no will but when it is met, and besides, were it not to meet unanimously, it would be impossible to determine which was really the legislative body, the part assembled or the other. And if it had a right to prorogue itself, it might happen never to be prorogued, which would be extremely dangerous, in case it should ever attempt to encroach on the executive power. Besides, there are seasons, some more proper than others, for assembling the legislative body. It is fit, therefore, that the executive power should regulate the timing of meeting, as well as the duration of those assemblies, according to the circumstances and exigencies of a state known to itself. Were the executive power not to have a right of restraining the encroachments of the legislative body, the latter would become despotic. For as it might arrogate to itself what authority it pleased, it would soon destroy all the other powers. But it is not proper, on the other hand, that the legislative power should have a right to stay the executive. For as the execution has its natural limits, it is useless to confine it. Besides, the executive power is generally employed in momentary operations. The power, therefore, of the Roman tribunes was faulty, as it put a stop not only to the legislation, but likewise to the executive part of government, which was attended with infinite mischief. But if the legislative power in a free state has no right to stay the executive, it has a right, and ought to have the means, of examining in what manner its laws have been executed, an advantage which this government has over that of Crete and Sparta, where the Cosmi and the Ephori gave no account of their administration. But whatever may be the issue of that examination, the legislative body ought not to have a power of arraigning the person, nor of course the conduct, of him who is entrusted with the executive power. His person should be sacred, because as it is necessary for the good of the state to prevent the legislative body from rendering themselves arbitrary, the moment he is accused or tried, there is an end of liberty. In this cafe the state would be no longer a monarchy, but a kind of republic, though not a free government. But as the person entrusted with the executive power cannot abuse it without bad counsellors, and such as have the laws as ministers, though the laws protect them as subjects, these men may be examined and punished, an advantage which this government has over that of Cnidus, where the law allowed of no such thing as calling the Emimones to an account, even after their administration, and therefore the people could never obtain any satisfaction for the injuries done them. Though in general the judiciary power ought not to be united with any part of the legislative, yet this is liable to 3 exceptions, founded on the particular interest of the party accused. The great are always obnoxious to popular envy, and were they to be judged by the people, they might be in danger from their judges, and would, moreover, be deprived of the privilege which the meanest subject is possessed of in a free state, of being tried by his peers. The nobility, for this reason, ought not to be cited before the ordinary courts of judicature, but before that part of the legislature which is composed of their own body. It is possible that the law, which is clear-sighted in one sense and blind in another, might, in some cases, be too severe. But as we have already observed, the national judges are no more than the mouth that pronounces the words of the law, mere passive beings, incapable of moderating either its force or rigour. That part, therefore, of the legislative body, which we have just now observed to be a necessary tribunal on another occasion, also is a necessary tribunal in this. It belongs to its supreme authority to moderate the law in favour of the law itself, by mitigating the sentence. It might also happen that a subject entrusted with the administration of public affairs may infringe the rights of the people, and be guilty of crimes which the ordinary magistrates either could not or would not punish. But in general, the legislative power cannot try causes, and much less can it try this particular case, where it represents the party aggrieved, which is the people. It can only, therefore, impeach. But before what court shall it bring its impeachment? Must it go and demean itself before the ordinary tribunals, which are its inferiors, and, being composed, moreover, of men who are chosen from the people as well as itself, will naturally be swayed by the authority of so powerful an accuser? No. In order to preserve the dignity of the people and the security of the subject, the legislative part which represents the people must bring in its charge before the legislative part which represents the nobility, who have neither the same interests nor the same passions. Here is an advantage which this government has over most of the ancient republics, where this abuse prevailed, that the people were at the same time both judge and accuser. The executive power, pursuant of what has been already said, ought to have a share in the legislature by the power of rejecting. Otherwise it would soon be stripped of its prerogative. But should the legislative power usurp a share of the executive, the latter would be equally undone. If the prince were to have a part in the legislature by the power of resolving, liberty would be lost. But as it is necessary he should have a share in the legislature for the support of his own prerogative, this share must consist in the power of rejecting. The change of government at Rome was owing to this, that neither the Senate, who had one part of the executive power, nor the magistrates, who were entrusted with the other, had the right of rejecting, which was entirely lodged in the people. Here, then, is the fundamental constitution of the government we are treating of. The legislative body being composed of two parts, they check one another by the mutual privilege of rejecting. They are both restrained by the executive power, as the executive is by the legislative. These three powers should naturally form a state of repose or inaction. But as there is a necessity for movement in the course of human affairs, they are forced to move, but still in concert. As the executive power has no other part in the legislative than the privilege of rejecting, it can have no share in the public debates. It is not even necessary that it should propose, because as it may always disapprove of the resolutions that shall be taken, it may likewise reject the decisions on those proposals which were made against its will. In some ancient commonwealths, where public debates were carried on by the people in a body, it was natural for the executive power to propose and debate in conjunction with the people. Otherwise their resolutions must have been attended with a strange confusion. Were the executive power to determine the raising of public money, otherwise than by giving its consent, liberty would be at an end, because it would become legislative in the most important point of legislation. If the legislative power was to settle the subsidies, not from year to year, but forever, it would run the risk of losing its liberty, because the executive power would be no longer dependent, and when once it was possessed of such a perpetual right, it would be a matter of indifference whether it held it of itself or of another. The same may be said if it should come to a resolution of entrusting not an annual, but a perpetual command of the fleets and armies to the executive power. To prevent the executive power from being able to oppress, it is a requisite that the armies with which it is entrusted should consist of the people, and have the same spirit as the people, as was the case at Rome till the time of Marius. To obtain this end, there are only two ways: either that the person employed in the army should have sufficient property to answer for their conduct to their fellow subjects, and be enlisted only for a year, as was customary at Rome; or if there should be a standing army, composed chiefly of the most despicable part of the nation, the legislative power should have a right to disband them as soon as it pleased. The soldiers should live in common with the rest of the people, and no separate camp, barracks, or fortress should be suffered. When once an army is established, it ought not to depend immediately on the legislative, but on the executive power, and this from the very nature of the thing, its business consisting more in action than in deliberation. It is natural for mankind to set a higher value upon courage than timidity, on activity than prudence, on strength than counsel. Hence the army will ever despise a senate, and respect their own officers. They will naturally slight the orders sent them by a body of men whom they look upon as cowards, and therefore unworthy to command them. So that as soon as the troops depend entirely on the legislative body, it becomes a military government. And if the contrary has ever happened, it has been owing to some extraordinary circumstances. It is because the army was always kept divided. It is because it was composed of several bodies that depended each on a particular province. It is because the capital towns were strong places, defended by their natural situation, and not garrisoned with regular troops. Holland, for instance, is still safer than Venice. She might drown or starve the revolted troops, for as they are not quartered in towns capable of furnishing them with necessary subsistence, this subsistence is of course precarious. In perusing the admirable treatise of Tacitus on the manners of the Germans, we find it is from that nation the English have borrowed the idea of their political government. This beautiful system was invented first in the woods. As all human things have an end, the state we are speaking of will lose its liberty, will perish. Have not Rome, Sparta, and Carthage perished? It will perish when the legislative power shall be more corrupt than the executive. It is not my business to examine whether the English actually enjoy this liberty or not. Sufficient it is for my purpose to observe that it is established by their laws, and I enquire no further. Neither do I pretend by this to undervalue other governments, nor to say that this extreme political liberty ought to give uneasiness to those who have only a moderate share of it. How should I have any such design? I, who think that even the highest refinement of reason is not always desirable, and that mankind generally find their account better in mediums than in extremes. Harrington, in his Oceana, has also inquired into the utmost degree of liberty to which the constitution of a state may be carried. But of him, indeed, it may be said that for want of knowing the nature of real liberty, he busied himself in pursuit of an imaginary one, and that he built a Chalcedon, though he had a Byzantium before his eyes. Chapter 7. Of the monarchies we are acquainted with. The monarchies we are acquainted with have not, like that we have been speaking of, liberty for their direct view. The only aim is the glory of the subject, of the state, and of the sovereign. But hence there results a spirit of liberty, which in those states is capable of achieving as great things, and of contributing as much, perhaps to happiness, as liberty itself. Here the three powers are not distributed and founded on the model of the constitution above mentioned. They have each a particular distribution, according to which they border more or less on political liberty, and if they did not border upon it, monarchy would degenerate into despotic government. Chapter 8. Why the ancients had not a clear idea of monarchy. The ancients had no notion of a government founded on a body of nobles, and much less on a legislative body composed of the representatives of the people. The republics of Greece and Italy were cities that had each their own form of government, and convened their subjects within their walls. Before Rome had swallowed up all the other republics, there was scarcely anywhere a king to be found. No, not in Italy, Gaul, Spain, or Germany. They were all petty states or republics. Even Africa itself was subject to a great commonwealth, and Asia Minor was occupied by Greek colonies. There was, therefore, no instance of deputies of towns, or assemblies of the states. One must have gone as far as Persia to find a monarchy. I am not ignorant that there were confederate republics, in which several towns sent deputies to an assembly, but I affirm there was no monarchy on that model. The first plan, therefore, of the monarchies we are acquainted with was thus formed. The German nations that conquered the Roman Empire were certainly a free people. Of this we may be convinced only by reading Tacitus on the manners of the Germans. The conquerors spread themselves over all the country, living mostly in the fields and very little in towns. When they were in Germany, the whole nation was able to assemble. This they could no longer do when dispersed through the conquered provinces. And yet, as it was necessary that the nation should deliberate on public affairs, pursuant to their usual method before the conquest, they had recourse to representatives. Such is the origin of the Gothic government amongst us. At first it was mixed with aristocracy and monarchy, a mixture attended with this inconvenience, that the common people were bondmen. The custom afterwards succeeded of granting letters of enfranchisement, and was soon followed by so perfect a harmony between the civil liberty of the people, the privileges of the nobility and clergy, and the prince's prerogative, that I really think there never was in the world a government so well tempered as that of each part of Europe, so long as it lasted. Surprising that the corruption of the government of a conquering nation should have given birth to the best species of constitution that could possibly be imagined by man. Chapter 9. Aristotle's manner of thinking. Aristotle is greatly puzzled in treating of monarchy. He makes 5 species, and he does not distinguish them by the form of constitution, but by things merely accidental, as the virtues and vices of the prince, or by things extrinsic, such as tyranny usurped or inherited. Among the number of monarchies he ranks the Persian empire and the kingdom of Sparta. But is it not evident that one was a despotic state and the other a republic? The ancients, who were strangers to the distribution of the 3 powers in government of a single person, could never form a just idea of monarchy. End of chapter 9 out of 20 chapters in book 11. Book 11 continues on the next track. Book 11, chapters 10 to 20 out of 20 of Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 11. Of the laws which establish political liberty with regard to the Constitution. Chapter 10. What other politicians thought. To temper monarchy, Aribas, king of Epirus, found no other remedy than a republic. The Molossi, not knowing how to limit the same power, made 2 kings, by which means the state was weakened more than the prerogative. They wanted rivals, and they created enemies. 2 kings were tolerable nowhere but at Sparta. Here they did not form, but were only a part of, the constitution. Chapter 11. Of the kings of the heroic times of Greece. In the heroic times of Greece, a kind of monarchy arose that was not of long duration. Those who had been inventors of arts, who had fought in their country's cause, who had established societies, or distributed lands among the people, obtained the regal power, and transmitted it to their children. They were kings, priests, and judges. This was one of the 5 species of monarchies mentioned by Aristotle, and the only one that can give us any idea of the monarchical constitution. But the plan of this constitution is opposite to that of our modern monarchies. The 3 powers were there distributed in such a manner that the people were the legislature, and the king had the executive together with the judiciary power. Whereas in modern monarchies, the prince is invested with the executive and legislative powers, or at least with part of the legislative, but does not act in a judiciary capacity. In the government of the kings of the heroic times, the 3 powers were ill distributed. Hence, those monarchies could not long subsist, for as soon as the people got the legislative power into their hands, they might, as they everywhere did, upon the very least caprice, subvert the regal authority. Among a free people, possessed of the legislative power, and enclosed within their walls, where everything tending towards oppression appears still more odious, it is the masterpiece of legislation to know where to place properly the judiciary power. But it could not be in worse hands than in those of the person to whom the executive power had been already committed. From that very instant the monarch became terrible, but at the same time, as he had no share in the legislature, he could make no defence against it. Thus his power was in one sense too great, in another too little. They had not as yet discovered that the true function of a prince was to appoint judges, and not to sit as judge himself. The opposite policy rendered the government of single person insupportable. Hence all these kings were banished. The Greeks had no notion of the proper distribution of the 3 powers in government of one person. They could see it only in that of many, and this kind of constitution they distinguished by the name of polity. Chapter 12. Of the government of the kings of Rome, and in what manner the 3 powers were there distributed. The government of the kings of Rome had some relation to that of the kings of the heroic times of Greece. Its subversion, like the latter's, was owing to its general defect, though in its own particular nature it was exceedingly good. In order to give an adequate idea of this government, I shall distinguish that of the first 5 kings, that of Servius Tullius, and that of Tarquin. The crown was elective, and under the first 5 kings the senate had the greatest share in the election. Upon the king's decease, the senate examined whether they should continue the established form of government. If they thought proper to continue it, they named a magistrate taken from their own body, who chose a king. The senate were to approve of the election, the people to confirm it, and the augurs to declare the approbation of the gods. If any of these 3 conditions was wanting, they were obliged to proceed to another election. The constitution was a mixture of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, and such was the harmony of power, that there was no instance of jealousy or dispute in the first reigns. The king commanded the armies, and had the direction of the sacrifices. He had the power of determining civil and criminal causes. He called the senate together, convened the people, laid some affairs before the latter, and regulated the rest with the senate. The authority of the senate was very great. The kings oftentimes pitched upon senators with whom they sat in judgment, and they never laid any affair before the people till it had been previously debated in that august assembly. The people had the right of choosing magistrates, of consenting to the new laws, and with the king's permission, of making war and peace. But they had not the judicial power. When Tullius Hostilius, referred the trial of Horatius to the people, he had his particular reasons, which may be seen in Dionysius Halicarnassus. The constitution altered under Servius Tullius. The Senate had no share in his election. He caused himself to be proclaimed by the people. He resigned the power of hearing civil causes, reserving none to himself but those of a criminal nature. He laid all affairs directly before the people, eased them of the taxes, and imposed the whole burden on the patricians. Hence, in proportion as he weakened the regal together with the senatorian power, he augmented that of the plebeians. Tarquin would neither be chosen by the Senate nor by the people. He considered Servius Tullius as a usurper, and seized the crown as his hereditary right. He destroyed most of the senators. Those who remained he never consulted, nor did he even so much as summon them to assist at his decisions. Thus his power increased, but the odium of that power received a new addition, by usurping also the authority of the people, against whose consent he enacted several laws. The three powers were by these means reunited in his person, but the people at a critical minute recollected that they were legislators, and there was an end of Tarquin. Chapter 13. General reflections on the state of Rome after the expulsion of its kings. It is impossible to be tired of so agreeable a subject as ancient Rome. Thus, strange as at present leave the modern palaces of that celebrated capital to visit the ruins, and thus the eye, fitting itself with the view of flowery meads, is pleased with the wild prospect of rocks and mountains. The patrician families were at all times possessed of great privileges. These distinctions, which were considerable under the kings, became much more important after their expulsion. Hence arose the jealousy of the plebeians who wanted to reduce them. The contest struck at the constitution without weakening the government, for it was very indifferent as to what family were the magistrates, provided the magistracy preserved its authority. An elective monarchy, like that of Rome, necessarily supposes a powerful aristocratic body to support it, without which it changes immediately into a tyranny or into a popular state. But a popular state has no need of this distinction of families to maintain itself. To this it was owing that the patricians, who were a necessary part of the constitution under the regal government, became a superfluous branch under the consuls. The people could suppress them without hurting themselves, and change the constitution without corrupting it. After Servius Tullius had reduced the patricians, it was natural that Rome should fall from the regal hands into those of the people. But the people had no occasion to be afraid of relapsing under a regal power by reducing the patricians. A state may alter in two different ways, either by amendment or by the corruption of the constitution. If it has preserved its principles, and the constitution changes, this is owing to its amendment. If upon changing the constitution its principles are lost, this is because it has been corrupted. The government of Rome, after the expulsion of the kings, should naturally have been a democracy. The people had already the legislative power in their hands. It was their unanimous consent that had expelled the Tarquins, and if they had not continued steady to those principles, the Tarquins might easily have been restored. To pretend that their design in expelling them was to render themselves slaves to a few families is quite absurd. The situation, therefore, of things required that Rome should have formed a democracy, and yet this did not happen. There was a necessity that the power of the principal families should be tempered, and that the laws should have a bias to democracy. The prosperity of states is frequently greater in the insensible transition from one constitution to another than in either of those constitutions. Then it is that all the springs of government are upon the stretch, that the citizens assert their claims, that friendships or enmities are formed amongst the jarring parties, and that there is a noble emulation between those who defend the ancients and those who are strenuous in promoting the new constitution. Chapter 14. In what manner the distribution of the three powers began to change after the expulsion of the kings. There were four things that greatly prejudiced the liberty of Rome. The patricians had engrossed to themselves all public employments whatever. An exorbitant power was annexed to the consulate. The people were often insulted, and, in fine, they had scarcely any influence at all left in the public suffrages. These four abuses were redressed by the people. First, it was regulated that the plebeians might aspire to some magistracies, and by degrees they were rendered capable of them all, except that of interrex. Second, the consulate was dissolved into several other magistracies. Praetors were created, on whom the power was conferred of trying private causes. Quaestors were nominated for determining those of criminal nature. Aediles were established for the civil administration. Treasurers were made for the management of the public money, and in fine, by the creation of censors, the consuls were divested of that part of the legislative power which regulates the morals of the citizens and the transient polity of the different bodies of the state. The chief privileges left them were to preside in the great meetings of the people, to assemble the senate, and to command armies. Third, the sacred laws appointed tribunes, who had a power of checking the encroachments of the patricians, and prevented not only private, but likewise public injuries. In fine, the plebeians increased their influence in the general assemblies. The people of Rome were divided in three different manners, by centuries, by curia, and by tribes, and whenever they gave their votes, they were convened in one of those three ways. In the first, the patricians, the leading men, the rich, and the senate, which was very nearly the same thing, had almost the whole authority. In the second, they had less, and less still in the third. The division into centuries was a division rather of estates and fortunes than of persons. The whole people were distributed into 193 centuries, which had each a single vote. The patricians and leading men composed the first 9 centuries, and the other 9 consisted of the remainder of the citizens. In this division, therefore, the patricians were masters of the suffrages. In the division into curiae, the patricians had not the same advantages. Some, however, they had, for it was necessary to consult the augurs, who were under the direction of the patricians, and no proposal could be made there to the people unless it had been previously laid before the senate and approved of by a senatus consultum. But in the division into tribes, they had nothing to do either with the augurs or with the decrees of the senate, and the patricians were excluded. Now the people endeavoured constantly to have those meetings by curiae, which had been customary by centuries, and by tribes those they used to have before by curiae, by which means the direction of public affairs soon devolved from the patricians to the plebeians. Thus, when the plebeians attained the power of trying the patricians, a power which commenced in the affair of Coriolanus, they insisted upon assembling by tribes, and not by centuries. And when the new magistracies of tribunes and aediles were established in favour of the people, The latter obtained that they should meet by curiae in order to nominate them, and after their power was quite settled, they gained so far their point as to assemble by tribes to proceed to this nomination. Chapter 15. In what manner Rome, in that flourishing state of that republic, suddenly lost its liberty. In the heat of the contests between the patricians and the plebeians, the latter insisted upon having fixed laws, to the end that the public judgments should no longer be the effect of capricious will or arbitrary power. The Senate, after a great deal of resistance, acquiesced, and decemvirs were nominated to compose those laws. It was thought proper to grant them an extraordinary power, because they were to give laws to parties whose views and interest it was almost impossible to unite. The nomination of all magistrates was suspended, and the decemvirs were chosen in the comitia sole administrators of the republic. Thus they found themselves invested with the consular and the tribunicial power. By one they had the privilege of assembling the Senate, by the other that of convening the people. But they assembled neither Senate nor people. 10 men only of the republic had the whole legislative, the whole executive, and the whole judiciary power. Rome saw herself enslaved by as cruel a tyranny as that of Tarquin. When Tarquin trampled on the liberty of that city, she was seized with indignation at the power he had usurped. When the decemvirs exercised every act of oppression, she was astonished at the extraordinary power she had granted. What a strange system of tyranny! A tyranny carried on by men who had obtained the political and military power merely from their knowledge in civil affairs, and who at the very juncture stood in need of the courage of those citizens to protect them abroad, who so tamely submitted to domestic oppression. The spectacle of Virginia's death, whom her father immolated to chastity and liberty, put an end to the power of the decemvirs. Every man became free, because every man had been injured. Each shewed himself a citizen, because each had a tie of the parent. The Senate and the people resumed a liberty which had been committed to ridiculous tyrants. No people were so easily moved by public spectacles as the Romans. That of the empurpled body of Lucretia put an end to the regal government. The debtor who appeared in the forum covered with wounds caused an alteration in the republic. The decemvirs owed their expulsion to the tragedy of Virginia. To condemn Manlius, it was necessary to keep the people from seeing the Capitol. Caesar's bloody garment flung Rome again into slavery. Chapter 16. Of the legislative power in the Roman Republic. There were no rights to contest under the decemvirs, but upon the restoration of liberty, jealousies revived, and so long as the patricians had any privileges left, they were sure to be stripped of them by the plebeians. The mischief would not have been so great had the plebeians been satisfied with this success, but they also injured the patricians as citizens. When the people assembled by curiae or centuries, they were composed of senators, patricians, and plebeians. In their disputes, the plebeians gained this point, that they alone, without patricians or senate, should enact the laws, called plebiscita, and the assemblies in which they were made had the name of comitia by tribes. Thus there were cases in which the patricians had no share in the legislative power, but were subject to the legislation of another body of the state. This was the extravagance of liberty. The people, to establish a democracy, acted against the very principles of that government. One would have imagined that so exorbitant a power must have destroyed the authority of the Senate. But Rome had admirable institutions. Two of these were especially remarkable. One, by which the legislative power of the people was established, and the other, by which it was limited. The censors, and before them the consuls, modelled and created, as it were, every 5 years, the body of the people. They exercised the legislation on the very part that was possessed of the legislative power. Tiberius Gracchus, says Cicero, caused the freedmen to be admitted into the tribes, not by the force of his eloquence, but by a word, by a gesture, which had he not effected, the republic, whose drooping head we are at present scarcely able to uphold, would not even exist. On the other hand, the Senate had the power of rescuing, as it were, the republic out of the hands of the people by creating a dictator, before whom the sovereign bowed his head, and the most popular laws were silent. Chapter 17. Of the executive power in the same republic. Jealous as the people were of their legislative power, they had no great uneasiness about the executive. This they left almost entirely to the Senate and to the consuls, reserving scarcely anything more to themselves than the right of choosing the magistrates and of confirming the acts of the Senate and of the generals. Rome, whose passion was to command, whose ambition was to conquer, whose commencement and progress were one continued usurpation, had constantly affairs of the greatest weight upon her hands. Her enemies were ever conspiring against her, or she against her enemies. As she was obliged to behave on the one hand with heroic courage, and on the other with consummate prudence, it was requisite, of course, that the management of affairs should be committed to the Senate. Thus the people disputed every branch of the legislative power with the Senate, because they were jealous of their liberty. But they had no disputes about the executive, because they were animated with the love of glory. So great was the share the Senate took in the executive power, that, as Polybius informs us, foreign nations imagined that Rome was an aristocracy. The Senate disposed of the public money and farmed out the revenue. They were arbiters of the affairs of their allies. They determined war or peace, and directed in this respect the consuls. They fixed the number of the Roman and of the allied troops, disposed of the provinces and armies to the consuls or praetors, and upon the expiration of the year of command, had the power of appointing successors. They decreed triumphs, received and sent embassies. They nominated, rewarded, punished, and were judges of kings, declared them allies of the Roman people, or stripped them of that title. The consuls levied the troops which they had to carry into the field, had the command of the forces by sea and by land, disposed of the forces of the allies, were invested with the whole power of the republic and the provinces, gave peace to the vanquished nations, imposed conditions on them, or referred them to the Senate. In the earliest times, when the people had some share in affair relating to war or peace, they exercised rather their legislative rather than their executive power. They scarcely did anything else but confirm the acts of the kings, and after their expulsion, those of the consuls or senate. So far were they from being the arbiters of war, that we have instances of its having been often declared, notwithstanding the opposition of the tribunes. But growing wanton in their prosperity, they increased their executive power. Thus they created the military tribunes, the nomination of whom till then had belonged to the generals, and some time before the First Punic War, they decreed that only their own body should have the right of declaring war. Chapter 18. Of the judiciary power in the Roman government. The judiciary power was given to the people, to the Senate, to the magistrates, and to particular judges. We must see in what manner it was distributed, beginning with their civil affairs. The consuls had the judiciary power after the expulsion of the kings, as the praetors were judges after the consuls. Servius Tullius had divested himself of the power of determining civil causes, which was not resumed by the consuls, except in some very rare cases, for that reason called extraordinary. They were satisfied with naming the judges, and establishing the several tribunals. By a discourse of Appius Claudius in Dionysius Halicarnassus, it appears that as early as the 259th year of Rome, this was looked upon as a settled custom among the Romans, and it is not tracing it very high to refer it to Servius Tullius. Every year the praetor made a list of such as he chose for the office of judges during his magistracy. A sufficient number was pitched upon for each cause, a custom very nearly the same as that now practised in England. And what was extremely favourable to liberty was the praetors fixing the judges with the consent of the parties. The great number of exceptions that can be made in England amounts pretty nearly to this very custom. The judges decided only the questions relating to matter of fact. For example, whether a sum of money had been paid or not, whether an act had been committed or not. But as to questions of law, as these required a certain capacity, they were always carried before the tribunal of the centumvirs. The kings reserved to themselves the judgment of criminal affairs, and in this were succeeded by the consuls. It was in consequence of this authority that Brutus put his children and all those who were concerned in the Tarquinian conspiracy to death. This was an exorbitant power. The consuls, already invested with the military command, extended the exercise of it even to civil affairs, and their procedures, being stripped of all forms of justice, were rather exertions of violence than legal judgments. This gave rise to the Valerian law, by which it was made lawful to appeal to the people from every decision of the consuls that endangered the life of a citizen. The consuls had no longer the power of pronouncing sentence in capital cases against a Roman citizen without the consent of the people. We see in the first conspiracy for the restoration of the Tarquins that the criminals were tried by Brutus the consul. In the second, the Senate and Comitia were assembled to try them. The laws distinguished by the name of sacred allowed the plebeians the privilege of choosing tribunes, whence was formed a body whose pretensions at first were immense. It is hard to determine which was greater, the insolence of the plebeians in demanding, or the condescension of the Senate in granting. The Valerian law allowed appeals to the people, that is, to the people composed of senators, patricians, and plebeians. The plebeians made a law that appeals should be brought before their own body. A question was soon after started whether the plebeians had a right to try a patrician. This was the subject of a dispute to which the impeachment of Coriolanus gave rise, and which ended with that affair. When Coriolanus was accused by the tribunes before the people, he insisted, contrary to the spirit of the Valerian law, that as he was a patrician, none but the consuls had the power to try him. On the other hand, the plebeians, also contrary to the spirit of the same law, pretended that none but their body were empowered to be his judges, and accordingly they pronounced sentence upon him. This was moderated by the law of the 12 tables, whereby it was ordained that none but the great assemblies of the people should try a citizen in capital cases. Hence the body of the plebeians, or, which amounts to the very same, the comitia by tribes, had no longer any power of hearing criminal causes, except such as were punished with fines. To inflict a capital punishment, a law was requisite, but to condemn a pecuniary mulct, there was occasion only for a plebiscitum. This regulation of the law of the 12 tables was extremely prudent. It produced an admirable balance between the body of the plebeians and the Senate, for as the full judiciary power of both depended on the greatness of the punishment and the nature of the crime, it was necessary they should both agree. The Valerian law abolished all the remains of the Roman government in any way relating to that of the kings of the heroic times of Greece. The consuls were divested of the power to punish crimes. Though all crimes are public, yet we must distinguish between those which more nearly concern the mutual intercourse of the citizens, and those which more immediately interest the state in the relation it bears to its subjects. The first are called private, the second public. The latter were tried by the people, and in regard to the former, they named by particular commission a quaestor for the prosecution of each crime. The person chosen by the people was frequently one of the magistrates, sometimes a private man. He was called the quaestor of parricide, and is mentioned in the law of the 12 tables. The quaestor nominated the judge of the question, who drew lots for the judges, and regulated the tribunal in which he presided. Here it is proper to observe what share the Senate had in the nomination of the quaestor, that we may see how far the two powers were balanced. Sometimes the Senate caused a dictator to be chosen in order to exercise the office of quaestor. At other times they ordained that the people should be convened by a tribune, with the view of proceeding to the nomination of a quaestor, and in fine, the people frequently appointed a magistrate to make his report to the Senate concerning a particular crime, and to desire them to name a quaestor, as may be seen in the judgment upon Lucius Scipio in Livy. In the year of Rome 604, some of these commissions were rendered permanent. All criminal causes were gradually divided into different parts, to which they gave the name of perpetual questions. Different praetors were created, to each of whom some of those questions were assigned. They had a power conferred upon them for the term of a year, of trying such criminal causes as bore any relation to those questions, and then they were sent to govern their province. At Carthage, the Senate of the 100 was composed of judges who enjoyed that dignity for life. But at Rome, the praetors were annual, and the judges were not even for so long a term, but were nominated for each cause. We have already shown in the 6th chapter of this book how favourable this regulation was to liberty in particular governments. The judges were chosen from the order of senators till the time of the Gracchi. Tiberius Gracchus caused a law to pass that they should be taken from the equestrian order, a change so very considerable that the tribune boasted of having cut, by one rogation only, the sinews of the senatorian dignity. It is necessary to observe that the three powers may be very well distributed in regard to the liberty of the constitution, though not so well in respect to the liberty of the subject. At Rome, the people had the greatest share of the legislative, a part of the executive, and part of the judiciary power; by which means they had so great a weight in the government, as required some other power to balance it. The Senate, indeed, had part of the executive power, and some share of the legislative; but this was not sufficient to counterbalance the weight of the people. It was necessary that they should partake of the judiciary power, and accordingly they had a share when the judges were chosen from among the senators. But when the Gracchi deprived the senators of the judicial power, the Senate were no longer able to withstand the people. To favour, therefore, the liberty of the subject, they struck at that of the constitution, but the former perished with the latter. Infinite were the mischiefs that thence arose. The constitution was changed at a time when the fire of civil discord had scarcely left any such thing as a constitution. The knights ceased to be that middle order which united the people to the Senate, and the chain of the constitution was broken. There were even particular reasons against transferring the judiciary power to the equestrian order. The constitution of Rome was founded on this principle, that none should be enlisted as soldiers, but such as were men of sufficient property to answer for their conduct to the republic. The knights, as persons of the greatest property, formed the cavalry of the legions. But when their dignity increased, they refused to serve any longer in that capacity, and another kind of cavalry was obliged to be raised. Thus Marius enlisted all sorts of people into his army, and soon after the republic was lost. Besides, the knights were the farmers of the revenue, men whose great rapaciousness increased the public calamities. Instead of giving to such as those the judicial power, they ought to have been constantly under the eye of the judges. This we must say in commendation of the ancient French laws, that they have acted towards the officers of the revenue with as great a diffidence as would be observed between enemies. When the judiciary power at Rome was transferred to the publicans, there was an end of all virtue, polity, laws, and government. Of this we find a very ingenious description in some fragments of Diodorus Siculus and Dio. Mutius Scaevola, says Diodorus, wanted to revive the ancient manners and the laudable custom of sober and frugal living. For his predecessors, having entered into the contract with the farmers of the revenue, who at that time were possessed of the judiciary power at Rome, had infected the province with all manner of corruption. But Scaevola made an example of the publicans, and imprisoned those by whom others had been confined. Dio informs us that Publius Rutilius, his lieutenant, was equally obnoxious to the equestrian order, and that upon his return they accused him of having received some presents, and condemned him to a fine, upon which he instantly made a cession of his goods. His innocence appeared in this, that he was found to be worth a great deal less than what he was charged with having extorted, and he shewed a just title to what he possessed. But he would not live any longer in the same city with such profligate wretches. The Italians, says Diodorus again, brought up whole droves of slaves in Sicily to till their lands and to take care of their cattle, but refused them a necessary subsistence. These wretches were then forced to go and rob on the highways, armed with lances and clubs, covered with beasts' skins, and followed by large mastiffs. Thus the whole province was laid waste, and the inhabitants could not call anything their own but what was secured by fortresses. there was neither proconsul nor praetor that could or would oppose this disorder, or that presumed to punish these slaves because they belonged to the knights, who at Rome were possessed of the judiciary power. And yet this was one of the causes of the war of the slaves. But I shall add only one word more. A profession deaf and inexorable, that can have no other view than lucre, that was always asking and never granting, that impoverished the rich and increased even the misery of the poor, such a profession, I say, should never have been entrusted with a judiciary power at Rome. Chapter 19 of the Government of the Roman Provinces. Such was the distribution of the three powers in Rome. But they were far from being thus distributed in the provinces. Liberty prevailed in the centre, and tyranny in the extreme parts. While Rome extended her dominions no farther than Italy, the people were governed as confederates, and the laws of each republic were preserved. But when she enlarged her conquests, and the Senate had no longer an immediate inspection over the provinces, nor the magistrates residing at Rome were any longer capable of governing the empire, they were obliged to send praetors and proconsuls. Then it was that the harmony of the three powers was lost. The persons appointed to that office were entrusted with a power which comprehended that of all the Roman magistracies, nay, even that of the people. They were despotic magistrates, extremely well adapted to the distance of the places to which they were destined. They exercised the three powers, and were, if I may presume to use the expression, the bashors of the republic. We have elsewhere observed that in a commonwealth the same magistrate ought to be possessed of the executive power as well civil as military. Hence a conquering republic can hardly communicate her government, and rule the conquered state according to her own constitution. And indeed, as the magistrate she sends to govern is invested with the executive power, both civil and military, he must also have the legislative. For who is it that could make laws without him? It is necessary, therefore, that the governor she sends be entrusted with the three powers, as was practised in the Roman provinces. It is more easy for a monarchy to communicate its government, because the officers it sends have some the civil executive and others the military executive power, which does not necessarily imply a despotic authority. It was a privilege of the utmost consequence to a Roman citizen to have none but the people for his judge. Were it not for this, he would have been subject in the provinces to the arbitrary power of a proconsul or of a propraetor. The city never felt the tyranny which was exercised only on conquered nations. Thus, in the Roman world, as at Sparta, the free men enjoyed the highest degree of liberty, while those who were slaves laboured under the extremity of servitude. While the citizens paid taxes, they were raised with great justice and equality. The regulation of Servius Tullius was observed, who had distributed the people into 6 classes, according to their difference of property, and fixed the several shares of the public imposts in proportion to that which each person had in the government. Hence they bore with the greatness of the tax, because of their proportionable greatness of credit, and consoled themselves for the smallness of their credit, because of the smallness of the tax. There was also another thing worthy of admiration, which is, that as Servius Tullius's division into classes was in some measure the fundamental principle of the constitution, it thence followed that an equal levying of the taxes was so connected with this fundamental principle that one could not be abolished without the other. But while the city paid the taxes as she pleased, or paid none at all, the provinces were plundered by the knights, who were the farmers of the public revenue. We have already made mention of their oppressive extortions, with which all history abounds. All Asia, says Mithridates, expects me as her deliverer, so great is the hatred which the rapaciousness of the proconsuls, the confiscations made by the officers of the revenue, and the quirks and cavils of judicial proceedings have excited against the Romans. Hence it was that the strength of the provinces did not increase, but rather weakened the strength of the republic. Hence it was that the provinces looked upon the loss of the liberty of Rome as the epoch of their own freedom. Chapter 20. The end of this book. I should be glad to inquire into the distribution of the three powers in all the moderate governments we are acquainted with, in order to calculate the degrees of liberty which each may enjoy. But we must not always exhaust a subject, so as to leave no work at all for the reader. My business is not to make people read, but to make them think. End of chapter 20. End of book 11. Book 12, chapters 1 to 14 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws, by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 12. Of the laws that form political liberty in relation to the subject. Chapters 1 to 14. Chapter 1. Idea of this book. It is not sufficient to have treated of political liberty in relation to the Constitution. We must examine it likewise in the relation it bears to the subject. We have observed that in the former case it arises from a certain distribution of the three powers, but in the latter we must consider it in another light. It consists in security, or in the opinion people have of their security. The Constitution may happen to be free, and the subject not. The subject may be free, and not the Constitution. In those cases, the Constitution will be free by right, and not in fact, and the subject will be free in fact, and not by right. It is the disposition only of the laws, and even of the fundamental laws, that constitutes liberty in relation to the Constitution. But as it regards the subject, manners, customs, or received examples may give rise to it, and particular civil laws may encourage it, as we shall presently observe. Furthermore, as in most states liberty is more checked or depressed than their constitution requires, it is proper to treat of the particular laws that in each constitution are apt to assist or check the principle of liberty, which each state is capable of receiving. Chapter 2. Of the liberty of the subject. Philosophic liberty consists in the free exercise of the will, or at least, if we must speak agreeably to all systems, in an opinion that we have the free exercise of our will. Political liberty consists in security, or at least in the opinion that we enjoy security. This security is never more dangerously attacked than in public or private accusations. It is therefore on the goodness of criminal laws that the liberty of the subject principally depends. Criminal laws did not receive their full perfection all at once. Even in places where liberty has been most sought after, it has not been always found. Aristotle informs us that at Cumae, the parents of the accuser might be witnesses. So imperfect was the law under the kings of Rome, that Servius Tullius pronounced sentence against the children of Ancus Martius, who were charged with having assassinated the king, his father-in-law. Under the first kings of France, Clitorius made a law that nobody should be condemned without being heard, which shows that a contrary custom had prevailed in some particular case or among some barbarous people. It was Charondas that first established penalties against false witness. When the subject has no fence to secure his innocence, he has none for his liberty. The knowledge already acquired in some countries, or that may be hereafter attained in others, concerning the surest rules to be observed in criminal judgments, is more interesting to mankind than any other thing in the world. Liberty can be founded on the practice of this knowledge only, and supposing a state to have the best laws imaginable in this respect, a person tried under that state and condemned to be hanged the next day would have much more liberty than a pasha enjoys in Turkey. Chapter 3. The same subject continued. Those laws which condemn a man to death on the deposition of a single witness are fatal to liberty. In reason there should be two, because a witness who affirms, and the accused who denies, make an equal balance, and a third must decline the scale. The Greeks and Romans required one voice more to condemn, but our French laws insist upon two. The Greeks pretend that their custom was established by the gods, but this more justly may be said of ours. Chapter 4. That liberty is favoured by the nature and proportion of punishments. Liberty is in perfection when criminal laws derive each punishment from the particular nature of the crime. There are then no arbitrary decisions. The punishment does not flow from the capriciousness of the legislator, but from the very nature of the thing, and man uses no violence to man. There are four sorts of crimes. Those of the first species are prejudicial to religion, the second to morals, the third to public tranquillity, and the fourth to the security of the subject. The punishments inflicted for these crimes ought to proceed from the nature of each of these species. In the class of crimes that concern religion, I rank only those which attack it directly, such as all simple sacrileges. For as to crimes that disturb the exercise of it, they are of the nature of those which prejudice the tranquillity or security of the subject, and ought to be referred to those classes. In order to derive the punishment of simple sacrileges from the nature of the thing, it should consist in depriving people of the advantages conferred by religion, in expelling them out of the temples, in a temporary or perpetual exclusion from the society of the faithful, in shunning their presence, in execrations, comminations, and conjurations. In things that prejudice the tranquillity or security of the state, secret actions are subject to human jurisdiction. But in those which offend the deity, where there is no public act, there can be no criminal matter. The whole passes between man and God. Who knows the measure and time of his vengeance? Now, if magistrates, confounding things, should inquire also into hidden sacrileges, this inquisition would be directed to a kind of action that does not at all require it. The liberty of the subject would be subverted by arming the zeal of timorous as well as of presumptuous consciences against him. The mischief arises from a notion which some people have entertained of revenging the cause of the Deity. But we must honour the Deity and leave him to avenge his own cause. And indeed, were we to be directed by such a notion, where would be the end of punishments? If human laws are to avenge the cause of an infinite being, they will be directed by his infinity, and not by the weakness, ignorance, and caprice of man. An historian of Provence relates a fact which furnishes us with an excellent description of the consequences that may arise in weak capacities from the notion of avenging the Deity's cause. A Jew was accused of having blasphemed against the Virgin Mary, and upon conviction was condemned to be flayed alive. A strange spectacle was then exhibited. Gentlemen masked, with knives in their hands, mounted the scaffold, and drove away the executioner, in order to be the avengers themselves of the honour of the Blessed Virgin. I do not here choose to anticipate the reflections of the reader. The second class consists of those crimes which are prejudicial to morals. Such is the violation of public or private continence, that is, of the policing directing the manner in which the pleasure annexed to the conjunction of the sexes is to be enjoyed. The punishment of those crimes ought to be also derived from the nature of the thing. The privation of such advantages as society has attached to the purity of morals, fines, shame, necessity of concealment, public infamy, expulsion from home and society, and in fine, all such punishments as belong to a corrective jurisdiction, are sufficient to repress the temerity of the two sexes. In effect, these things are less founded on malice than on carelessness and self-neglect. We speak here of none but crimes which relate merely to morals. For as to those that are also prejudicial to the public security, such as rapes, they belong to the fourth species. The crimes of the third class are those which disturb the public tranquillity. The punishments ought therefore to be derived from the nature of the thing, and to be in relation to this tranquillity, such as imprisonment, exile, and other like chastisements, proper for reclaiming turbulent spirits, and obliging them to conform to the established order. I confine those crimes that injure the public tranquillity to things which imply a bare offence against the police. For as to those which by disturbing the public peace attack at the same time the security of the subject, they ought to be ranked in the fourth class. The punishments inflicted upon the latter crimes are such as are properly distinguished by that name. They are a kind of retaliation, by which the society refuses security to a member who has actually or intentionally deprived another of his security. These punishments are derived from the very nature of the thing, founded on reason, and drawn from the very source of good and evil. A man deserves death when he has violated the security of the subject so far as to deprive, or attempt to deprive, another man of his life. This punishment of death is the remedy, as it were, of a sick society. when there is a breach of security with regard to property, there may be some reasons for inflicting a capital punishment. But it would be much better, and perhaps more natural, that crimes committed against the security of property should be punished with the loss of property. And this ought, indeed, to be the case if men's fortune were common or equal. But as those who have no property of their own are generally the readiest to attack that of others, it has been found necessary, instead of a pecuniary, to substitute a corporal punishment. All that I have here advanced is founded in nature, and extremely favourable to the liberty of the subject. Chapter 5. Of certain accusations that require particular moderation and prudence. It is an important maxim that we ought to be very circumspect in the prosecution of witchcraft and heresy. The accusation of these two crimes may be vastly injurious to liberty, and productive of infinite oppression, if the legislator knows not how to set bounds to it. For, as it does not directly point at a person's actions, but at his character, it grows dangerous in proportion to the ignorance of the people. And then a man is sure to be always in danger, because the most exceptional conduct, the purest morals, and the constant practice of every duty in life are not a sufficient security against the suspicion of his being guilty of the like crimes. Under Manuel Comnenus, the protestator was accused of having conspired against the emperor, and of having employed for that purpose some secrets that render men invisible. It is mentioned in the life of this emperor that Aaron was detected as he was poring over a book of Solomon's, the reading of which was sufficient to conjure up whole legions of devils. Now, by supposing a power in witchcraft to rouse the infernal spirits to arms, people look upon a man whom they call a sorcerer as the person in the world most likely to disturb and subvert society, and, of course, they are disposed to punish him with the utmost severity. But their indignation increases when witchcraft is supposed to have the power of subverting religion. The history of Constantinople informs us that in consequence of a revelation made to a bishop of a miracle having ceased because of the magic practices of a certain person, both that person and his son were put to death. On how many surprising things did not this single crime depend? That revelations should not be uncommon, that the bishop should be favoured with one, that it was real, that there had been a miracle in the case, that this miracle had ceased, that there was an art magic, that magic could subvert religion, that this particular person was a magician, and in fine, that he had committed that magic act. The Emperor Theodorus Lascaris attributed his illness to witchcraft. Those who were accused of this crime had no other resource left than to handle a red-hot iron without being hurt. Thus, among the Greeks, a person ought to have been a sorcerer to be able to clear himself of the imputation of witchcraft. Such was the excess of their stupidity, that to the most dubious crime in the world they joined the most dubious proofs of innocence. Under the reign of Philip the Long, the Jews were expelled from France, being accused of having poisoned the springs with their lepers. So absurd an accusation ought to make us doubt all those that are founded on public hatred. I have not here asserted that heresy ought not to be punished. I said only that we ought to be extremely circumspect in punishing it. Chapter 6 of the crime against nature. God forbid that I should have the least inclination to diminish the public horror against a crime which religion, morality, and civil government equally condemn. It ought to be prescribed, were it only for its communicating to one sex the weaknesses of the other, and for leading people by a scandalous prostitution of their youth to an ignominious old age. What I shall say concerning it will in no way diminish its infamy, being levelled only against the tyranny that may abuse the very horror we ought to have against the vice. As a natural circumstance of this crime is secrecy, there are frequent instances of its having been punished by legislators upon the deposition of a child. This was opening a very wide door to calumny. Justinian, says Procopius, published a law against this crime. He ordered an inquiry to be made not only against those who were guilty of it after the enacting of the law, but even before it. The deposition of a single witness, sometimes of a child, sometimes of a slave, was sufficient, especially against such as were rich, and against those of the green faction. It is very odd that these three crimes, witchcraft, heresy, and that against nature, of which the first might easily be proved not to exist, the second to be susceptible of an infinite number of distinctions, interpretations, and limitations, the third to be often obscure and uncertain. It is very odd, I say, that these three crimes should amongst us be punished with fire. I may venture to affirm that the crime against nature will never make any great progress in society, unless people are prompted to it by some particular custom, as among the Greeks, where the youths of that country performed all their exercises naked, as amongst us, where domestic education is disused, as amongst the Asiatics, where particular persons have a great number of women whom they despise, while others can have none at all. Let there be no customs preparatory to this crime. Let it, like every other violation of morals, be severely prescribed by the civil magistrate, and nature will soon defend or resume her rights. Nature, that fond, that indulgent parent, has strewed her pleasures with a bounteous hand, and while she fills us with delight, she prepares us, by means of our issue, in whom we see ourselves, as it were, reproduced, she prepares us, I say, for future satisfactions of a more exquisite kind than those very delights. Chapter 7 of the crime of high treason. It is determined by the laws of China, that whosoever shews any disrespect to the emperor is to be punished with death. As they do not mention in what this disrespect consists, everything may furnish a pretext to take away a man's life, and to exterminate any family whatsoever. 2 persons of that country, who were employed to write the court gazette, having inserted some circumstances relating to a certain fact that was not true, it was pretended that to tell a lie in the court gazette was a disrespect shown to the court, in consequence of which they were put to death. A prince of the blood, having inadvertently made some mark on a memorial signed with a red pencil by the emperor, it was determined that he had behaved disrespectfully to the sovereign, which occasioned one of the most terrible persecutions against that family that ever was recorded in history. If the crime of high treason be indeterminate, this alone is sufficient to make the government degenerate into arbitrary power. I shall dissent more largely on this subject when I come to treat of the composition of laws. Chapter 8 of the misapplication of the terms sacrilege and high treason. It is likewise a shocking abuse to give the appellation of high treason to an action that does not deserve it. By an imperial law, it was decreed that those who called in question the prince's judgment, or doubted the merit of such as he had chosen for a public office, should be prosecuted as guilty of sacrilege. Surely it was the cabinet council and the prince's favourites who invented that crime. By another law, it was determined that whosoever made any attempt to injure the ministers and officers belonging to the sovereign should be deemed guilty of high treason, as if he had attempted to injure the sovereign himself. This law is owing to two princes remarkable for their weakness, princes who were led by their ministers as flocks by shepherds, princes who were slaves in the palace, children in the council, strangers to the army, princes, in fine, who preserved their authority only by giving it away every day. Some of those favourites conspired against their sovereigns. Nay, they did more. They conspired against the empire. They called in barbarous nations. And when the emperors wanted to stop their progress, the state was so enfeebled as to be under a necessity of infringing the law, and of exposing itself to the crime of high treason in order to punish those favourites. And yet this is the very law which the judge of Monsieur de Cinq-Mars built upon when endeavouring to prove that the latter was guilty of the crime of high treason for attempting to remove Cardinal Richelieu from the ministry. He says, crimes that aim at the persons of ministers are deemed by the imperial constitutions of equal consequence with those which are levelled against the emperor's own person. A minister discharges his duty to his prince and to his country. To attempt, therefore, to remove him is endeavouring to deprive the former one of his arms, and the latter of part of its power. It is impossible for the meanest tools of power to express themselves in more servile language. By another law of Valentinian, Theodosius, and Arcadius, false coiners are declared guilty of high treason. But is not this confounding the idea of things? Is not the very horror of high treason diminished by giving that name to another crime? Chapter 9. The same subject continued. Paulinus, having written to the Emperor Alexander that he was preparing to prosecute for high treason a judge who had decided contrary to his edict, the emperor answered, that under his reign there was no such thing as indirect high treason. Faustinian wrote to the same emperor, that as he had sworn by the prince's life never to pardon his slave, he found himself thereby obliged to perpetuate his wrath, lest he should incur the guilt of lacea majestas. Upon which the emperor made answer, your fears are groundless, and you are a stranger to my principles. It was determined by Senatus Consultum that whosoever melted down any of the emperor's statues which happened to be rejected should not be deemed guilty of high treason. The emperors Servus and Antonius wrote to Pontius that those who sold unconsecrated statues of the emperor should not be charged with high treason. The same princes wrote to Julius Cassianus that if a person in flinging a stone should by chance strike one of the emperor's statues, he should not be liable to a prosecution for high treason. The Julian law requires this sort of limitations. For in virtue of this law, the crime of high treason was charged not only upon those who melted down the emperor's statues, but likewise on those who committed any such like action, which made it an arbitrary crime. When a number of crimes of lesa majestas had been established, they were obliged to distinguish the several sorts. Hence Ulpian, the civilian, after saying that the accusation of lesa majestas did not die with the criminal, adds that this did not relate to all the treasonable acts established by the Julian law, but only to that which implies an attempt against the empire or against the emperor's life. Chapter 10. The same subject continued. There was a law passed in England under Henry VIII, by which whoever predicted the king's death was declared guilty of high treason. This law was extremely vague. The terror of despotic power is so great that it recoils upon those who exercise it. In the king's last illness, the physicians would not venture to say he was in danger, and surely they acted very right. Chapter 11. Of Thoughts. Marsyas dreamed that he had cut Dionysius's throat. Dionysius put him to death, pretending that he would never have dreamed of such a thing by night, if he had not thought of it by day. This was a most tyrannical action, for though it had been the subject of his thoughts, yet he had made no attempt towards it. The laws do not take upon them to punish any other than overt acts. Chapter 12. Of indiscreet speeches. Nothing renders the crime of high treason more arbitrary than declaring people guilty of it for indiscreet speeches. Speech is so subject to interpretation. There is so great a difference between indiscretion and malice, and frequently so little is there of the latter in the freedom of expression, that the law can hardly subject people to a capital punishment for words, unless it expressly declares what words they are. Words do not constitute an overt act. They remain only in idea. When considered by themselves, they have generally no determinate signification, for this depends on the tone in which they are uttered. It often happens that in repeating the same words, they have not the same meaning. This depends on their connection with other things, and sometimes more is signified by silence than by any expression whatever. Since there can be nothing so equivocal and ambiguous as all this, how is it possible to convert it into a crime of high treason? Wherever this law is established, there is an end not only of liberty, but even of its very shadow. In the manifesto of the late Serena against the family of the Diolgorakis, one of those princes is condemned to death for having uttered some indecent words concerning her person. Another for having maliciously interpreted her imperial laws, and for having offended her sacred person by disrespectful expressions. Not that I pretend to diminish the just indignation of the public against those who presume to stain the glory of their sovereign. What I mean is, that if despotic princes are willing to moderate their power, a milder chastisement would be more proper on those occasions than the charge of high treason, a thing always terrible even to innocence itself. Overt acts do not happen every day. They are exposed to the eye of the public, and a false charge with regard to matters of fact may be easily detected. Words carried into action assume the nature of that action. Thus, a man who goes into a public marketplace to incite the subject to revolt incurs the guilt of high treason, because the words are joined to the action and partake of its nature. It is not the words that are punished, but an action in which words are employed. They do not become criminal but when they are annexed to a criminal action. Everything is confounded if words are construed into a capital crime, instead of considering them only as a mark of that crime. The emperors Theodosius, Arcadius, and Honorius wrote thus to Rufinus, who was the Praefectus Praetorio: Though a man should happen to speak amiss of our person or government, we do not intend to punish him. If he has spoken through levity, we must despise him. If through folly, we must pity him. And if he wrongs us, we must forgive him. Therefore, leaving things as they are, you are to inform us accordingly, that we may be able to judge of words by persons, and that we may duly consider whether we ought to punish or overlook them. Chapter 13. Of Writings. In writings there is something more permanent than in words, but when they are in no way preparative to high treason, they cannot amount to that charge. And yet Augustus and Tiberius subjected satirical writers to the same punishment as for having violated the law of majesty. Augustus, because of some libels that had been written against persons of the first quality; Tiberius, because of those which he suspected to have been written against himself. Nothing was more fatal to Roman liberty. Chromatius Cordus was accused of having called Cassius in his annals the last of the Romans. Satirical writings are hardly known in despotic governments, where dejection of mind on the one hand, and ignorance on the other, afford neither abilities nor will to write. In democracies they are not hindered for the very same reason which causes them to be prohibited in monarchies. Being generally levelled against men of power and authority, they flatter the malignancy of the people, who are the governing party. In monarchies they are forbidden, but rather as a subject of civil animadversion than as a capital crime. They may amuse the general malevolence, please the malcontents, diminish the envy against public employments, give the people patience to suffer, and make them laugh at their sufferings. But no government is so adverse to satirical writings as the aristocratic. There the magistrates are petty sovereigns, but not great enough to despise affronts. If in a monarchy a satirical stroke is designed against the prince, he is placed on such an eminence that it does not reach him. But an aristocratic lord is pierced to the very heart. Hence the decemvirs, who formed an aristocracy, punish satirical writings with death. Chapter 14. Breach of modesty in punishing crimes. There are rules of modesty observed by almost every nation in the world. Now, it would be rather absurd to infringe these rules in the punishment of crimes, the principal view of which ought always be to the establishment of order. Was it the intent of those oriental nations who exposed women to elephants trained up for an abominable kind of punishment? Was it, I say, their intent to establish one law by the breach of another? By an ancient custom of the Romans, it was not permitted to put girls to death till they were ripe for marriage. Tiberius found an expedient of having them debauched by the executioner before they were brought to the place of punishment. That bloody and subtle tyrant destroyed the morals of the people to preserve their customs. When the magistrates of Japan caused women to be exposed naked in the marketplaces, and obliged them to go upon all fours like beasts, modesty was shocked. But when they wanted to compel a mother, when they wanted to force a son, I cannot proceed. Even nature herself is struck with horror. End of chapter 14 of 30 chapters of book 12. Book 12, chapters 15 to 30 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 12 of the laws that form political liberty in relation to the subject. Chapters 15 to 30. Chapter 15 of the enfranchisement of slaves in order to accuse their master. Augustus made a law that the slaves of those who conspired against his person should be sold to the public, that they might depose against their master. Nothing ought to be neglected which may contribute to the discovery of a heinous crime. It is natural, therefore, that in a government where there are slaves, they should be allowed to inform, but they ought not to be admitted as witnesses. Vindex discovered the conspiracy that had been formed in favour of Tarquin, but he was not admitted a witness against the children of Brutus. It was right to give liberty to a person who had rendered so great a service to his country, but it was not given him with a view of enabling him to render this service. Hence the Emperor Tacitus ordained that slaves should not be admitted as witnesses against their masters, even in the case of high treason, a law which was not inserted in Justinian's compilation. Chapter 16 of calumny with regard to the crime of high treason. To do justice to the Caesars, they were not the first devisers of the horrid laws which they enacted. It was Sylla that taught them that calumniators ought not to be punished, but the abuse was soon carried to such an excess as to reward them. Chapter 17 of the revealing of conspiracies. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, thou shalt surely kill him, thou shalt stone him. This law of Deuteronomy cannot be a civil law among most of the nations known to us, because it would pave the way for all manner of wickedness. No less severe is the law of several countries, which commands the subjects, on pain of death, to disclose conspiracies in which they are not even so much as concerned. When such a law is established in a monarchical government, it is very proper it should be under some restrictions. It ought not to be applied in its full severity, save to the strongest cases of high treason. In those countries it is of the utmost importance not to confound the different degrees of this crime. In Japan, where the laws subvert every idea of human reason, the crime of concealment is applied even to the most ordinary cases. A certain relation makes mention of two young ladies who were shut up for life in a box thick, set with pointed nails. One for having had a love intrigue, and the other for not disclosing it. Chapter 18 how dangerous it is in republics to be too severe in punishing the crime of high treason. As soon as a republic has compassed the destruction of those who wanted to subvert it, there should be an end of terrors, punishments, and even of rewards. Great punishments, and consequently great changes, cannot take place without investing some citizens with an exorbitant power. It is, therefore, more advisable in this case to exceed in lenity than in severity, to banish but few rather than many, and to leave them their estates instead of making a vast number of confiscations. Under pretence of avenging the republic's cause, the avengers would establish tyranny. The business is not to destroy the rebel, but the rebellion. They ought to return as quickly as possible into the usual track of government, in which every one is protected by the laws, and no one injured. The Greeks set no bounds to the vengeance they took upon tyrants, or of those they suspected of tyranny. They put their children to death, nay, sometimes 5 of their nearest relatives, and they prescribed an infinite number of families. By such means their republic suffered the most violent shocks. Exiles, or the return of the exiled, were always epochs that indicated a change of the constitution. The Romans had more sense. When Cassius was put to death for having aimed at tyranny, the question was proposed whether his children should undergo the same fate. But they were preserved. They, says Dionysius Halicarnassus, who wanted to change this law at the end of the Marician and Civil Wars, and to exclude from public offices the children of those who had been prescribed by Sylla, are very much to blame. We find in the wars of Marius and Sylla to what excess the Romans had gradually carried their barbarity. Such scenes of cruelty it was hoped would never be revived. But under the triumvirs they committed greater acts of oppression, though with some appearance of lenity, and it is provoking to see what sophisms they make use of to cover their inhumanity. Appian has given us the formula of the prescriptions. One would imagine they had no other aim than the good of the republic. With such calmness do they express themselves, such advantages do they point out to the state, such expediency do they show in the means they adopt, such security do they promise to the opulent, such tranquillity to the poor. So apprehensive do they seem of endangering the lives of the citizens, so desirous of appeasing the soldiers, such felicity, in fine, do they presage to the commonwealth. Rome was drenched in blood when Lepidus triumphed over Spain. Yet by an unparalleled absurdity he ordered public rejoicing in that city upon pain of proscription. Chapter 19. In what manner the use of liberty is suspended in a republic. In countries where liberty is most esteemed, there are laws by which a single person is deprived of it, in order to preserve it for the whole community. Such are in England what they call Bill of Attainder. These are in relation to those Athenian laws by which a private person was condemned, provided they were made by the unanimous suffrage of 6,000 citizens. They are in relation also to those laws which made at Rome against private citizens, and were called privileges. These were never passed, except in the great meetings of the people. But in what manner soever they were enacted, Cicero was for having them abolished, because the force of a law consists in being made for the whole community. I must own, notwithstanding, that the practice of the freest nation that ever existed induces me to think there are cases in which a veil should be drawn for a while over liberty, as it was customary to cover the statue of the gods. Chapter 20. Of laws favourable to the liberty of the subject in a republic. In popular governments it often happens that accusations are carried on in public, and every man is allowed to accuse whomsoever he pleases. This rendered it necessary to establish proper laws, and in order to protect the innocence of the subject. At Athens, if an accuser had not the 5th part of the votes on his side, he was obliged to pay a fine of 1,000 drachms. Aeschines, who accused Ctesiphon, was condemned to pay this fine. At Rome, a false accuser was branded with infamy by marking the letter K on his forehead. Guards were also appointed to watch the accuser, in order to prevent his corrupting either the judges or the witnesses. I have already taken notice of the Athenian and Roman law, by which the party accused was allowed to withdraw before judgment was pronounced. Chapter 21. Of the cruelty of laws in respect to debtors in a republic. Great is the superiority which one fellow subject has already over another by lending him money, which the latter borrows in order to spend, and of course has no longer in his possession. What must be the consequence if the laws of a republic make a further addition to this servitude and subjection? At Athens and Rome, it was at first permitted to sell such debtors as were insolvent. Solon redressed this abuse at Athens by ordaining that no man's body should answer for his civil debts. But the decemvirs did not reform the same custom at Rome, and though they had Solon's regulation before their eyes, yet they did not choose to follow it. This is not the only passage of the law of the 12 Tables in which the decemvirs show their design of checking the spirit of democracy. Often did those cruel laws against debtors throw the Roman republic into danger. A man covered with wounds made his escape from his creditor's house, and appeared in the forum. The people were moved with this spectacle, and other citizens whom their creditors dare no longer confine, broke loose from their dungeons. They had promises made them, which were all broken. The people upon this, having withdrawn to the sacred mount, obtained not an abrogation of those laws, but a magistrate to defend them. Thus they quitted a state of anarchy, but were soon in danger of falling into tyranny. Manlius, to render himself popular, was going to set those citizens at liberty, who by their inhuman creditors had been reduced to slavery. Manlius's designs were prevented, but without remedying the evil. Particular laws facilitated to debtors the means of paying, and in the year of Rome 428, the consuls proposed a law which deprived creditors of the power of confining their debtors in their own houses. A usurer, by name Papirius, attempted to corrupt the chastity of a young man named Publius, whom he kept in irons. Sextus's crime gave to Rome its political liberty. That of Papirius gave it also the civil. Such was the fate of this city, that new crimes confirmed the liberty which those of a more ancient date had procured it. Appius's attempt upon Virginia flung the people again into that horror against tyrants with which the misfortune of Lucretia had first inspired them. 37 years after the crime of the infamous Papyrus, an action of the like criminal nature was the cause of the people's retiring to the Janiculum, and of giving new vigour to the law made for the safety of debtors. Since that time, creditors were oftener prosecuted by debtors for having violated the laws against usury, than the latter was sued for refusing to pay them. Chapter 22. Of things that strike at liberty in monarchies. Liberty often has been weakened in monarchies by a thing of the least use in the world to the prince. This is the naming of commissioners to try a private person. The prince himself derives so very little advantage from these commissioners, that it is not worth while to change for their sake the common course of things. He is morally sure that he has more of the spirit of probity and justice than his commissioners, who think themselves sufficiently justified by his nomination and orders, by a vague interest of state, and even by their very apprehensions. Upon the arraigning of a peer under Henry VIII., it was customary to try him by a committee of the House of Lords, by which means he put to death as many peers as he pleased. Chapter 23 of Spies and Monarchies. Should I be asked whether there is any necessity for spies in monarchies, my answer would be that the usual practice of good princes is not to employ them. When a man obeys the laws, he has discharged his duty to his prince. He ought at least to have his own house for an asylum, and the rest of his conduct should be exempt from inquiry. The trade of the spy might perhaps be tolerable, were it practised by honest men. But the necessary infamy of the person is sufficient to make us judge of the infamy of the thing. A prince ought to act towards his subjects with candour, frankness, and confidence. He that has so much disquiet, suspicion, and fear, is an actor embarrassed in playing his part. When he finds that the laws are generally observed and respected, he may judge himself safe. The behaviour of the public answers for that of every individual. Let him not be afraid. He cannot imagine how natural it is for his people to love him. And how should they do otherwise than love him, since he is the source of almost all bounties and favours, punishments being generally charged to the account of the laws? He never shews himself to his people but with a serene countenance. They have even a share of his glory, and they are protected by his power. A proof of his being beloved is that his subjects have confidence in him. What the minister refuses, they imagine the prince would have granted. Even under public calamities, they do not accuse his person. They are apt to complain of his being misinformed, or beset by corrupt men. Did the prince but know, say the people. These words are a kind of invocation, and a proof of the confidence they have in his person. Chapter 24 of Anonymous Letters. The Tartars are obliged to put their names to their arrows, that the arm may be known which shoots them. When Philip of Macedon was wounded at the siege of a certain town, these words were found on the javelin: Astur has given this mortal wound to Philip. If they who accuse a person did it merely to serve the public, they would not carry their complaint to the prince, who may be easily prejudiced, but to the magistrates, who have rules that are formidable only to calumniators. But if they are unwilling to leave the laws open between them and the accused, it is a presumption they have reason to be afraid of them, and the least punishment they ought to suffer is not to be credited. No notice, therefore, should ever be taken of those letters, except in cases that admit not of the delays of the ordinary course of justice, and in which the prince's welfare is concerned. Then it may be imagined that the accuser has made an effort which has untied his tongue. But in other cases one ought to say, with the Emperor Constantius, we cannot suspect a person who has wanted an accuser, whilst he did not want an enemy. Chapter 25 of the manner of governing in monarchies. The royal authority is a spring that ought to move with the greatest freedom and ease. The Chinese boast of one of their emperors, who governed, they say, like the heavens, that is, by his example. There are some cases in which a sovereign ought to exert the full extent of his power, and others in which he should reduce it within narrower limits. The sublimity of administration consists in knowing the proper degree of power which should be exerted on different occasions. The whole felicity of monarchies consists in the opinion which the subjects entertain of the lenity of the government. A weak minister is ever ready to remind us of our slavery. But granting even that we are slaves, he should endeavour to conceal our misery from us. All he can say or write is that the prince is uneasy, that he is surprised, and that he will redress all grievances. There is a certain ease in commanding. The prince ought only to encourage, and let the laws menace. Chapter 26. That in a monarchy the prince ought to be of easy access. The utility of this maxim will appear from the inconvenience attending the contrary practice. The Cæsar Peter I, says the Sieur Perry, has presented an edict by which he forbids any of his subjects to offer him a petition till after having presented it to 2 of his officers. In case of refusal of justice, they may present him a 3rd, but upon pain of death if they are in the wrong. After this, no one ever presumed to offer a petition to the Cæsar. Chapter 27. Of the manners of a monarch. The manners of a prince contribute as much as the laws themselves to liberty. Like these, he may transform men into brutes, and brutes into men. If he prefers free and generous spirits, he will have subjects. If he likes base, dastardly souls, he will have slaves. Would he know the great art of ruling, let him call honor and virtue to attend his person, and let him encourage personal merit. He may even sometimes cast an eye on talents and abilities. Let him not be afraid of those rivals who are called men of merit. He is their equal when once he loves them. Let him gain the hearts of his people without subduing their spirits. Let him render himself popular. He ought to be pleased with the affections of the lowest of his subjects, for they too are men. The common people require so very little condescension, that it is fit they should be humoured. The infinite distance between the sovereign and them will surely prevent them from giving him any uneasiness. Let him be exorable to supplication, and resolute against demands. Let him be sensible, in fine, that his people have his refusals, while his courtiers enjoy his favours. Chapter 28. Of the regard which monarchs owe to their subjects. Princes ought to be extremely circumspect with regard to raillery. It pleases with moderation, because it is an introduction to familiarity. But a satirical raillery is less excusable in them than in the meanest of their subjects, for it is they alone that give a mortal wound. Much less should they offer a public affront to any of their subjects. Kings were instituted to pardon and to punish, but never to insult. When they affront their subjects, their treatment is more cruel than that of the Turk or of the Muscovite. The insults of these are a humiliation, not a disgrace, but both must follow from the insolent behaviour of monarchs. Such is the prejudice of the eastern nations, that they look upon an affront from the prince as the effect of a paternal goodness. And such, on the contrary, is our way of thinking, that befides the cruel vexation of being affronted, we despair of ever being able to wipe off the disgrace. Princes ought to be overjoyed to have subjects to whom honour is dearer than life, and incitement to fidelity as well as to courage. They should remember the misfortunes that have happened to sovereigns for insulting their subjects, the revenge of Charia, of the eunuch Narcissus, of Count Julian, and, in fine, of the Duchess of Montpensier, who, being enraged against Henry III for having published some of her private failings, tormented him during her whole life. Chapter 29. Of the civil laws proper for mixing some portion of liberty in a despotic government. Though despotic governments are of their own nature everywhere the same, yet from circumstances, from a religious opinion, from prejudice, from received examples, from a particular turn of mind, from manners or morals, it is possible they may admit of a considerable difference. It is useful that some particular notions should be established in those governments. Thus in China, the prince is considered as the father of his people, and at the commencement of the empire of the Arabs, the prince was their preacher. It is proper there should be some sacred book to serve for a rule, as the Koran among the Arabs, the books of Zoroaster among the Persians, the Veda among the Indians, and the classic books among the Chinese. The religious code supplies the civil, and fixes the extent of arbitrary sway. It is not at all amiss that in dubious cases the judges should consult the ministers of religion. Thus in Turkey the cadis consult the mollahs. But if it is a capital crime, it may be proper for the particular judge, if such there be, to take the governor's advice, to the end that the civil and ecclesiastical power may be tempered also by the political authority. Chapter 30. The same subject continued. Nothing but the very excess and rage of despotic power ordained that the father's disgrace should drag after it that of his wife and children. They are wretched enough already without being criminals. Besides, the prince ought to leave suppliants or mediators between himself and the accused, to assuage his wrath or to inform his justice. It is an excellent custom of the Maldavians, that when a lord is disgraced, he goes every day to pay his court to the king till he is taken again into favour. His presence disarms the prince's indignation. In some despotic governments, they have a notion that it is trespassing against the respect due to their prince to speak to him in favour of a person in disgrace. These princes seem to use all their endeavours to deprive themselves of the virtue of clemency. Arcadius and Honorius, by a law on which we have already descanted, positively declare that they will shew no favour to those who shall presume to petition them in behalf of the guilty. This was a very bad law indeed, since it is bad even under a despotic government. The custom of Persia, which permits every man that pleafes to leave the kingdom, is excellent. And though the contrary practice derives its origin from despotic power, which is ever considered the fubject of flaves, and those who quit the country as fugitives. Yet the Persian practice is useful even to a despotic government, because the apprehension of people's withdrawing for debt restrains or moderates the oppressions of pashas and extortioners. End of chapter 30. End of book 12. Book 13, chapters 1 to 20 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 13. Of the relation which the levying of taxes and the greatness of the public revenues bear to liberty. Chapter 1. Of the public revenues. The public revenues are a portion that each subject gives of his property, in order to secure or enjoy the remainder. To fix these revenues in a proper manner, regard should be had both to the necessities of the state and to those of the subject. The real wants of the people ought never to give way to the imaginary wants of the state. Imaginary wants are those which flow from the passions and the weaknesses of the governors, from the vain conceit of some extraordinary project, from the inordinate desire of glory, and from a certain impotence of mind incapable of withstanding the impulse of fancy. Often have ministers of a restless disposition imagined that the wants of their own mean and ignoble souls were those of the state. Nothing requires more wisdom and prudence than the regulation of that portion of which the subject is deprived, and that which he is suffered to retain. The public revenues should not be measured by the people's ability to give, but by what they ought to give, and if they are measured by their abilities to give, it should be considered what they are able to give for a constancy. Chapter 2. That it is bad reasoning to say that the greatness of taxes is good in its own nature. There have been instances in particular monarchies of petty states exempt from taxes that have been as miserable as the circumjacent places which groaned under the weight of exactions. The chief reason of this is, that the petty state can hardly have any such thing as industry, arts, or manufactures, because of its being subject to 1,000 restraints from the great state by which it is environed. The great state is blessed with industry, manufactures, and arts, and establishes laws by which those several advantages are procured. The petty state becomes, therefore, necessarily poor, let it pay never so few taxes. And yet some have concluded from the poverty of these petty states, that in order to render the people industrious, they should be loaded with taxes. But it would be a juster inference, they ought to pay no taxes at all. None live here but wretches who retire from the neighbouring parts to avoid working, wretches who, disheartened by labour, make their whole felicity consist in idleness. The effect of wealth in a country is to inspire every heart with ambition. That of poverty is to give birth to despair. The former is excited by labour, the latter is soothed by indolence. Nature is just to all mankind, and repays them for their industry. She renders them industrious by annexing rewards in proportion to their labour. But if an arbitrary prince should attempt to deprive the people of nature's bounty, they would fall into a disrelish of industry, and then indolence and inaction must be their only happiness. Chapter 3. Of taxes in countries where part of the people are villains or bondmen. The state of the villanage is sometimes established after a conquest. In that case, the bondman or villain that tills the land ought to have a kind of partnership with his master. Nothing but a communication of loss or profit can reconcile those who are doomed to labour to such as are blessed with a state of affluence. Chapter 4. Of a republic in the like case. When a republic has reduced a nation to the drudgery of cultivating her lands, she ought never to suffer the free subject to have the power of increasing the tribute of the bondman. This was not permitted at Sparta. Those brave people thought the Helots would be more industrious in cultivating their lands, and knowing that their servitude was not to increase. They imagined likewise that the masters would be better citizens when they desired no more than what they were accustomed to enjoy. Chapter 5. Of a monarchy in the like case. When the nobles of a monarchical state cause the lands to be cultivated for their own use by a conquered people, they ought never to have the power of increasing the service or tribute. Besides, it is right the prince should be satisfied with his own domain and the military service. But if he wants to raise taxes on the vassals of his nobility, the lords of the several districts ought to be answerable for the tax, and be obliged to pay it for the vassals, by whom they may be afterwards reimbursed. If this rule be not followed, the lord and the collectors of the public taxes will harafs the poor vassal by turns, till he perishes with misery, or flies into the woods. Chapter 6. Of a despotic government in the like case. The foregoing rule is still more indifpenfably neceffary in a despotic government. The lord, who is every moment liable to be stripped of his lands and his vassals, is not fo eager to preferve them. When Peter I thought proper to follow the cuftom of Germany, and to demand his taxes in money, he made a very prudent regulation, which is ftill followed in Ruflia. The gentleman levies the tax on the peafants, and pays it to the Caefar. If the number of peafants diminifhes, he pays all the fame. If it increafes, he pays no more, fo that it is in his intereft not to worry or opprefs his vaffals. CHAPTER VII. Of taxes in countries where villanage is not established. When the inhabitants of a ftate are all free fubjects, and each man enjoys his property with as much right as the prince his fovereignty, taxes may then be laid either on perfons, on lands, on merchandize, on two of thefe, or on all three together. In the taxing of perfons, it would be an unjuft proportion to conform exactly to that of property. At Athens the people were divided into 4 classes. Thofe who drew from 500 meafures of liquid or dried fruit from their eftates paid a talent to the public. Thofe who drew 300 meafures paid half a talent, and thofe who had 200 meafures paid 10 minae. Thofe of the 4th clafs paid nothing at all. The tax was fair, though it was not proportionable. If it did not follow the meafure of people's property, it followed that of their wants. It was judged that every man had an equal fhare of what was neceffary for nature, that whatfoever was neceffary for nature ought not to be taxed, that to this succeeded the useful, which ought to be taxed, but less than the superfluous, and that the largeness of the taxes on what was superfluous prevented superfluity. In the taxing of lands, it is customary to make lifts or registers, in which the different classes of estates are ranged. But it is very difficult to know these differences, and still more so to find people that are not interested in mistaking them. Here therefore are two sorts of injustice, that of the man and that of the thing. But if in general the tax be not exorbitant, and the people continue to have plenty of necessaries, these particular acts of injustice will do no harm. On the contrary, if the people are permitted to enjoy only just what is necessary for subsistence, the least disproportion will be of the greatest consequence. If some subjects do not pay enough, the mischief is not so great. Their convenience and ease turn always to the public advantage. If some private people pay too much, their ruin redounds to the public detriment. If the government proportions its fortune to that of individuals, the ease and convenience of the latter will soon make its fortunes rise. The whole depends upon a critical moment. Shall the state begin with impoverishing the subjects to enrich itself, or had it better wait to be enriched by its subjects? Is it more advisable for it to have the former or the latter advantage? Which shall it choose, to begin or to end with opulence? The duties felt least by the people are those on merchandise, because they are not demanded of them in form. They may be so prudently managed, that the people themselves shall hardly know they pay them. For this purpose it is of the utmost consequence that the person who sells the merchandise should pay the duty. He is very sensible that he does not pay it for himself, and the consumer, who pays it in the main, confounds it with the price. Some authors have observed that Nero had abolished the duty of the 25th part arising from the sale of slaves, and yet he had only ordained that it should be paid by the seller instead of the purchaser. This regulation, which left the impost entire, seemed nevertheless to suppress it. There are two states in Europe where the imposts are very heavy upon liquors. In one, the brewer alone pays the duty; in the other, it is levied indiscriminately upon all the consumers. In the first, nobody feels the rigour of the impost. In the second, it is looked upon as a grievance. In the former, the subject is sensible only of the liberty he has of not paying. In the latter, he feels only the necessity that compels him to pay. Further, the obliging the consumers to pay requires a perpetual rummaging and searching into their houses. Now nothing is more contrary than this to liberty, and those who establish these sorts of duties have not surely been so happy as to hit upon the best method of collecting the revenue. CHAPTER VIII. In what manner the deception is preserved. In order to make the purchaser confound the price of the commodity with the impost, there must be some proportion between the impost and the value of the commodity, for which reason there ought not to be an excessive duty upon merchandise of little value. There are countries in which the duty exceeds 17 or 18 times the value of the commodity. In this case, the prince removes the disguise. His subjects plainly see they are dealt with in an unreasonable manner, which renders them most exquisitely sensible of their servile condition. Besides, the prince, to be able to levy a duty so disproportioned to the value of the commodity, must be himself the vendor, and the people must not have it in their power to purchase it elsewhere, a practice subject to 1,000 inconveniences. Smuggling being in this case extremely lucrative, the nature and most reasonable penalty, namely the confiscation of the merchandise, becomes incapable of putting a stop to it, especially as this very merchandise is intrinsically of inconsiderable value. Recourse must, therefore, be had to extravagant punishments, such as those inflicted for capital crimes. All proportion then of penalties is at an end. Persons that cannot really be considered as vicious are punished like the most infamous criminals, which of all things in the world is the most contrary to the spirit of a moderate government. Again, in proportion as people are tempted to cheat the farmer of the revenues, the more the latter is enriched, and the former impoverished. To put a stop to smuggling, the farmer must be invested with extraordinary means of oppressing, and then the country is ruined. Chapter 9. Of a bad kind of impost. We shall here, by the way, take notice of an impost laid in particular countries on the different articles of civil contracts. As these are things subject to very nice disquisitions, a vast deal of knowledge is necessary to make any tolerable defence against the farmer of the revenues, who interprets, in that case, the regulations of the prince, and exercises an arbitrary power over people's fortunes. Experience has demonstrated that a duty on the paper on which the deeds are drawn would be of far greater service. Chapter 10. That the greatness of taxes depends on the nature of the government. Taxes ought to be very light in despotic governments. Otherwise, who would be at the trouble of tilling the land? Besides, how is it possible to pay heavy duties in a government that makes no manner of return to the different contributions of the subject? The exorbitant power of the prince, and the extreme depression of the people, require that there should not be even a possibility of the least mistake between them. The taxes ought to be so easy to collect, and so clearly settled, as to leave no opportunity for the collectors to increase or decrease them. A portion of the fruits of the earth, a capitation, a duty of so much per cent on merchandise, are the only taxes suitable to that government. Merchants in despotic countries ought to have a personal fafeguard, to which all due respect should be paid. Without this, they would be too weak to dispute with the custom house officers. Chapter 11. Of confiscations. With respect to confiscations, there is one thing very particular, that, contrary to the general custom, they are more severe in Europe than in Asia. In Europe, not only the merchandise, but even sometimes the ships and carriages are confiscated, which is never practised in Asia. This is because in Europe the merchant can have recourse to magistrates who are able to shelter him from oppression. In Asia, the magistrates themselves would be the greatest oppressors. What remedy could a merchant have against a pasha who is determined to confiscate his goods? The prince, therefore, checks his own power, finding himself under the necessity of acting with some kind of lenity. In Turkey there rose only a single duty for the importation of goods, and afterwards the whole country is open to the merchant. Smuggling is not attended with confiscation or increase of duty. In China, they never look into the baggage of those who are not merchants. Defrauding the customs in the territory of the Mogul is not punished with confiscation, but with doubling the duty. The princes of Tartary, who reside in towns, impose scarcely any duty at all on the goods that pass through their country. In Japan, it is true, to cheat the customs is a capital crime, but this is because they have particular reasons for prohibiting all communication with foreigners. Hence, the fraud is rather a contravention of the laws made for the security of the government than of those of commerce. Chapter 12. Relation between the weight of taxes and liberty. It is a general rule that taxes may be heavier in proportion to the liberty of the subject, and that there is a necessity for reducing them in proportion to the increase of slavery. This has always been, and always will be, the case. It is a rule derived from nature that never varies. We find it in all parts, in England, in Holland, and in every state where liberty gradually declines till we come to Turkey. Switzerland seems to be an exception to this rule, because they pay no taxes, but the particular reason for that exemption is well known, and even confirms what I have advanced. In those barren mountains, provisions are so dear, and the country is so populous, that a Swiss pays 4 times more to nature than a Turk does to the Sultan. A conquering people, such as were formerly the Athenians and the Romans, may rid themselves of all taxes as they reign over vanquished nations. Then, indeed, they do not pay in proportion to their liberty, because in this respect they are no longer a people, but a monarch. But the general rule still holds good. In moderate governments there is an indemnity for the weight of the taxes, which is liberty. In despotic countries there is an equivalent for liberty, which is the lightness of the taxes. In some monarchies in Europe there are particular provinces, which from the very nature of their civil government are in a more flourishing condition than the rest. It is pretended that these provinces are not sufficiently taxed, because through the goodness of their government they are able to be taxed higher. Hence the ministers seem constantly to aim at depriving them of this very government, whence a diffusive blessing is derived, which redounds even to the prince's advantage. Chapter 13. In what government taxes are capable of increase. Taxes may be increased in most republics, because the citizen, who thinks he is paying himself, cheerfully submits to them, and moreover is generally able to bear their weight from the nature of the government. In monarchy, taxes may be increased, because the moderation of the government is capable of procuring opulence. It is a recompense, as it were, granted to the prince for the respect he shows to the laws. In despotic governments they cannot be increased, because there can be no increase of the extremity of slavery. Chapter 14. That the nature of the taxes is in relation to the government. A capitation is more natural to slavery. A duty on merchandise is more natural to liberty, by reason it has not so direct a relation to the person. It is natural in a despotic government for the prince not to give money to his soldiers, or to those belonging to his court, but to distribute lands amongst them, and of course that there should be very few taxes. But if the prince gives money, the most natural tax he can raise is a capitation, which can never be considerable. For as it is impossible to make different classes of the contributors, because of the abuses that might arise thence, considering the injustice and violence of the government, they are under an absolute necessity of regulating themselves by the rate of what even the poorest and most wretched are able to contribute. The natural tax of moderate governments is the duty laid on merchandise. As this is really paid by the consumer, though advanced by the merchant, it is a loan which the latter has already made to the former. Hence the merchant must be considered on the one side as the general debtor of the state, and on the other as the creditor of every individual. He advances to the state the duty which the consumer will some time or other refund, and he has paid for the consumer the duty which he has advanced for the merchandise. It is, therefore, obvious that in proportion to the moderation of the government, to the prevalence of the spirit of liberty, and to the security of private fortunes, a merchant has it in his power to advance money to the state, and to pay considerable duties for individuals. In England, a merchant lends really to the government 50 or 60 pounds sterling for every ton of wine he imports. Where is the merchant that would dare do any such thing in a country like Turkey? And were he so presumptuous, how could he do it with a crazy or shattered fortune? Chapter 15. Abuse of Liberty. To these great advantages of liberty, it is owing that liberty itself has been abused. Because a moderate government has been productive of admirable effects, this moderation has been laid aside. Because great taxes have been raised, they wanted to carry them to excess, and, ungrateful to the hand of liberty, of whom they received this present, they address themselves to slavery, who never grants the least favour. Liberty produces excessive taxes. The effect of excessive taxes is slavery, and slavery produces a diminution of tribute. Most of the edicts of the Eastern monarchs are to exempt every year some province of their empire from paying tribute. The manifestations of their wills are favours. But in Europe, the edicts of princes are disagreeable even before they are seen, because they always make mention of their own wants, but not a word of ours. From an unpardonable indolence in the ministers of those countries, owing to the nature of the government, and frequently to the climate, the people derive this advantage, that they are not incessantly plagued with new demands. The public expense does not increase, because the ministers do not form new projects, and if by some chance are formed, they are such as are soon executed. The governors of the state do not perpetually torment the people, for they do not perpetually torment themselves. But it is impossible there should be any fixed rule in our finances, since we always know that we shall have something or other to execute, without ever knowing what it is. It is no longer customary with us to give the appellation of a great minister to a wise dispenser of the public revenues, but to a person of dexterity and cunning, who is clever at finding out what we call the ways and means. Chapter 16. Of the conquests of the Mohammedans. It was this excess of taxes that occasioned the prodigious facility with which the Mohammedans carried on their conquests. Instead of a continual series of extortions devised by the subtle avarice of the Greek emperors, the people was subjected to a simple tribute, which was paid and collected with ease. Thus they were far happier in obeying a barbarous nation, than a corrupt government in which they suffered every inconvenience of lost liberty, with all the horror of present slavery. Chapter 17. of the augmentation of troops. A new distemper has spread itself over Europe, infecting our princes, and inducing them to keep up an exorbitant number of troops. It has its redoublings, and of necessity becomes contagious. For as soon as one prince augments his forces, the rest, of course, do the same, so that nothing is gained thereby but the public ruin. Each monarch keeps as many armies on foot as if his people were in danger of being exterminated, and they give the name of peace to this general effort of all against all. Thus is Europe ruined to such a degree, that were private people to be in the same situation as the three most opulent powers of this part of the globe, they would not have necessary subsistence. We are poor with the riches and commerce of the whole world, and soon, by thus augmenting our troops, we shall be all soldiers, and be reduced to the very same situation as the Tartars. Great princes, not satisfied with hiring or buying troops of petty states, make it their business on all sides to pay subsidies for alliances, that is, generally to throw away their money. The consequence of such a situation is the perpetual augmentation of taxes, and the mischief which prevents all future remedy is, that they reckon no more upon their revenues, but in waging war against their whole capital. It is no unusual thing to see governments mortgage their funds, even in times of peace, and to employ what they call extraordinary means to ruin themselves, means so extraordinary, indeed, that such are hardly thought of by the most extravagant young spendthrift. Chapter 18. Of an exemption from taxes. The maxim of the great Eastern empires, of exempting such provinces as have very much suffered from taxes, ought to be extended to monarchical states. There are some, indeed, where this practice is established, yet the country is more oppressed than if no such rule took place. Because as the prince levies still neither more nor less, the state becomes bound for the whole. In order to ease the village that pays badly, they load another that pays better. The former is not relieved, and the latter is ruined. The people grow desperate between the necessity of paying for fear of exactions, and the danger of paying for the fear of new burdens. A well-regulated government ought to set aside, for the first article of its expense, a determinate sum to answer contingent cases. It is with the public as with individuals, who are ruined when they live up exactly to their income. With regard to an obligation for the whole amongst the inhabitants of the same village, some pretend that it is but reasonable, because there is a possibility of a fraudulent combination on their side. But was it ever heard that, upon mere supposition, we are to establish a thing in itself unjust and ruinous to the state? Chapter 19. Which is more suitable to the prince and to the people, the farming the revenues, or managing them by commission? The managing of the revenues by commission is like the conduct of a good father of a family, who collects his own rents himself with economy and order. By this management of the revenues, the prince is at liberty to press or to retard the levy of the taxes, either according to his own wants or to those of his people. By this he saves to the state the immense profits of the farmers, who impoverish it in 1,000 ways. By this he prevents the people from being mortified with the sight of sudden fortunes. By this the public money passes through few hands, goes directly to the treasury, and consequently makes a quicker return to the people. By this the prince avoids an infinite number of bad laws extorted from him by the importunate avarice of the farmers, who pretend to offer a present advantage for regulations pernicious to posterity. As the moneyed man is always the most powerful, the farmer renders himself arbitrary even over the prince himself. He is not the legislator, but he obliges the legislator to give laws. I acknowledge that it is sometimes of use to farm out a new duty, for there is an art in preventing frauds, which motives of interest suggest to the farmers, but commissioners never think of. Now, the manner of levying it being once established by the farmer, it may afterwards be safely entrusted to a commission. In England, the management of the excise and of the post office was borrowed from that of the farmers of the revenue. In republics, the revenues of the state are generally managed by commission. The contrary practice was a great defect in the Roman government. In despotic governments, the people are infinitely happier where this management is established. Witness Persia and China. The unhappiest of all are those where the prince farms out his seaports and trading cities. The history of monarchies abounds with mischiefs done by the farmers of the revenue. Incensed at the oppressive extortions of the publicans, Nero formed a magnanimous but impracticable scheme of abolishing all kinds of imposts. He did not think of managing the revenues by commissioners, but he made 4 edicts, that the laws enacted against publicans, which had hitherto been kept secret, should be promulgated, that they should exact no claims for above a year backward, that there should be a praetor established to determine their pretensions without any formality, and that the merchants should pay no duty for their vessels. These were the halcyon days of that emperor. CHAPTER XX. Of the farmers of the revenues. When the lucrative profession of a farmer of the revenue becomes likewise a post of honour, the state is ruined. It may do well enough in despotic governments, where this employment is oftentimes exercised by the governors themselves. But it is by no means proper in a republic, since a custom of the like nature destroyed that of Rome. Nor is it better in monarchies, nothing being more opposite to the spirit of this government. All the other orders of the state are dissatisfied. Honour loses its whole value. The gradual and natural means of distinction are no longer respected, and the very principle of the government is subverted. It is true, indeed, that scandalous fortunes were raised in former times, but this was one of the calamities of the 50 Years' War. These riches were then considered as ridiculous. Now we admire them. Every profession has its particular lot. That of the tax gatherers is wealth, and wealth is its own reward. Glory and honour fall to the share of that nobility who is sensible of no other happiness. Respect and esteem are for those ministers and magistrates whose whole life is a continued series of labour, and who watch day and night over the welfare of the empire. End of chapter 20. End of book 13 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 14, chapters 1 to 15 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Giddens. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 14 of Laws in the relation to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. General idea. If it be true that the temper of the mind and the passions of the heart are extremely different in different climates, the laws ought to be in relation both to the variety of those passions and to the variety of those tempers. Chapter 2. Of the difference of men in different climates. Cold air constringes the extremities of the external fibres of the body. This increases their elasticity and favours the return of the blood from the extreme parts to the heart. It contracts those very fibres, consequently it increases also their force. On the contrary, warm air relaxes and lengthens the extremes of the fibres. Of course, it diminishes their force and elasticity. People are, therefore, more vigorous in cold climates. Here the action of the heart and the reaction of the extremities of the fibres are better performed. The temperature of the humours is greater. The blood moves more freely towards the heart, and reciprocally the heart has more power. This superiority of strength must produce various effects. For instance, a greater boldness, that is, more courage; a greater sense of superiority, that is, less desire of revenge; a greater opinion of security, that is, more frankness, less suspicion, policy, and cunning. In short, this must be productive of very different tempers. Put a man into a close, warm place, and for the reasons above given, he will feel a great faintness. If, under this circumstance, you propose a bold enterprize to him, I believe you will find him very little disposed towards it. His present weakness will throw him into despondency. He will be afraid of everything, being in a state of total incapacity. The inhabitants of warm countries are, like old men, timorous. The people in cold countries are, like young men, brave. If we reflect on the late wars, which are more recent in our memory, and in which we can better distinguish some particular effects that escape us at a greater distance of time, we shall find that the northern people, transplanted into southern regions, did not perform such exploits as their countrymen, who, fighting in their own climate, possessed their full vigour and courage. This strength of the fibres in northern nations is the cause that the coarser juices are extracted from their aliments. Hence two things result. One, that the parts of the chyle or lymph are more proper, by reason of their large surface, to be applied to and to nourish the fibres. The other, that they are less proper, from their coarseness, to give a certain subtlety to the nervous juice. Those people have, therefore, large bodies, but little vivacity. The nerves that terminate from all parts in the cutis form each a nervous bundle. Generally speaking, the whole nerve is not moved, but a very minute part. In warm climates, where the cutis is relaxed, the ends of the nerves are expanded and laid open to the weakest action of the smallest objects. In cold countries, the cutis is constricted and the papillae compressed. The medullary glands are in some measure paralytic, and the sensation does not reach the brain, except when it is very strong and proceeds from the whole nerve at once. Now, imagination, taste, sensibility, and vivacity depend on an infinite number of small sensations. I have observed the outermost part of a sheep's tongue, where, to the naked eye, it seems covered with papillae. On these papillae I have discerned through a microscope small hairs, or a kind of down. Between the papillae were pyramids shaped towards the ends like pincers. Very likely these pyramids are the principal organ of taste. I caused the half of this tongue to be frozen, and observing it with the naked eye, I found the papillae considerably diminished. Even some rows of them were sunk into their sheath. The outermost part I examined with the microscope, and perceived no pyramids. In proportion as the frost went off, the papillae seemed to the naked eyes to rise, and with the microscope the mammary glands began to appear. This observation confirms what I have been saying, that in cold countries the nervous glands are less expanded, they sink deeper into their sheaths, or they are sheltered from the action of external objects. Consequently, they have not such lively sensations. In cold countries, they have very little sensibility for pleasure. In temperate climates, they have more. In warm countries, their sensibility is exquisite. As climates are distinguished by degrees of latitude, we might distinguish them also in some measure by those of sensibility. I have been at the opera in England and in Italy, where I have seen the same pieces and the same performers, and yet the same music produces such different effects on the two nations. One is so cold and phlegmatic, and the other so lively and enraptured, that it seems almost inconceivable. It is the same with regard to pain, which is excited by the laceration of some fibre of the body. The author of nature has made it an established rule, that this pain should be more acute, in proportion as the laceration is greater. Now, it is evident that the large bodies and coarse fibres of the people of the north are less capable of laceration than the delicate fibres of the inhabitants of warm countries. Consequently, the soul there is less sensible of pain. You must flay a Muscovite alive to make him feel. From this delicacy of organs peculiar to warm climates, it follows that the soul is most sensibly moved by whatever relates to the union of the two sexes. Here everything leads to this object. In northern climates, scarcely has the animal part of love a power of making itself felt. In temperate climates, love, attended by 1,000 appendages, endeavours to please by things that have at first the appearance, though not the reality, of this passion. In warmer climates, it is liked for its own sake. It is the only cause of happiness. It is life itself. In southern countries, a machine of a delicate frame, but strong sensibility, resigns itself either to a love which rises and is incessantly laid in a seraglio, or to a passion which leaves women in a greater independence, and is consequently exposed to 1,000 inquietudes. In northern regions, a machine robust and heavy finds pleasure in whatever is apt to throw the spirits into motion, such as hunting, travelling, war, and wine. If we travel towards the north, we meet with people who have few vices, many virtues, and a great share of frankness and sincerity. If we draw near the south, we fancy ourselves entirely removed from the verge of morality. Here the strongest passions are productive of all manner of crimes, each man endeavouring, let the means be what they will, to indulge his inordinate desires. In temperate climates we find the inhabitants inconstant in their manners, as well as in their vices and virtues. The climate has not a quality determinate enough to fix them. The heat of the climate may be so excessive as to deprive the body of all vigour and strength. Then the faintness is communicated to the mind, there is no curiosity, no enterprise, no generosity of sentiment. The inclinations are all passive. Indolence constitutes the utmost happiness. Scarcely any punishment is so severe as mental employment, and slavery is more supportable than the force and vigour of mind necessary for human conduct. Chapter 3. Contradiction in the tempers of some southern nations. The Indians are naturally a pusillanimous people. Even the children of Europeans born in India lose the courage peculiar to their own climate. But how shall we reconcile this with their customs and penances so full of barbarity? The men voluntarily undergo the greatest hardships, and the women burn themselves. Here we find a very odd compound of fortitude and weakness. Nature, having framed those people of a texture so weak as to fill them with timidity, has formed them at the same time of an imagination so lively that every object makes the strongest impression upon them. That delicacy of organs which renders them apprehensive of death contributes likewise to make them dread 1,000 things more than death. The very same sensibility induces them to fly and dare all dangers. As a good education is more necessary to children than to such as have arrived at maturity of understanding, so the inhabitants of those countries have much greater need than the European nations of a wiser legislator. The greater their sensibility, the more it behooves them to receive proper impressions, to imbibe no prejudices, and to let themselves be directed by reason. At the time of the Romans, the inhabitants of the north of Europe were destitute of arts, education, and almost of laws, and yet the good sense annexed to the gross fibres of those climates enabled them to make an admirable stand against the power of Rome, till the memorable period in which they quitted their woods to subvert that great empire. Chapter 4. Cause of the immutability of religion, manners, customs, and laws in the eastern countries. If to that delicacy of organs which renders the eastern nations so susceptible of every impression, you add likewise a sort of indolence of mind, naturally connected with that of the body, by means of which they grow incapable of any exertion or effort, it is easy to comprehend that when once the soul has received an impression, it cannot change it. This is the reason that the laws, manners, and customs, even those which seem quite indifferent, such as their mode of dress, are the same to this very day in eastern countries, as they were 1,000 years ago. Chapter 5. That those are bad legislators who favour the vices of the climate, and good legislators who oppose those vices. The Indians believe that repose and non-existence are the foundation of all things, and the end in which they terminate. Hence they consider entire inaction as the most perfect of all states, and the object of their desires. To the Supreme Being they give the title of immovable. The inhabitants of Siam believe that their utmost happiness consists in not being obliged to animate a machine or to give motion to a body. In those countries where the excess of heat enervates and exhausts the body, rest is so delicious and motion so painful, that this system of metaphysics seems natural. And Fo, the legislator of the Indies, was directed by his own sensations when he placed mankind in a state extremely passive. But his doctrine arising from the laziness of the climate favoured it also in its turn, which has been the source of an indefinite deal of mischief. The legislators of China were more rational when, considering men not in the peaceful state which they are to enjoy hereafter, but in the situation proper for discharging the several duties of life, they made their religion, philosophy, and laws all practical. The more the physical causes incline mankind to inaction, the more the moral causes should estrange them from it. Chapter 6. Of Agriculture in warm climates. Agriculture is the principal labour of man. The more the climate inclines him to shun this labour, the more the religion and laws of the country ought to incite him to it. Thus the Indian laws, which give the lands to the prince, and destroy the spirit of property among the subjects, increase the bad effects of the climate, that is, their natural indolence. Chapter 7. Of Monkery. The very same mischiefs result from monkery. It has its rise in the warm countries of the East, where they are less inclined to action than to speculation. In Asia, the number of dervishes or monks seems to increase together with the warmth of the climate. The Indies, where the heat is excessive, are full of them, and the same difference is found in Europe. In order to surmount the laziness of the climate, the laws ought to endeavour to remove all means of subsisting without labour. But in the southern parts of Europe they act quite the reverse. To those who want to live in a state of indolence, they afford retreats the most proper for a speculative life, and endow them with immense revenues. These men who live in the midst of plenty, which they know not how to enjoy, are in the right to give their superfluities away to the common people. The poor are bereft of property, and these men indemnify them by supporting them in idleness, so as to make them even grow fond of their misery. Chapter 8. An excellent custom of China. The historical relations of China mention a ceremony of opening the ground, which the emperor performs every year. The design of this public and solemn act is to excite the people to tillage. Further, the emperor is every year informed of the husbandman who has distinguished himself most in his profession, and he makes him a mandarin of the 8th order. Among the ancient Persians, the kings quitted their grandeur and pomp on the 8th day of the month, called Coram Ruz, to eat with the husbandman. These institutions were admirably calculated for the encouragement of agriculture. Chapter 9. Means of encouraging industry. We shall show in the 19th book that lazy nations are generally proud. Now the effect might well be turned against the cause, and laziness be destroyed by pride. In the south of Europe, where people have such a high notion of the point of honour, it would be right to give prizes to husbandmen who had excelled in agriculture, or to artists who had made the greatest improvements in their several professions. This practice has succeeded in our days in Ireland, where it has established one of the most considerable linen manufacturers in Europe. Chapter 10. Of the laws in relation to the sobriety of the people. In warm countries, the aqueous part of the blood loses itself greatly by perspiration. It must, therefore, be supplied by a like liquid. Water is there of admirable use. Strong liquors would congeal the globules of blood that remain after the transuding of the aqueous humour. In cold countries, the aqueous part of the blood is very little evacuated by perspiration. They may, therefore, make use of spirituous liquors, without which the blood would congeal. They are full of humours, consequently strong liquors, which give a motion to the blood, are proper for those countries. The law of Mohammed, which prohibits the drinking of wine, is therefore fitted to the climate of Arabia, and indeed, before Mahomet's time, water was the common drink of the Arabs. The law which forbade the Carthaginians to drink wine was a law of the climate, and indeed the climate of those two countries is pretty nearly the same. Such a law would be improper for cold countries, where the climate seems to force them to a kind of national intemperance, very different from personal ebriety. Drunkenness predominates throughout the world in proportion to the coldness and the humidity of the climate. Go from the equator to the North Pole, and you will find this vice increasing together with the degree of latitude. Go from the equator again to the South Pole, and you will find the same vice travelling south, exactly in the same proportion. It is very natural that where wine is contrary to the climate, and consequently to health, the excess of it should be more severely punished than in countries where intoxication produces very few bad effects to the person, fewer to the society, and where it does not make people frantic and wild, but only stupid and heavy. Hence those laws which inflicted a double punishment for crimes committed in drunkenness were applicable only to a personal and not to a national ebriety. A German drinks through custom, and a Spaniard by choice. In warm countries, the relaxing of the fibres produces a great evacuation of the liquids, but the solid parts are less transpired. The fibres, which act but faintly, and have very little elasticity, are not much impaired, and a small quantity of nutritious juice is sufficient to repair them, for which reason they eat very little. It is the variety of wants in different climates that first occasioned a difference in the manner of living, and this gave rise to a variety of laws. Where people are very communicative, there must be particular laws, and others where there is but little communication. Chapter 11. Of the laws in relation to the distempers of the climate. Herodotus informs us that the Jewish laws concerning the leprosy were borrowed from the practice of the Egyptians, and indeed the same distemper required the same remedies. The Greeks and the primitive Romans were strangers to these laws, as well as to the disease. The climate of Egypt and Palestine rendered them necessary, and the facility with which this disease is spread is sufficient to make us sensible of the wisdom and sagacity of those laws. Even we ourselves have felt the effects of them. The Crusades brought the leprosy among us, but the wise regulations made at the time hindered it from affecting the mass of the people. We find by the law of the Lombards that this disease was spread in Italy before the Crusades, and merited the attention of the legislature. Rothyrus ordained that a leper should be expelled from his house, banished to a particular place, and rendered incapable of disposing of his property, because from the very moment he had been turned out of his house, he was reckoned dead in the eye of the law. In order to prevent all communication with lepers, they were rendered incapable of civil acts. I am apt to think that this disease was brought into Italy by the conquest of the Greek emperors, in whose armies there might be some soldiers from Palestine or Egypt. Be that as it may, the progress of it was stopped till the time of the Crusades. It is related that Pompey's soldiers, returning from Syria, brought a distemper home with them not unlike the leprosy. We have no account of any regulation made at the time, but it is highly probable that some such step was taken, since the distemper was checked till the time of the Lombards. It is now 2 centuries since a disease unknown to our ancestors was first transplanted from the New World to ours, and came to attack human nature, even in the very source of life and pleasure. Most of the principal families in the south of Europe were seen to perish by a distemper that had grown too common to be ignominious, and was considered in no other light than in that of its being fatal. It was the thirst of gold that propagated this disease. The Europeans went continually to America, and always brought back a new leaven of it. Reasons drawn from religion seem to require that this punishment of guilt should be permitted to continue. But the infection had reached the bosom of matrimony, and given the vicious taint even to guiltless infants. As it is the business of legislators to watch over the health of the citizens, it would have been a wise part in them to have stopped this communication by laws made on the plan of those of Moses. The plague is a disease whose infectious progress is much more rapid. Egypt is its principal seat, whence it spreads over the whole globe. Most countries in Europe have made exceedingly good regulations to prevent this infection, and in our times an admirable method has been contrived to stop it. This is by forming a line of troops around the infected country, which cuts off all manner of communication. The Turks, who have no such regulations, see the Christians escape this infection in the same town, and none but themselves perish. They buy the clothes of the infected, wear them, and proceed in their old ways, as if nothing had happened. The doctrine of a rigid fate, which directs their whole conduct, renders the magistrate a quiet spectator. He thinks that everything comes from the hand of God, and that man has nothing more to do than to submit. Chapter 12. Of the laws against suicides. We do not find in history that the Romans ever killed themselves without a cause, but the English are apt to commit suicide most unaccountably. They destroy themselves even in the bosom of happiness. This action among the Romans was the effect of education, being connected with their principles and customs. Among the English, it is the consequence of a distemper, being connected with the physical state of the machine, and independent of every other cause. In all probability, it is a defect of the filtration of the nervous juice. The machine, whose motive faculties are often unexerted, is weary of itself. The soul feels no pain, but a certain uneasiness in existing. Pain is a local sensation, which leads us to the desire of seeing an end of it. The burden of life, which prompts us to the desire of ceasing to exist, is an evil confined to no particular part. It is evident that the civil laws of some countries may have reasons for branding suicide with infamy, but in England it cannot be punished without punishing the effects of madness. Chapter 13. Effects arising from the climate of England. In a nation so distempered by the climate as to have a disrelish of everything, nay, even of life, it is plain that the government most suitable to the inhabitants is that in which they cannot lay their uneasiness to any single person's charge, and in which, being under the direction rather of the laws than of the prince, it is impossible for them to change the government without subverting the laws themselves. And if this nation has likewise derived from a climate of a certain impatience of temper, which renders them incapable of bearing the same train of things for any long continuance, it is obvious that the government above mentioned is the fittest for them. This impatience of temper is not very considerable of itself, but it may become so when joined with courage. It is quite a different thing from levity, which makes people undertake or drop a project without cause. It borders more upon obstinacy, because it proceeds from so lively a sense of misery that it is not weakened even by the habit of suffering. This temper in a free nation is extremely proper for disconcerting the projects of tyranny, which is always slow and feeble in its commencement, as in the end it is active and lively, which at first only stretches out a hand to assist, and exerts afterwards a multitude of arms to oppress. Slavery is ever preceded by sleep. But a people who find no rest in any situation, who continually explore every part, and feel nothing but pain, can hardly be lulled to sleep. Politics are a smooth file, which cuts gradually, and attains its end by a slow progression. Now, the people of whom we have been speaking are incapable of bearing the delays, the details, and the coolness of negotiations. In these they are more unlikely to succeed than any other nation. Hence they are apt to lose by treaties what they obtain by their arms. Chapter 14. Other effects of the climate. Our ancestors, the ancient Germans, lived in a climate where the passions were extremely calm. Their laws decided only in such cases where the injury was visible to the eye, and went no farther. And as they judged of the outrages done to men from the greatness of the wound, they acted with no other delicacy in respect to the injuries done to women. The law of the Almans on this subject is very extraordinary. If a person uncovers a woman's head, he pays a fine of 50 sous. If he uncovers her leg up to the knee, he pays the same, and double from the knee upwards. One would think that the law measured the insults offered to a woman as we measure a figure in geometry. It did not punish the crime of the imagination, but that of the eye. But upon the migration of a German nation into Spain, the climate soon found a necessity for different laws. The law of the Visigoths inhibited the surgeons to bleed a free woman, except either her father, mother, brother, son, or uncle was present. As the imagination of the people grew warm, so did that of the legislators. The law suspected everything when the people had become suspicious. These laws had, therefore, a particular regard for the two sexes. But in their punishments they seem rather to humour the revengeful temper of private persons than to administer public justice. Thus, in most cases, they reduced both the criminals to be slaves to the offended relatives, or to the injured husband. A freeborn woman, who had yielded to the embraces of a married man, was delivered up to his wife to dispose of her as she pleased. They obliged the slaves, if they found their master's wife in adultery, to bind her and carry her to her husband. They even permitted her children to be her accusers, and her slaves to be tortured in order to convict her. Thus their laws were far better adapted to refine, even to excess, a certain point of honour, than to form a good civil administration. We must not, therefore, be surprised if Count Julian was of opinion that an affront of that kind ought to be expiated by the ruin of his king and country. We must not be surprised if the Moors, with such a conformity of manners, found it so easy to settle and to maintain themselves in Spain, and to retard the fall of their empire. Chapter 15. Of the different confidence which the laws have in the people, according to the difference of climates. The people of Japan are of so stubborn and perverse temper that neither their legislators nor magistrates can put any confidence in them. They set nothing before their eyes but judgments, menaces, and chastisements. Every step they take is subject to the inquisition of the civil magistrate. Those laws which out of 5 heads of families establish one as a magistrate over the other 4, those laws which punish a family or a whole ward for a single crime, those laws, in fine, which find nobody innocent where one may happen to be guilty, are made with a design to implant in the people a mutual distrust, and to make every man the inspector, witness, and judge of his neighbour's conduct. On the contrary, the people of India are mild, tender, and compassionate. Hence their legislators repose great confidence in them. They have established very few punishments. These are not severe, nor are they rigorously executed. They have subjected nephews to their uncles, and orphans to their guardians, as in other countries they are subjected to their fathers. They have regulated the succession by the acknowledged merit of the successor. They seem to think that every individual ought to place entire confidence in the good nature of his fellow subjects. They enfranchise their slaves without difficulty. They marry them. They treat them as their children. Happy climate, which gives birth to innocence, and produces a lenity in the laws. End of chapter 15. End of book 14 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 15, chapters 1 to 18 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 15. In what manner the laws of civil slavery relate to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. Of civil slavery. Slavery, properly so called, is the establishment of a right which gives to one man such a power over another as renders him absolute master of his life and fortune. The state of slavery is in its own nature bad. It is neither useful to the master nor to the slave. Not to the slave, because he can do nothing through a motive of virtue, nor to the master, because by having an unlimited authority over his slaves, he insensibly accustoms himself to the want of all moral virtues, and thence becomes fierce, hasty, severe, choleric, voluptuous, and cruel. In despotic countries, where they are already in a state of political servitude, civil slavery is more tolerable than in other governments. Every one ought to be satisfied in those countries with necessaries and life. Hence, the condition of a slave is hardly more burdensome than that of a subject. But in a monarchical government, where it is of the utmost importance that human nature should not be debased or dispirited, there ought to be no slavery. In democracies, where they are all upon equality, and in aristocracies, where the laws ought to use their utmost endeavours to procure as great an equality as the nature of the government will permit, Slavery is contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. It only contributes to give a power and luxury to the citizens which they ought not to have. Chapter 2. Origin of the right of slavery among the Roman civilians. One would never have imagined that slavery should owe its birth to pity, and that this should have been excited in 3 different ways. The law of nations, to prevent prisoners from being put to death, has allowed them to be made slaves. The civil law of the Romans empowered debtors, who were subject to be ill-used by their creditors, to sell themselves. And the law of nature requires that children whom a father in a state of servitude is no longer able to maintain should be reduced to the same state as the father. These reasons of the civilians are all false. It is false that killing in war is lawful, unless in a case of absolute necessity. But when a man has made another his slave, he cannot be said to have been under a necessity of taking away his life, since he actually did not take it away. War gives no other right over prisoners than to disable them from doing any further harm by securing their persons. All nations concur in detesting the murdering of prisoners in cold blood. Neither is it true that a free man can sell himself. Sale implies a price. Now, when a person sells himself, his whole substance immediately devolves to his master. The master, therefore, in that case, gives nothing, and the slave receives nothing. You will say he has a peculium, but this peculium goes along with the person. If it is not lawful for a man to kill himself because he robs his country of his person, for the same reason he is not allowed to barter his freedom. The freedom of every citizen constitutes a part of the public liberty, and in a democratic state is even a part of the sovereignty. To sell one's freedom is so repugnant to all reason as can scarcely be supposed in any man. If liberty may be rated with respect to the buyer, it is beyond all price to the seller. The civil law, which authorizes a division of goods among men, cannot be thought to rank among such goods a part of the men who were to make this division. The same law annuls all iniquitous contracts. Surely then it affords redress in a contract where the grievance is most enormous. The third way is birth, which falls with the 2 former. For if a man could not sell himself, much less could he sell an unborn infant. If a prisoner of war is not to be reduced to slavery, much less are his children. The lawfulness of putting a malefactor to death arises from this circumstance. The law by which he is punished was made for his security. A murderer, for instance, has enjoyed the benefit of the very law which condemns him. It has been a continual protection to him. He cannot, therefore, object to it. But it is not so with the slave. The law of slavery can never be beneficial to him. It is in all cases against him, without ever being for his advantage. And therefore this law is contrary to the fundamental principle of all societies. If it be pretended that it has been beneficial to him, as his master has provided for his subsistence, slavery at this rate should be limited to those who are incapable of earning their livelihood. But who will take up with such slaves? As to infants, nature, who has supplied their mothers with milk, had provided for their sustenance, and the remainder of the childhood approaches so near the age in which they are most capable of being of service, that he who supports them cannot be said to give them an equivalent which can entitle him to be their master. Nor is slavery less opposed to the civil law than to that of nature. What civil law can restrain a slave from running away, since he is not a member of society, and consequently has no interest in any civil institutions? He can be retained only by a family law, that is, by the master's authority. Chapter 3. Another origin of the right of slavery. I would as soon say that the right of slavery proceeds from the contempt of one nation for another, founded on a difference in customs. Lopez de Gama relates that the Spaniards found near St. Martha several basketfuls of crabs, snails, grasshoppers, and locusts, which proved to be the ordinary provision of the natives. This the conquerors turned to a heavy charge against the conquered. The author owns that this, with their smoking and trimming their beards in a different manner, gave rise to the law by which the Americans became slaves to the Spaniards. Knowledge humanizes mankind, and reason inclines to mildness, but prejudices eradicate every tender disposition. Chapter 4. Another origin of the right of slavery. I would as soon say that religion gives its professors a right to enslave those who dissent from it, in order to render its propagation more easy. This was the notion that encouraged the ravagers of America in their iniquity. Under the influence of this idea, they founded their right of enslaving so many nations. For these robbers, who would absolutely be both robbers and Christians, were superlatively devout. Louis XIII was extremely uneasy at a law by which all the negroes of the colonies were to be made slaves. But it being strongly urged to him as the readiest means for their conversion, he acquiesced without further scruple. Chapter 5. Of the slavery of the negroes. Were I to vindicate our rights to make slaves of the negroes, these should be my arguments. The Europeans, having extirpated the Americans, were obliged to make slaves of the Africans for clearing such vast tracts of land. Sugar would be too dear if the plants which produce it were cultivated by any other than slaves. These creatures are all over black, and with such a flat nose they can scarcely be pitied. It is hardly to be believed that God, who is a wise being, should place a soul, especially a good soul, in such a black ugly body. It is so natural to look upon colour as the criterion of human nature, that the Asiatics among whom eunuchs are employed always deprive the blacks of their resemblance to us by a more opprobrious distinction. The colour of the skin may be determined by that of the hair, which, among the Egyptians, the best philosophers in the world, was of such importance, that they put to death all the red-haired men who fell into their hands. The negroes prefer a glass necklace to that gold which polite nations so highly value. Can there be a greater proof of their wanting common sense? It is impossible for us to suppose these creatures to be men, because, allowing them to be men, a suspicion would follow that we ourselves are not Christians. Weak minds exaggerate too much the wrong done to the Africans. For, were the case as they state it, would the European powers, who make so many needless conventions among themselves, have failed to enter into a general one in behalf of humanity and compassion? Chapter 6. The true origin of the right of slavery. It is time to inquire into the true origin of the right of slavery. It ought to be founded on the nature of things. Let us see if there be any cases where it can be derived thence. In all despotic governments, people make no difficulty in selling themselves. The political slavery in some measure annihilates the civil liberty. According to Mr. Perry, the Muscovites sell themselves very readily. Their reason for it is evident. Their liberty is not worth keeping. At Achem, every one is for selling himself. Some of the chief lords have not less than 1,000 slaves, all principal merchants, who have a great number of slaves themselves, and these are also not without their slaves. Their masters are their heirs, and put them into trade. In those states, the freemen, being overpowered by the government, have no better resource than that of making themselves slaves to the tyrants in office. This is the true and rational origin of that mild law of slavery which obtains in some countries. And mild it ought to be, as founded on the free choice a man makes of a master for his own benefit, which forms a mutual convention between the two parties. Chapter 7. Another origin of the right of slavery. There is another origin of the right of slavery, and even of the most cruel slavery, which is to be seen among men. There are countries where the excess of heat enervates the body, and renders men so slothful and dispirited, that nothing but the fear of chastisement can oblige them to perform any laborious duty. Slavery is there more reconcilable to reason, and the master being as lazy with respect to his sovereign as his slave is with regard to him, this adds a political to a civil slavery. Aristotle endeavours to prove that there are natural slaves, but what he says is far from proving it. If there be any such, I believe they are those of whom I have been speaking. But as all men are born equal, slavery must be accounted unnatural, though in some countries it be founded on natural reason. And a wide difference ought to be made between such countries and those in which even natural reason rejects it, as in Europe, where it has been so happily abolished. Plutarch, in the Life of Numa, says that in Saturn's time there was neither slave nor master. Christianity has restored that age in our climates. Chapter 8. Inutility of slavery among us. Natural slavery, then, is to be limited to some particular parts of the world. In all other countries, even the most servile drudgeries may be performed by free men. Experience verifies my assertion. Before Christianity had abolished civil slavery in Europe, working in the mines was judged too toilsome for any but slaves or malefactors. At present, there are men employed in them who are known to live comfortably. The magistrates have, by some small privileges, encouraged this profession. To an increase of labour, they have joined an increase of gain, and have gone so far as to make those people better pleased with their condition than with any other which they could have embraced. No labour is so heavy but it may be brought to a level with the workman's strength, when regulated by equity and not by avarice. The violent fatigues which slaves are made to undergo in other parts may be supplied by a skilful use of ingenious machines. The Turkish mines in the Banat of Temeswar, though richer than those of Hungary, did not yield so much, because the working of them depended entirely on the strength of their slaves. I know not whether this article be dictated by my understanding or by my heart. Possibly there is not that climate upon earth where the most laborious services might not with proper encouragement be performed by free men. Bad laws having made lazy men, they have been reduced to slavery because of their laziness. Chapter 9. Several kinds of slavery. Slavery is of two kinds, real and personal. The real annexes the slave to the land, which Tacitus makes the condition of slaves among the Germans. They were not employed in the family. A stated tribute of corn, cattle, or other movables paid to their master was the whole of their servitude. And such a servitude still continues in Hungary, Bohemia, and several parts of Lower Germany. Personal slavery consists in domestic services, and relates more to the master's person. The worst degree of slavery is when it is at once both real and personal, as that of the Hellites among the Lacedaemonians. They underwent the fatigues of the field, and suffered all manner of insults at home. This Helotism is contrary to the nature of things. Real slavery is to be found only among nations remarkable for their simplicity of life, all family business being done by the wives and children. Personal slavery is peculiar to voluptuous nations, luxury requiring the service of slaves in the house. But Helotism joins in the same person the slavery established by voluptuous nations, and that of the most simple. Chapter 10. Regulations necessary in respect to slavery. But of whatsoever kind the slavery be, the civil laws should endeavour on the one hand to abolish the abuses of it, and on the other hand to guard against its dangers. Chapter 11. Abuses of slavery. In Mohammedan states, not only the life and goods of female slaves, but also what is called their virtue or honour, are at their master's disposal. One of the misfortunes of those countries is that the greatest part of the nation are born only to be subservient to the pleasures of the other. This servitude is alleviated by the laziness in which such slaves spend their days, which is an additional disadvantage to the state. It is this indolence which renders the eastern seraglios so delightful to those very persons whom they were made to confine. People who dread nothing but labour may imagine themselves happy in those places of indolence and ease. But this shews how contrary they are to the very intent of the institution of slavery. Reason requires that the master's power should not extend to what does not appertain to his service. Slavery should be calculated for utility and not for pleasure. The laws of chastity arose from those of nature, and ought in all nations to be respected. If a law which preserves the chastity of slaves be good in those states where an arbitrary power bears down all before it, how much more will it be so in monarchies, and how much more still in republics? The law of the Lombards has a regulation which ought to be adopted by all governments. If a master debauches his slave's wife, the slave and his wife shall be restored to their freedom. An admirable expedient, which, without severity, lays a powerful restraint on the incontinence of masters. The Romans seem to have erred on this head. They allowed an unlimited scope to the master's lusts, and in some measure denied their slaves the privilege of marrying. It is true, they were the lowest part of the nation, yet there should have been some care taken of their morals, especially as in prohibiting their marriage they corrupted the morals of the citizens. Chapter 12. Danger from the multitude of slaves. The multitude of slaves has different effects in different governments. It is no grievance in a despotic state, where the political servitude of the whole body takes away the sense of civil slavery. Those who are called freedmen in reality are little more so than they who do not come within that class. And as the latter, in quality of eunuchs, freedmen, or slaves, have generally the management of all affairs, the condition of a freedman and that of a slave are very nearly allied. This makes it therefore almost a matter of indifference, whether in such states the slaves be few or numerous. But in moderate governments, it is a point of the highest importance that there should not be a great number of slaves. The political liberty of those states adds to the value of civil liberty, and he who is deprived of the latter is also bereft of the former. He sees the happiness of a society of which he is not so much as a member. He sees the security of others fenced by laws, himself without any protection. He perceives that his master has a soul capable of enlarging itself, while his own labours under a continual depression. Nothing more assimilates a man to a beast than living among freedmen, himself a slave. Such people as these are natural enemies of society, and their number must be dangerous. It is not therefore to be wondered at that moderate governments have been so frequently disturbed by the revolts of slaves, and that this so seldom happens in despotic states. Chapter 13. Of armed slaves. The danger of arming slaves is not so great in monarchies as in republics. In the former, a warlike people and a body of nobility are a sufficient check upon those armed slaves; whereas the pacific members of a republic would have a hard task to quell a set of men who, having offensive weapons in their hands, would find themselves a match for the citizens. The Goths, who conquered Spain, spread themselves over the country, and soon became very weak. They made 3 important regulations. They abolished an ancient custom which prevented intermarriages with the Romans. They enacted that all the freedmen belonging to the fiscus should serve in war, under penalty of being reduced to slavery. And they ordained that each Goth should arm and bring into the field the 10th part of his slaves. This was but a small proportion. Besides, these slaves thus carried to the field did not form a separate body. They were in the army, and might be said to continue in the family. Chapter 14. The same subject continued. When a whole nation is of a martial temper, the slaves in arms are less to be feared. By a law of the Alamans, a slave who had committed a clandestine theft was liable to the same punishment as a freedman in the like case. But if he was found guilty of an open robbery, he was only bound to restore the things so taken. Among the Alamans, courage and intrepidity extenuated the guilt of an action. They employed their slaves in their wars. Most republics have been attentive to dispirit their slaves, but the Alamans, relying on themselves and being always armed, were so far from fearing theirs, that they were rather for augmenting their courage. They were the instruments either of their depredations or of their glory. Chapter 15. Precautions to be used in moderate governments. Lenity and humane treatment may prevent the dangers to be apprehended from the multitude of slaves in a moderate government. Men grow reconciled to everything, and even to servitude, if not aggravated by the severity of the master. The Athenians treated their slaves with great lenity, and this secured that state from the commotions raised by the slaves among the austere Lacedaemonians. It does not appear that the primitive Romans met with any trouble from their slaves. Those civil broils which have been compared to the Punic wars were the consequence of their having divested themselves of all humanity towards their slaves. A frugal and laborious people generally treat their slaves more kindly than those who are above labour. The primitive Romans used to live, work, and eat with their slaves. In short, they behaved towards them with justice and humanity. The greatest punishment they made them suffer was to make them pass before their neighbours with a forked piece of wood on their backs. Their manners were sufficient to secure the fidelity of their slaves, so that there was no necessity for laws. But when the Romans aggrandized themselves, when their slaves were no longer the companions of their labour, but the instruments of their luxury and pride, as they then wanted morals, they had need of laws. It was even necessary for these laws to be of the most terrible kind, in order to establish the safety of those cruel masters who lived with their slaves as in the midst of enemies. They made the Selenian Senatus Consultum and other laws, which decreed that when a master was murdered, all the slaves under the same roof, or in any place so near the house as to be within the hearing of a man's voice, should, without distinction, be condemned to die. Those who in this case sheltered a slave, in order to save him, were punished as murderers. He whom his master ordered to kill him, and who obeyed, was reputed guilty. Even he who did not hinder him from killing himself was liable to be punished. If a master was murdered on a journey, they put to death those who were with him and those who fled. All these laws took place even against persons whose innocence was proved. The intent of them was to inspire their slaves with a prodigious respect for their master. They were not dependent on the civil government, but on a fault or imperfection of the civil government. They were not derived from the equity of civil laws, since they were contrary to the principle of those laws. They were properly founded on the principles of war, with this difference, that the enemies were in the bosom of the state. The Selenian Senatus Consultum was derived from the law of nations, which requires that a society, however imperfect, should be preserved. It is a misfortune in government, when the magistrates thus find themselves under the necessity of making cruel laws, because they have rendered obedience difficult. They are obliged to increase the penalty of disobedience, or to suspect the slave's fidelity. A prudent legislator foresees the ill consequences of rendering the legislature terrible. The slaves amongst the Romans could have no confidence in the laws, and therefore the laws could have none in them. Chapter 16. Regulations between masters and slaves. The magistrate ought to take care that the slave has his food and raiment, and this should be regulated by law. The laws ought to provide that care be taken of them in sickness and old age. Claudius decreed that the slaves who in sickness had been abandoned by their masters should, in case they recovered, be emancipated. This law ensured their liberty, but should not they have been some care also taken to preserve their lives? When the law permitted a master to take away the life of his slave, he was invested with a power which he ought to exercise as judge, and not as master. It was necessary, therefore, that the law should ordain those formalities which remove the suspicion of an act of violence. When fathers at Rome were no longer permitted to put their children to death, the magistrates ordained the punishment which the father would have inflicted. A like custom between the master and his slaves would be highly reasonable in a country where masters had the power of life and death. The law of Moses was extremely severe. If a man struck his servant so that he died under his hand, he was to be punished. But if he survived a day or two, no punishment ensued, because he was his money. Strange that a civil institution should thus relax the law of nature. By a law of the Greeks, a slave too severely treated by his master might insist upon being sold to another. In later times there was a law of the same nature at Rome. A master displeased with his slave, and a slave with his master, ought to be separated. When a citizen uses the slave of another ill, the latter ought to have the liberty of complaining before the judge. The laws of Plato and of most nations took away from slaves the right of natural defence. It was necessary then that they should give them a civil defence. At Sparta, slaves could have no justice against either insults or injuries. So excessive was their misery, that they were not only the slaves of a citizen, but also of the public. They belonged to all, as well as to one. At Rome, when they considered the injury done to a slave, they had regard only to the interest of the master. In the breach of the Aquilian law, they confounded a wound given to a beast, and that given to a slave. They regarded only the diminution of their value. At Athens, he who had abused the slave of another was punished severely, and sometimes even with death. The law of Athens was very reasonable in not adding the loss of security to that of liberty. Chapter 17. Of Enfranchisements. It is easy to perceive that many slaves in a republican government create a necessity of making many free. The evil is, if they have too great a number of slaves, they cannot keep them in due bounds. If they have too many freedmen, they cannot live, and must become a burden to the republic. Besides, it may be as much in danger from the multitude of freedmen as that of slaves. It is necessary, therefore, that the laws should have an eye to these two inconveniences. The several laws and decrees of the Senate made at Rome, both for and against slaves, sometimes to limit and other times to facilitate their enfranchisement, plainly show the embarrassment in which they found themselves in this respect. There were even times in which they durft not make laws. When under Nero, they demanded of the Senate permission for the masters to reduce again to slavery the ungrateful freedmen. The emperor declared that it was their duty to decide the affairs of individuals, and to make no general decree. Much less can I determine what ought to be the regulations of a good republic in such an affair. This depends on too many circumstances. Let us, however, make some reflections. A considerable number of freedmen ought not suddenly to be made by a general law. We know that among the Volsinians, the freedmen, becoming masters of the suffrages, enacted an abominable law, which gave them the right of lying the first night with the young women married to the freeborn. There are several ways of infensibly introducing new citizens into a republic. The laws may favour the acquiring a peculium, and put slaves into a condition of buying their liberty. They may prescribe a term to servitude, like those of Moses, which limited that of the Hebrew slaves to 6 years. It is easy to enfranchise every year a certain number of those slaves, who by their age, health, or industry, are capable of getting a subsistence. The evil may be even cured in its root, as a great number of slaves are connected with several employments which are given them. To divide amongst the freeborn a part of these employments, for example, commerce or navigation, is diminishing the number of slaves. When there are many freedmen, it is necessary that the civil laws should determine what they owe to their patron, or that these duties should be fixed by the contract of enfranchisement. It is certain that their condition should be more favoured in the civil than in the political state, because even in a popular government the power ought not to fall into the hands of the vulgar. At Rome, where they had so many freedmen, the political laws with regard to them were admirable. They gave them very little, and excluded them almost from nothing. They had even a share in the legislature, but the resolutions they were capable of taking were almost of no weight. They might bear a part in the public offices, and even in the dignity of the priesthood, but this privilege was in some sort rendered useless by the disadvantages they had to encounter in the elections. They had a right to enter into the army, but they were to be regiftered in a certain class of the census before they could be soldiers. Nothing hindered the freedmen from being united by marriage with the families of the freeborn, but they were not permitted to mix with those of the senator. In short, their children were freeborn, though they were not so themselves. Chapter 18 of Freedmen and Eunuchs. Thus, in a republican government, it is frequently of advantage that the situation of the freedmen be but little below that of the freeborn, and that the laws be calculated to remove a dislike of their condition. But in a despotic government, where luxury and arbitrary power prevail, they have nothing to do in this respect, the freedmen generally finding themselves above the freeborn. They rule in the court of the prince, and in the places of the great, and as they study the foibles and not the virtues of their master, they lead him entirely by the former, and not by the latter. Such were the freedmen of Rome in the times of the emperors. When the principal slaves are eunuchs, let never so many privileges be granted them, they can hardly be regarded as freedmen. For as they are incapable of having a family of their own, they are naturally attached to that of another, and it is only by a kind of fiction that they are considered as citizens. And yet there are countries where the magistracy is entirely in their hands. In Tonquin, says Dampier, all the mandarins, civil and military, are eunuchs. They have no families, and though they are naturally avaricious, the master or the prince benefits in the end by this very passion. Dampier tells us too, that in this country the eunuchs cannot live without women, and therefore marry. The law which permits their marriage may be founded partly on their respect for these eunuchs, and partly on their contempt of the fair sex. Thus they are trusted with the magistracy because they have no family, and permitted to marry because they are magistrates. Then it is that the sense which remains would fain supply that which they have lost, and the enterprize of despair becomes a kind of enjoyment. So in Milton, that spirit who has nothing left but desires, enraged at his degradation, would make use of his impotency itself. We see in the history of China a great number of laws to deprive eunuchs of all civil and military employments, but they always return to them again. It seems as if the eunuchs of the East were a necessary evil. End of chapter 18. End of book 15. Book 16, chapters 1 to 16 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 16. How the laws of domestic slavery bear a relation to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. Of domestic servitude. Slaves are established for the family, but they are not a part of it. Thus I distinguish their servitude from that which the women in some countries suffer, and which I shall properly call domestic servitude. Chapter 2. That in the countries of the south there is a natural inequality between the two sexes. Women in hot climates are marriageable at 8, 9, or 10 years of age. Thus, in those countries, infancy and marriage generally go together. They are old at 20. Their reason, therefore, never accompanies their beauty. When beauty demands the empire, the want of reason forbids the claim. When reason is obtained, beauty is no more. These women ought then to be in a state of dependence, for reason cannot procure in old age that empire which even youth and beauty cannot give. It is, therefore, extremely natural that in these places a man, when no law opposes it, should leave one wife to take another, and that polygamy should be introduced. In temperate climates, where the charms of women are best preserved, where they arrive later at maturity, and have children at a more advanced season of life, the old age of their husbands in some degree follows theirs. And as they have more reason and knowledge at the time of marriage, if it be only on account of their having continued longer in life, it must naturally introduce a kind of equality between the two sexes, and in consequence of this, the law of having only one wife. In cold countries, the almost necessary custom of drinking strong liquors establishes intemperance amongst men. Women, who in this respect have a natural restraint, because they are always on the defensive, have therefore the advantage of reason over them. Nature, which has distinguished men by their reason and bodily strength, has set no other bounds to their power than those of this strength and reason. It has given charms to women, and ordained that their ascendant over man shall end with these charms. But in hot countries these are found only at the beginning, and never in the progress of life. Thus the law which permits only one wife is physically conformable to the climate of Europe, and not to that of Asia. This is the reason why Mohammedanism was so easily established in Asia, and with such difficulty extended in Europe. Why Christianity is maintained in Europe, and has been destroyed in Asia, and, in fine, why the Mohammedans have made such progress in China, and the Christians so little. Human reasons, however, are subordinate to the supreme cause, who does whatever he pleases, and renders everything subservient to his will. Some particular reasons induced Valentinian to permit polygamy in the empire. That law, so improper for our climates, was abrogated by Theodosius, Arcadius, and Honorius. Chapter 3. That a plurality of wives greatly depends on the means of supporting them. Though in countries where polygamy is once established, the number of wives is principally determined by the opulence of the husband, yet it cannot be said that opulence established polygamy in those states, since poverty may produce the same effect as I shall prove when I come to speak of the savages. Polygamy in powerful nations is less a luxury in itself than the occasion of great luxury. In hot climates they have few wants, and it costs little to maintain a wife and children. They may, therefore, have a great number of wives. Chapter 4. That the law of polygamy is an affair that depends on calculation. According to the calculations made in several parts of Europe, there are here born more boys than girls. On the contrary, by the accounts we have of Asia, there are there born more girls than boys. The law which in Europe only allows one wife, and that in Asia which permits many, have, therefore, a certain relation to the climate. In the cold climates of Asia, there are born, as in Europe, more males than females, and hence, say the Lamas, is derived the reason of that law which amongst them permits a woman to have many husbands. But it is difficult for me to believe that there are many countries where the disproportion can be great enough for any exigency to justify the introducing either the law in favour of many wives, or of that of many husbands. This would only imply that a majority of women, or even a majority of men, is more conformable to nature in certain countries than in others. I confess that if what history tells us be true, that at Bantam there are 10 women to 1 man, this must be a case particularly favourable to polygamy. In all this I only give their reasons, but do not justify their customs. Chapter 5. The reason of a law of Malabar. In the tribe of the Nares, on the coast of Malabar, the men can have only 1 wife, while a woman, on the contrary, may have many husbands. The origin of this custom is not, I believe, difficult to discover. The Nares are the tribe of nobles, who are the soldiers of all those nations. In Europe, soldiers are forbidden to marry. In Malabar, where the climate requires greater indulgence, they are satisfied with rendering marriage as little burdensome to them as possible. They give 1 wife amongst many men, which consequently diminishes the attachment to a family and the cares of housekeeping, and leaves them in the free possession of a military spirit. Chapter 6. Of polygamy considered in itself. With regard to polygamy in general, independently of the circumstances which may render it tolerable, it is not of the least service to mankind, nor to either of the 2 sexes, whether it be that which abufes or that which is abused. Neither is it of service to the children, for one of its greatest inconveniencies is, that the father and mother cannot have the fame affection for their offspring. A father cannot love 20 children with the fame tenderness as a mother can love 2. It is much worse when a wife has many husbands, for then paternal love only is held by this opinion, that a father may believe, if he will, or that others may believe, that certain children belong to him. They say that the Emperor of Morocco has women of all colours, white, black, and tawny, in his seraglio, but the wretch has scarcely need of a single colour. Besides, the possession of so many wives does not always prevent their entertaining desires for those of others. It is with lust as with avarice, whose thirst increases by the acquisition of treasure. In the reign of Justinian, many philosophers, displeased with the constraint of Christianity, retired into Persia. What struck them the most, says Agathias, was that polygamy was permitted among men who did not even abstain from adultery. May I not say that a plurality of wives leads to that passion which nature disallows? For one deprivation always draws on another. I remember that in the revolution which happened at Constantinople, when Sultan Achmet was deposed, history says that the people, having plundered the Kia's house, found not a single woman. They tell us that at Algiers, in the greatest part of the Seraglios, they have none at all. CHAPTER VII. Of an equality of treatment in cafe of many wives. From the law which permitted a plurality of wives, followed that of an equal behaviour to each. Mahomet, who allowed of 4, would have every thing, as provisions, drefs, and conjugal duty, equally divided between them. This law is also in force in the Maldivian Isles, where they are at liberty to marry 3 wives. The law of Moses even declares, that if any one has married his son to a slave, and this son should afterwards espouse a free woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. They might give more to the new wife, but the first was not to have less than she had before. CHAPTER VIII. Of the separation of women from men. The prodigious number of wives possessed by thofe who live in rich and voluptuous countries is a confequence of the law of polygamy. Their feparation from men, and their clofe confinement, naturally follow from the greatness of this number. Domeftic order renders this neceffary. Thus an infolvent debtor feeks to conceal himfelf from the purfuit of his creditors. There are climates where the impulfes of nature have fuch force, that morality has almoft none. If a man be left with a woman, the temptation and the fall will be the fame thing, the attack certain, the refiftance none. In thefe countries, inftead of precepts, they have recourfe to bolts and bars. One of the Chinefe claffic authors confiders the man as a prodigy of virtue, who, finding a woman alone in a diftant apartment, can forbear making ufe of force. CHAPTER IX. Of the connection between domeftic and political government. In a republic, the condition of citizens is moderate, equal, mild, and agreeable. Every thing partakes of the benefit of public liberty. An empire over the women cannot amongft them be fo well exerted ; and where the climate demands this empire, it is moft agreeable to a monarchical government. This is one of the reafons why it has ever been difficult to eftablifh a popular government in the Eaft. On the contrary, the flavery of women is particularly conformant to the genius of a defpotic government, which delights in treating all with feverity. Thus at all times have we feen in Afia domeftic flavery and defpotic government walk hand in hand with an equal pace. In a government which requires, above all things, that a particular regard be paid to its tranquillity, and where the extreme fubordination calls for peace, it is abfolutely neceffary to fhut up the women ; for their intrigues would prove fatal to their husbands. A government which has not time to examine into the conduct of its fubjeds, views them with a fufpicious eye, only becaufe they appear and fuffer themfelves to be known. Let us only fuppofe that the levity of mind, the indifcretions, the taftes and caprices of our women, attended by their paflions of a higher and a lower kind, with all their active fire, and in that full liberty with which they appear amongft us, were conveyed into an Eaftern government, where would be the father of a family who could enjoy a moment's repofe? the men would be everywhere suspected, everywhere enemies. The state would be overturned, and the kingdom overflowed with rivers of blood. Chapter 10. The principle on which the morals of the East are founded. In the case of a multiplicity of wives, the more a family ceases to be united, the more ought the laws to reunite its detached parts in a common centre. And the greater the diversity of interests, the more necessary is it for the laws to bring them back to a common interest. This is more particularly done by confinement. The women should not only be separated from the men by the walls of the house, but they ought also to be separated in the same enclosure, in such a manner that each may have a distinct household in the same family. Hence, each derives all that relates to the practice of morality, modesty, chastity, reserve, silence, peace, dependence, respect, and love, and in short, a general direction of her thoughts to that which, in its own nature, is the thing of the greatest importance, a single and an entire attachment to her family. Women have naturally so many duties to fulfil, duties which are peculiarly theirs, that they cannot be sufficiently excluded from everything capable of inspiring other ideas, from everything that goes by the name of amusements, and from everything which we call business. We find the manners more pure in the several parts of the East, in proportion as the confinement of women is more strictly observed. In great kingdoms there are necessarily great lords. The greater their wealth, the more enlarged is their ability of keeping their wives in an exact confinement, and of preventing them from entering again into society. Hence it proceeds that in the empires of Turkey, Persia, of the Mogul, China, and Japan, the manners of their wives are admirable. But the case is not the same in India, where a multitude of islands and the situation of the land have divided the country into an infinite number of petty states, which from cause that we have not here room to mention, are rendered despotic. There are none there but wretches, some pillaging and others pillaged. Their grandees have very moderate fortunes, and those whom they call rich have only a bare subsistence. The confinement of their women cannot, therefore, be very strict, nor can they make use of any great precautions to keep them within due bounds. Hence it proceeds that the corruption of their manners is scarcely to be conceived. We may there see to what an extreme the vices of a climate indulged in full liberty will carry licentiousness. It is there that nature has a force, and modesty a weakness, which exceed all comprehension. At Patten, the wanton desires of the women are so outrageous, that the men are obliged to make use of a certain apparel to shelter them from their designs. According to Mr. Smith, things are not better conducted in the petty kingdoms of Guinea. In these countries, the two sexes lose even those laws which properly belong to each. Chapter 11. Of domestic slavery, independently of polygamy. It is not only a plurality of wives, which in certain places of the East requires their confinement, but also the climate itself. Those who consider the horrible crimes, the treachery, the dark villainies, the poisonings, the assassinations, which the liberty of women has occasioned at Goa, and in the Portuguese settlements in the Indies, where religion permits only one wife, and who compare them with the innocence and purity of manners of the women of Turkey, Persia, Hindustan, China, and Japan, will clearly see that it is frequently as necessary to separate them from the men, when they have but one, as when they have many. These are things which ought to be decided by the climate. What purpose would it answer to shut up women in our northern countries, where their manners are naturally good, where all their passions are calm, and where love rules over the heart with so regular and gentle an empire, that the least degree of prudence is sufficient to conduct it. It is a happiness to live in those climates which permit such freedoms of converse, where that sex which has most charms seems to embellish society, and where wives, reserving themselves for the pleasure of one, contribute to the amusement of all. Chapter 12. Of natural modesty. All nations are equally agreed in fixing contempt and ignominy on the incontinence of women. Nature has dictated this to all. She has established the attack, and she has established too the resistance, and having implanted desires in both, she has given to the one boldness, and to the other shame. To individuals she has granted a long succession of years to attend their preservation, but to continue the species she has granted only a moment. It is then far from being true that to be incontinent is to follow the laws of nature. On the contrary, it is a violation of these laws, which can be observed only by behaving with modesty and discretion. Besides, it is natural for intelligent beings to feel their imperfection. Nature has, therefore, fixed shame in our minds as shame of our imperfections. When, therefore, the physical power of certain climates violates the natural law of the two sexes, and that of intelligent beings, it belongs to the legislator to make civil laws with a view to opposing the nature of the climate, and re-establishing the primitive laws. Chapter 13. Of jealousy. With respect to nations, we ought to distinguish between the passion of jealousy and a jealousy arising from customs, manners, and laws. The one is a hot raging fever, the other cold, but sometimes terrible, may be joined with indifference and contempt. The one, an abuse of love, derives its source from love itself. The other depends only on manners, on the customs of a nation, on the laws of a country, and sometimes even on religion. It is generally the effect of the physical power of the climate, and, at the same time, the remedy of this physical power. Chapter 14. Of the Eastern manner of domestic government. Wives are changed so often in the East, that they cannot have the power of domestic government. This care is, therefore, committed to the eunuchs, whom they entrust with their keys and the management of their families. In Persia, says Sir John Chardin, married women are furnished with clothes as they want them, after the manner of children. Thus that care which seems so well to become them, that care which everywhere else is the first of their concern, does not at all regard them. Chapter 15. Of divorce and repudiation. There is this difference between a divorce and a repudiation, that the former is made by mutual consent, arising from mutual antipathy, while the latter is formed by the will, and for the advantage of one of the two parties, independently of the will and the advantage of the other. The necessity there is sometimes for women to repudiate, and the difficulty there always is in doing it, render that law very tyrannical, which gives this right to men, without granting it to women. A husband is the master of the house. He has 1,000 ways of confining his wife to her duty, or of bringing her back to it, so that in his hands it seems as if repudiation could be only a fresh abuse of power. But a wife who repudiates only makes use of a dreadful kind of remedy. It is always a great misfortune for her to go in search of a second husband, when she has lost the most part of her attractions with another. One of the advantages attending the charms of youth in the female sex is, that in an advanced age the husband is led to complacency and love by the remembrance of past pleasures. It is then a general rule, that in all countries where the laws have given to men the power of repudiating, they ought also to grant it to women. Nay, in climates where women live in domestic slavery, one would think that the law ought to favour women with the right of repudiation, and husbands only with that of divorce. When wives are confined in a seraglio, the husband ought not to repudiate on an account of an opposition of manners. It is the husband's fault if their manners are incompatible. Repudiation on account of the bareness of the women ought never to take place except when there is only one wife. When there are many, this is of no importance to the husband. A law of the Maldivians permitted them to take again a wife whom they had repudiated. A law of Mexico forbade their being reunited under pain of death. The law of Mexico was more rational than that of the Maldivians. At the time even of the dissolution, it attended to the perpetuity of marriage. Instead of this, the law of the Maldivians seemed equally to sport with marriage and repudiation. The law of Mexico admitted only of divorce. This was a particular reason for their not permitting those who were voluntarily separated to be ever reunited. Repudiation seems chiefly to proceed from a hastiness of temper, and from the dictates of passion, while divorce appears to be an affair of deliberation. Divorces are frequently of great political use, but as to the civil utility, they are established only for the advantage of the husband and wife, and are not always favourable to their children. Chapter 16. Of repudiation and divorce amongst the Romans. Romulus permitted a husband to repudiate his wife, if she had committed adultery, prepared poison, or procured false keys. He did not grant to women the right of repudiating their husbands. Plutarch calls this a law extremely severe. As the Athenian law gave the power of repudiation to the wife as well as to the husband, and as this right was obtained by the women amongst the primitive Romans, notwithstanding the law of Romulus, it is evident that this institution was one of those which the deputies of Rome brought from Athens, and which were inserted in the laws of the 12 Tables. Cicero says that the reasons of repudiation sprang from the law of the 12 Tables. We cannot then doubt but that this law increased the number of the reasons for repudiation established by Romulus. The power of divorce was also an appointment, or at least a consequence, of the law of the 12 Tables. For from that moment that the wife or the husband had separately the right of repudiation, there was a much stronger reason for their having the power of quitting each other by mutual consent. The law did not require that they should lay open the causes of divorce. In the nature of the thing, the reasons for repudiation should be given, while those for a divorce are unnecessary, because whatever causes the law may admit as sufficient to break a marriage, a mutual antipathy must be stronger than them all. The following fact, mentioned by Dionysius Halicarnassus, Valerius Maximus, and Aulus Gellius, does not appear to me to have the least degree of probability. Though they had at Rome, say they, the power of repudiating a wife, yet they had so much respect for the auspices, that nobody for the space of 520 years ever made use of this right, till Carvilius Ruger repudiated his because of sterility. We need only be sensible of the nature of the human mind, to perceive how very extraordinary it must be for a law to grant such right to the whole nation, and yet for nobody to make use of it. Coriolanus, setting out on his exile, advised his wife to marry a man more happy than himself. We have just been seeing that the law of the 12 Tables and the manners of the Romans greatly extended the law of Romulus. But to what purpose were those extensions, if they never made use of a power to repudiate? Besides, if the citizens had such a respect for the auspices that they would never repudiate, how came the legislators of Rome to have less than they? And how came the laws incessantly to corrupt their manners? All that is surprising in the fact in question will soon disappear, only by comparing two passages in Plutarch. The regal law permitted a husband to repudiate in the 3 cases already mentioned, and it enjoyed, says Plutarch, that he who repudiated it in any other case should be obliged to give the half of his subsistence to his wife, and that the other half should be consecrated to Ceres. They might then repudiate in all cases, if they were but willing to submit to the penalty. Nobody had done this before Caravilius Ruga, who, as Plutarch says in another place, put away his wife for her sterility 230 years after Romulus. That is, she was repudiated 71 years before the law of the 12 Tables, which extended both the power and causes of repudiation. The authors I have cited say that Caravilius Ruga loved his wife, but the censors made him take an oath to put her away because of her barrenness, to the end that he might give children to the republic, and that this rendered him odious to the people. We must know the genius and temper of the Romans before we can discover the true cause of the hatred they had conceived against Caravilius. He did not fall into disgrace with the people for repudiating his wife. This was an affair that did not at all concern them. But Caravilius had taken an oath to the censors, that by reason of the sterility of his wife, he would repudiate her to give children to the republic. This was a yoke which the people saw the censors were going to put upon them. I shall discover, in the prosecution of this work, the repugnance which they always felt to regulations of the like kind. But whence can such a contradiction between these authors arise? It is because Plutarch examined into a fact, and the others have recounted a prodigy. End of chapter 16. End of book 16 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 17, chapters 1 to 8 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 17. How the laws of political servitude bear a relation to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. Of political servitude. Political servitude does not less depend on the nature of the climate than that which is civil and domestic, and this we shall now demonstrate. Chapter 2. The difference between nations in point of courage. We have already observed that great heat enervates the strength and courage of men, and that in cold climates they have a certain vigour of body and mind, which renders them patient and intrepid, and qualifies them for arduous enterprizes. This remark holds good, not only between different nations, but even in the different parts of the same country. In the north of China, people are more courageous than those in the south, and those in the south of Korea have less bravery than those in the north. We ought not, then, to be astonished that the effeminacy of the people in hot climates has almost always rendered them slaves, and that the bravery of those in cold climates has enabled them to maintain their liberties. This is an effect which springs from a natural cause. This has also been found true in America. The despotic empires of Mexico and Peru were near the line, and all the little free nations were, and are still, near the poles. Chapter 3. Of the climate of Asia. The relations of travellers informs us that the vast continent of the north of Asia, which extends from 40 degrees or thereabouts to the pole, and from the frontiers of Muscovy even to the Eastern Ocean, is an extremely cold climate. That this immense tract of land is divided by a chain of mountains which run from west to east, leaving Siberia on the north and Great Tartary on the south. That the climate of Siberia is so cold that, excepting a few places, it is unsusceptible of cultivation. And that though the Russians have settlements all along the Irtis, they cultivate nothing. That this country produces only some little furs and shrubs. That the natives of the country are divided into wretched hordes or tribes, like those of Canada. That the reason of this cold proceeds, on the one hand, from the height of the land, and on the other, from the mountains, which in proportion as they run from south to north, are levelled in such a manner that the north wind everywhere blows without opposition. That this wind, which renders Nova Zembla uninhabitable, blowing in Siberia makes it a barren waste. That in Europe, on the contrary, the mountains of Norway and Lapland are admirable bulwarks, which cover the northern countries from the wind, so that at Stockholm, which is about 59 degrees latitude, the earth produces plants, fruits, and corn, and that about Abo, which is 61 degrees, and even to 63 and 64, there are mines of silver, and the land is fruitful enough. We see also in these relations that the Great Tartary, situated to the south of Siberia, is also exceedingly cold, that the country will not admit of cultivation, that nothing can be found but pasturage for flocks and herds, that trees will not grow there, but only brambles as in Iceland, that there are near China and India some countries where there grows a kind of millet, but that neither corn nor rice will ripen, that there is scarcely a place in Chinese Tartary at 43, 44, and 45 degrees, where it does not freeze 7 or 8 months in the year, so that it is cold as Iceland, though it might be imagined from its situation to be as hot as the south of France. That there are no cities, except 4 or 5 towards the Eastern Ocean, and some which the Chinese, for political reasons, have built near China. That in the rest of Great Tartary there are only a few situated in Bukhar, Turkestan, and Cathay. That the reason of this extreme cold proceeds from the nature of the nitrous earth, full of salt petre and sand, and more particularly from the height of the land. Father Verbeest found that a certain place 80 leagues north of the Great Wall, towards the source of Cavum Harun, exceeded the height of the sea near Pekin 3000 geometrical paces. That this height is the cause that though almost all the great rivers of Asia have their source in this country, there is, however, so great a want of water, that it can be inhabited only near the rivers and lakes. These facts being laid down, I reafon thus. Asia has properly no temperate zone, as the places fituated in a very cold climate immediately touch upon thofe which are exceedingly hot, that is, Turky, Persia, India, China, Korea, and Japan. In Europe, on the contrary, the temperate zone is very extenfive, though fituated in climates widely different from each other. There being no affinity between the climates of Spain and Italy, and thofe of Norway and Sweden. But as the climate grows infenfibly cold upon our advancing from fouth to north, nearly in proportion to the latitude of each country, it then follows that each refembles the country joining it, that there is no very extraordinary difference between them, and that, as I have juft faid, the temperate zone is very extenfive. Hence it comes that in Asia the ftrong nations are oppofed to the weak. The warlike, brave, and active people touch immediately upon thofe who are indolent, effeminate, and timorous. The one muft therefore conquer, and the other be conquered. In Europe, on the contrary, ftrong nations are oppofed to the ftrong, and thofe who join each other have nearly the fame courage. This is the grand reafon of the weaknefs of Asia, and of the ftrength of Europe, of the liberty of Europe, and of the flavery of Asia, a caufe that I do not recollect ever to have feen remarked. Hence it proceeds that liberty in Asia never increafes, whilft in Europe it is enlarged or diminifhed according to particular circumftances. The Ruffian nobility have indeed been reduced to flavery by the ambition of one of their princes, but they have always difcovered thofe marks of impatience and difcontent which are never to be feen in the fouthern climates. Have they not been able for a short time to eftablifh an ariftocratic government? Another of the northern kingdoms has loft its laws, but we may truft to the climate, that they are not loft in fuch a manner as never to be recovered. CHAP. IV. The Confequences refulting from this. What we have now faid is perfedtly conformable to hiftory. Asia has been fubdued 13 times, 11 by the northern nations, and twice by thofe of the fouth. In the early ages it was conquered 3 times by the Scythians. Afterwards it was fubdued once by the Medes, and once by the Perfians, again by the Greeks, the Arabs, the Moguls, the Turks, the Tartars, the Perfians, and the Afghans. I mention only the Upper Afia, and fay nothing of the invafions made in the reft of the fouth of that part of the world, which has moft frequently fuffered prodigious revolutions. In Europe, on the contrary, fince the eftablifhment of the Greek and Phoenician colonies, we know but of 4 great changes. The firft caufed by the conqueft of the Romans, the fecond by the inundation of barbarians, who deftroyed thofe very Romans, the third by the victories of Charlemagne, and the laft by the invafion of the Normans. And if this be rightly examined, we fhall find, even in thefe changes, a general ftrength diffufed through all the parts of Europe. We know the difficulty which the Romans met with in conquering Europe, and the eafe and facility with which they invaded Asia. We are fenfible of the difficulties the northern nations had to encounter in overturning the Roman empire, of the wars and labours of Charlemagne, and of the feveral enterprizes of the Normans. The destroyers were inceffantly destroyed. CHAP. V. That when the people in the north of Asia, and thofe of the north of Europe made conquefts, the effects of the conquefts were not the fame. The nations in the north of Europe conquered as freemen. The people in the north of Asia conquered as flaves, and fubdued others only to gratify the ambition of a mafter. The reafon is, that the people of Tartary, the natural conquerors of Asia, are themselves enslaved. They are incessantly making conquests in the south of Asia, where they form empires. But that part of the nation which continues in the country finds that it is subject to a great master, who, being despotic in the south, will likewise be so in the north, and exercising an arbitrary power over the vanquished subjects, pretends to the same over the conquerors. This is at present most conspicuous in that vast country called Chinese Tartary, which is governed by the emperor with a power almost as despotic as that of China itself, and which he every day extends by his conquests. We may likewise see in the history of China that the emperors sent Chinese colonies into Tartary. These Chinese have become Tartars and the mortal enemies of China. But this does not prevent their carrying into Tartary the spirit of the Chinese government. A part of the Tartars who were conquerors have very often been themselves expelled, when they have carried into their deserts that servile spirit which they had acquired in the climate of slavery. The history of China furnishes us with strong proofs of this assertion, as does also our ancient history. Hence it follows that the genius of the Getic or Tartarian nation has always resembled that of the empires of Asia. The people in these are governed by the cudgel, the inhabitants of Tartary by whips. The spirit of Europe has ever been contrary to these manners, and in all ages, what the people of Asia have called punishment, those of Europe have deemed the most outrageous abuse. The Tartars, who destroyed the Grecian empire, established in the conquered countries slavery and despotic power. The Goths, after subduing the Roman empire, founded monarchy and liberty. I do not know whether the famous Rudbeck, who in his Atlantica has bestowed such praises on Scandinavia, has made mention of that great prerogative which ought to set this people above all the nations upon earth, namely, this country's having been the source of the liberties of Europe, that is, of almost all the freedom which at present subsists among mankind. Jornades the Goth called the north of Europe the forge of the human race. I should rather call it the forge where thofe weapons were framed which broke the chains of southern nations. In the north were formed thofe valiant people who fallied forth and deferted their countries to destroy tyrants and flaves, and to teach men that nature having made them equal, reafon could not render them dependent, except where it was neceffary to their happinefs. CHAP. 6. A new phyfical caufe of the flavery of Asia, and of the liberty of Europe. In Asia they have always had great empires. In Europe thefe could never fubfift. Asia has larger plains. It is cut out into much more extenfive divifion by mountains and feas ; and as it lies more to the fouth, its fprings are more eafily dried up, the mountains are lefs covered with fnow, and the rivers being not fo large, form more contrafted barriers. Power in Asia ought then to be always defpotic ; for if their flavery was not fevere, they would make a divifion inconsiftent with the nature of the country. In Europe the natural divifion forms many nations of a moderate extent, in which the ruling by laws is not incompatible with the maintenance of the ftate. On the contrary, it is fo favourable to it, that without this the ftate would fall into decay, and become a prey to its neighbours. It is this which has formed a genius for liberty, that renders every part extremely difficult to be fubdued and fubjected to a foreign power, otherwife than by the laws and the advantage of commerce. On the contrary, there reigns in Asia a servile spirit, which they have never been able to shake off, and it is impossible to find in all of the histories of that country a single passage which discovers a freedom of spirit. We shall never see anything there but the excess of slavery. Chapter 7 of Africa and America. This is what I had to say of Asia and Europe. Africa is in a climate like that of the south of Asia, and is in the fame fervitude. America, being lately destroyed and repopulated by the nations of Europe and Africa, can now fcarcely difplay its genuine spirit. But what we know of its ancient history is very conformable to our principles. Chapter 8 of the Capital of the Empire. One of the consequences of what we have been mentioning is, that it is of the utmost importance to a great prince to make a proper choice of the seat of his empire. He who places it to the southward will be in danger of losing the north, but he who fixes it on the north may eafily preferve the south. I do not speak of particular cafes. In mechanics there are frictions by which the effects of the theory are frequently changed or retarded, and policy has also its frictions. End of chapter 8. End of book 17 of the Spirit of Laws. Book 18, chapters 1 to 31 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Giddens. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 18. Of Laws in the relation they bear to the nature of the soil. Chapter 1. How the nature of the soil has an influence on the laws. The goodness of the land in any country naturally eftablifhes subjection and dependence. The husbandmen who compofe the principal part of the people are not very jealous of their liberty. They are too busy and too intent on their own private affairs. A country which overflows with wealth is afraid of pillage, afraid of an army. Who is there that forms this goodly party? Said Cicero to Atticus. Are they the men of commerce and husbandry? Let us not imagine that thefe are averfe to monarchy. Thefe, to whom all governments are equal, as foon as they bestow tranquillity. Thus monarchy is more frequently found in fruitful countries, and a republican government in thofe which are not fo. And this is fometimes a fufficient compensation for the inconveniences they fuffer by the sterility of the land. The barrenness of the Attic soil eftablifhed there a democracy, and the fertility of that of the Lacedaemonia an ariftocratic conftitution. For in thofe times Greece was adverfe to the government of a fingle perfon, and ariftocracy bore the neareft refemblance to that government. Plutarch fays that the Selonian sedition having been appeased at Athens, the city fell into its ancient dissensions, and was divided into as many parties as there were kinds of land in Attica. The men who inhabited the eminences would by all means have a popular government. Thofe of the flat, open country demanded a government compofed of the chiefs, and they who were near the sea desired a mixture of both. Chapter 2. The fame subject continued. Thefe fertile provinces are always of a level furface, where the inhabitants are unable to difpute againft a ftronger power. They are then obliged to submit. And when they have once submitted, the spirit of liberty cannot return. The wealth of the country is a pledge of their fidelity. But in mountainous districts, as they have but little, they may preserve what they have. The liberty they enjoy, or, in other words, the government they are under, is the only blessing worthy of their defence. It reigns, therefore, more in mountainous and rugged countries than in those which nature seems to have most favoured. The mountaineers preserve a more moderate government, because they are not so liable to be conquered. They defend themselves easily, and are attacked with difficulty. Ammunition and provisions are collected and carried against them with great expense, for the country furnishes none. It is, then, a more arduous, a more dangerous enterprise to make war against them, and all the laws that can be enacted for the safety of the people are there of least use. Chapter 3. What countries are best cultivated. Countries are not cultivated in proportion to their fertility, but to their liberty. And if we make an imaginary division of the earth, we shall be astonished to see in most ages deserts in the most fruitful parts, and great nations in those where nature seems to refuse everything. It is natural for a people to leave a bad soil to seek a better, and not to leave a good soil to go in search of worse. Most invasions have, therefore, been made in countries which nature seems to have formed for happiness, and as nothing is more nearly allied than desolation and invasion, the best provinces are most frequently depopulated, while the frightful countries of the north continue always inhabited from their being almost uninhabitable. We find by what historians tell us of the passage of the people of Scandinavia along the banks of the Danube, that this was not a conquest, but only a migration into desert countries. These happy climates must, therefore, have been depopulated by other migrations, though we know not the tragic scenes that happened. It appears by many monuments of antiquity, says Aristotle, that the Sardinians were a Grecian colony. They were formerly very rich, and Aristeus, so famed for his love of agriculture, was their lawgiver. But they have since fallen to decay, for the Carthaginians, becoming their masters, destroyed everything proper for the nourishment of man, and forbade the cultivation of the lands on pain of death. Sardinia was not recovered in the time of Aristotle, nor is it to this day. The most temperate parts of Persia, Turkey, Muscovy, and Poland have not been able to recover perfectly from the devastations of the Tartars. Chapter 4. New effects of the fertility and barrenness of countries. The barrenness of the earth renders men industrious, sober, inured to hardship, courageous, and fit for war. They are obliged to procure by labour what the earth refuses to bestow spontaneously. The fertility of a country gives ease, effeminacy, and a certain fondness for the preservation of life. It has been remarked that the German troops raised in those places where the peasants are rich, as, for instance, in Saxony, are not so good as the others. Military laws may provide against this inconvenience by a more severe discipline. Chapter 5. Of the inhabitants of islands. The inhabitants of islands have a higher relish for liberty than those of the continent. Islands are commonly of small extent. One part of the people cannot be so easily employed to impress the other. The sea separates them from great empires. Tyranny cannot so well support itself within a small compass. Conquerors are stopped by the sea, and the islanders, being without the reach of their arms, more easily preserve their own laws. CHAPTER VI. Of Countries raised by the Industry of Man. Those countries which the industry of man has rendered habitable, and which stand in need of the same industry to provide for their subsistence, require a mild and moderate government. There are principally three of this species: the two fine provinces of Qiannan and Sikiang in China, Egypt and Holland. The ancient emperors of China were not conquerors. The first thing they did to aggrandize themselves was what gave the highest proof of their wisdom. They raised from beneath the waters two of the finest provinces of the empire. These owe their existence to the labour of man. And it is the inexpressible fertility of these two provinces which has given Europe such ideas of the felicity of that vast country. But a continual and necessary care to preserve from destruction so considerable a part of the empire demanded rather the manners of a wise than of a voluptuous nation, rather the lawful authority of a monarch than the tyrannic sway of a despotic prince. Power was, therefore, necessarily moderated in that country, as it was formerly in Egypt, and as it is now in Holland, which nature has made to attend to herself, and not to be abandoned to negligence or caprice. Thus, in spite of the climate of China, where they are naturally led to a servile obedience, in spite of the apprehensions which follow too great an extent of empire, the first legislators of this country were obliged to make excellent laws, and the government was frequently obliged to follow them. CHAPTER VII. Of Human Industry. Mankind, by their industry, and by the influence of good laws, have rendered the earth more proper for their abode. We see rivers flow where there have been lakes and marshes. This is a benefit which nature has not bestowed, but it is a benefit maintained and supplied by nature. When the Persians were masters of Asia, they permitted those who conveyed a spring to any place which had not been watered before, to enjoy the benefit for 5 generations. And as a number of rivulets flow from Mount Taurus, they spared no expense in directing the course of their streams. At this day, without knowing how they came thither, they are found in the fields and gardens. Thus, as destructive nations produce evils more durable than themselves, the actions of an industrious people are the source of blessings which last when they are no more. CHAPTER VIII. The general relation of laws. The laws have a very great relation to the manner in which the several nations procure their subsistence. There should be a code of laws of a much larger extent for a nation attached to trade and navigation than for people who are content with cultivating the earth. There should be a much greater for the latter than for those who subsist by their flocks and herds. There must be a still greater for these than for such as live by hunting. CHAPTER IX. Of the soil of America. The caufe of there being fuch a number of favage nations in America is the fertility of the earth, which fpontaneoufly produces many fruits capable of affording them nourifhment. If the women cultivate a fpot of land round their cottages, the maize grows up prefently, and hunting and fifhing put the men in a ftate of complete abundance. Befides, black cattle, as cows, buffaloes, &c. thrive there better than carnivorous beafts. The latter have always reigned in Africa. We should not, I believe, have all thefe advantages in Europe, if the land was left uncultivated. It would fcarcely produce any thing befides forefts of oaks and other barren trees. CHAPTER X. of population in the relation it bears to the manner of procuring subsistence. Let us see in what proportion countries are peopled where the inhabitants do not cultivate the earth. As the produce of uncultivated land is to that of land improved by culture, so the number of savages in one country is to that of husbandmen in another. And when the people who cultivate the land cultivate also the arts, this is also in such proportions as would require a minute detail. They can scarcely form a great nation. If they are herdsmen and shepherds, they have need of an extensive country to furnish subsistence for a small number. If they live by hunting, their numbers must be still less, and in order to find the means of life, they must constitute a very small nation. Their country commonly abounds with forefts, which, as the inhabitants have not the art of draining off the waters, are filled with bogs. Here each troop canton themselves, and form a petty nation. Chapter 11. Of savage and barbarous nations. There is this difference between savage and barbarous nations. The former are dispersed clans, which for some particular reason cannot be joined in a body, and the latter are commonly small nations, capable of being united. The savages are generally hunters, the barbarians are herdsmen and shepherds. This appears plain in the north of Asia. The people of Siberia cannot live in bodies, because they are unable to find subsistence. The Tartars may live in bodies for some time, because their herds and flocks may for a time be reassembled. All the clans may then be reunited, and this is effected when one chief has subdued many others, after which they may do two things, either separate, or set out with a design to make a great conquest in some southern empire. Chapter 12. Of the law of nations amongst people who do not cultivate the earth. As these people do not live in circumscribed territories, many causes of strife arise between them. They quarrel about waste land, as we about inheritances. Thus they find frequent occasions for war, in disputes in relation either to their hunting, their fishing, the pasture for their cattle, or the violent seizing of their slaves. And as they are not possessed of landed property, they have many things to regulate by the law of nations, and but few to decide by the civil law. Chapter 13. Of the civil laws of those nations who do not cultivate the earth. The division of lands is what principally increases the civil code. Amongst nations where they have not made this division, there are very few civil laws. The institutions of these people may be called manners rather than laws. Amongst such nations as these, the old men who remember things past have great authority. They cannot there be distinguished by wealth, but by wisdom and valour. These people wander and disperse themselves in pasture grounds or in forefts. Marriage cannot there have the security which it has amongst us, where it is fixed by the habitation, and where the wife continues in one house. They may then more easily change their wives, possess many, and sometimes mix indifferently, like brutes. Nations of herdsmen and shepherds cannot leave their cattle, which are their subsistence, neither can they separate themselves from their wives, who look after them. All this ought then to go together, especially as, living generally in a flat open country, where there are few places of considerable strength, their wives, their children, their flocks may become the prey of their enemies. The laws regulate the division of plunder, and give, like our Salic laws, a particular attention to theft. Chapter 14. Of the political state of the people who do not cultivate the land. These people enjoy great liberty, For as they do not cultivate the earth, they are not fixed. They are wanderers and vagabonds, and if a chief should deprive them of their liberty, they would immediately go and seek it under another, or retire into the woods, and there live with their families. The liberty of the man is so great among these people, that it necessarily draws after it that of the citizen. Chapter 15. Of people who know the use of money. Aristippus, being cast away, swam and got safely to the next shore, where, beholding geometrical figures traced in the sand, he was seized with a transport of joy, judging that he was amongst Greeks, and not in a nation of barbarians. Should you ever happen to be cast by some adventure amongst an unknown people, upon seeing a piece of money, you may be assured that you have arrived in a civilized country. The culture of lands requires the use of money. This culture supposes many inventions and many degrees of knowledge, and we always see ingenuity, the arts, and a sense of want making their progress with an equal pace. All this conduces to the establishment of a sign of value. Torrents and eruptions have led to the discovery that metals are contained in the bowels of the earth. When once they have been separated, they have easily been applied to their proper use. Chapter 16. Of civil laws amongst people who know not the use of money. When a people have not the use of money, they are seldom acquainted with any other injustice than that which arises from violence, and the weak, by uniting, defend themselves from its effects. They have nothing there but political regulations, but where money is established, they are subject to the injustice which proceeds from craft, and an injustice that may be exercised in 1,000 ways. Hence they are forced to have good civil laws, which spring up with the new practices of iniquity. In countries where they have no specie, the robber takes only bare movables, which have no mutual resemblance. But where they make use of money, the robber takes the signs, and these always resemble each other. In the former, nothing can be concealed, because the robber takes along with him the proofs of his conviction. But in the latter, it is quite the contrary. Chapter 17. Of political laws amongst nations who have not the use of money. The greatest security of the liberties of a people who do not cultivate the earth is their not knowing the use of money. What is gained by hunting, fishing, or keeping herds of cattle, cannot be assembled in such great quantity, nor be sufficiently preserved for one man to find himself in a condition to corrupt many others. But when, instead of this, a man has a sign of riches, he may obtain a large quantity of these signs, and distribute them as he pleases. The people who have no money have but few wants, and these are supplied with ease and in an equal manner. Equality is then unavoidable, and hence it proceeds that their chiefs are not despotic. If what travellers tell us be true, the constitution of a nation of Louisiana, called the Natchez, is an exception to this. Their chief disposes of the goods of all his subjects, and obliges them to work and toil according to his pleasure. He has a power like that of a grand seigneur, and they cannot even refuse him their heads. When the presumptive heir enters the world, they devote all the suckling children to his service during his life. One would imagine that this is the great Sesostris. He is treated in his cottage with as much ceremony as an emperor of Japan or China. Chapter 18. of the power of superstition. The prejudices of superstition are superior to all others, and have the strongest influence on the human mind. Thus the savage nations have naturally no knowledge of despotic tyranny, still they feel the weight of it. They adore the sun, and if their chief had not imagined that he was the brother of this glorious luminary, they would have thought him a wretch like themselves. Chapter 19. Of the liberty of the Arabs and the servitude of the Tartars. The Arabs and Tartars are nations of herdsmen and shepherds. The Arabs find themselves in that situation of which we have been speaking, and are therefore free, whilst the Tartars, the most singular people on earth, are involved in a political slavery. I have already given reasons for this, and shall now assign some others. They have no towns, no forest, and but few marshes. Their rivers are generally frozen, and they dwell in a level country of an immense extent. They have pastures for their herds and flocks, and consequently property. But they have no kind of retreat or place of safety. A Khan is no sooner overcome than they cut off his head. His children are treated in the same manner, and all his subjects belong to the conqueror. These are not condemned to a civil slavery, for in that case they would be a burden to a simple people, who have no lands to cultivate, and no need of any domestic service. They therefore add to the bulk of the nation. But instead of civil servitude, a political slavery must naturally be introduced amongst them. It is apparent that in a country where the several clans make continual war, and are perpetually conquering each other, in a country where, by the death of the chief, the body politic of the vanquished clan is always destroyed, the nation in general can enjoy but little freedom, for there is not a single party that must not have been often subdued. A conquered people may preserve some degree of liberty when, by the strength of their situation, they are in a state that will admit of capitulating after their defeat. But the Tartars, always defenceless, being once overcome, can never be able to obtain conditions. I have said in chapter 2, that the inhabitants of cultivated plains are seldom free. Circumstances have occurred to put the Tartars, who dwell in uncultivated plains, in the same situation. Chapter 20. Of the law of nations as practised by the Tartars. The Tartars appear to be mild and humane amongst themselves, and yet they are most cruel conquerors. When they take cities, they put the inhabitants to the sword, and imagine that they act humanely if they only sell the people or distribute them amongst their soldiers. They have destroyed Asia, from India even to the Mediterranean, and all the country which forms the east of Persia they have rendered a desert. The law of nations is owing, I think, to the following cause. These people having no towns, all their wars are carried on with eagerness and impetuosity. They fight whenever they hope to conquer, and when they have no such hope, they join the stronger army. With such customs, it is contrary to the law of nations, that a city incapable of repelling their attack should stop their progress. They regard not cities as association of inhabitants, but as places made to bid defiance to their power. They besiege them without military skill, and expose themselves greatly in the attack, and therefore revenge themselves on all those who have spilled their blood. Chapter 21. The civil law of the Tartars. Father du Halde says, that amongst the Tartars, the youngest of the males is always the heir, by reason that as soon as the elder brothers are capable of leading a pastoral life, they leave the house with a certain number of cattle given them by their father, and build a new habitation. The last of the males, who continues at home with the father, is then his natural heir. I have heard that a like custom was also observed in some small districts of England, and we find it still in Brittany, in the Duchy of Rohan, where it obtains with regard to ignoble tenures. This is doubtless a pastoral law conveyed thither by some of the people of Britain, or established by some German nation. By Caesar and Tacitus we are informed that the latter cultivated but little land. Chapter 22. Of a civil law of the German nations. I shall here explain how that particular passage of the Salic law, which is commonly distinguished by the term the Salic law, relates to the institutions of a people who do not cultivate the earth, or at least who cultivate it but very little. The Salic law ordains that when a man has left children behind him, the males shall succeed to the Salic land in preference to the females. To understand the nature of those Salic lands, there needs no more than to search into the usages or customs of the Franks with regard to lands before they left Germany. Mr. Eckhard has very plainly proved that the word Salic is derived from Sala, which signifies a house, and therefore that the Salic land was the land belonging to the house. I shall proceed further, and examine into the nature of the house, and of the land belonging to the house among the Germans. They dwell not in towns, says Tacitus, nor can they bear to have their habitations contiguous to those of others. Every one leaves a space or small piece of ground about his house, which is enclosed. Tacitus is very exact in this account, for many laws of the barbarian codes have different decrees against those who threw down this enclosure, as well as against such as broke into the house. We learn from Tacitus and Caesar that the lands cultivated by the Germans were given them only for the space of a year, after which they again became public. They had no other patrimony but the house, and a piece of land within the enclosure that surrounded it. It was this particular patrimony which belonged to the males, and indeed, how could it belong to the daughters? They were to pass into another habitation. The Salic land was then within that enclosure which belonged to a German house. This was the only property they had. The Franks, after their conquests, acquired new possessions, and continued to call them Salic lands. When the Franks lived in Germany, their wealth consisted of slaves, flocks, horses, arms, etc. The habitation and the small portion of land adjoining it were naturally given to the male children who were to dwell there. But afterwards, when the Franks had by conquest acquired large tracts of land, they thought it hard that the daughters and the children should be incapable of enjoying any part of them. Hence it was that they introduced a custom of permitting the father to settle the estate after his death upon his daughter and her children. They silenced the law, and it appears that these settlements were frequent, since they were entered in the formularies. Amongst these formularies I find one of a singular nature. A grandfather ordained by will that his grandchildren should share his inheritance with his sons and daughters. What then became of the Salic law? In those times either it would not be observed, or the continual use of nominating the daughters to inheritance had made them consider their ability to succeed as a case authorized by custom. The Salic law had not in view a preference of one sex to the other, much less had it a regard to the perpetuity of a family, a name, or the transmission of land. These things did not enter into the heads of the Germans. It was purely an economical law, which made the house and the land dependent thereon to the males who should dwell in it, and to whom it consequently was of most service. We need here only transcribe the title of the allodial lands of the Salic law, that famous text of which so many have talked, and which so few have read. 1. If a man dies without issue, his father or mother shall succeed him. 2. If he has neither father nor mother, his brother or sister shall succeed him. 3. If he has neither brother nor sister, the sister of his mother shall succeed him. 4. If his mother has no sister, the sister of his father shall succeed him. 5. If his father has no sister, the nearest relative by the male side shall succeed. 6. Not any part of the Salic land shall pass to the females, but it shall belong to the males, that is, the male children shall succeed their father. It is plain that the first 5 articles relate to the inheritance of a man who dies without issue, and the 6th to the succession of him who has children. When a man dies without children, the law ordains that neither of the 2 sexes shall have the preference to the other, except in certain cases. In the first 2 degrees of succession, the advantages of the males and females were the same. In the 3rd and 4th, the females had the preference, and the males in the 5th. Tacitus points out the source of these extravagances. The sisters' children, says he, are as dear to their uncle as to their own father. There are men who regard this degree of kindred as more strict, and even more holy. They prefer it when they receive hostages. Hence it proceeds that our earliest historians speak in such strong terms of the love of the kings of the Franks for their sisters and their sisters' children. And indeed, if the children of the sister were considered in her brother's house as his own children, it was natural for these to regard their aunt as their mother. The sister of the mother was preferred to the father's sister. This is explained by other texts of the Salic law. When a woman becomes a widow, she fell under the guardianship of her husband's relatives. The law preferred to this guardianship the relatives by the females before those by the males. Indeed, a woman who entered into a family, joining herself with those of her own sex, became more united to her relatives by the female than by the male. Moreover, when a man killed another, and had not wherewithal to pay the pecuniary penalty, the law permitted him to deliver up his substance, and his relatives were to supply the deficiency. After the father, mother, and brother, the sister of the mother was to pay, as if this tie had something in it most tender. Now the degree of kindred which imposes the burdens ought also to confer the advantages. The Salic law enjoins that after the father's sister, the succession should be held by the nearest relative male. But if this relative was beyond the 5th degree, he should not inherit. Thus a female of the 5th degree might inherit to the prejudice of a male of the 6th. And this may be seen in the law of the Riparian Franks, a faithful interpreter of the Salic law, under the title of allodial lands, where it closely adheres to the Salic law on the same subject. If the father left issue, the Salic law would have the daughters excluded from the inheritance of the Salic land, and determined that it should belong to the male children. It would be easy for me to prove that the Salic law did not absolutely exclude the daughters from the possession of the Salic land, but only in the case where they were debarred by their brothers. 1. This appears from the letter of the Salic law, which, after having said that the women shall possess none of the Salic land, but only the males, interprets and restrains itself by adding, that is, the son shall succeed to the inheritance of the father. 2. The text of the Salic law is cleared up by the law of the Ripuarian Franks, which has also a title on allodial lands very conformable to that of the Salic law. 3. The laws of these barbarous nations, who all sprang from Germany, interpret each other, more particularly as they all have nearly the same spirit. The Saxon law enjoined the father and mother to leave their inheritance to their son, and not to their daughter. But if there were none but daughters, they were to have the whole inheritance. 4. We have two ancient formularies that state that the case in which, according to the Salic law, the daughters were excluded by the males, that is, when they stood in competition with their brother. 5. Another formulary proves that the daughter succeeded to the prejudice of the grandson. She was, therefore, excluded only by the son. 6. If daughters had been generally debarred by the Salic law from the inheritance of land, it would be impossible to explain the histories, formularies, and charters, which are continually mentioning the lands and possessions of the female under the first race. People have been wrong in asserting that the Salic lands were fiefs. 1. This head is distinguished by the title of allodial lands. 2. Fiefs at first were not hereditary. 3. If the Salic lands had been fiefs, how could Marculfus treat that custom as impious, which excluded the women from inheriting, when the males themselves did not succeed to fiefs? 4. The charters which have been cited to prove that the Salic lands were fiefs only show that they were freeholds. 5. Fiefs were not established till after the conquest, and the Salic customs existed long before the Franks left Germany. 6. It was not the Salic law that formed the establishment of fiefs, by setting bounds to the succession of females, but it was the establishment of fiefs that prescribed limits to the succession of females and to the regulations of the Salic law. After what has been said, one would not imagine that the perpetual succession of males to the crown of France should have taken its rise from the Salic law. And yet this is a point indubitably certain. I prove it from the several codes of the barbarous nations. The Salic law and the law of the Burgundians debarred the daughters from the right of succeeding to the land in conjunction with their brothers. Neither did they succeed to the crown. The law of the Visigoths, on the contrary, permitted the daughters to inherit the land with the brothers, and the women were capable of inheriting the crown. Amongst these people, the regulations of the civil law had an effect on the political. This was not the only case in which the political law of the Franks gave way to the civil. By the Salic law, all the brothers succeeded equally to the land, and this was also decreed by a law of the Burgundians. Thus, in the kingdom of the Franks, and in that of the Burgundians, all the brothers succeeded to the crown, if we except a few murders and usurpations which took place among the Burgundians. Chapter 23. Of the regal ornaments among the Franks. A people who do not cultivate the land have no idea of luxury. We may see in Tacitus the admirable simplicity of the German nations. They had no artificial elegances of dress. Their ornaments were derived from nature. If the family of their chief was to be distinguished by any sign, it was no other than that which nature bestowed. The kings of the Franks, of the Burgundians, and the Visigoths wore their long hair for a diadem. Chapter 24. Of the marriages of the kings of the Franks. I have already mentioned that with people who do not cultivate the earth, marriages are less fixed than with others, and that they generally take many wives. Of all the barbarous nations, the Germans were almost the only people who were satisfied with one wife, if we except, says Tacitus, some persons who, not from a dissoluteness of manners, but because of their nobility, had many. This explains the reason why the kings of the first race had so great a number of wives. These marriages were less a proof of incontinence than a consequence of dignity, and it would have wounded them in a tender point to have deprived them of such a prerogative. This also explains the reasons why the examples of the kings was not followed by the subjects. Chapter 25. Childeric. The laws of matrimony against the Germans, says Tacitus, are strictly observed. Vice is not there a subject of ridicule. To corrupt, or be corrupted, is not called fashion, or the custom of the age. There are few examples in this populous nation of the violation of conjugal faith. This was the reason of the expulsion of Childeric. He shocked their rigid virtue, which conquest had not had time to corrupt. Chapter 26. Of the time when the kings of the Franks became of age. Barbarians who do not cultivate the earth have, strictly speaking, no jurisdiction, and are, as we have already remembered, rather governed by the law of nations than by civil institutions. They are, therefore, always armed. Thus Tacitus tells us that the Germans undertook no affairs, either of a public or private nature, unarmed. They gave their vote by the sound of their arms. As soon as they could carry them, they were presented to the assembly. They put a javelin into their hands, and from that moment they were out of their minority. They had been a part of the family, now they became a part of the republic. The eagles, said the king of the Ostrogoths, cease to feed their young once as soon as their wings and talons are formed. The latter have no need of assistance when they are able themselves to seize their prey. It would be a disgrace if the young people in our armies were thought to be of an age unfit for managing their estates or regulating the conduct of their lives. It is virtue that constitutes full age among the Goths. Childebert too was 15 years old when Gontram, his uncle, declared that he was of age and capable of governing by himself. We find in the Ripuarian laws that the age of 15, the ability of bearing arms and majority, went together. It is there said, that if a Ripuarian dies, or is killed, and leaves a son behind him, that son can neither prosecute nor be prosecuted till he has completely attained the age of 15. And then he may either answer for himself or choose a champion. It was necessary that his mind should be sufficiently formed to be able to defend himself in court, and that his body should have all the strength that was proper for his defence in single combat. Amongst the Burgundians, who also made use of this combat in their judiciary proceedings, they were of age at 15. Agathias tells us that the arms of the Franks were light. They might, therefore, be of age at 15. In succeeding times, the arms they made use of were heavy, and they were already greatly so in the time of Charlemagne, as appears by our capitularies and romances. Those who had fiefs, and were consequently obliged to do military service, were not then of age till they were 21 years old. Chapter 27. The same subject continued. We have seen that the Germans did not appear in their assemblies before they were of age. They were a part of the family, but not of the republic. This was the reason that the children of Clodomir, king of Orleans and conqueror of Burgundy, were not proclaimed kings, because they were at too tender an age to be present at the assembly. They were not yet kings, but they had a right to the regal dignity as soon as they were able to bear arms, and in the mean time Clotilda, their grandmother, governed the state. But their uncles Clotaire and Childebert assassinated them, and divided their kingdom. This was the cause that in the following ages princes in their minority were proclaimed kings immediately after the death of their fathers. Thus Duke Gondovald saved Childebert too from the cruelty of Chilperic, and caused him to be proclaimed king when he was only 5 years old. But even in this change they followed the original spirit of the nation, for the public acts did not pass in the name of the young monarch. So that the Franks had a double administration, the one which concerned the person of the infant king, and the other which regarded the kingdom. And in the fiefs there was a difference between the guardianship and the civil administration. Chapter 28. Of adoption among the Germans. As the Germans became of age by the wielding of arms, so they were adopted by the same sign. This Gontram, willing to declare his nephew Childebert of age, and to adopt him for his son, made ufe of thefe words: I have put this javelin into thy hands, as a token that I have given thee all my kingdom. Then turning towards the assembly, he added, You see that my son Childebert is grown a man. Obey him. Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, intending to adopt the king of the Heruli, wrote to him thus: It is a noble cuftom of ours to be adopted by arms, for men of courage alone deferve to be our children. Such is the efficacy of this aft, that whoever is the object of it had rather die than fubmit to any thing ignominious. Therefore, in compliance with the national ufage, and becaufe you are a man of courage, we adopt you for our fon by thefe bucklers, thefe fwords, thefe horfes, which we fend you as a prefent. Chapter 29. Of the sanguinary temper of the kings of the Franks. Clovis was not the only prince amongft the Franks who had invaded Gaul. Many of his relatives had penetrated into this country with particular tribes. But as he had met with much greater fuccefs, and could grant confiderable fettlements to fuch as followed him, the Franks flocked to him from all parts, fo that the other chiefs found themfelves too weak to refift him. He formed a defign of exterminating his whole houfe, and he fucceeded. He feared, fays Gregory of Tours, left the Franks fhould chufe another chief. His children and fucceffors followed this practice to the utmoft of their power. Thus the brother, the uncle, the nephew, and, what is ftill worfe, the father or fon, were perpetually confpiring againft their whole family. The law continually divided the monarchy, while fear, ambition, and cruelty wanted to reunite it. Chapter 30. Of the national Aflemblies of the Franks. It has been remarked above, that nations who do not cultivate the land enjoy great liberty. This was the cafe of the Germans. Tacitus fays that they gave their kings or chiefs a very moderate degree of power, and Caesar adds further, that in times of peace they had no common magistrates, but their princes administered justice in each village. Thus, as Gregory of Tours sufficiently proves, the Franks in Germany had no king. The princes, says Tacitus, deliberate on matters of no great concern, while affairs of importance are submitted to the whole nation, but in such a manner that these very affairs which are under the cognizance of the people are at the same time laid before the princes. This custom was observed by them after their conquests, as may be seen in all their records. Tacitus says that capital crimes might be carried before the assembly. It was the same after the conquest, when the great vassals were tried before that body. Chapter 31. Of the authority of the clergy under the first race. The priests of barbarous nations are commonly invested with power, because they have both that authority which is due to them from their religious character, and that influence which amongst such a people is the offspring of superstition. Thus we see in Tacitus that priests were held in great veneration by the Germans, and that they presided in the assemblies of the people. They alone were permitted to chastise, to bind, to smite, which they did, not by order of the prince, or as his ministers of justice, but as by an inspiration of that deity ever supposed to be present with those who made war. We ought not, therefore, to be astonished, when, from the very beginning of the first race, we meet with bishops, the dispensers of justice, when we see them appear in the assemblies of the nation, when they have such a prodigious influence on the minds of sovereigns, and when they acquire so large a share of property. End of chapter 31. End of book 18 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 19, chapters 1 to 27 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Giddens. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 19. Of laws in relation to the principles which form the general spirit, the morals and customs of a nation. Chapter 1. Of the subject of this book. This subject is very extensive. In that crowd of ideas which presents itself to my mind, I shall be more attentive to the order of things than to the things themselves. I shall be obliged to wander to the right and to the left, that I may investigate and discover the truth. Chapter 2. That it is necessary people's minds should be prepared for the reception of the best laws. Nothing could appear more insupportable to the Germans than the tribunal of Varus. That which Justinian erected amongst the Lazi to proceed against the murderers of their king appeared to them as an affair most horrid and barbarous. Mithridates, haranguing against the Romans, reproached them more particularly for their law proceedings. The Parthians could not bear with one of their kings, who, having been educated at Rome, rendered himself affable and easy of access to all. Liberty itself has appeared intolerable to those nations who have not been accustomed to enjoying it. Thus, pure air is sometimes disagreeable to such as have lived in a fenny country. Balbi, a Venetian, being at Pegu, was introduced to the king. When the monarch was informed that "they have no king at Venice," he burst into such a fit of laughter that he was seized with a cough, and with difficulty could speak to his courtiers. What legislator could propose a popular government to a people like this? Chapter 3. Of Tyranny. There are two sorts of tyranny. One real, which arises from oppression. The other is seated in opinion, and is sure to be left whenever those who govern establish things shocking to the existing ideas of a nation. Dio tells us that Augustus was desirous of being called Romulus, but having been informed that the people feared that he would cause himself to be crowned king, he changed his design. The old Romans were averse to a king, because they could not suffer any man to enjoy such power. These would not have a king, because they could not bear his manners. For though Caesar, the triumvirs, and Augustus were really invested with regal power, they had preserved all the outward appearance of equality, while their private lives were a kind of contrast to the pomp and luxury of foreign monarchs. So that when the Romans were resolved to have no king, this only signified that they would preserve their customs, and not imitate those of the African and Eastern nations. The same writer informs us that the Romans were exasperated against Augustus for making certain laws which were too severe. But as soon as he had recalled Pallades, the comedian, whom the jarring of different fractions had driven out of the city, the discontent ceased. A people of this stamp have a more lively sense of tyranny when a player is banished, than when they are deprived of their laws. Chapter 4. Of the general spirit of mankind. Mankind are influenced by various causes, by the climate, by the religion, by the laws, by the maxims of government, by precedents, morals, and customs, whence is formed a general spirit of nations. In proportion as, in every country, any one of these causes acts with more force, the others in the same degree are weakened. Nature and the climate rule almost alone over the savages. Customs govern the Chinese. The laws tyrannize in Japan. Morals had formerly all their influence at Sparta. Maxims of government and the ancient simplicity of manners once prevailed at Rome. Chapter 5. How far we should be attentive lest the general spirit of a nation be changed. Should there happen to be a country whose inhabitants were of a social temper, open-hearted, cheerful, endowed with taste and a facility in communicating their thoughts, who were sprightly and agreeable, sometimes imprudent, often indiscreet, and besides had courage, generosity, frankness, and a certain notion of honour, no one ought to endeavour to restrain their manners by laws, unless he would lay a constraint on their virtues. If in general the character be good, the little foibles that may be found in it are of small importance. They might lay a restraint upon women, enact laws to reform their manners and to reduce their luxury. But who knows but that by these means they might lose that peculiar taste which would be the source of the wealth of the nation, and that politeness which would render the country frequented by strangers. It is the business of the legislature to follow the spirit of the nation, when it is not contrary to the principles of government. For we do nothing so well as when we act with freedom, and follow the bent of our own natural genius. If an air of pedantry be given to a nation that is naturally gay, the state will gain no advantage from it, either at home or abroad. Leave it to do frivolous things in the most serious manner, and with gaiety the things most serious. Chapter 6. That everything ought not to be corrected. Let them but leave us as we are, said a gentleman of a nation which had a very great resemblance to that which we have been describing, and nature will repair whatever is amiss. She has given us a vivacity capable of offending and hurrying us beyond the bounds of respect. This same vivacity is corrected by the politeness it procures, inspiring us with a taste of the world, and above all, for the conversation of the fair sex. Let them leave us as we are. Our indiscretions, joined to our good nature, would make the laws which should constrain our sociability not at all proper for us. Chapter 7. Of the Athenians and Lacedaemonians. The Athenians, this gentleman adds, were a nation that had some relation to ours. They mingled gaiety with business. A stroke of raillery was as agreeable in the senate as in the theatre. This vivacity, which discovered itself in their councils, went along with them in the execution of their resolves. The character of the Spartans was one of gravity, seriousness, severity, and silence. It would have been as difficult to bring over an Athenian by teasing as it would a Spartan by diverting him. Chapter 8. Effects of a social temper. The more communicative a people are, the more easily they change their habits, because each is in a greater degree a spectacle to the other, and the singularities of individuals are better observed. The climate which influences one nation to take pleasure in being communicative makes it also a delight in change, and that which makes it delight in change forms its taste. The society of the fair sex spoils the manners and forms the taste. The desire of giving greater pleasure than others establishes the embellishments of dress, and the desire of pleasing others more than ourselves gives rise to fashions. This fashion is a subject of importance. By encouraging a trifling turn of mind, it continually increases the branches of its commerce. Chapter 9. Of the vanity and pride of nations. Vanity is as advantageous to a government as pride is dangerous. To be convinced of this, we need only represent, on the one hand, the numberless benefits which result from vanity, as industry, the arts, fashions, politeness and taste. On the other, the infinite evils which spring from the pride of certain nations, as laziness, poverty, total neglect of everything, in fine, the destruction of the nations which have happened to fall under their government, as well as of their own. Laziness is the effect of pride, labour a consequence of vanity. The pride of a Spaniard leads him to decline labour, the vanity of a Frenchman to work better than others. All lazy nations are grave, for those who do not labour regard themselves as the sovereigns of those who do. If we search amongst all nations, we shall find that, for the most part, gravity, pride, and indolence go hand in hand. The people of Achim are proud and lazy. Those who have no slaves hire one, if it be only to carry a quart of rice 100 paces. They would be dishonoured if they carried it themselves. In many places people let their nails grow, that all may see they do not work. Women in the Indies believe it is shameful for them to learn to read. This is, they say, the business of their slaves, who sing canticles in the pagodas. In one tribe they do not spin. In another they make nothing but baskets and mats. They are not even to pound rice. And in others they must not go to fetch water. These rules are established by pride, and the same passion makes them followed. There is no necessity for mentioning that the moral qualities, according as they are blended with others, are productive of different effects. Thus, pride, joined to a vast ambition and notions of grandeur, produced such effects among the Romans as are known to all the world. Chapter 10. Of the character of the Spaniards and Chinese. The characters of the several nations are formed of virtues and vices, of good and bad qualities. From the happy mixture of these, great advantages result, and frequently, where it would be least expected, there are others whence great evils arise, evils which one would not suspect. The Spaniards have been in all ages famous for their honesty. Justin mentions their fidelity in keeping whatever was entrusted to their care. They have frequently suffered death rather than reveal a secret. They have still the same fidelity for which they were formerly distinguished. All the nations who trade at Cadiz trust their fortunes to the Spaniards, and have never yet repented it. But this admirable quality, joined to their indolence, forms a mixture whence such effects result as to them are most pernicious. The rest of the European nations carry on in their very sight all the commerce of their monarchy. The character of the Chinese is formed of another mixture, directly opposite to that of the Spaniards. The precariousness of their subsistence inspires them with a prodigious activity, and such an excessive desire of gain that no trading nation can confide in them. This acknowledged infidelity has secured them the possession of the trade to Japan. No European merchant has ever dared to undertake it in their name, how easy soever it might be for them to do it from their maritime provinces in the north. Chapter 11. A reflection. I have said nothing here with a view to lessen that infinite distance which must ever be between virtue and vice. God forbid that I should be guilty of such an attempt. I would only make my readers comprehend that all political are not all moral vices, and that all moral are not political vices, and that those who make laws which shock the general spirit of a nation ought not to be ignorant of this. Chapter 12. Of customs and manners in a despotic state. It is a capital maxim, that the manners and customs of a despotic empire ought never to be changed, for nothing would more speedily produce a revolution. The reason is, that in these states there are no laws, that is, none that can be properly called so. There are only manners and customs, and if you overturn these, you overturn all. Laws are established, manners are inspired. These proceed from a general spirit, those from a particular institution. Now it is as dangerous, nay more so, to subvert the general spirit as to change a particular institution. There is less communication in a country where each, either as superior or inferior, exercises or is oppressed by arbitrary power, than there is in those where liberty reigns in every station. They do not, therefore, so often change their manners and behaviour. Fixed and established customs have a near resemblance to laws. Thus, it is here necessary that a prince or a legislator should less oppose the manners and customs of the people than in any other country upon earth. Their women are commonly confined, and have no influence in society. In other countries where they have intercourse with men, their desire of pleasing, and the desire men also have of giving them pleasure, produce a continual change of customs. The two sexes spoil each other. They both lose their distinctive and essential quality. What was naturally fixed becomes quite unsettled, and their customs and behaviour alter every day. Chapter 13. Of the behaviour of the Chinese. But China is the place where the customs of the country can never be changed. Besides, their women being absolutely separated from the men, their customs, like their morals, are taught in the schools. A man of letters may be known by his easy address. These things being once taught by precept, and inoculated by grave doctors, become fixed, like the principles of morality, and are never changed. Chapter 14. What are the natural means of changing the manners and customs of a nation? We have said that the laws were the particular and precise institutions of a legislator, and manners and customs the institutions of a nation in general. Hence it follows that when these manners and customs are to be changed, it ought not to be done by laws. This would have too much the air of tyranny. It would be better to change them by introducing other manners and other customs. Thus, when a prince would make great alterations in his kingdom, he should reform by law what is established by law, and change by custom what is settled by custom. For it is very bad policy to change by law what ought to be changed by custom. The law which obliged the Muscovites to cut off their beards and to shorten their clothes, and the rigour with which Peter I made them crop, even to their knees, the long cloaks of those who entered into the cities, were instances of tyranny. There are means that may be made use of to prevent crimes. These are punishments. There are those for changing our customs. These are examples. The facility and ease with which that nation has been polished plainly show that this prince had a worse opinion of his people than they deserved, and that they were not brutes, though he was pleased to call them so. The violent measures which he employed were needless. He would have attained his end as well by milder methods. He himself experienced the facility of bringing about these alterations. The women were shut up, and in some measure slaves. He called them to court. He sent them silks and fine stuffs, and made them dress like the German ladies. This sex immediately relished a manner of life which so greatly flattered their taste, their vanity, and their passions, and by their means it was relished by the men. What rendered the change the more easy was that their manners at that time were foreign to the climate, and had been introduced among them by conquest and by a mixture of nations. Peter I, in giving the manners and customs of Europe to a European nation, found a facility which he did not himself expect. The empire of the climate is the first, the most powerful of all empires. He had then no occasion for laws to change the manners and customs of his country. It would have been sufficient to have introduced other manners and other customs. Nations are in general very tenacious of their customs. To take them away by violence is to render them unhappy. We should not therefore change them, but engage the people to make the change themselves. All punishment which is not derived from necessity is tyrannical. The law is not a mere act of power. Things in their own nature indifferent are not within its province. Chapter 15. The influence of domestic government on the political. This alteration in the manner of women will doubtless have a great influence on the government of Muscovy. One naturally follows the other. The despotic power of the prince is connected with the servitude of women, the liberty of the women with the spirit of monarchy. Chapter 16. How some legislators have confounded the principles which govern mankind. Manners and customs are those habits which are not established by legislators, either because they were not able or were not willing to establish them. There is this difference between laws and manners, that laws are most adapted to regulate the actions of the subject, and manners to regulate the actions of the man. There is this difference between manners and customs, that the former principally relate to the interior conduct, and the latter to the exterior. These things have been sometimes confounded. Lycurgus made the same code for the laws, manners, and customs, and the legislators of China have done the same. We ought not to be surprised that the legislators of China and Sparta should confound the laws, manners, and customs. The reason is, their manners represent their laws, and their customs their manners. The principal object which the legislators of China had in view was to make their subjects live in peace and tranquillity. They would have people filled with a veneration for one another, that each should be every moment sensible of his dependence on society, and of the obligations he owed to his fellow citizens. They therefore gave rules of the most extensive civility. Thus the inhabitants of the villages of China practice amongst themselves the same ceremonies as those observed by persons of an exalted station, a very proper method of inspiring mild and gentle dispositions, of maintaining peace and good order, and of banishing all the vices which spring from an asperity of temper. In effect, would not the freeing them from the rules of civility be to search out a method for them to indulge their own humours? Civility is in this respect of more value than politeness. Politeness flatters the vices of others, and civility prevents ours from being brought to light. It is a barrier which men have placed within themselves to prevent the corruption of each other. Lycurgus, whose institutions were severe, had no regard to the civility informing the external behaviour. He had a view to that warlike spirit with which he would fain inspire his people. A people who were in a continual state of discipline and instruction, and who were endued with equal simplicity and rigour, atoned by their virtues for their want of complaisance. Chapter 17. Of the peculiar quality of the Chinese government. The legislators of China went further. They confounded their religion, laws, manners, and customs. All these were morality, all these were virtue. The precepts relating to these 4 points were what they called rights, and it was in the exact observance of these that the Chinese government triumphed. They spent their whole youth in learning them, their whole life in the practice. They were taught by their men of letters, and were inculcated by the magistrates, and as they included all the ordinary actions of life, when they found the means of making them strictly observed, China was well governed. Two things have contributed to the ease with which these rights are engraved on the hearts and minds of the Chinese. One, the difficulty of writing, which during the greatest part of their lives wholly employs their attention, because it is necessary to prepare them to read and understand the books in which they are comprised. The other, that the ritual precepts, having nothing in them that is spiritual, but being merely rules of common practice, are more adapted to convince and strike the mind than things merely intellectual. Those princes who, instead of ruling by these rights, governed by the force of punishments, wanted to accomplish that by punishments which it is not in their power to produce, that is, to give habits of morality. By punishments, a subject is very justly cut off from society, who, having lost the purity of his manners, violates the laws. But if all the world were to lose their moral habits, would these re-establish them? Punishments may be justly inflicted to put a stop to many of the consequences of the general evil, but they will not remove the evil itself. Thus, when the principles of the Chinese government were discarded, and morality was banished, the state fell into anarchy, and revolutions succeeded. Chapter 18. A consequence drawn from the preceding chapter. Hence it follows that the laws of China are not destroyed by conquest. Their customs, manners, laws, and religion being the same thing, they cannot change all these at once, and as it will happen that either the conqueror or the conquered must change, in China it has always been the conqueror. For the manners of the conquering nation not being their customs, nor their customs their laws, nor their laws their religion, it has been more easy for them to conform by degrees to the vanquished people than the latter to them. There still follows hence a very unhappy consequence, which is that it is almost impossible for Christianity ever to be established in China. The vows of virginity, the assembling of women in churches, their necessary communication with the ministers of religion, their participation in the sacraments, auricular confession, extreme unction, the marriage of only one wife, all these overturn the manners and customs of the country, and with the same blow strike at their religion and laws. The Christian religion, by the establishment of charity, by a public worship, by a participation of the same sacraments, seems to demand that all should be united, while the rights of China seem to ordain that all should be separated. And as we have seen that this separation depends, in general, on the spirit of despotism, this will show us the reason why monarchies, and indeed all moderate governments, are more consistent with the Christian religion. Chapter 19. How this union of religion, laws, manners, and customs amongst the Chinese was effected. The principal object of government which the Chinese legislatures had in view was the peace and tranquillity of the empire, and subordination appeared to them as the most proper means to maintain it. Filled with this idea, they believed it their duty to inspire respect for parents, and therefore exerted all their power to effect it. They established an infinite number of rites and ceremonies to do them honour when living and after their death. It was impossible for them to pay such honours to deceased parents, without being led to reverence the living. The ceremonies at the death of a father were more nearly related to religion. Those for a living parent had a greater relation to the laws, manners, and customs. However, these were only parts of the same code, but this code was very extensive. A veneration for their parents was necessarily connected with a suitable respect for all who represented them, such as old men, masters, magistrates, and the sovereign. This respect for parents supposed a return of love towards children, and consequently the same return from old men to the young, from magistrates to those who were under their jurisdiction, and from the emperor to his subjects. This formed the rights, and these rights the general spirit of the nation. We shall now show the relation which things in appearance the most indifferent may bear to the fundamental constitution of China. This empire is formed on the plan of a government of a family. If you diminish the paternal authority, or even if you retrench the ceremonies which express your respect for it, you weaken the reverence due to magistrates, who are considered as fathers. Nor would the magistrates have the same care of the people, whom they ought to look upon as their children, and that tender relation which subsists between the prince and his subjects would insensibly be lost. Retrench but one of these habits, and you overturn the state. It is a thing in itself very indifferent whether the daughter-in-law rises every morning to pay such and such duties to her mother-in-law. But if we consider that these exterior habits incessantly revive an idea necessary to be imprinted on all minds, an idea that forms the ruling spirit of the empire, we shall see that it is necessary that such or such a particular action be performed. Chapter 20. Explanation of a paradox relating to the Chinese. It is very remarkable that the Chinese, whose lives are guided by rights, are nevertheless the greatest cheats upon earth. This appears chiefly in their trade, which, in spite of its natural tendency, has never been able to make them honest. He who buys of them ought to carry with him his own weights, every merchant having 3 sorts, the one heavy for buying, another light for selling, and another of the true standard for those who are upon their guard. It is possible, I believe, to explain this contradiction. The legislators of China had 2 objects in view. They were desirous that the people should be submissive and peaceful, and that they should also be laborious and industrious. By the nature of the soil and climate, their subsistence is very precarious, nor can it be in any other way secured than by industry and labour. When every one obeys, and every one is employed, the state is in a happy situation. It is necessity, and perhaps the nature of the climate, that have given to the Chinese an inconceivable greediness for gain, and laws have never been made to restrain it. Everything has been forbidden when acquired by acts of violence, everything permitted when obtained by artifice or labour. Let us not then compare the morals of China with those of Europe. Every one in China is obliged to be attentive to what will be for his advantage. If the cheat has been watchful over his own interest, he who is the dupe ought to be attentive to his. As Sparta they were permitted to steal. In China they are suffered to deceive. Chapter 21. How the laws ought to have a relation to manners and customs. It is only singular institutions which thus confound laws, manners, and customs, things naturally distinct and separate. But though they are in themselves different, there is nevertheless a great relation between them. Solon, being asked if the laws he had given to the Athenians were the best, he replied, "I have given them the best they were able to bear," a fine expression that ought to be perfectly understood by all legislators. When divine wisdom said to the Jews, "I have given you precepts which are not good," this signified that they had only a relative goodness, which is the sponge that wipes out all the difficulties in the law of Moses. Chapter 22. The same subject continued. When a people have pure and regular manners, their laws become simple and natural. Plato says that Rhadamanthus, who governed a nation extremely religiously, finished every process with extraordinary dispatch, administering only the oath on each accusation. But, says the same Plato, when a people are not religious, we should never have recourse to an oath, except he who swears is entirely disinterested, as in the case of a judge and a witness. Chapter 23. How the laws are founded on the manners of a people. At the time when the manners of the Romans were pure, they had no particular law against the embezzlement of the public money. When this crime began to appear, it was thought so infamous, that to be condemned to restore what they had taken was considered as a sufficient disgrace. For a proof of this, see the sentence of L. Scipio. Chapter 24. The same subject continued. The laws which gave the right of tutelage to the mother were most attentive to the preservation of the infant's person. Those which granted it to the next heir were most attentive to the preservation of the state. When the manners of a people are corrupted, it is much better to give the tutelage to the mother. Amongst those whose laws confide in the manner of the subjects, the guardianship is granted either to the next heir or to the mother, and sometimes to both. If we reflect on the Roman laws, we shall find that the spirit of these was conformable to what I have advanced. At the time when the laws of the 12 tables were made, the manners of the Romans were most admirable. The guardianship was given to the nearest relative of the infant, from a consideration that he ought to have the trouble of the tutelage, who might enjoy the advantage of possessing the inheritance. They did not imagine the life of the heir in danger, though it was put into a person's hand who would reap a benefit by his death. But when the manners of Rome were changed, her legislators altered their conduct. If in the pulpillary substitution, says Gaius and Justinian, the testator is afraid that the substitute will lay any snares for the pupil, he may leave the vulgar substitution open, and put the pulpillary into a part of the testament which cannot be opened till after a certain time. These fears and precautions were unknown to the primitive Romans. Chapter 25. The same subject continued. The Roman law gave the liberty of making presents before marriage, and after the marriage they were not allowed. This was founded on the manners of the Romans, who were led to marriage only by frugality, simplicity, and modesty, but might suffer themselves to be seduced by domestic cares, by complacency, and the constant tenor of conjugal felicity. A law of the Visigoths forbade the man giving more to the woman he was to marry more than the 10th part of his substance, and his giving her anything during the first year of their marriage. This also took its rise from the manners of the country. The legislators were willing to put a stop to that Spanish ostentation which only led them to display an excessive liberality in acts of magnificence. The Romans by their laws put a stop to some of the inconveniences which arose from the most durable empire in the world, that of virtue. The Spaniards by theirs would prevent the bad effects of a tyranny the most frail and transitory, that of beauty. Chapter 26. The same subject continued. The law of Theodosius and Valentinian drew the causes of repudiation from the ancient manners and customs of the Romans. It placed in the number of these causes the behaviour of the husband who beat his wife in a manner that disgraced the character of a free-born woman. This cause was omitted in the following laws, for their manners in this respect had undergone a change, the Eastern customs having banished those of Europe. The first eunuch of the empress, wife to Justinian II, threatened her, says the historian, to chastise her in the same manner as children are punished at school. Nothing but established manners, or those which they were seeking to establish, could raise even an idea of this kind. We have seen how the laws follow the manners of a people. Let us now observe how the manners follow the laws. Chapter 27. How the laws contribute to form the manners, customs, and character of a nation. The customs of an enslaved people are a part of their servitude. Those of a free people are a part of their liberty. I have spoken in the 11th book of a free people, and here given the principles of their constitution. Let us now see the effects which follow from this liberty, the character it is capable of forming, and the customs which naturally result from it. I do not deny that the climate may have produced a great part of the laws, manners, and customs of this nation, but I maintain that its manners and customs have a close connection with its laws. As there are in this state two visible powers, the legislative and executive, and as every citizen has a will of his own, and may at pleasure assert his independence, most men have a greater fondness for one of these powers than for the other, and the multitude have commonly neither equity nor sense enough to show an equal affection to both. And as the executive power, by disposing of all employments, may give great hopes and no fears, every man who obtains any favour from it is ready to espouse its cause, while it is liable to be attacked by those who have nothing to hope from it. All the passions being unrestrained, hatred, envy, jealousy, and an ambitious desire of riches and honours appear in their extent. Were it otherwise, the state would be in the condition of a man weakened by sickness, who is without passions because he is without strength. The hatred which arises between the two parties will always subsist, because it will always be impotent. These parties being composed of freemen, if the one becomes too powerful for the other, as a consequence of liberty this other is depressed, while the citizens take the weaker side with the same readiness as the hands lend their assistance to remove the infirmities and disorders of the body. Every individual is independent, and being commonly led by caprice and humour, frequently changes parties. He abandons one where he left all his friends, to unite himself to another in which he finds all his enemies. So that in this nation it frequently happens that the people forget the laws of friendship as well as those of hatred. The sovereign is here in the same case with a private person, and against the ordinary maxims of prudence is frequently obliged to give his confidence to those who have most offended him, and to disgrace the men who have best served him. He does that by necessity which other princes do by choice. As we are afraid of being deprived of the blessing we already enjoy, and which may be disguised and misrepresented to us, and as fear always enlarges objects, the people are uneasy under such a situation, and believe themselves in danger, even in those moments when they are most secure. As those who with the greatest warmth oppose the executive power dare not avow the self-interested motives of their opposition, so much the more do they increase the terrors of the people, who can never be certain whether they are in danger or not. But even this contributes to make them avoid the real dangers to which they may in the end be exposed. But the legislative body, having the confidence of the people, and being more enlightened than they, may calm their uneasiness, and make them recover from the bad impressions they have entertained. This is the great advantage which this government has over the ancient democracies, in which the people had an immediate power. For when they were moved and agitated by the orators, these agitations always produced their effect. But when an impression of terror has no certain object, it produces only clamour and abuse. It has, however, this good effect, that it puts all the springs of government into motion, and fixes the attention of every citizen. But if it arises from a violation of the fundamental laws, it is sullen, cruel, and produces the most dreadful catastrophes. Soon we should see a frightful calm, during which every one would unite against the power which had violated the laws. If, when the uneasiness proceeds from no certain object, some foreign power should threaten the state, or put its prosperity or its glory in danger, the little interests of party would then yield to the more strong and binding, and there would be a perfect coalition in favour of the executive power. But if the disputes were occasioned by a violation of the fundamental laws, and a foreign power should appear, there would be a revolution that would neither alter the constitution nor the form of government. For a revolution formed by liberty becomes a confirmation of liberty. A free nation may have a deliverer. A nation enslaved can only have another oppressor. For whoever is able to dethrone an absolute prince has a power sufficient to become absolute himself. As the enjoyment of liberty, and even its support and preservation, consists in every man's being allowed to speak his thoughts, and to lay open his sentiments, a citizen in this state will say or write whatever the laws do not expressly forbid to be said or written. A people like this, being always in a ferment, are more easily conducted by their passions than by reason, which never produces any great effect in the mind of man. It is therefore easy for those who govern to make them undertake enterprizes contrary to their true interest. This nation is passionately fond of liberty, because this liberty is real, and it is possible for it, in its defence, to sacrifice its wealth, its ease, its interest, and to support the burden of the heaviest taxes even such a despotic prince durft not lay upon his subjects. But as the people have a certain knowledge of the necessity of submitting to those taxes, they pay them from the well-founded hope of their discontinuance. Their burdens are heavy, but they do not feel their weight, while in other states the uneasiness is infinitely greater than the evil. This nation must therefore have a fixed and certain credit, because it borrows of itself and pays itself. It is possible for it to undertake things above its natural strength, and employ against its enemies immense sums of fictitious riches, which the credit and nature of the government may render real. To preserve its liberty, it borrows of its subjects, and the subjects seeing that its credit would be lost if it ever were conquered, have a new motive to make fresh efforts in defence of its liberty. This nation, inhabiting an island, is not fond of conquering, because it would be weakened by distant conquests, especially as the soil of the island is good, for it has then no need of enriching itself by war, and as no citizen is subject to another, each sets a greater value on his own liberty than on the glory of one or any number of citizens. Military men are there regarded as belonging to a profession which may be useful, but is often dangerous, and as men whose very services are burdensome to the nation, civil qualifications are therefore more esteemed than the military. This nation, which liberty and laws renders easy, on being freed from the pernicious prejudices, has become a trading people, and as it has some of those primitive materials of trade out of which are manufactured such things as from the artist's hand receive a considerable value, it has made settlements proper to procure the enjoyment of this gift of heaven in its fullest extent. As this nation is situated towards the north, and has many superfluous commodities, it must want also a great number of merchandise, which its climate will not produce. It is therefore entered into a great and necessary intercourse with southern nations, and making choice of those states whom it is willing to favour with an advantageous commerce, it enters into such treaties with the nation it has chosen as are reciprocally useful to both. In a state where, on the one hand, the opulence is extreme, and on the other the taxes are excessive, they are hardly able to live on a small fortune without industry. Many, therefore, under a pretence of travelling or of health, retire from amongst them and go in search of plenty, even to the countries of slavery. A trading nation has a prodigious number of little particular interests. It may then injure or be injured in an infinite number of ways. Thus it becomes immoderately jealous, and is more afflicted at the prosperity of others than it rejoices at its own. And its laws, otherwise mild and easy, may be so rigid with respect to the trade and navigation carried on with it, that it may seem to trade only with enemies. If this nation sends colonies abroad, it must rather be to extend its commerce than its dominion. As men are fond of introducing into other places what they have established amongst themselves, they have given the people of the colonies their own form of government, and this government carrying prosperity along with it, they have raised great nation in the forests they were sent to inhabit. Having formerly subdued a neighbouring nation, which by its situation, the goodness of its ports, and the nature of its products, inspires it with jealousy, though it has given this nation its own laws, yet it holds in it great dependence. The subjects there are free, and the state itself in slavery. The conquered state has an excellent civil government, but is oppressed by the law of nations. Laws are imposed by one country on the other, and these are such as render its prosperity precarious, and dependent on the will of a master. The ruling nation inhabiting a large island, and being in possession of a great trade, has with extraordinary ease grown powerful at sea. And as the preservation of its liberties require that it should have neither strongholds, nor fortresses, nor land forces, it has occasion for a formidable navy to defend it against invasions, a navy which must be superior to that of all other powers, who, employing their treasures in war on land, have not sufficient for those at sea. The empire of the sea has always given those who had enjoyed it a natural pride, because, thinking themselves capable of extending their insults wherever they please, they imagine that their power is as boundless as the ocean. This nation has a great influence in the affairs of its neighbours, for as its power is not employed in conquests, its friendship it more courted, and its resentment more dreaded, than could naturally be expected from the inconsistency of its government and its domestic divisions. Thus, it is the fate of the executive power to be almost always disturbed at home and respected abroad. Should this nation on some occasions become the centre of the negotiations of Europe, probity and good faith would be carried to a greater height than in other places, because the ministers, being frequently obliged to justify their conduct before a popular council, their negotiations could not be secret, and they would be forced to be, in this respect, a little more honest. Besides, as they would in some sort be answerable for the events which an irregular conduct might produce, the surest, the safest way for them would be to take the straightest path. If the nobles were formerly possessed of an immoderate power, and the monarch had found the means of abasing them by raising the people, the point of extreme servitude must have been that between humbling the nobility and that in which the people began to feel their power. Thus this nation, having been formerly subject to an arbitrary power, on many occasions preserves the style of it, in such a manner as to let us frequently see upon the foundation of a free government the form of an absolute monarchy. With regard to religion, as in this state every subject has a free will, and must consequently be either conducted by the light of his own mind, or by the caprice of fancy, it necessarily follows that every one must either look upon all religion with indifference, by which means they are led to embrace the established religion, or they must be zealous for religion in general, by which means the number of sects is increased. It is not impossible but that in this nation there may be men of no religion, who would not, however, bear to be obliged to change that which they would choose, if they cared to choose any, for they would immediately perceive that their lives and fortunes are not more peculiarly theirs than the manner of thinking, and that whoever would deprive them of the one might even with better reason take away the other. If amongst the different religions there is one that has been attempted to be established by methods of slavery, it must there be odious, because as we judge of things by the appendages we join with them, it could never present itself to the mind in conjunction with the idea of liberty. The laws against those who profess this religion could not, however, be of the sanguinary kind, for liberty can never inflict such punishments, but they may be so rigorous as to do all the mischief that can be done in cold blood. It is possible that 1,000 circumstances might concur to give the clergy so little credit, that other citizens may have more. Therefore, instead of a separation, they have chosen rather to support the same burdens as the laity, and in this respect to make only one body with them. But as they always seek to conciliate the respect of the people, they distinguish themselves by a more retired life, a conduct more reserved, and a greater purity of manners. The clergy, not being able to protect religion, nor to be protected by it, only seek to persuade. Their pens, therefore, furnish us with excellent works in proof of a revelation and of the providence of the Supreme Being. Yet the state prevents the sitting of their assemblies, and does not suffer them to correct their own abuses. It chooses thus, through a caprice of liberty, rather to leave their reformation imperfect, than to suffer the clergy to be the reformers. Those dignities which make a fundamental part of the constitution are more fixed than elsewhere, but, on the other hand, the great in this country of liberty are nearer upon a level with the people, their ranks are more separated, and their persons more confounded. As those who govern have a power which, in some measure, has need of fresh vigour every day, they have a greater regard for such as are useful to them than for those who only contribute to their amusement. We see, therefore, fewer courtiers, flatterers, and parasites. In short, fewer of all those who make their own advantage of the folly of the great. Men are less esteemed for frivolous talents and attainments than for essential qualities, and of this kind there are but two, riches and personal merit. They enjoy a solid luxury, founded not on the refinements of vanity, but on that of real wants. They ask nothing of nature but what nature can bestow. The rich enjoy a great superfluity of fortune, and yet have no relish for frivolous amusements. Thus, many having more wealth than opportunities of expense, employ it in a fantastic manner. In this nation they have more judgment than taste. As they are always employed about their own interest, they have not that politeness which is founded on indolence, and they really have not leisure to attain it. The era of Roman politeness is the same as that of the establishment of arbitrary power. An absolute government produces indolence, and this gives birth to politeness. The more people there are in a nation who requires circumspect behaviour, and care not to displease, the more there is of politeness. But it is rather the politeness of morals than that of manners which ought to distinguish us from barbarous nations. In a country where every man has, in some sort, a share in the administration of the government, the women ought scarcely to live with the men. They are therefore modest, that is, timid, and this timidity constitutes their virtue, whilst the men, without a taste for gallantry, plunge themselves into a debauchery which leaves them at leisure, and in the enjoyment of their full liberty. Their laws not being made for one individual more than another, each considers himself a monarch, and indeed the men of this nation are rather confederates than fellow subjects. As the climate has given many persons a restless spirit and extended views, in a country where the constitution gives every man a share in its government and political interests, conversation generally turns upon politics, and we see men spend their lives in the calculation of events which, considering the nature of things and caprices of fortune, or rather of men, can scarcely be thought subject to the rules of calculation. In a free nation it is very often a matter of indifference whether individuals reason well or ill. It is sufficient that they do reason. Hence springs that liberty which is a security from the effects of these reasonings. But in a despotic government it is equally pernicious whether they reason well or ill. Their reasoning is alone sufficient to shock the principle of that government. Many people who have no desire of pleasing abandon themselves to their own particular humour, and most of those who have wit and ingenuity are ingenious in tormenting themselves. Filled with contempt or disgust for all things, they are unhappy amidst all the blessings that can be possibly contribute to promote their felicity. As no subject fears another, the whole nation is proud, for the pride of kings is founded only on their independence. Free nations are haughty, others may more properly be called vain. But as these men, who are naturally so proud, live much by themselves, they are commonly bashful when they appear among strangers, and we frequently see them behave for a considerable time with an odd mixture of pride and ill-placed shame. The character of the nation is more particularly discovered in their literary performances, in which we find the men of thought and deep meditation. As society gives us a sense of the ridicule of mankind, retirement renders us more fit to reflect on the folly of vice. Their satirical writings are sharp and severe, and we find amongst them many Juvenals without discovering one Horace. In monarchies extremely absolute, historians betray the truth, because they are not at liberty to speak it. In states remarkably free, they betray the truth because of their liberty itself, which always produces divisions, every one becoming as great a slave to the prejudices of his faction as he could be in a despotic state. Their poets have more frequently an original rudeness of invention than that particular kind of delicacy which springs from taste. We there find something which approaches nearer to the bold strength of a Michael Angelo than to the softer graces of a Raphael. End of chapter 27. End of book 19 of Spirit of the Laws, volume 1.